A terrifying monster, the likes of which one could scarcely imagine, stared at the young man. Its appearance was monstrous, its size enormous, and it seemed that nothing could defeat it. The player was brave and fearless, possessed immense strength, and had already inflicted a great many wounds on his opponent. Soon, nothing remained of the enemy, but the young man was unsatisfied because the battle had turned out to be rather boring. The young man's name was Milligat. He was the strongest player, ranking first in all the leaderboards in a game called Arena. At some point, the young man realized he had grown bored. He decided to focus on real life and quit the game. His friend Kwon Yeon-chan was shocked when he found out. Kang Hyun-woo, who played under the name Milligat, said there was no need to be surprised since he couldn't play games forever. However, his friend wouldn't let it go. After all, the best player had decided to leave, and he could make millions just by selling his inventory. But the player replied that he had always played for fun, not for money, and now he was going to enlist in the army and take over his father's business. However, life itself is very unpredictable, and no one knows what lies ahead. 2 years passed, and some stranger demanded that he give him the red ones. The guy smiled and showed him the red ones, but it turned out those weren't the right ones either. The stranger in the store kept demanding the red ones, the ones in between these two. Looking at this tipsy guy, Kang Hyun-woo thought that the stranger reminded him of a dumb orc. Right now, this player was no longer a world-famous star. He was working at a small local shop for a pittance. The young man was born the heir to a vast fortune. He was supposed to live a carefree life. But when the young man returned from the army, it turned out that his father's company had gone bankrupt. His father, who had been the family's breadwinner, was in the hospital, and all the remaining money went toward his medical care. His mother was inconsolable, and the family had effectively fallen apart. Kang Hyun-woo was forced to become the head of the family, and all he had now was noodles for dinner, because paying the hospital bills was no easy task. It was unclear how much longer they could hold out in this situation. A call from a friend snapped the young man out of his reverie. Yeon-chan believed that friends were needed precisely when times were tough, because they could help in a moment of need. Kang Hyun-woo immediately disappeared from his friends' lives when his family went bankrupt. He didn't want pity or sympathy, so he ignored calls and messages even from close friends. Yeon-chan texted his friend, asking if he wanted to return to the arena. "You can make big money there now. A top-ranked player can stream and compete in professional matches." The young man had once held the top spot, and with his skills, all of this would be a piece of cake. If he could reach the same level as before, he could earn money for his family. Hyun-woo seriously considered the matter. Perhaps it really was worth looking at the game as a source of income. The young man went to the mall and looked at the gaming capsule being sold for arena players. But right now, Hyun-woo couldn't afford such an expensive gadget. It would cost him 3 months' salary. Hyun-woo thought about how he'd been wrong to delete his old account. He could have saved money by selling his inventory. Some unfamiliar young men noticed the young man, and despite the years that had passed, recognized him as the player Milligan. Hyun-woo also recognized one of the guys. It was the son of one of his father's friends named Jong Han-buk. Hyun-woo had nowhere to run, and he had to admit that of course he recognized his former comrade. The young men had never been friends, so Hyun-woo tried to leave as quickly as possible, saying he had just come to shop. But Han-buk wasn't exactly a sensitive or tactful guy. He said that the Kang family no longer had the money to shop at places like this. Hyun-woo was unpleasantly surprised and didn't understand where he'd gotten that information. But it turned out that his parents had been discussing the Kang family's failed business. Jong Han-buk, looking confidently at the young man, said that it was precisely because of his father that the Kang family had lost their business and was practically ruined. Han-buk added that his father had worked with Mr. Kang for too long and simply needed to find his own path. Of course, everyone knows that Hyun-woo's father is seriously ill. They hope he's taking good care of his dad, because if he dies, the young man will be left all alone. Hyun-woo could no longer stand the taunts and punched his former friend in the face with all his might. Security guards from the shopping center and Han-buk's girlfriend immediately rushed toward the young men. The security guards grabbed Hyun-woo by the arms, and he realized that he now knew who was responsible for his father's illness and the ruin of his business. And as the security guards dragged the young man to the police, he kept shouting that he would definitely kill Jeon Han-buk for what the Jeon family had done to his father. That was the end of the conflict. The supermarket security guards called the police and handed the troublemaker over to the officers. Late that evening, the young man was released from the police station, and his worldview had changed dramatically. He thought about how money can really change people. Even the John family had ruined his father's business, sent him to the hospital, and were still bragging about their actions. More than anything else in the world, Kang Hyun-woo wanted to take revenge for such treatment and behavior. But for now, the young man had no idea how exactly to do it. A TV playing in a store window caught the young man's attention. The report stated that Arena's streaming revenue had exceeded $1 billion. It was an incredible amount of money. Lately, Arena's influence on the country's economy has been growing. One of the players signed a contract worth $500 million won. Hyun-woo took his phone out of his pocket and called his former friend. There was practically no need to say anything. Yun-chun was someone he could rely on, and now Hyun-woo asked him for help. Kang Hyun-woo was determined to return to the arena, earn all the money, and take revenge on the people who had ruined the lives of his loved ones. It immediately became clear to the game's management that something incredible had happened. Milligan had returned. Someone had created a character using his information. The office worker listened very closely to the other manager's conversation. The information about Milligan's return was extremely valuable. The girl immediately demanded that her assistant tell her about the character who was currently undergoing training. The NPC replied that the newcomer's name was Kang Hyun-woo, and he was currently taking the mana test. And according to the results already received, this player had the highest score on the mana test. The young man turned to the NPC and demanded that she give him the next test. If the arena could change his life, he would return and become the best again. Kwon Yun-chan brought his friend to his apartment, showed him the gaming pod, and told him he could use it as much as he wanted. Hyun-woo thanked his friend and apologized for the inconvenience, promising to return everything. Yun-chan raised his fist at his friend and said that if he heard those words again, he'd definitely beat him up. He hadn't seen his buddy in so long, and all Hyun-woo could think about was money. The moment had finally arrived. Kang Hyun-woo climbed into the capsule and began his new journey through the game arena. An NPC named Al said they would start the test right from the level the young man had requested. It was nice to be back in the game's atmosphere. Now an opponent with 2 swords in hand stood before the young man. It was the night elf Malfurion. He possessed immense strength and agility. Hyun-woo figured it wouldn't be too hard. He just had to stay focused. Al was startled when she saw that the night elf had already launched an attack, while the player was still standing there, motionless. Malfurion thought the man was wasting his time standing there with his eyes closed. He was about to die right then and there. But the player thought it wasn't for nothing at all. He managed to dodge the blow. Al was surprised that a level 1 player had managed to parry Malfurion's attack. Hyun-woo thought he hadn't even considered the level difference between himself and his opponent. He'd simply acted on instinct. That was the secret behind his brilliant gameplay, back when he held the top spot as Milligan. The young man possessed an unmatched level of control, and even if his opponent was fast and strong, he still came out on top. Kwon Yun-chan immediately told his friend that he understood why he wanted to return to the game and let him stay at his place so he wouldn't have to waste time commuting. Hyun-woo felt immense gratitude toward his friend. However, his heart was still filled with despair and a sense of responsibility toward his ailing father and unfortunate mother. But revenge was at the forefront of his current emotions, and it was his main driving force and motivation. The female manager even jumped out of her seat when she saw the new player defeat the Night Elf. It was simply unbelievable to defeat such an opponent as a level 0 character. But it made sense, since skills aren't lost just like that. The NPC congratulated the player and said that the training was now complete. The village chief of Aslan, named Derry, greeted the new player. He held out his hand, in which was a chest containing a reward for successfully completing the training. Inside the chest lay Marius's ring. It radiated the power and spirit of the Archons. The young man was overjoyed. It was a unique loot item awarded for extraordinary achievements, in this case for defeating a night elf while still a level 0 player. Hyun-woo received a message from a friend who said he would help him level up. After all, if not now, he would likely never be able to help such a strong player again. But Hyun-woo said that first he needed to craft 1 item, and after that, he would get in touch with his friend. Hyun-woo also asked to borrow 50 gold coins. From the very beginning of the game, he had some secret plans. In the past, the top arena players had 1 special item, an experience potion. It increased the amount of experience gained by 20% for 4 hours. The experience potion cost a fortune, but one day its supplier disappeared, and over time, the potion was forgotten by the players. And it would have remained that way if it hadn't turned out that Milligan was the supplier of this potion. And now only Hyun-woo knew how to make a potion that could be sold for any price. To do this, he needed certain ingredients: oak roots, dead tree resin, and morning dew. To get these items, he would have to go into the dungeon. But the dungeon belonged to the Black Skull Guild. The swordsman said there was no place for newbies there. Henwu knew that one of the ingredients was right here, but the swordsman had no intention of letting a newbie who had just joined the game pass. Henwu didn't want to waste time talking to this guy and was about to move on when he suddenly felt something cold near his face. The swordsman placed his sword on the young man's shoulder and told him he'd better learn to obey his elders. Henwu understood that his life now depended on this game, and he wasn't going to waste a single second dealing with any obstacles. The young man grabbed the sword by the blade and asked if the swordsman wanted to fight a deletion battle with a newbie. The point of a deletion battle was that the loser would have to delete their account, but few players were willing to take such a risk. The swordsman didn't see the newbie as a worthy opponent and immediately agreed to the duel, confident that the newbie would have to create a new account today. Such duels were very rare, but now Junwoo had confirmed his participation. As a result of the duel, the winner takes everything, and the loser loses their account. Hyunwoo promised he'd finish off his opponent in a matter of minutes, so the latter had better say goodbye to his character. Hyunwoo even asked his opponent not to get too upset. It would be difficult for him to defeat such a master, but it would be excellent practice. Junwoo was completely calm and confident. He wanted to explain to the newbie right away that sometimes you shouldn't be cocky, but should listen to your elders. The duel began. Hyunwoo struck, but his opponent dodged with absolute ease. Junwoo was certain the rookie would never be able to keep up with his speed, yet his attack was met with a precise block. That was impossible since the swordsman was highly skilled. Perhaps the newcomer possessed some kind of unique item. Soon the swordsman was no longer so confident. He looked at the newbie, realizing that he actually had a perfect grasp of the game. The swordsman decided that the newbie was just pretending to be a newbie and was actually a player hunter. Hengwoo dodged another attack, considering it very foolish and primitive, and struck back himself because the swordsman was playing too openly. Junwoo was stunned that the newcomer had managed to block his strike. Hyunwoo decided not to drag out the fight any longer. He activated the Morax ring, and his power should now increase for a short time. The swordsman still couldn't accept the fact that the newcomer was putting up a worthy fight. And even as the attacks rained down with renewed force, he still refused to believe he was losing. But soon all the swordsman's efforts proved futile, and he just wanted to know who his opponent really was. Henwoo addressed the player, saying it was time to end this fight, and raised his sword to strike. Junwoo didn't want to die, and he certainly didn't want to lose his account. His body was already covered in wounds, and his health and mana were critically low. A single swing of the sword was enough to end the fight. Hyunwoo thought that if you don't feel pain, you can't understand the state of your body. The swordsman's head was severed from his shoulders. Junwoo lost the duel. All his items went to his opponent. Henwoo considered himself very lucky. All that was left was to enter the dungeon. Hyunwoo went to Aslan's workshop. There he could craft new items using ingredients. The capsule could create items on the player's behalf, but it didn't help improve skills. Unfortunately, items could only be crafted once a month, but it was still better than nothing. And soon the experience potion was ready. Henwoo was very pleased that he remembered the ancient recipe for this potion, and now he decided that his first priority would be to make money off of it. That day, an amazing item appeared on the arena market. It was a one-of-a-kind item, and all the users immediately headed to the auction to buy the experience potion for themselves. Thanks to its uniqueness, the bids on the potion were very high, and the seller was able to sell it for 5,000 gold coins. Henwoo immediately started doing the math. If he paid for his father's hospital treatment and other expenses, he'd even have money left over. So it really is possible to make more money in the game than in a store. The young man thought about becoming a streamer or a professional gamer, but first he needed to level up, and for that he needed good gear. This gear didn't have to be the coolest, but rather the most cost-effective and efficient. Henwoo bought a leather jacket and leather pants. Both items provided agility and defense. In addition, the young man bought a pointed sword, which provided more strength and durability. Derry was very surprised to see the transformed newbie standing before him. Practically no one liked the player's appearance. He looked like a traffic cop, but the young man didn't care at all. The guy was sure that stats were more important than looks. He went back to the village chief and asked him to give him a quest. Standing before a pack of wild wolves, Henwoo felt absolutely great because he hadn't come into the game to participate in fashion shows. Henwoo happily charged at the wolves. It was no problem for him. The young man noted that it was indeed easier to move in his new clothes. Good, high-quality items are worth the price. The guy quickly dealt with the wolves, thinking that he didn't need fashion at all. But he completed the quest. He killed the forest wolves and collected their fangs. With all that, the player returned and claimed his reward. Now it was clear that every second was worth money. Henwu was getting into the swing of things. He was going to clear the goblin dungeon and decided to reach level 10 that very day. After all, the guy used to play just for fun, but now he felt he could make money. A crowd had gathered near the dungeon. A stranger invited him to join their party. Henwu could be useful in close combat. However, it turned out that the young man didn't have any immunity items, so the team suggested he look for another group with a lower level. Henwu was furious. Who did they think he was? After all, even without buffs, he could easily handle any goblin in this dungeon. A shy, pretty blonde said that this was her first time here, and she wouldn't mind some help from an experienced player, so she was ready to accept Henwu into her party. The girl waited for the player's answer, looking at him with a clear and calm gaze. Henwu gradually began to calm down. He agreed to help the stranger and said he would take her to the highest level. The girl led Henwu to her team, telling the players that she had found the last person. The team members looked at this strange guy in red pants and a green vest with suspicion. He looked too unusual and didn't inspire confidence. The blonde smiled sweetly and said it was time to introduce themselves. She was a level 20 support named Choi Somi. Hyunwoo introduced himself as well, saying he was a level 20 warrior. At that time, the game allowed players to hide their personal information, so no one knew another player's level. The tank's name was Choi Jin-woo, the archer was Park Cheomi, and the mage was Chia. The tank was skeptical, since the newbie didn't have a single regeneration potion. How was he going to handle the goblins? Somi was indignant that no one trusted her judgment. After all, she was a support player and had brought this guy along, so he would be able to handle it. It was decided not to waste any more time, but to test the unfamiliar warrior's skills in battle. The goblins were already waiting for their opponents in the dungeon. There were quite a few of them, and each one held a broadsword and a shield. Jinwoo warned his comrades that the first enemies had appeared, and everyone needed to get ready. The goblins began firing arrows at the players from their blowguns. Jinwoo blocked their attacks. The archer and the mage prepared to strike back. They attacked the goblins with a magic arrow in a double strike. Hengwoo glanced at his teammates and thought there was no need to worry about them. These guys had a pretty good chance. He just wanted to understand why they had brought a warrior along at all, since they were handling the dungeon just fine on their own. Henwu decided not to think too much about it, since he needed to level up, and he was doing a great job of that right now. The team members praised Henwu, saying he was doing a great job, and everything was going perfectly. The young man replied that he was simply keeping the situation under control. Somi was already tired and sat down to rest, but Jinwoo asked her not to let her guard down, because the hobgoblin could attack at any moment. It turned out that of all the boss's team members, only the tank had defeated him. The rest of the guys hadn't faced such an opponent yet. Hyunwoo understood that it was really difficult to fight a hobgoblin, especially since he hadn't been here in a long time and might have forgotten a lot. Jinwoo instructed the girls to keep an eye on the timing of buffs and mana levels. The archer had to be careful not to hit any of his teammates with his arrows. Hengwoo listened to these instructions and now realized that his comrade might very well shoot an arrow right through him. What a team he'd found himself. The archer placed his hand on the dungeon floor and said they needed to go that way. The players came out into the room where the hobgoblin was sitting. This monster was on a throne, and in front of him were a few more ordinary goblins. Jinwoo announced to the players that he and Henwoo would provide cover and deal with the minor goblins. The girls were to control their spheres, and the attack on the boss began. The goblins stood up and prepared to fight the players. The players' arrival was no surprise to them. The hobgoblin flew into a rage when he realized the players were causing him trouble and entered a state of fury. Henwoo shouted at the rest of his comrades to dodge. The tank managed to raise his shield and block the boss's attack. But the blow was so powerful that Jinwoo was sent flying to the far end of the dungeon, sweeping everything in his path. Hengwoo hoped the support would heal the player, but right now, they absolutely had to stop this monster before it attacked the players again. Hengwoo shouted for his allies to help him. They shouldn't just stand there gaping, but had to provide support. Hyunwoo didn't understand why his comrades were just standing there watching. He swung his sword left and right, wondering where the teamwork had gone. The hobgoblin was preparing to attack again, and it soon became clear that it was inevitable. Henwoo felt an arrow strike his sword, but then it ricocheted and flew off at a tangent toward the boss. The arrow pierced the eye of the hideous brute, who was now screaming at the top of his lungs throughout the dungeon. Henwu was in shock, because their archer had just nearly hit him. The guy didn't understand how one could fight side by side with such comrades, but he would figure that out later. Right now, he just had to deal with the huge goblin. Henwu wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible and knew that no goblin could defeat him. Henwu landed a few blows and ordered the defense to pull themselves together and support him. The mage and archer finally came to their senses and attacked the goblin as well. And so the dungeon boss was defeated. All the team members looked at Henwu with excitement and admiration, realizing that he was the one who had defeated the boss. Chomi approached him with an apology, saying he hadn't meant to hurt his comrade on purpose. As a result of the victory, the team received an egg containing an animal, money, and a scroll with a spell. It was decided to give everything to Henwu. Henwu couldn't believe his ears. He thought that if he took all the items for himself, they would want to kill him. The young man said he would take only the egg. He didn't need the magic book. The team members were very pleased. After that, Henwu said goodbye to the guys, who wanted to do more quests with him and asked him to accept their friend requests. Henwu ran away from the dungeon, thinking that because of these simpletons, he had to spend more time there. Without stopping, the boy ran through the village. Finally, the young man stopped and checked his profile. He was now at level 10, and that meant Henwu could begin his new journey. The player stood before the tower. The Pulsar Tower was known as the Tower of Advancement. Each floor corresponded to a specific skill that could be obtained there. The pet egg contained an unknown creature. It could be either a rabbit or even a dragon. He had to cast a spell on it and receive his pet in an hour. Henwu decided that while his pet was hatching, he would be able to advance to the next level. Han was in charge of the warrior floors, and he welcomed the newcomer. Henwu said he wanted to become a warrior. He was confident in himself, and now he just needed to level up. Han immediately warned him that things weren't the same for them as they were for other player classes. He personally decides whether a player is worthy of becoming a warrior. This is determined in a fair fight, and Henwu was satisfied with this condition. Han allowed the player to attack him first. Henwu held a sword in his hands ready to strike. He had to show Han what he was capable of. Henwu attacked his opponent, but the latter managed to block the blow. The warrior supervisor looked at the novice with surprise, noting the good attack. Henwu continued to strike, thereby demonstrating that he was different from other newcomers and that his skill level was good enough to be a warrior. The opponent's swords clashed, and they looked at each other intently. Han realized that the young man was still too young, and his skill level wasn't quite up to par yet. It was time for Han to attack, and he landed several strikes. However, it soon became clear that Han was still very far from victory. The young man dodged the attacks perfectly, maneuvered skillfully, and displayed great speed and ingenuity. Han was amazed that the novice had managed to knock him off balance with a kick. Henwu turned away from the attack and landed a counterpunch. The young man was very pleased with himself. He had simply decided to try a combination, and it worked. Han was amazed that at such a critical moment, this young man was trying out new attacks. On top of that, he wielded the sword with absolute ease. It immediately became clear that this guy was a true talent. Han declared the duel over. Henwu had performed admirably. Just at that moment, the sword touched his neck. Han noted that the player had incredible skills and recognized Henwu as a warrior. As a result of this recognition, the player's sword damage increased and he gained new skills, rapid weapon reload, and the ability to infuse his weapon with magical power. On top of that, the guy received a title. All of this was a pretty good start. He just needed to hone his skills. Han tossed the guy a coin and said there was a new quest. He had to find the owner of the coin. If he completed this quest, he could gain a valuable skill. The coin belonged to Knight LeBron. He was one of the strongest knights in the Empire. Henwu was absolutely thrilled because if he could acquire LeBron's skill, it would be simply incredible. After that, the young man announced that he didn't have enough time and had to leave, leaving Han confused. Everything turned out even better than Henwu had expected. Strangely enough, it turned out that by completing the trial quickly and successfully, he had really surprised Han. To find the coin's owner, you had to be at least level 50 because it was an E-level quest. Henwu opened his profile and saw that his egg was due to hatch in a minute. The young man was very pleased. He thought today was simply a great day, and all that remained was to hope that he would get a unique creature. Of course, everyone would love to have their own personal dragon, and soon the egg began to hatch. Becoming a dragon's owner would, of course, be awesome. But instead, a cute little bear cub appeared before the player. As they say, you can't choose your parents. The bear cub saw the look on his owner's face, who clearly wasn't very happy. Manhwa was surprised that the bear cub could talk, and the bear cub said that the player talks too, so why should he stay silent? Manhwa had never heard of talking animals. His little bear must be very rare and unique. The guy immediately started thinking about how much money he could make off this bear, and the bear cub, sitting on his owner's neck, said he would serve him well. The bear cub didn't understand why the gambler was standing there, and the young man couldn't figure out what was going on, but he was absolutely certain of one thing. Manhwa grabbed the bear by the ear and, holding it at arm's length, immediately explained the whole truth of life. The bear cub would have to undergo proper training if he intended to serve his master. The bear cub flew across the clearing and then got up, not understanding what he had done to deserve such punishment. But apparently this player would become his master. The bear cub looked the player over and noted that the guy probably wasn't popular with the girls. For those words, the bear received a few blows. The pet was upset. He hadn't expected to meet such a mean master. Bumps popped up on the bear's head. Manhwa studied the profile of the puppet bear, who was the heir to the Great Islands. He had decent skills, and the player decided to name the bear cub Tenny. The bear cub was absolutely thrilled. He liked the name Tenny and said he wanted to get to know his owner better as soon as possible. Manhwa told the cub that he was leaving, which angered the pet who had appeared just a couple of minutes earlier. Tenny stared at the player who had vanished, thinking what a heartless person he had stumbled upon. Manhwa finally logged out of the game and thought about how much time he'd spent in it today. Yenshin appeared in the doorway. He asked his friend how things were going and what progress he'd made. Manhwa told him that he had received a pet, and on top of that, had managed to raise his class and level. It was great news. Manhwa looked surprised, but his friend said that now they could start streaming. Of course, it was a good idea, because you could make decent money from streaming. Yenshin immediately warned that they would need to do something for this, namely, record all their games so they could use them later to break into the global scene. Of course, Manhwa enjoyed the thought of worldwide fame, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. But Yenshin was completely calm and confident. He said he would become his friend's manager, since his friend had once been #1, and of course, people would want to witness the legendary comeback. Yenshin was very excited. He said that like everyone else, he was thrilled about the legend's return to the gaming scene, so he couldn't stay calm. Manhwa really liked his friend's enthusiasm. He promised he would do his best and set off for the western part of the dark forest. Night elves were making their way through the forest. They were strong and vicious monsters armed with cleavers. Manhwa told his pet that its first hunt was about to begin. But first, he needed to level up a few times. Tenny wished his master victory over all of them with his support. Manhwa watched in surprise as his body received a boost in strength and physical attack. Manhwa didn't know what this was for, but his pet used its abilities and added the Forest Guardian skill, which increased the player's defense. And only then did Manhwa realize that his little bear wasn't a tank, but a support. The massive night elf was already very close. Manhwa immediately sliced through the enemy, feeling absolutely no discomfort in the process. He was more puzzled by his pet's abilities. It turned out that the day before, the player simply hadn't read the information about Tenny all the way through. And now it became clear that the bear cub could improve his strength, defense, and regeneration, which was far better than regular buffs. Manhwa went into battle with great enthusiasm, and another group of night elves was cut down. An unknown player watched the battle from behind the trees. It was clear that he was enjoying the show. The player returned to his companions and asked what they thought of this newcomer. The player noticed that Manhwa had expensive gear and weapons, plus a pet, which meant the player was rich. That meant they could throw a party in his honor. As always, the players planned to pretend to be good and kind friends, and then attack at the most unexpected moment. A female player suggested that this might be someone's second account, because the player looked experienced and might not be as easy to deal with as they thought. But the archer didn't see a problem with that. Everyone present was around level 40, so a newbie definitely wouldn't be able to defeat them alone. The group decided to stay focused and not worry, since they'd been through this many times before. The group of players waited behind the trees while Manhwa carried out his mission and finished the quest. After that, they planned to hunt him down. Manhwa stood in a clearing near the bodies of the slain elves. He was a little out of breath. After all, the long break had taken its toll. The young man recorded his battle on video, but he wasn't sure anyone would even want to watch a fight with night elves. Tenny was very pleased with his master and praised him, but the young man said he hadn't gotten a pet just to have it cheer him on. Henyu demanded that the pet at least occasionally distract the monsters, even if he himself had no intention of fighting. At that moment, a group of strangers entered the clearing. They offered to let him join their party if the young man was hunting here alone. They all looked very nice and kind-hearted. Hen Wu had no intention of joining a team, and his pet was generally upset by such an intrusion into his personal life. The archer said he was happy to welcome a newcomer to the Dark Forest, since other players rarely showed up here. Hen Wu noticed that there were two warriors in this group, a swordsman and a support. They all had top-notch gear, and it wasn't clear why they would want to take on a newbie. Most likely, they were gold farmers. Hen Wu was practically certain that he was facing killers. The guy thought that he didn't know when he'd get another chance like this, so he told the strangers that he'd be happy to join their group. The archer was very pleased to hear that the newcomer was joining them. He began introducing the team. The archer's name was Ren. He was the captain. Cal and Crawford were warriors, and Pollen served as the support. Hen Wu said his name was Yen Chang. He knew he couldn't reveal his real name. The young man delivered powerful blows and struck the enemy once again. Now he was fighting alongside one of the swordsmen against a group of night elves. The young man was very fast. He managed to change positions and strike immediately. The night elf was very angry. He was furious that his comrades had been killed. Hen Wu was very pleased. He had joined a strong team, and as a result, all his stats were rising very quickly. Another hour passed, and Crawford simply couldn't take it anymore. He was furious that this cocky newbie would strike and then immediately hide behind him. Even if Crawford supposedly accidentally attacked the guy, he still managed to dodge. Ren calmed his comrade down and said that in fact, they hadn't gathered here to hunt. In the end, the group decided they couldn't put up with this newbie any longer and needed to finish him off as soon as possible. It was decided to kill the newbie when the boss fight began and later pass it off as an accident. Tenny told his owner that they wanted to kill him while they were hunting the boss. The pet was very indignant and angry. He was ready to sink his little teeth into his opponents. Hen Wu was convinced that these players were indeed killers. Thanks to them, he had been able to level up and complete difficult quests, so now he needed to repay them by attacking them first. Hen Wu decided that he would later name this video, "Revenge is a dish best served cold." Yen-chan should like that. Tenny listened to his master and realized he'd ended up with a very angry and vengeful master who was planning to get back at the players. A group of players appeared near the young man, saying they had been resting up a bit and were now ready to go into battle again. The captain explained that a raid on the boss was planned and invited the young man to join them. Hen Wu replied that he was surprised by the offer. He felt like he was just getting in the way of his strong comrades. But Ren began to say that if it weren't for Hen Wu's help, they wouldn't have made it this far. He has excellent attacks, so they should go take on the boss together. Hen Wu hesitated a bit more and finally agreed to go on the raid with the team. The young man added that he would definitely show them how pros take down a boss on the first try. Crawford could barely restrain himself from pouncing on the boastful newbie. The players killed another wave of monsters and were now fighting the boss. The enemy was very strong, and Cal and Crawford stepped up to face him. But so far, the fight was going the boss's way. He was stronger and landing precise blows on the players. Talaiden was the leader of the Night Elves. He said that if the players had come to the Dark Forest to fight, they should know that strength is what matters most. The swordsmen realized that even though their gear wasn't the most expensive, their level was still up to par, and they should have been able to handle this opponent. But for now, it was too difficult for them. Everyone noticed that the newbie wasn't joining the fight. The captain assumed the guy wanted to level up off this battle, so he definitely needed to be killed. Pollen was supposed to give the signal using buffs, and then the archer would shoot the newbie with a poisoned arrow. Crawford asked them not to kill the guy so easily. He wanted to toy with this weakling as a parting gift. He wasn't a warrior, but the devil incarnate. Hen Wu seemed oblivious to what was happening. At that moment, Pollen gave the signal. Both swordsmen received the blessing, which meant the newcomer was about to be attacked. Ren prepared to fire a poison arrow at Hen Wu, but suddenly a pet appeared near his foot. It quickly climbed onto the archer and began tickling him. Crawford realized they were about to kill the newbie and was already thinking about exactly how he would take revenge on this insolent fool. But then the unexpected happened. A poisoned arrow struck the player in the back, and it was critical. Ren immediately declared that it was all the fault of that stupid bear. even though the bear insisted he wasn't stupid at all. Hen Yu just scratched the back of his head when he saw that Crawford had died, pierced by a poisoned arrow. Cal didn't know what to do next, but at that moment, the leader of the Night Elves appeared behind him. The archer tried to warn Cal of the danger, but it seemed it was already too late. The elf leader held the player at arm's length and said that the weak shouldn't get distracted. Cal called out to the newbie, hoping he would save him from the elf. The young man really did want to help him, but then something unexpected happened. Hen Wu approached the boss and stabbed Cal with his sword. The player didn't understand why this was happening to him. Cal looked at the newbie and asked why him, of all people. Hen Wu replied that it was nothing personal. He had simply finished off the killer. Ren and Pollen were shocked when they saw this scene. They too wanted to know why the newbie had done this. Hen Wu replied that they must never forget. Their actions could come back to haunt them. Ren wanted to explain himself, but the bear cub quoted his own words. "When we fight the boss, kill him." Ren was stunned. It turned out that this bear had eavesdropped on them and relayed everything to his master. The archer and the support finally came to their senses. Now they had to do all the dirty work. Hen Wu launched a head-on attack. He easily parried the arrows flying at him with his sword. The leader of the Night Elves watched with interest as the player fought the other players. At that moment, Crawford came too. He was eager to help his comrades and hoped to strike from behind. But the elf chopped off his head, saying that losers weren't allowed to speak. The leader of the elves watched the players as if he had come to the movies. He really liked this funny guy in red pants. Hen Wu took care of everyone. The guy immediately checked the recording, which turned out great. The players were strong and experienced, which meant viewers would want to watch something like this. Hen Wu was very pleased. He hoped everyone would like it. All that was left was to deal with the boss. Hen Wu would have liked to find an opponent worthy of his level, but it turned out the search had already been done. The leader of the Night Elves was waiting for him. The monster said he also preferred fighting a strong opponent. Hen Wu prepared for battle. He had already come up with a title for the new video, Level 20 Player Kills a Night Elf. The opponents rushed into the attack and began closing in on each other. Quan Yunchan was very pleased. He said his friend was lucky to find such killers. It's not easy in the Dark Forest. Hyun Woo replied that the killers had found him on their own. But the main thing was that he'd been able to level up his skills and fight the boss. Today had been a very productive day. Hyun Woo took items from the inventory of the slain players. Now he could make a full-fledged video. To produce high-quality content, he needed to find a good video editor, and then he could start streaming. But Yeonchan didn't want to tell his friend everything. He was preparing a surprise and said that Hyun Woo would find out everything soon. A printed sheet of paper came out of the printer with the title, Project to Make Kang Hyun Woo a Star. Yenshin had been puzzling over the search for a good editor for some time. He had considered several candidates but couldn't find the right one. Some didn't meet his requirements, others were impossible to contact, and still others wanted too high a price for their work. Yenshin knew that his friend's videos were excellent, so the editor had to be very good. Finally, the guy remembered one name. It was Alice Movie. She was a bit pricey, but this wasn't something to skimp on. Alice was a legend among all the arena's video editors. She was the best, using the latest techniques. It was all about color grading. Alice had her own special nickname among everyone involved with the arena. They called her the editing maestro. Alice was working at her computer. She needed to make a video, but the client was too bad at playing the killer. The girl didn't understand how, even with her skills, she could salvage such a crude video. Alice decided to switch clients, and that's when she came across an ad stating that the player, In Chan, was looking for an editor for a full-time position. Alice uploaded the video and was shocked. It was Milligan himself, but in a new guise. He had a good story, and the battle looked really cool. Alice couldn't hold back. She wanted to start editing right away. Alice looked at her new client and said she'd always been a fan of Milligan and would now definitely take him to the top of the arena. Henry suddenly stopped. It felt as if a cold breath of death had swept past him. Tenny couldn't understand what was happening to his master, but the young man replied that an enemy was watching him right now. On the other hand, it wasn't that important, and the guy activated the item he'd gotten from the assassins. It was an apocryphal, rare, random skill. Of course, he could sell it for a good price, but perhaps there was something very useful in it. Henwu began to reason that if he had some land, he could do something with it. He could sell it or even start a farm. Tenny didn't understand what his master wanted. Why sell something if there was no urgent need for money? Henwu still couldn't decide what to do with the book. But in the end, he'd gotten it for free. So the guy decided to open the Apocrypha and see exactly what skills were in it. The book contained the skill one for all and all for one. Thanks to this skill, the enemy's defense was reduced. Hen Wu was satisfied. He thought it was an excellent skill and was glad to have the wonderful advisor Tenny. Meanwhile, the poor little bear cub demanded that his foolish master let him down to the ground. A few days later, a video featuring Hen Wu appeared in the arena. It was titled "Revenge is a dish best served cold." People's reactions were immediate, especially from those players who had themselves fallen victim to killers. Yenshin was very pleased. As expected from Alice, the video turned out great. Plus, judging by the reviews, the viewers liked Hen Wu. Manager Kyle didn't sleep that night either. He was watching an interesting video about revenge against killers. But it turned out that the video wasn't over yet. It contained additional footage. This was followed by Hen Yu's battle against the leader of the Night Elves. The battle was spectacular. A low-level player easily defeated the Dark Elf. The manager was very pleased. He hadn't seen such a promising player in a long time. Kyle immediately decided that he needed to sign a contract with this young man. He went to the channel to contact the player. The northern part of the dark forest was noisy and loud, and the goblins let out loud screams as various parts of their bodies were cut off. They glared at the man with hatred, ready to tear him to pieces. Tenny was applying buffs while his master prepared to slaughter the next batch of goblins. Hen Wu realized that he was now much faster. When the young man played under the name Milligat, he had no information and no good equipment. Now things were much easier for the player, and he would be able to rise to the top faster. A few minutes later, the young man stood near the slain orcs. Now it was easier for him to handle even them, and Tenny felt stronger too. Usually pets have a growth limit. They can't grow indefinitely. But Tenny was a unique little creature. He had already reached level 15. The bear cub was a good support. You could count on his help in battle. And between battles, his little legs would get tired, and his owner had to carry him. When the battle was over, the pet examined the slain enemies and searched them for interesting items. Near one of the orcs, the player spotted a strange and unusual object. It turned out to be a pendant. It was unclear why it was there, but Hen Wu took it for himself. At that moment, he received a message from the game offering him a new quest to find the heir to the wolf pack. It turned out that this pendant belonged to the leader of the wolf pack. He had to take the necklace to his father, but to do so, he needed to earn the boss's approval. Dakan was a very powerful monster that had to be defeated. After that, he could meet with Raccoon, who was a regular NPC. This quest was a level D quest. To complete it, the young man had to level up even further. He didn't want to waste time, so the player immediately set out on a hunt, even though the bear cub longed for a rest. Tenny realized that with this master, he wouldn't even get to dream of rest now. Hen Wu was very unhappy. He had taken down a bunch of orcs, but had only managed to level up once. There was no point in leveling up alone. The young man understood that leveling up was much easier in a team, but he just wanted to find some decent players. Tenny shouted loudly, trying to get his master's attention, who was deep in thought. Somewhere in the distance, a sound like a bomb explosion rang out. The player was applying buffs because he couldn't manage without them. The huge goblin was practically unscathed. The mage kept firing fireballs at it, which did almost no damage. After what seemed like an eternity, the goblin finally lay defeated on the ground, its head completely scorched. The wizard Mason looked exhausted and worn out. Exhausted, Mason sat down on the ground. His mana was gone, and he had no strength left. It was time to leave. The young man had always known that it was difficult for a wizard to hunt alone. Suddenly, some kind of huge monster appeared behind him. Mason tensed and braced himself for the attack. The boy hadn't had time to recover yet, but he still had enough strength to fire a flaming arrow at the monster. At the last moment, Mason realized that it wasn't a monster in front of him, but a man, but it was too late to stop. Hen Wu was holding a frightened bear in his arms. His shoulder was smoldering slightly from the fire arrow that had nearly pierced him. The wizard Mason apologized. He explained that he hadn't expected to encounter a human here, let alone one who could parry his direct attack. Mason was surprised. He looked at the strange player in unusual clothes holding a beast in his arms. Hen Wu thought this guy had some decent skills, and the young man said aloud that he'd noticed Mason didn't have a party, so they could hunt together. Hunting together could be useful for improving skills, but Mason was worried since there had been a lot of killers around lately. Besides, Mason's level was average, but at the same time, hunting with someone on a team was much easier, so the guys agreed to team up. At the same time, fierce battles were raging somewhere in the dark forest. Huge goblins with glowing eyes and powerful fangs were fighting back against the players. But the swordsman was very strong and hot-tempered. He said the goblin was driving him crazy and sliced it in half. These were members of the Black Skull Guild. The swordsman, Sean, said he actually liked it, and that goblins just drove him crazy. Gain asked his companions what they thought of this boss and if they felt safe. Park Jun-woo was absolutely thrilled. He loved everything about it. The guy was a member of the famous Black Skull Guild. Last time his account had been deleted by mistake, and since the young man was very important to his team, he created a new account. To be completely honest, Jun-woo had lost everything because of one scoundrel he'd fought and lost his life to. Jun-woo was determined to find his abuser and make him pay for everything. The guys were walking through the forest and noticed that there were too few orcs today. Perhaps another team was hunting there as well. The players wanted to reach level 25, but if things continued this way, the journey would be too long. It seemed that several teams had indeed been working here at once. The players finally spotted an orc in the distance. Jun-woo rushed after it to kill the orc. He wanted to level up as soon as possible. However, upon reaching the clearing, the swordsman saw only the corpses of slain monsters. They lay scattered about. Mason was very pleased. He told his new friend that fighting as a team was much better. The guys had made great progress. Henwoo gathered all the orcs in one place, while Mason stunned them with his magic. After that, Henwoo killed the remaining ones. Thanks to this tactic, the guys had already earned plenty of experience points, and the pet told the wizard that he allowed him to call him his master. Of course, we shouldn't forget that Mason had shot a magic arrow at them during their first encounter, but overall, he wasn't such a bad or terrible person. Tenny spotted an orc in the distance just appearing, and of course, the players now had a new target. Henwoo said he could handle it on his own, while Mason needed to rest and replenish his mana for now. Hyunwoo immediately rushed into the attack. He wanted to try out some new moves on this orc. Blood flowed from the orc's head. He fell in the middle of the clearing, and at that moment Junwoo ran out of the forest. Although the guys only glanced at each other for a split second, they recognized each other immediately and decided to test their strength against each other once again. Before Junwoo could even draw his sword, he was struck hard in the head by a kick from Hyunwoo. Hengwoo looked at the beaten swordsman and said he'd thought a monster had run out of the forest. After that, the young man apologized for his blow. The guys from the Black Skull Guild picked up their comrade, while Hyunwoo tried to prove to Mason that he had made a mistake and thought it was an orc. Junwoo didn't believe it was a mistake. He thought the player had hit him on purpose. Junwoo recognized him. After all, this was the man who had caused him to lose his account last time. Hyunwoo looked at the beaten-up player in surprise, as if he'd only just realized who he was dealing with. Hyunwoo asked the guy what his name was, because last time he said he hadn't had time to remember it. Mason looked at his friend with a silent question. Hyunwoo explained to him that Junwoo had lost the battle to have his account deleted. Junwoo was furious. He said that his guildmates were with him today, so today would be the end for Hyunwoo. One of the guild members tried to calm everyone down, saying they shouldn't get worked up and act like hysterical children. The swordsman looked very serious and imposing. He said that Woo alone could take all three of them with one hand if they didn't shut up and start behaving modestly. Henwoo realized that these two guys from the Black Skull had at least a combined level of 60 between them. Henwoo was very calm, even despite this. He promised Mason that the argument wouldn't affect him in the slightest. The guys from the guild said they didn't really care about any of this, since they'd come to hunt, not to get into a fight. Junwoo was very surprised that his comrades didn't want to stand up for him, but Sean said he would definitely report this incident to the guild leader. Junwoo accused his comrades of cowardice. They were about to run away even though another player had disgraced their guild's name. He demanded that his friends listen to him and save their apologies for later. Sean listened carefully to the guy, then drew his sword and struck Junwoo with all his might. After that, Sean announced that his friend was right. If there were fewer teams here, the hunt would go better. Henwoo immediately challenged him to a duel, but added that he only played for account bans. Mason was in shock. Tenny asked, just in case, what would happen to him if his owner got deleted? Most likely, the little bear would get deleted too. Henwoo said he was ready to fight everyone at once. The winner takes everything. The loser deletes their account. It would be a duel of the captains. Sean, of course, agreed. The duel of the captains worked like this. A captain from each team would step forward, and they would fight each other. The team without a captain would lose completely. Sean stepped forward to duel on behalf of the Black Skull Guild. Mason was very worried. and Tenny demanded that the master not dare to lose. But Henwu told his friends not to worry and to relax. Soon, the game announced the start of the duel, and the opponents could begin the battle. Sean immediately declared that he would end the duel in the first round, because he had plenty of other things to do anyway. Henwu estimated that due to the difference in levels, the battle would be long, but overall it would take no more than 10 hits. Sean listened to these arrogant words and said that now he understood why Junwoo had been so angry at this player. He rushed into the attack. However, something strange happened. Henwu landed a light blow, and blood spurted from Sean. The guys from the Black Skull Guild couldn't figure out how it happened. No one had seen the blow. Mason was surprised. His comrade had anticipated the attacker's trajectory, managed to dodge, and landed a blow. A series of strikes from Sean followed, but none of them touched Henwu. Sean couldn't understand how this was possible, since his level and gear were far superior. Of course, this infuriated the player. He didn't understand why the level difference didn't give him an advantage. Henwu landed another blow and knocked the helmet off his opponent's head. He said that in the arena, level, gear, and skills don't guarantee victory. Even a low-level player can kill a high-level one with the right skills. Henwu landed only his third strike, but it was fatal. The battle would take some time, but any newbie could kill even a top player. Mason was fascinated by his comrade. He already knew that Henwu was good, but he hadn't expected him to be this good. The guys from the Black Skull Guild were in shock and couldn't move. The first duel ended with Henwu's victory, and he invited his next opponent. Fighting Gain was even easier. She couldn't even withstand a single blow. Now there was only one opponent left, and it was Junwoo again. You could say the guy had some seriously bad luck. Hyunwoo even taunted him, since his opponent had just started leveling up on a new account, and now he'd have to start all over again. Hyunwoo looked at his opponent and couldn't figure out why he had such strange associations with this guy. He reminded him of Jung Han-byuk, the same kind of pompous jerk who was worthless without his connections. That made defeating a player like this even sweeter. Hyunwoo turned to his opponent and told him to get down on his knees and beg for mercy. In that case, he would spare him. Junwoo didn't know what to do. Last time he had lost his account at level 40, and now he was even weaker, so his end was inevitable. The young man felt rage, anger, confusion, and a racing heart. The arena game decided to help the desperate player and granted him strength, thanks to which Junwoo entered the Berserker stage. Mason and Tenny were restoring their master's health when they noticed that the opponent had gone berserk. Junwoo, like a wild animal, lunged at the enemy, but Henwu realized from their very first encounter just how easy it would be to defeat him. Henwu realized that the time had come to defeat his opponent once again. He used the power of the Archons, and the player's power level increased for a certain period of time. Henwu thrust out his powerful fist, toward which Junwoo was rushing at tremendous speed. The blow was a single strike, but strong and powerful. Moreover, it was precise and effective. The opponent was defeated, and the game announced that the duel had ended in victory. Henwu received a reward, the inventories of all 3 duel participants. Henwu was very pleased. This turned out to be much more rewarding than hunting monsters. Mason was absolutely thrilled, because right before his eyes, Henwu had just defeated an opponent who was higher level than him. Mason said that from now on he was a true fan of Henwu. Of course, it was nice to hear, but he still didn't know that his friend had once been number 1. But Mason was so captivated that it could lead to problems and complications down the road. The guys continued hunting, and at the end, Mason thanked Henwu, asking if he'd like to team up again next time. Hyunwoo replied that he'd be happy to do it again sometime. Thanks to teaming up with Mason, they had reached level 31. It's not often you come across players who are so down-to-earth and genuine, yet also skilled, honest, and open. Henwu was very pleased since they had leveled up well. Tenny really hoped his master would take a break, since the little bear was very tired. But a new quest was already looming in Henwu's mind. That wasn't quite how the sweet little bear Tenny imagined life. But who was he to argue with his master? Now the pair set off to deliver the pendant to the leader of the wolf pack. First, they had to earn the recognition of the boss, the Khan. Monsters usually appear on the map randomly and respawn every half day. Henwu was already tired of walking through the forest. His bare legs couldn't keep up, and he still hadn't come across an enemy. Tenny said he needed to contact the World Animal Protection Organization just to get a moment's rest. Henwu admitted that he was feeling tired too. In a tree hollow, he noticed a door. Perhaps there was a place to rest there. Henwu had never known there was a restroom in the arena, but if his pet claimed there was one, he had to check. The player hadn't even stepped into the room when a prompt appeared. Does the player intend to start a duel with the boss Dakan? It turned out to be a code in the dungeon. Henwu was very pleased and jumped for joy, twirling his lucky pet. Tenny just wanted to rest, but now he'd been shaken up and a difficult battle still lay ahead. Tenny began to recover, and the player realized that the boss must be very powerful since a separate dungeon had to be created just for him. But in any case, they had to go in. Henwu opened the door, and his gaze immediately fell on the enemy's navel. Henwu was a polite guy. He greeted the dungeon's owner and assessed that the boss's energy was very dangerous. The boss, Dakan, looked at the player and asked what he was doing there. Henwu sensed the enemy's power, so he decided not to lie. At his level, he wouldn't be able to defeat Dakan. The guy showed the pendant and said he needed to deliver it to the wolf pack. Dakan recognized the pendant and was surprised that Cocoon had somehow lost it in the forest again. Dakan took the pendant, thanked the player, and said he could leave now. But the young man apparently had no intention of handing the pendant over to the boss. He pulled his hand away, much to the dungeon master's surprise. Dakan thought the player was deaf, but the young man explained that according to the quest terms, he had to deliver the pendant in person. Dakan agreed that the player was very attentive. Remembering all the rules was commendable, but to meet the leader, he had to pass a test. To earn recognition, the player had to fight Dakan. This was an additional quest. As a reward, the player would receive Dakan's pendant. The boss placed his massive hand on the player's head and said he was ready to begin the duel. After that, the boss lifted the young man by the head with one hand and hurled him into the far corner of the dungeon. Henwa managed to brace himself mid-air and land on his feet, but it was no easy feat. Besides, he couldn't linger. Dakan was already bringing his mighty sword down right where the boy had been sitting. To his opponent's surprise, Henwu managed to dodge and prepared to attack. The attack wasn't very successful, but the boss felt a distinct sense of unease and didn't understand who he was actually dealing with. It took a lot of effort for Henwu to dodge the attacks. He was spending a lot of mana on speed since his level was too low. Dakan ended the battle, saying that this wasn't enough to face the wolf leader. Is that really all this player has to offer? He thought. Henwu replied that this was far from everything and that it wasn't over yet. Henwu turned to his pet, demanding buffs. Tenny, meanwhile, was sitting with his legs up, drinking tea since he was resting. Doesn't the master see this? The bear cub thought. Henwu couldn't take it anymore and shouted that he was the beast master who had to do as he was told. Henwu and Tenny nearly came to blows, but suddenly Dakan turned to the bear cub. Is this really the heir to the Great Islands himself? It seemed they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Dakan asked about the heir to the Great Islands. Who is he? It turned out that Tenny now had such a master. Henwu must defeat this monster. Tenny was so engrossed in his leisure time that he didn't even notice his master fighting the boss. Dakan said enough with the chatter. The player hadn't passed the test yet. Dakan allowed the bear to fight alongside the master, but Tenny believed he couldn't help at all. He could only cast spells behind the player's back. Henwu had no choice, so he told the bear to at least do that. Dakan immediately warned that there would be no more leniency just because the player was his friend's master. Henwu thought he wouldn't be able to win even with buffs, but in any case, he had to try to finish the quest. The boy decided to fight to the end. It seemed like it all happened too fast. The young man was lying on his back, unable to move his limbs. Dakan looked at the player and asked how he was doing. Henwu honestly admitted that he was giving up. The guy was lying there, unable to move. Everything around him was destroyed. Henwu confessed to his bear that he didn't want to die. Tenny reassured his master, saying that the opponent was too strong. Dakan looked at the player and added that the quest didn't say you had to defeat the boss. You just had to get his confession. Boss Dakan was very pleased with his opponent. He placed a pendant around his neck. It was a reward, and also granted him the acknowledgement needed to continue the quest. Henwu was very pleased. The player was tired and exhausted, but the result was worth it. Henwu set off further in search of Rakun when suddenly he heard a loud thud, and stones and rocks shattered into small pieces. A wall in the dungeon had been breached, and a huge monster appeared before the players. It was Rakun, heir and leader of the wolf pack. Looking at him, everything became clear at once. Dakan was merely a test. In other words, Dakan was an omen, while Rakun was the true walking apocalypse. Dakan turned to the unexpected guest and said that this player had come to deliver Cocoon's pendant. Raccoon leaned toward the young man and took his hand. It turned out he had Raccoon's pendant. The young man handed the pendant to the leader of the wolf pack. With that, his mission was complete, and he could receive his reward for passing the test. But suddenly Raccoon began to scream loudly and smash everything around him. With a single roar from the monster, all of the players' stats were halved. Dakan tried to calm his friend down, but the latter demanded that he stay out of his business. Raccoon said he understood how hard it had been for Raccoon when he ran away with the pendant. There was a long story behind that quest. Cocoon was the heir to the wolf pack and Raccoon's son. He didn't want to become a warrior and had run away from his father several times. As punishment for his escapes, Cocoon was forced to wear a tracking device. But thanks to someone's magical help, he managed to remove it and escape for good. Apparently, this help came from a player, or rather, not the player himself. His pet named Tenny helped. He said he didn't know it would be so difficult. Even Dakan was surprised by the bear cub's abilities, even though they had known each other for many years. Henwu was also glad that his assistant turned out to be a powerful wizard. It really is a unique beast. Raccoon calmed down a bit and realized that no one was to blame for what had happened. He apologized for his rude behavior and accepted the pendant. After that, the game marked the quest as completed, the player's level increased, his stats were restored, and the young man gained a unique magic skill. As he was leaving, Raccoon turned to the player and asked him to tell his son, if he ever met him, that the dark forest was his home, where he was always loved and awaited. Hen Wu was very pleased. He liked the bark creatures in the forest, decided to befriend them, and said he would definitely complete the quest. Raccoon also told the bear as he was leaving not to be upset. There were no hard feelings or misunderstandings between them. In fact, there was no spell on the pendant, so Tenny wasn't to blame. But now the bear cub was upset because his super magic hadn't worked. Yenshin came to wake his friend up in the morning and found him in the wrong place. The young man had fallen asleep fully clothed on the living room couch. He immediately asked, "Do I really have to complete another quest?" Yenshin thought the guy was already rambling and that they just needed to discuss the practical details. By this time, Yenchang already had two pieces of good news. First, their video had become even more popular in the arena community. The number of views was skyrocketing. Henwu was very pleased and believed it was all thanks to his friend. But there was another, even more interesting piece of news. The guys had received a message from a manager at Nazar. Nazar is a huge company specializing in sports fashion. It was one of Arena's biggest sponsors. Most likely, the company wanted to collaborate with Henwu. This was a world-class level. Henwu was speechless, realizing that a company of this caliber wanted to work with him. After all, it hadn't even been a week since his return to the arena. Now he had a good job offer, which meant he'd have the money to resolve his financial problems. Besides, he would be able to prove to all his detractors who the real player and professional actually was. Henwu was very excited. His hands were even shaking. Yenshin realized he would have to handle everything himself and said they would respond to the offer and call the number provided. Nazar's company management was located in one of the city's most expensive office buildings. The manager reported to the boss that one player had agreed to sign a contract with them. It was a young man named Kang Henwu, known for the video Revenge on the Killers. The company's director, Jamie, asked the manager what he, Kyle, personally thought about all this. Kyle smiled and asked his boss if it reminded him of something. Jamie looked closely at the photo and indeed remembered Miligato, who had completely left the game 2 years ago. The company director was very pleased. If they managed to catch such a big fish, it was a huge success. But 2 years ago, Arena wasn't as popular a game as it is now, having gone global and become a source of revenue. The company director speculated that it was precisely the opportunity to make big money that had brought Milligat back into the game. It's unclear how the legendary ranker's return will affect the current situation. But for now, the guys were absolutely thrilled and were celebrating the signing of the contract. The Aslan auction house looked very nice. There were always a lot of players there. Henwu was reviewing his inventory and selecting the items he would keep for himself, as well as those he was ready to sell. Thanks to his victory over the assassins from the Black Skull Guild, the player had accumulated 5,100 gold coins and an extra pair of shoes. In addition, there was a quest reward, Dakan's pendant. This pendant held the spirit of victory within it. Upon entering combat with an enemy, the player's stats would temporarily increase, and their resilience would also rise when fighting strong opponents. Henwu decided that such a pendant would definitely come in handy. If he did the math correctly, all of the player's items corresponded to level 60, which clearly didn't match his actual level. Henwu decided he needed to acquire a rare weapon and opened the auction to browse the listings. Attack power was his top priority right now. The player had no plans to improve his defensive abilities just yet. The young man studied the prices and realized that his budget wouldn't allow for much splurging. But finally he spotted a unique item crafted by blacksmiths. It was a prototype of malice. It hadn't been enchanted, but was a rare treasure in its own right. The price set for this sword was simply laughable. It was likely being sold by someone who was quitting the game. Therefore, he had to snap up this sword immediately. At that very moment, in another part of the auction house, a Black Skull Guild master was furious. He was literally shaking with rage. The item he had put up for sale had sold in literally a matter of seconds. Of course, that could have been a good thing, but unfortunately, Sherp had misplaced a few zeros, and now his sword had been sold for 1/10 of its actual value. Sherp demanded that his assistant immediately find this freeloader who had bought his sword and bring him here. Henwu confirmed the purchase and was very pleased. He silently thanked the seller for such a wonderful item. It seemed the confrontation between the Black Skull Guild and Henwu was only just beginning. Henwu knew that in a few days he would be signing a contract with the Nazar Company. Until then, he wanted to become even stronger, and solo quests were the best way to do that. The young man took out the coin. He had received a quest from the NPC Khan and now wanted to meet LeBron, the owner of this coin. Thanks to the quest with the wolf pack, the young man had become much stronger and received an excellent reward. He was curious to find out exactly what skill he would receive from the Empire's strongest knight. Henwu knew that the knight lived in the province, and he needed to find out how much it would cost to teleport to that area. The province of Yusma was a very quiet and peaceful area not far from the mountains. Henwu looked around in surprise when he reached the residence of the strongest knight. Of course, everyone knew that the estates of the Empire's most powerful people looked different from the ordinary apartments of run-of-the-mill players. Even as a Milligant, the young man had never seen anything like this. He approached the two guards, but they immediately declared that ordinary people had no business here. Henwu showed the guards a coin and said he was on Khan's errand and needed to meet with LeBron. The guards let the player through, saying that LeBron was currently in the training hall and could be found there. All the players who had been hanging around the estate gates were surprised to see the gate to LeBron's estate open for this unfamiliar newcomer. The young people tried to squeeze in with the group. Henwu's best friends also wanted to go inside the estate. Henwu walked quietly until the guards turned him back. He realized that things here were far from simple. Besides, the young man had never seen a video of LeBron, so he decided to be the first to record one and turned on the camera. The young man walked through the huge arched galleries. The guards had told him that LeBron was in the training hall. Soon he saw a man sitting in the lotus position and meditating. His face was crisscrossed with healed scars. The man turned to the player and asked if the young man was carrying out Khan's errand. LeBron added that no one had come to see him in a long time. But if Khan himself had recognized the player, then he must be truly good. Henwu thought he had received a mundane task from Khan, but it seemed everything turned out quite differently than he had imagined. Han hadn't warned him that he was about to face the Empire's strongest knight. That was unfair. LeBron believed the young man wanted to test his strength. Henwu tried to explain that he had simply come to complete a quest, but a sword fight would reveal more about a person than any words ever could. LeBron didn't want to talk anymore. He picked up a wooden sword and suggested they begin. It turned out that LeBron had promised to teach a skill to anyone who came to him. Henwu asked if he could learn 2 skills at once from such a famous warrior. LeBron was kind and generous. He said he would teach him 3 as long as he liked the guy. Henwu immediately became interested and declared that he wanted to learn 3 skills, but LeBron didn't like his stance at all. It was the first time he had ever seen a player adopt such a strange stance before the start of a fight. Henwu stopped fidgeting, and LeBron decided that the guy was finally ready, and all his strange movements had disappeared. Henwu launched an attack, but it was immediately blocked. LeBron didn't even budge. LeBron analyzed the young man. The guy's attacks were full of power. He turned out to be a worthy opponent, though it was unclear how someone of such a low level had managed to train. The fight continued, and LeBron noted that the young man was using his legs to attack. Not every knight would be able to defeat him, but overall, LeBron was handling the match with absolute confidence. This newcomer wasn't all that different from everyone who had come to him before. LeBron knew that not many players had come to him over the years. None of the players had ever scored more than 50 points against him. This one wouldn't either. Han-woo sat on the ground trying to catch his breath. Most likely this newcomer would be just like the rest. Heng-woo realized he wouldn't be able to defeat LeBron anyway, so he decided to show everything he was capable of. The young man jumped to his feet, took a running start, and attacked his opponent with his weapon. LeBron put up a block. He hadn't expected the player to use a strike from such a short distance. LeBron noticed that the player had crept up behind him and prepared to fend off the attack. Han-woo tried to strike, but he didn't succeed. LeBron was very pleased. Despite the difference in their levels, the young man had still dared to attack him. Moreover, the attack was made in mid-air, and the boy managed to keep his balance. LeBron said all this while holding his opponent's sword with 2 fingers. He declared that the young man had real talent and awarded him 80 points for it. Han-woo couldn't believe his ears regarding the number of points. Did LeBron really mean all that? The young man had already calculated how many skills LeBron would teach him, but at that moment, the Empire's strongest knight surprised him greatly. LeBron said it was now his turn to attack. The player demanded that the young man get into position. For him, there was no greater joy than training with skilled fighters. Only a short time passed before painful bumps appeared on the young man's head. LeBron praised the boy, saying he recognized his skills. Of course, that was very nice to hear, but LeBron kept hitting Han-woo in the same spot, and he still couldn't land a counterpunch. LeBron picked up the coin that Han-woo had given him and said that now all the coins he had once handed out to the players had returned to him. In addition, LeBron acknowledged that Han-woo was the best of all the players, and even better than all of them combined. As a result, the young man received a new title, LeBron's best student. Thanks to the new title, all of the players' stats increased, and LeBron said he would fulfill his promise but would grant only one skill because the rules must not be broken. He opened his magic book, and the unique skill Unbreakable Player appeared in the book. Thanks to this skill, all of the players' stats increased, and now it will be harder for any opponent to defeat him. LeBron said he had kept his promise, and that the player could leave now, but Han-woo wasn't about to give up so easily. Of course, LeBron thought it was a shame to end the quest and decided to listen to what the young man wanted from him. Han-woo smiled sweetly and asked if there was anything he could do to help LeBron. The Empire's strongest knight admitted that he really did need people because there was a problem. The fact was that too many undead had appeared in Northern Briggs. His Majesty believed that dark sorcerers were behind it. LeBron asked the young man to conduct an investigation on his behalf, to find out the reasons for the undead outbreak and eliminate the dark sorcerer. Han-woo checked the profile, and it turned out that this quest was MC level, which meant it was part of the main storyline. Story quests affected the arena itself and revealed its history. Rumor had it that the dark sorcerers were practicing necromancy and psychic magic, and he needed to find out all of this firsthand. LeBron warned the guy to be careful and not get caught. Han-woo thanked the knight and promised to return successfully from the mission. Han-woo was very pleased. He had completed 1 episode and now immediately jumped to the 4th, becoming a leading player in the story-driven game in just 33 levels. He needed to get ready quickly, to make sure everything was done well and thoroughly before heading out. Loud shouts rang out in Eastland's auction house, and all the players were drawn to the commotion. Sherp was yelling at his assistant for not having found a buyer yet. After all, the assistant just needed to find the person who had stolen his item, but she wasn't even capable of that. Why isn't she answering? Doesn't she have a mouth? The girl apologized to Captain Sherp and said she would definitely find a buyer tomorrow. Han-woo also heard the shouts and thought the bidder was behaving rudely at the auction house. The young man listened to the commotion and heard Sherpa's demands, to bring the idiot who bought his sword to his knees the next day. Han-woo realized he was the one being talked about. From his mask, it was clear that this troublemaker belonged to the Black Skull. Han-woo didn't understand what the problem was, since he had bought the sword fairly. But now it was clear that he was in for a long-term feud with the Black Skull Guild. Han-woo logged out, deciding he needed to take care of all his loose ends before continuing with the main storyline of the arena. Han-woo thought it might be better to take out his enemies one by one. But then he thought it over and realized that all of this would drag on for a long time. And for him, time is money. Maybe he should just kill the guild's top brass, and the rest would fall away on their own. Just then, Yen Chang peeked into the room. He saw that his friend had logged out, which meant they could have dinner together. During dinner, Hen Yu told his friend about the problems with the Black Skull Guild and asked for advice on how to proceed in this situation. Yenshin thought it was simple. He suggested provoking the Black Skull Guild. They needed to create a thread on the forum and basically challenge the entire guild to a battle. The entire gaming community wouldn't let such a post go unnoticed, so the players would definitely react. Then they could wipe out the entire guild at once. Plus, videos like that would definitely go viral, and the guys would kill two birds with one stone. Hen Wu thought his friend was a true marketing genius. Yen Chang insisted he was completely ordinary, but there was still a problem. Hen Wu actually had to be able to defeat all the members of the Black Skull Guild, but that wasn't a problem for him. The next day, a video appeared on the arena forum, challenging the Black Skull Guild to a battle. The assistant rushed anxiously into the Black Skull Guild leader's office. The girl was screaming that something terrible had happened. It turned out that someone had posted a video on the forum challenging the entire guild to a fight. In the video, a max-level noob addressed all the players and said he was recording this video because he had recently received a letter. The letter expressed gratitude for the victory over the idiots from the Black Skull Guild. And now the noob is challenging all guild members to a fight because there's no place left in the Dark Forest where they haven't stuck their noses. It is known that the Black Skull Guild previously had 15 members, but after the victory over the two, their numbers dwindled. The noob showed everyone the sword he'd bought on the cheap and challenged all members of the Black Skull Guild to a duel. The man immediately recognized the sword in the noob's hands. He jumped up, ready to smash the computer. Does this wretched player want to delete the duel? On top of that, he stole the sword. What a scoundrel, he exclaimed. The secretary asked her boss if he had seen the video. The girl thought it wasn't worth responding to him, since the stranger would only profit from them if the whole guild got involved. Sherp was furious. He didn't understand what not responding meant and ordered all guild members to be gathered immediately. The girl knew it wasn't worth falling for the provocation. She hoped her boss would come to his senses. However, Sherp had lost control of himself. He was furious and demanded that all members be gathered to catch this insolent man. After a while, all members of the Black Skull Guild gathered in the meeting hall. The secretary reported that she had managed to find out. Their opponent was a level 30, but despite that, he had already managed to kill 3 of their members, which meant he wasn't exactly a pushover. On top of that, the girl believed they shouldn't participate in the elimination duel. There was no benefit for them in this battle. Sherp couldn't believe her words. The girl was suggesting they simply ignore this challenge. It must be some kind of mockery. He couldn't turn a blind eye to his sword, nor to the entire guild, because now the guild would appear a coward in front of the entire community. Sherp wanted to gather all the players, accept the challenge, show up as a whole crowd, and simply kill the enemy. But at that moment, another person appeared in the meeting room. He immediately said that the guild's players were talking complete nonsense. It was General Kang Chung-gu himself. He declared that it was simply unheard of for their guild to be afraid of some level 30 player. Sherpa didn't understand why the general had come to this meeting, and the general motioned for one of those present to come closer to him. The fat man approached the general, but the next moment he was beaten by Kang Chung-gu. The guild general was outraged that his subordinates had captured the dungeon without reporting it, and had also failed to mention that 3 people had been killed. It was unclear how much longer he would have to turn a blind eye to the guild's mistakes. Kang Chung-gu demanded that Sherpa immediately record a video in which he agreed to a duel, and after that, do everything possible to restore a shred of trust, because the strong will kill the weak anyway. The general really hoped that this time, the Black Skull Guild would survive. Company manager Nazar sat at the table, waiting to meet with the player. Soon, Kang Hyunwoo appeared in the doorway and greeted the manager Kyle. The men exchanged a few compliments and both agreed that they looked completely different in real life than they did on the computer. Hyunwoo explained that he had studied English before, so he had no trouble communicating with representatives of international companies. After that, the men sat down at the table to discuss the details of the future contract. Hyunwoo read the details carefully. He was supposed to review the contract and ask questions if any arose along the way. Hengwoo reviewed all the clauses, and he liked everything so far. This was roughly how he and Yenchang had envisioned the contract, but Kyle asked him to review the latest additional terms. The player would receive all sorts of additional bonuses for attracting new subscribers, and they would also be offered a choice of apocrypha containing rare skills, items, or unique ingredients. Hen Wu figured he'd be able to craft a whole bunch of different items using those ingredients. Kyle double-checked to make sure the player was okay with all of this, but the young man couldn't believe his eyes. Kyle smiled contentedly and said that these were excellent terms for Mr. G, but for a Milligat player, this might not be enough. Henwoo thought about how no one had called him that in a long time, and he couldn't figure out how Nazar's company had found out about it. Kyle said that the player's logo must be on all of his items and equipment. In addition, the player must consult with their fashion stylist at least once a week. The manager also wanted to know if the player had a promotion plan. Henwoo replied that he would start streaming next week and hoped the manager would watch his videos. Hanwoo was confident that Nazar would not regret working with him. Kyle replied that he would look forward to the streams and believed in Milligat's talent and potential. After reviewing the contract, Henwoo immediately headed home. He couldn't wait to tell his friend all about it. Yunchan immediately reported that the Black Skull Guild had posted a response video. In this video, the guild challenges Henwoo to a duel at the Yuzma Coliseum in 2 days at 8 p.m. Everything happened exactly as the guys had imagined. So Henwoo was completely calm and said he'd rather play a game right now instead of getting nervous. The huge lizards were level 60-ish reptilians. Henwoo fought these monsters, knowing that there was now a difference of about 30 levels between him and his opponents. Henwoo looked at these reptiloids who were very strong and bloodthirsty and couldn't understand why it was so easy for him to fight them. The young man thought about the skills he had acquired from his former acquaintances and realized that he had actually been getting ahead of himself since he was competing against monsters programmed by the game. Henwoo knew that the leader of the Black Skull Guild, named Shern, was currently at level 85, while all the other guild members were around level 70. Henwoo assessed his strength, thinking about the upcoming battle with the guild. He believed he wouldn't lose, but still, if he wanted to win that way, he needed to become even stronger. After that, the player hunted for 30 hours. Of course, he took breaks now and then, but he still spent a great deal of time training. Henwoo held the sword in his hands, which now felt very comfortable to him. The young man was tired, but he had still achieved his goal. He had just finished the boss battle and defeated all the reptilians. Now he could go to sleep, but first he needed to check his stats. Thanks to his diligent training, the player had reached level 40. The day of his battle with the Black Skull Guild had finally arrived. The Yuzma Coliseum had been filling with spectators since early morning. And that's no surprise because today an unprecedented battle was set to take place there. A max-level noob had challenged the Black Skull Guild. They discussed the upcoming battles. They were amazed that so many spectators had come and speculated about who would win this duel. At first glance, of course, the Skull Guild had the advantage in both numbers and level. But don't forget that in a duel, they can't all attack one opponent at once. So this is a one-on-one duel for each player. And if the battle is one-on-one, who is most likely to emerge victorious in this duel? A max-level noob. The noob greeted the guild members and said he was afraid someone might get scared and not show up. So he hoped all 13 of them were present. Guild leader Sherp replied that he was ready to thank the noob, since he now had a chance to kill the player who had stolen his sword. The max-level noob was surprised that the sword he now possessed had once belonged to Sherp. He thanked Sherp for such a wonderful gift. It soon became clear that everyone present was ready, so the duel could begin. Henwoo addressed the audience. He welcomed everyone who had come to the Coliseum and thanked them for attending the match. In turn, the max-level noob promised the audience that the event would be exciting and that they certainly wouldn't have time to get bored. Shan, like millions of other viewers, watched the duel via livestream. The noob explained that, according to the match rules, defeat would result in account deletion and that it would be a team battle. The members of the Black Skull Guild were very surprised when they heard that the noob was going to fight the entire guild at once. However, the young man confirmed once again that it would be 13 against 1, and now the match could begin. It was no wonder that Yenchang nearly choked on his coffee, because the essence of a team battle was that one player faced the entire team. It had originally been assumed that the one-on-one battle would be against each player individually, but now the noob wanted all team members to face him at the same time. Sherp immediately suspected that the opponent had some trick up his sleeve or was trying to achieve something unexpected. The noob confirmed to Sherp once again that he wanted them all to participate in the battle together because he didn't find it fun at all to kill guild members one by one. Sherp was very wary. He demanded that the noob watch his words since the player couldn't guess why the opponent had come up with a team battle. He decided not to sweat it. His guild was going to win anyway. Yenshin was terribly worried. He didn't like the situation at all. Under no circumstances could Henwu lose and lose his account. Meanwhile, in the Colosseum, the opponents lined up against each other, and the battle began. Park Cheol-gu turned to his captain, carefully examining the noob. The man said that this player had very good items. Park wanted to kill this guy himself and asked for permission to take his inventory. Sherp replied that he didn't care about any gear at all, except, of course, for his sword, which that scoundrel had stolen from him. Park Cheol-gu went up to his opponent, saying that a max-level noob had made a big mistake. Of course, there's no denying that the noob has good gear and skills, but does he really think he can win with just those? Park was certain that what mattered most in the game was brains and level. After all the players from the Black Skull Guild were at level 70 and 80. Did he really think he could defeat 13 such players? Henwu pressed his opponent on the subject of winning brains and asked why. Then Park had come out to face him alone. As he spoke, the max-level noob swung his sword and sliced his opponent in half. And so, before the eyes of the stunned members of the Black Skull Guild, Park died, even though he was the second-ranked player in the guild. It was impossible, but it was a fact. They began accusing the noob of killing his opponent in the middle of a conversation. However, the noob replied that the battle had already begun, so there could be no questions about it. It immediately became clear that this opponent wasn't as simple and naive as he seemed. Sogen and Sovan decided they would have to take on this guy together. They had always been together, like Bibo and Boba. The guys organized and created the best combos in their guild, and now both spearmen attacked the noob. The noob stood there watching, realizing, if he dodged the spear, the sword would hit him. If he dodged the sword, the spear would catch up to him. The sword and spear, of course, sounded very funny. The max-level noob grabbed his opponent's spears and pointed them in different directions. After that, the young man pressed his sword to his opponent's throats, saying that they should have attacked from behind, because otherwise everything was too predictable. Henyu killed one of the spearmen and asked what the other one could possibly do with his spear against his sword now. In the next instant, another player was killed, and the max-level noob thanked Sherpa for the wonderful sword. Only a couple of minutes had passed, but already 3 members of that guild were dead. There was no point in standing around watching. They had to keep fighting. The spectators in the stands couldn't believe their eyes because just a moment ago, the noob had defeated 3 guild members in just a few minutes. At that moment, Henwu thought it was time to put his acting skills to use, since the match was still being recorded. So he turned to his opponents and asked if they remembered killing other players. Most likely, the members of the Black Skull Guild had been successful because they'd only come across noobs, so now they couldn't avoid defeat. They'd have to say goodbye to their accounts anyway. Upon hearing these words, the spectators in the stands, in a united outburst, began demanding that the guild's players surrender. It became clear that the entire Colosseum was on Henwu's side. The young man knew that in team battles it was crucial to make a strong impression. Once the first opponent was defeated, the rest of the guild members would start worrying about their own defeat. They had thought the battle would be easy, but now they were panicking and couldn't decide which strategy to choose. Henwu had no intention of giving his opponents a chance to do anything clever. He appeared behind them with a sword in his hands and launched an attack. Completely caught off guard by such brazen aggression, the Black Skull Guild members didn't even have time to draw their weapons. The enemies were in a panic, so they had to be finished off one by one. Now they had become mere props in the video. A few swings of the sword, and another tank was destroyed on the spot. Soon, panic paralyzed the remaining 3 members of the entire Black Skull Guild. The Sherpa tried to cheer himself up by saying that it wasn't over yet. If they won, the other guild members wouldn't have to delete their accounts. All they had to do was win, and at that very decisive moment, he threw his sword to the ground and announced that he was surrendering. The player believed that they would only disgrace themselves further by trying to stand up to this lone player. The girl also announced that she would surrender. She explained to the guild leader that lately they had focused on leveling up and farming items, and now she wasn't interested in playing the arena the way she used to. Sherp was left alone. He heard his assistant say that their guild used to be more fun when the players were just playing the game. Sherp was left alone. He couldn't understand how things had turned out this way and tried to figure out where he had gone wrong. Once upon a time, he and his friends had created a guild to hunt monsters and spend active, fun times together. But at some point, they stopped enjoying the game and focused all their efforts solely on leveling up. Since then, Black Skull had come to be associated with evil. The spectators were absolutely thrilled. They demanded that the noob reach the maximum level so he could kill Sherpa and wipe out the entire Black Skull Guild. Henwu was even a little shocked that his opponents had given up. The duel turned out to be too easy, and spectators watching from the sidelines might have thought the whole thing was staged. Well, Sherpa stepped forward and prepared for the final duel. The player thought that everything that had happened to him was now his own fault. It would all end here. Sherpa advised the noob not to celebrate too soon. Even getting his account banned wasn't the end of it. Sherp would definitely start from scratch, and next time, people wouldn't think so badly of the Black Skull Guild. Henwu really liked those words. He had thought the entire guild had lost hope, but now its leader had pleasantly surprised him. And so the final duel began. The max-level noob fought against the guild leader, and everyone present in the Colosseum went wild. The match ended with the max-level noob's victory, and his name became the embodiment of the word justice. But at that very moment, an unusual man took an interest in the player Henwu. The general of the New World Guild, Kang Chungu, though he hadn't expected the Black Skull Guild to win, was nonetheless impressed by this duel. And of course, this player, this noob, would have to answer for today's disgrace. The next meeting with representatives from Nazar took place at a cafe. Manager Kyle was absolutely thrilled by the duel, saying that the player was simply incredible. After all, it's unthinkable that one person could defeat 13 opponents. That's on par with a Milligan. The forum was abuzz with discussions about the noob's identity. Now his name was on everyone's lips, and everyone wanted to watch his next matches. Kyle was very pleased with his new client, who had a goal. The young man achieved it to his own advantage and, of course, to the company's. He was very curious to see what else Henwu would come up with in the future, since he had high hopes for this player. Yunchan looked at his friend and couldn't understand the look on his face, since Henwu had signed a lucrative contract with Nazar and defeated the guild. Why the sour expression? At that moment, an interview with the player Jung Han-beok, nicknamed the Golden Eagle, was airing on TV. It turned out that Jung Han-beok had only recently made his debut as a professional player. Hyunwoo had been so distracted by his own affairs that he had almost forgotten about revenge, but now he would keep it in mind again. Hyunwoo realized that he too needed to become a professional gamer, and then he'll be able to kill that insolent man right in the arena and take revenge for everything the Jeon family did to his family. Hyunwoo was highly motivated. He said he wouldn't even take any more time off and would start training immediately. Yunchan, of course, understood his friend's feelings, but he wished Hyunwoo would pay more attention to rest and recovery. The next place where Hyunwoo could be found was the South Gate of Briggs. The guild business was over, and now it was time to return to the main storyline. There are 4 known main storyline quests, but very little information is available about them. If the player fights the Black Mage, they'll have to defeat the undead as well. That's why you need to team up with a support character. But unfortunately, Henwu didn't have any such acquaintances, so he decided to go alone. The Dark Cave was a popular hunting spot because killing skeletons is easy, and they grant a lot of experience. Few players venture into the graveyard due to the difficulty of fighting the poisonous ghouls. That was exactly where Henwu decided to go. He could only count on himself and his pet, but in the end he had to start somewhere. Besides, going to the cemetery was the right idea, because Henwu didn't want the other players to find out that he had started the main storyline. Suddenly, a player called out to him. He suggested they not run away, but go on the quest together. The player introduced himself and said his name was Kim Sok-jun. He had Chinese and Korean roots, and he immediately noticed Henwu's gear. The player had been following the young man from the very gates of Briggs and didn't understand why the guy was ignoring him. Henwu replied that he simply wanted to hunt in the cemetery alone and didn't see the point in wasting time on small talk. Suddenly, the stranger grabbed Henwu by the collar of his sweatshirt, saying that he also wanted to catch ghouls. Henwu confirmed that there weren't many people in the cemetery, so the hunt would be easy. But in reality, Hyunwoo was very tense. He had 200 power points, and this guy had been able to grab and stop him very easily. I wonder how much power Sok-jun had. On top of that, he knew that Hyunwoo was going to fight a dark mage. Sok-jun immediately warned him that he wouldn't reveal where he'd heard this. It was his big secret. Hyunwoo guessed that the player might also be on the main story quest. Sok-jun gave the player a friendly hug, saying that he too had business with the mage. He knew where the dark mage was hiding, and now they could go there together. Sok-jun admitted that he had figured out long ago that the guy was a max-level noob. That's why he decided to help him for free, since Sok-jun himself had already advanced to the 2nd class. It wasn't as if it was a bad deal for Henwu. Getting help from anyone was better than nothing, so the guy decided not to turn it down. Hengwoo felt the rest of his new acquaintance's muscles and decided he should seize this opportunity and accept the help. Seokjun smiled, the sweetest smile he was capable of, and the boys set off. Soon they were standing by the grave, and Seokjun said that this was the Dark Mage's hideout. The hideout looked very strange. It seemed like a simple grave. But Seokjun asked them to be patient. Soon everything would become clear. The player put on the Liru monk's glove. He had received it as a reward for his confession. Hengwoo knew it was a unique item, but he had never seen it before. The most famous and powerful class of monks were the Liru monks, who worshipped the Temple of the Sun. Putting on the glove from these monks, Seokjun smashed the tomb to pieces. Hengwoo stood to the side, dodging stones, and thought about what he had heard regarding second-class people. There were actually very few of them, since attaining that class required personal recognition from the head monk. Instead of a tombstone, the players found themselves facing steps leading into a dungeon, and it immediately became clear that Seokjun was a very strange person, not just a player. They encountered various undead in the dungeon, but the skeletons and the dead posed no threat. Hengwoo walked quietly behind, thinking about how powerful Seokjun's attacks were. The only strange thing was that Hengwoo had never heard of this player before. Why wasn't a man with such skills already famous? The young man's thoughts were interrupted by another undead, whom he immediately killed with his sword, realizing he needed to be less distracted and more careful. Hyunwoo easily dealt with several undead. It seemed as though he wasn't exerting any effort at all. The head of the New World Guild had instructed Seokjun to check out this player who had managed to wipe out the Black Skull Guild. But now it was safe to say that this guy was truly good. The New World Guild master was so deep in thought that several corpses had even clung to his powerful body. But Seokjun easily shook them off and tore them to shreds on the spot. The player looked at the max-level noob, wondering what to do with this talented guy. The Dark Mage didn't look very dark anymore. He was pale and bleeding. Of course, the undead tried to threaten the vile little people who had appeared in his dungeon. But the Dark Mage didn't have time to do anything, because his end had come. Hengwoo was surprised that the Dark Mage had been defeated so easily. He thanked Seokjun for his help and support in battle. Defeating a single Dark Mage didn't end the quest. They still had to investigate the case of the undead spread. Hengwoo felt that he could now handle the remaining tasks on his own, so he wondered how he could get rid of his companion. As paradoxical as it seemed, neither player knew what to do with the other now. Hengwoo realized that his companion might be a top-tier ranker, given his superior skills. So it was better to stay on good terms with him. Seokjun thought the guy was cautious enough and would likely run away if he were asked to join their guild. Besides, he might already be in one anyway. The main thing was to stay on good terms. Hyunwoo suddenly said he'd just remembered. He'd planned to play with a friend, and now he had to leave so he wouldn't be late. Seokjun was very pleased. Of course, he had to go. After all, he didn't like it when people were late for meetings either. So the players went their separate ways, both satisfied with the outcome. Most likely they would meet again more than once. Once alone, Seokjun thought he'd acted like a child, afraid to admit something to his parents. The player immediately logged into his account. He decided to make the phone call right away so as not to put off the unpleasant conversation for too long. Seokjun turned to his guild leader and said there was no need to snoop around about this noob. Kang Chung-woo wanted to know what was going on. However, the player replied that there was simply no need to snoop around. They didn't need any revenge. Seokjun didn't want to take revenge on the player, who had now become something of a younger brother to him. Soon he would meet the guy again and ask him to join their guild. The A-World Arena streaming site promoted many convenient services, including live cube playback. AR Cube is a modern technology that allowed viewers to watch arena videos from different angles and feel as if they were there. To do this, viewers had to pay the amount set by the video uploader. The video of the battle with the Black Skull Guild was released in this format, and of course, the number of views immediately increased tenfold. And if you multiply that number of views by the amount, you can imagine just how much money Hengwoo made from this video alone. 5 million won was something the young man had never even dreamed of, but now he was a millionaire. He could easily afford the new gaming capsule that allowed him to shoot such videos. Yunchan peeked into his friend's room and called him to dinner. But instead, Hengwoo fell to his knees in front of the gaming pod and began to worship his new deity, which had allowed him to solve many problems. Hengwoo returned to the game and was ready to continue his journey through the main storyline. It was unclear how many dark sorcerers he would need to catch. A question mark stood in place of the second digit. It could have been 2, or it could have been 10 mages. Henwu couldn't figure out this riddle at all, so he decided to just travel through the quest until the answer presented itself. There were a lot of people near the cave. They stood in groups and seemed to be waiting for something. Henwu was about to approach them, but suddenly realized that he had become quite a well-known figure and that someone might recognize him. The guy didn't have time to run away before a female fan called out to him. She immediately addressed Henwu by name. Hyunwoo looked at her. He was very surprised and hadn't yet decided how to react. At that moment, a couple of players approached him. They couldn't believe their eyes that they had met Hyunwoo himself. It was Yuri and Yeonjung who greeted the guy, saying they hadn't seen him in a long time and asked how he was doing. Hyunwoo was confused. Sure, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. But why was fate playing such tricks on him? The young man didn't understand why he had run into Yuri right here and now. Kwon Yuri and Kwon Yeonjung were the younger brother and sister of his best friend, Yeonchan. Hyunwoo's nervousness wasn't because Yuri was his best friend's sister. Once upon a time, this beauty had confessed her love to Hyunwoo, and now she declared that he was part of their family, since he was living with their older brother. Last time, Hyunwoo had rejected her. However, she didn't take his rejection seriously and brushed it off as a joke. Yeonjung felt awkward and wanted his sister to leave the player alone. But Yuri just giggled, ignoring her brother's pleas. Finally, she told Hyunwoo to stop being afraid of her, since he was just a friend to her and nothing more. Yeonjung tried to change the subject by asking the player why he had come to this cave. If Hyunwoo wanted to hunt monsters, maybe he needed a team. The brother and sister admitted that they usually played with a warrior friend, but he wasn't around today, so they could team up with Hyunwoo and clear the dungeon together. Hyunwoo thought it over and realized that this pair knew nothing about his past, nor did they have any idea about the max-level noob. They only know Henwoo as their brother's nice friend, so he can safely head into the dungeon with them and have some fun there. Soon the whole group headed into the dungeon to grind and level up. Henwoo, as the swordsman, led the way, while the archer and support did their jobs in the rear. Before Henwoo could even strike the skeletons, one of them was pierced by an arrow, and another exploded from a fireball. Henwoo looked at his new teammates with surprise and noted that they weren't half bad. Of course, he had doubted their skills, but now it was clear that they would navigate this dungeon quite capably. Yeonjung shot with pinpoint accuracy. He possessed excellent precision and high speed. A single arrow could take out all the skeletons at once. Yuri was good at her job. She supported the players with buffs. It wasn't easy, but she managed to strengthen their defenses. Henwoo even considered whether he should take this pair with him on the quest. At that moment, one of the skeletons approached the player. But before the skeleton could attack Henwoo, a protective barrier appeared between them. Yuri raised this barrier and protected Henwoo, saying that the guy needed to pull himself together, since the skeleton had nearly devoured him. Henwoo decided he'd had enough of dealing with the guys, and that now he could tell them the whole truth. He admitted that he'd come to this dungeon out of boredom. In reality, Henwoo was supposed to kill the Dark Mage, and a temporary dungeon would soon appear in this cave. Henwoo didn't want to tell the guys about the main quest just yet. He just asked how much time they could spend in the game today. The brother and sister eagerly agreed to join the hunt for the Dark Mage. They knew they were sure to get some great rewards. Henwoo didn't tell the kids that they were about to enter a veritable hell. He simply suggested they start searching for the temporary dungeon together as soon as possible. Several hours had already passed, and the players were still moving deeper in, destroying skeletons along the way. But now 7 hours had passed, and nothing had really changed in the players' lives. They began to doubt whether they were doing the right thing, because after spending so much time in the game, they still hadn't managed to find a temporary dungeon. Yeonjung thought they had already combed the entire cave from top to bottom, but Henwoo was certain that the dungeon had to be somewhere here. He suggested that his companions take a short break. Henwoo was already used to long missions, but for his companions, such a long hunt was a first. Despite this, Yuri looked lively. The girl probably had a special talent for the game. Yeonjun, on the other hand, was exhausted and worn out. He sat on the floor of the dungeon, completely drained. Suddenly, the wall behind him began to move, and the boy was startled. Gradually, the wall parted, revealing a passageway, and the players discovered the laboratory of Adelia, the Dark Mage's apprentice. Yeonjun was still lying on the steps, unsure whether he was glad about this or not. After all, he hadn't managed to rest. Going downstairs, they found themselves in a large room resembling a library, where a man stood in the distance. He was mixing some liquids in flasks, confident that now he would definitely be able to become a full-fledged mage. And that meant he would be able to command an entire army of the undead and take revenge on everyone who had despised him. Adderley was certain that this was only the beginning of his triumphant march across the land. Henyu now understood why there were so many undead outside. So he had fulfilled the quest given to him by the game's strongest knight. Now the players could stop the Dark Mage because they knew everything about his master plan. Adderley was clearly flustered. He didn't understand how the players had managed to enter his hidden dungeon. Henwu replied that they were already very tired from today's events, so they had no intention of answering any questions. Adderley regained his composure, called the players fools, and promised to make them regret entering his lair. The mage held out his hand toward the players and said one word, Pepe, and suddenly the wall in the room seemed to vanish and a huge monster leaped inside. The players were stunned and couldn't move from surprise as they stared at the enormous creature. Adderley petted his pet and said that these players were its food. It could devour them down to the last bone. Henyu immediately said he would take on this predatory monster, while the brother and sister would have to attack the mage. The monstrous predator was very hungry and immediately attacked the players with its paw. Yuri and Yeonjung screamed in horror, thinking their comrade was already dead. When the dust settled, Henwu was safe and sound. He reassured his friends, telling them not to worry. This monster wasn't a skeleton, but he could handle it. It was hard to imagine exactly how he planned to do that. Looking at the enormous, predatory wolf, Yuri noticed the dangerous glow emanating from the monster's eyes. The giant bear roared loudly and activated its fear skill. Fortunately for Henwu, thanks to his fighting spirit, the fear had no effect on him. However, the boy realized that he was facing a monster of the highest rank. After all, only such creatures could use the fear skill. It became clear that defeat was a possibility, and besides, he had to protect the others. Adderley was pleased with himself and was enjoying the skills of his pet, Pepe. At that moment, the archer's hand didn't waver, and the arrow pierced the mage's body. Despite what was happening, the brother and sister behaved with dignity. Yuri activated her shield, while the archer fired at the mage. Yuri showed quick thinking. She realized that only high-level monsters use fear and protected her brother. The girl had thought everything through to the smallest detail and demonstrated true intelligence. The monstrous creature was about to continue the battle, but suddenly heard its name. His beloved master had raised him from infancy, fed him the best food, and played with him, serving as a substitute family. Now, however, the master had been killed, and the poor pet couldn't bear the tragedy. Tears streamed from its giant eyes. The players realized that the animal would become enraged by his master's death, but Henwu decided to use a different weapon. The young man summoned Tenny, who appeared before everyone. The bear cub was happy since his master hadn't summoned him in a long time. Tenny rushed over to the unfortunate Pepe and asked what had happened and why the huge bear was so upset. But soon Tenny realized that the huge bear was no friend of his, so he immediately ran away and was now able to help Henwu in battle. Tenny activated the Forest Defender skill, which increased his defense and health regeneration rate. Henwu rushed to attack the monster, striking with his sword. Yuri was absolutely delighted with the little bear, hugging it close and thinking it was cute. While Henwu risked his life in battle, the brother and sister spent time with the little pet, petting it. Tenny realized it wouldn't be easy to escape from the girl's grasp and began calling out to his master for help. Henwu was busy fighting, and his comrades had no intention of helping him. This meant he would have to handle it on his own. He realized it was time to speed things up and use the power of the Archons. The power of the Archons allowed him to increase his strength for a certain amount of time, and thanks to this, the monster sustained numerous wounds. Pepe gazed with dying eyes at his fallen master, and tears streamed down his face. Soon, both the mage and his pet died. The scene was very heart-wrenching. All the housewives would definitely have loved it. Even the players' mood turned somber, even though they had defeated the giant bear, and their health and energy were fully restored. Henwu read the notification that the quest was nearly complete. He had killed both dark mages and could now return to LeBron. Yeonjun asked what they would do with the items they had obtained. After completing the quest, they had obtained a staff and a dark mage's book, as well as some kind of orb from the bear. Yeonjun had no idea what the orb was and handed it to Henwu so he could examine it and explain. Henwu hadn't expected to find this item in a place like this. The arena had become so unpredictable lately. The guy was very pleased that the orb was now his. The day spent in the dungeon hadn't been in vain. Hyunwoo told his friends that he would keep the sphere for himself, and they could divide the rest of the items among themselves. Even though it was his quest, he was the one who had done all the hard work. Hyunwoo looked pleased and added that they should consider it a gift. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and he'd been wanting to do something nice for them for a while. Then Hyunwoo suddenly remembered that they had already spent a lot of time in the game, and it was time to leave. He never admitted to his friends that the sphere was more valuable than all the other rewards from this quest. As soon as the guy said goodbye to his companions, he went to visit the Empire's strongest knight. LeBron greeted Hyunwoo and was surprised that he had returned so quickly and completed the quest. LeBron was curious to know how the investigation into the large number of undead had concluded. Hyunwoo handed the knight the Dark Mage's journal, which was supposed to be delivered to His Majesty. The young man received experience, numerous blessings, and 1,000 gold coins for completing the task. LeBron said it was time to get ready. Hyunwoo didn't understand what he was talking about, since he had already completed all the tasks. LeBron explained that a meeting with the Emperor was coming up. Hyunwoo had resolved the matter and now had to report in person. Hyunwoo was stunned. He had never even considered a personal meeting with the Emperor. In the 3 years since the game Arena had been released, no player had ever managed to enter the Imperial Palace. That's why there were always crowds of people near LeBron's house. They suspected that the Empire's strongest knight was connected to the game's main storyline. And they were right. Now, for the first time, a player had the chance to meet the Emperor, and that player was Hyunwoo. LeBron warned him not to worry. His Majesty was a great guy, a bit picky, but generally easy to get along with. Hyunwoo thanked him for the warning, but wanted to know just how picky the Emperor was and why there was no need to worry. The young man understood that the palace was important to the game's storyline, and the Emperor would surely share some valuable items with him. Soon they reached the massive doors. LeBron said he had informed the Emperor of their visit, so there was no need to worry about formalities. The door opened, and Hyunwoo was invited to enter the throne room. At the back of the hall on a dais stood a large throne on which the Emperor sat. Outwardly, he looked like a young man, more like a prince than an emperor, and he greeted LeBron. While LeBron was introducing Hyunwoo, the young man thought to himself how young the Emperor was. LeBron reported that he had brought the man who had explored Briggs, and Hyunwoo was honored as the first person to meet the Emperor. The Emperor listened to LeBron, and without saying a word began to look closely at the player. He was studying Hyunwoo, who had carried out the assignment in LeBron's place, traveled to Briggs and figured out why so many undead had appeared there. Suddenly, Hyunwoo felt that he couldn't move a single muscle. He was paralyzed by a powerful surge. It felt similar to his encounter with Raccoon, but even more powerful. Hyunwoo looked at the Emperor, realizing that a true monster lurked behind his pleasant appearance. LeBron turned to the Emperor, saying that now was no time for jokes. Hyunwoo crawled on all fours across the floor, just beginning to feel his limbs again. The Emperor didn't like that LeBron had called his actions a joke. It was a clear sign of disrespect. The next moment, the Emperor was standing next to LeBron, asking if the Empire's strongest knight was ready to be punished for his words. LeBron asked him not to mock him, since the Emperor had summoned him here himself and now wanted to test his readiness. The men stared at each other in silence for a while, without blinking. Hyunwoo realized things were bad when a fire flared up beside him due to the intensity of their mutual energy. He recalled reading about the relationship between the Emperor and LeBron in a book about the country's great emperor. The Emperor was outraged that the knight often stayed at home and did not do his work. LeBron didn't see a problem with this. The Emperor assigns the work to him, and LeBron, as a duke, can delegate it to his subordinates. Hyunwoo knew that the two had once trained under the captain of the Royal Knights, meaning they were friends, but now a dispute had arisen between the Emperor and the Duke. The crux of the dispute was that each demanded the other do the work and did not shift responsibilities onto others. Lovers quarrel, but they're just having fun, thought Hyunwoo. He was tired of listening and wondered if it might be better to leave. When the argument ended, the Emperor praised the player and said he had a new task for Hyunwoo. However, the Emperor couldn't simply give the task to the player. First, he had to prove his worth. Hyunwoo immediately sensed the Emperor's formal tone. He would have to undergo a trial and show what he was capable of. Over the course of 2 weeks, Hyunwoo would have to prove that he was a great warrior by winning 100 victories. As a result, he would receive a gift from the Emperor and new assignments. The Emperor promised to wait for their next meeting, but if the player didn't make it in time, they would never see each other again. Hyunwoo was ready to live up to these expectations. The young man realized that a main storyline quest awaited him once again. He was incredibly lucky. He only needed to win 100 duels, which he could handle easily. Hyunwoo told his friend everything that had happened. Yenchan was amazed that his friend had taken on the main storyline all by himself. Yenchan congratulated Henwu, but honestly admitted that he was a little jealous. The guy thought that Henwu had very high luck points. While Henwu still didn't know what to do next, he wanted to save the battles for his debut as a streamer. Now, however, he would have to start streaming as early as Monday, since the time the Emperor had given them was limited. Over the next couple of days, Henwu planned to level up to 50, make a few short videos, and grind a bit. Yenchan was worried that his friend had shared good items with his brother and sister after clearing the dungeon. Henwu reassured his friend. The kids deserved it, and things were going well for him, so he could afford to share items. Yenchan replied that he was happy for his friend if he now had the chance to give gifts. Yenchan sincerely hoped that things would soon go back to the way they were and that Hyunwoo would become rich again. Hengwoo was also certain that time was just around the corner and everything would be great again for the two of them. Thanks to the contract he signed with Nazar, Henwu received a very expensive book titled Control of Magic. With the help of the book, he would learn to use various types of magic, but first he would need 60 magic points. Hengwu drew his sword, got ready, and activated his magic. After swinging the sword a few times, he felt his movements become lighter. Tenny ran up to his master, remembering that Henwu had promised him something. Henwu took out the sphere he had taken from the dark mage in the dungeon. It turned out to be the core of a giant bear. Tenny was thrilled. He wanted to use the core as soon as possible since it significantly boosted his pet's stats. Henwu teased the cub a little more, demanding respect and worship from him. After using the core, the bear reached level 35 and now considered himself very strong and invincible. The pet gained 2 new skills, Chain Lightning and Magical Friendship. Tenny hoped to become stronger than his foolish master, who would now be unable to handle his new skills. The bear began to activate Chain Lightning, clearly plotting something sinister. Henyu punched him in the face and reminded him that he was the master here. The closer the day of the first stream got, the more new people subscribed to him. The video of the fight with the bear racked up a huge number of views. With each passing day, the number of subscribers in the cube grew, which meant Henwu's income was increasing. His new short video also garnered a lot of views, where he talked about his debut and future battles. A lot of debates and rumors started popping up in the communities. Everyone was talking about how a max-level noob would win 100 duels, and the arena rankings would soon be shaken up. A huge dragon lay with its tongue hanging out, unable to do anything to the player. Seokjun sat atop the slain monster and was certain that Henwu would soon surprise everyone and reach their level or higher. The head of the New World Guild, Kang Chung-gu, wanted to know what was so unique about this player. Even he wanted to fight Henwu personally. After all, Seokjun wouldn't admire just anyone. Seokjun knew that Henwu would have to win 100 times so they could meet in the arena. It would be an interesting experience, and they shouldn't miss out on it. Tenny practiced his new skills and struck monsters with lightning, quickly leveling up. After a while, both the player and his pet could barely stand on their feet from exhaustion. But it was a pleasant kind of exhaustion. Henwu had reached level 50, which was cause for celebration. Tenny was barely hanging on to the tree and told his owner that he was tired of using lightning. Henwu let his pet rest, realizing that the skills were incredibly cool but required a lot of mana. Henwu was pleased with himself. At this level, he was definitely ready to stream. Suddenly, a huge bird, a seagull, landed on the players from the sky, and Henwu barely managed to jump out of the way. A huge carrier bird, Pekka Pekka, landed next to the player. It delivered a letter from the company's manager, Nazar Kyle. Kyle had sent Henwu a gift personally from the director of Nazar, Mr. Jamie. Henwu opened the chest and was amazed. The gift turned out to be gorgeous. Inside was a black Jaguar set, which the player had once worn in a past life. The company had prepared it specifically for his first stream. The set increased speed in the dark and all other stats. To make it into the rankings, Henwu had to win 20 matches and then complete the remaining duels to fulfill the Emperor's mission. Putting on the gifted set, Henwu once again felt like the #1 ranker in the world of Milligat. Perhaps it was time to officially announce his return to the arena. In the past, streaming sites had been gradually losing popularity. With the development of virtual reality games, a problem arose with streams. The difficulties with time differences were never resolved, so the stock prices of many companies plummeted. But then a company emerged that took the management of all these sites under its wing. It was this company that created Arena. Viewers don't need monitors, they need cubes. The company developed a streaming system right inside gaming clubs. It didn't charge a commission on donations. Moreover, donations could be made directly in gold coins rather than regular money. That's why the arena became popular. While Kang Hyun-woo was in the army, people actively gathered for streams, even before they started. Hyun-woo never thought he'd have his first stream, and now he was a little nervous. However, it was time to start. The player put on a mask and stepped into the bright lights of the Coliseum. A huge crowd of viewers eagerly awaited the player's appearance. They wished the max-level noob the best of luck and future victories. Wearing a new outfit from his sponsors and the max-level noob mask, Hyun-woo greeted the viewers and announced that he was a new streamer. This was the player's first stream under the name Max Level Noob. Immediately, something unexpected happened. Hyun-woo couldn't believe his eyes. Donations in gold coins started pouring in. Yenshin had warned him. It might be a little awkward, but there would definitely be viewers who would donate right at the start, since Max Level Noob is already an idol to many. Hyun-woo watched the amounts pouring in and felt his confidence grow with every passing moment. He addressed the viewers. On his debut stream, he would battle 100 opponents. The viewers noticed the player's slight bewilderment. He clearly hadn't expected the money to pour in right away. Hyun-woo decided to show off his current level in class. He made his profile public so everyone could see his private information. Many viewers were surprised. The guy was only at level 50, but they wished him luck. It was time to start the duels. In the Coliseum, there is only one type of battle: one-on-one duels or ranked matches. The winner's rank increases with each victory, while the loser's rank decreases. Opponent matching depends on overall stats. As a player's rank rises, they face stronger opponents. The first 20 matches serve to determine rank, and now Hyun-woo must face these decisive duels. If he loses a ranked match, he'll have to start over from scratch. Hyun-woo knew that players usually enter the Coliseum at level 30 or 40, so the first stage would be easy for him. The telecom office was busy with entertainment rather than work at that time. A manager came to the director, clearly intending to discuss work matters. The young woman wanted to tell Mr. Kang about a max-level noob who was holding duels. It was that very player, Milligat, who had previously rejected their offers. The manager reported that Hyun-woo was hosting his stream. Company representatives watched the matches and decided to try once again to sign the player for their team. Mr. Kang believed that Jung Han-beok wasn't up to their team's standard. Of course, his dad has a lot of money, so they can't afford to lose a player like that just yet. But if a top-tier rookie makes his debut as a professional player, we'll have to try to lure him over to our side. At that moment, Jung Han-beok was standing outside the door and overheard the conversation between the director and the promoters. The guy realized that the top-tier noob was better than he was, and that sponsors might choose him in the near future. Hyun-woo had already won 40 duels. So far, everything was going according to plan. Soon, when half of the duels were over, the number of viewers exceeded 1 million. Hyun-woo went to read the comments and saw that some viewers had decided to leave the stream, finding the matches monotonous and boring. It all resembled a primitive bloodbath. Hyun-woo agreed with this opinion. He really hadn't done anything except win the first 50 matches. People were getting bored, so the player decided to make the duels more exciting. Hyun-woo addressed the viewers. Sometimes streamers are given challenges, and now he wanted to receive a challenge from his viewers as well. One of the viewers donated 1,000 gold coins and proposed a challenge. Hyun-woo waited with interest to see what it would be. The stranger suggested winning the 51st duel without weapons. Hyun-woo thought the viewer didn't understand how much harder it is to kill with bare hands than with a weapon. After finishing his interaction with the audience, he began searching for a suitable opponent again. Soon one was found. It was a level 70 player. This round would be a tough one, but Hyun-woo hoped the spectators would enjoy it. His opponent was wielding an axe and couldn't understand why a max-level noob had come out unarmed. It looked like madness. Hyun-woo dodged the axe swing. His speed and split-second reaction stunned his opponent. He clearly hadn't expected that. Hyun-woo assured his opponent that he could dodge any attack and would do so at the right moment. On top of that, the max-level noob struck in the right spot, and his foot connected with his opponent's jaw. Player Jack was in shock, as if frozen in place, unable to recover. Hyun-woo decided not to wait, and while his opponent was still in a state of shock, quickly finished him off with his hands and feet. The final critical blow was delivered with a powerful fist, and the match was over. The max-level noob raised his hand in a victory cry, and the entire Coliseum and the stream's viewers were in complete awe. Hyun-woo winked at the audience and said it wasn't that difficult. Fans immediately expressed their delight and asked their idol to teach them the same. The next viewer suggested a new challenge for the max-level noob, and the guy agreed once again to take on any task. At that moment, the arena announced that the player had a new goal: to win 10 more duels. If he lost a duel, the task would be considered a failure. Hen Wu informed the viewers about the new quest. If he succeeded, he would be awarded a new title. The viewers cheered on their idol, because up until that point, no one had ever received new quests while in the Colosseum. One spectator donated 100 gold coins and promised to send another 10,000 if the player successfully completed the task. The motivation was simply fantastic. Soon another opponent was found. The warrior held a sword in one hand and a sharp dagger in the other. When the player appeared in the arena, the duel was declared open. Hen Wu could literally smell the millions to come and wanted to defeat the remaining opponents as quickly as possible. The max-level noob scored another victory. The next opponent didn't stand a chance either, and the scent of money grew stronger and more alluring. Repeating the sum in his head, Hen Wu chopped down his opponents like cabbage for a salad, looking like a true killer monster. Another victory was secured, and Hen Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead as he stood over the body of his slain opponent. The decisive moment had arrived. Only one more victory remained before the quest was complete. After that, he would receive all the promised rewards and a massive donation from his fans. All that remained was to determine the final opponent. The viewers unanimously agreed that money was a huge incentive and wished their idol victory. Finally, the opponent was determined. He stood before the max-level noob in all his glory. Hen Wu immediately realized that the opponent's gear was level 110 plus, and such opponents were extremely rare. He became as serious and focused as possible. He had never faced opponents above level 100 before, so the final match could be very difficult. The max-level noob realized that his opponent was nearly twice his level, and he would have to use everything he had in reserve. Hen Wu summoned his pet. The bear Tenny appeared in the arena before the audience. The cute little bear won over the audience, who showered him with compliments, calling him a cutie and a wonderful teddy bear. The audience began donating to the bear. Hen Wu asked his pet to watch his language and not embarrass him in front of the whole world. Tenny looked around and didn't see a single spectator. He said that his owner was a real fraud, since there was only one extra person here. After that, the duel began, and the rivals faced off against each other. The stranger immediately declared that it was too noisy here and that some people needed to shut their mouths. Hen Wu turned to the bear for buffs. However, the capricious Tenny refused to help, demanding an apology. The spectators were thrilled. They didn't know that pets could provide buffs. Apparently, this pet was of a unique level. Hen Wu promised the bear that after the duel, he would help improve his skills. After that, Tenny agreed to activate the buffs. He immediately activated the Forest Defender and Physical Development Booster skills. Hen Wu hoped to defeat his opponent in a matter of minutes. Finally, the rivals' blades clashed in battle. Neither duelist was inferior to the other. The stranger's strikes were strong and powerful. Hen Wu struggled to withstand the onslaught. He realized that without his pet's buffs, he would have been defeated long ago. The opponent was too fast and too strong, and the duel was turning into a true final battle for the championship title. Hen Wu struck, and the stranger dodged. It was clear that the player was not only strong, but also very lucky. Facing such a powerful opponent in the final battle was more of a test of fate. But Hen Wu was confident in his abilities and harnessed the power of the Archons. The skill boosted his strength, and he landed several powerful blows that caught his opponent off guard. His opponent hadn't expected this at all and asked where a max-level noob had gotten such power. Hen Wu landed a critical hit on his opponent's neck, inflicting serious damage, even though the wound was small. The stranger was surprised. How could a player of such a low level stand up to him? But now he admitted that a max-level noob was indeed good. His opponent suggested that the player wasn't playing for himself. Upon hearing this, Hen Wu became furious. He was a streamer, and he was about to finish off his opponent to complete the mission. An exchange of blows ensued. Hen Wu wanted to end the fight with a decisive victory. He knew he only had enough stamina for a couple of minutes, and if he didn't finish before the buffs wore off, he would lose. Hen Wu thought he lacked the necessary skills. A couple of additional abilities would clearly have secured the victory. The opponents were literally butting heads like two rams. His opponent couldn't take it anymore and shouted that the noob was literally driving him crazy. Hen Wu felt that the situation was critical. There was nowhere left to dodge, and if he missed, the end was inevitable. There was only one way left. Hen Wu dodged, using his sword as a shield, and took the blow from his opponent. In the very next moment, He parried the attack and was ready to strike back. His opponent wondered how Hen Wu had managed to dodge, but he had no time to think. His head was severed from his shoulders. The opponent was defeated, the max-level noob player had won, and his rank had risen. Hen Wu had fulfilled absolutely all the requirements, and now he needed to go to the Emperor for a gift and assignments. However, this was truly difficult. Of course, the viewers were absolutely thrilled, and only the young man knew just how tired he was, since the stream had already lasted more than 10 hours. He just wanted to finish all this as soon as possible and finally get some rest. But just at that moment, the viewers began to fulfill their promises and shower their idol with thousands of gold coins. This immediately gave him strength and a second wind. Tenny looked at his host and decided the guy had completely lost his mind because he'd started talking to himself. Hen Wu, collecting donations, said goodbye to his viewers, telling them that the next stream would be on Friday night, and then he disappeared. Hen Wu, sitting on his couch in his room, couldn't feel his arms or legs. He was utterly exhausted and drained. It turned out that streaming wasn't all that easy. You had to keep an eye on the chat, complete tasks, and fight. Yenshin was sure that after a few more streams, his friend would get the hang of it and wouldn't get so tired anymore. But for now, he needed to calculate how much money this stream had brought in. Yenshin decided to find the total amount, and to do that, he probably needed to go to the streaming company's website. The young man couldn't understand what kind of strange number the computer had given him. Hen Wu was also impatient. He hadn't calculated his earnings yet. The website stated that the player had earned a certain number of grams of gold. It was completely incomprehensible. Of course, he wanted to know the amount in money. Yenshin set out to convert this gold into regular currency, and to be precise, even started counting on his fingers, because the number turned out to be completely strange. Soon, both friends were staring at the computer as if they were looking not at numbers, but at some invisible alien monster. Hen Wu's first stream earned him over 57 million won, and he also became the most talked about topic on many gaming platforms. The name of the max-level noob was on everyone's lips, and many companies wanted to sign a contract with him and even sponsor him in the future. Marco, the guildmaster of Mano, couldn't believe his ears when he heard the report. It turned out that their guild's accounts were running low on funds, and sponsors were either refusing to renew contracts or simply cutting back on payments. It was all because of a max-level noob. Now, many companies want to work with this particular player. The company isn't shy about spending money and treats its old players however it pleases. The max-level noob started his first stream at level 50. During the stream, he leveled up several times. Marco was simply furious. He slammed his fist on the table. Marco demanded that they either lure this player into their guild or just get rid of him, because they needed to win back their sponsors. The max-level noob was the first player to see the Emperor's face. The New World Guild and the Behemoth Guild also received main story quests, but only Hen Wu managed to complete the quest on his own. In addition, he had progressed much further in his interactions with LeBron than all the other players. The Phoenix Guildmaster, named Griffin, decided they needed to find this guy and lure him into their guild. It was clear that the max-level noob would continue to progress through the story. The young man received the title Fearless, which increased his attack power when fighting humanoid monsters. He especially liked the gift of a ring from Hephaestus. Hephaestus lived in the age of myths, and now one could feel the power emanating from the ring. This ring, along with the one from his first training, belonged to the same set, and now their effects were enhanced. Thanks to these rings, the player had leveled up very well. Everything was falling into place perfectly. Hen Wu was absolutely pleased with himself and his prospects. Tenny was happy too. He was stuffing himself with roasted meat and wanted to know why his master was smiling. Finally, the kind master had decided to treat his bear to a delicious meal. Hen Wu kept smiling non-stop, eating and indulging in everything. The bear cub suspected that something was wrong with his master. Hen Wu looked at the bear and marveled that his pet had become so popular on the stream. From now on, he would have to take him along too. Hen Wu couldn't calm down, smiling happily. He hadn't received his reward from the Emperor yet, and now wanted to know exactly what the gift would be. Most likely, the Emperor's gift would be on a whole different level. He just had to wait until the bear cub finished eating, and then they could head straight to the palace. The Emperor was genuinely surprised when he saw the player Hen Wu standing before him again. It was simply amazing how this guy had completed the task so quickly and returned. It hadn't even been a week yet. It seemed that LeBron had been absolutely right in his assessment of this player. Hen Wu bowed deeply, thanking the Emperor. The young man understood that he must never forget. The emperor was a monster whose mere gaze could paralyze. While the player was trying to get up and straighten his limbs, the emperor tossed him his reward for completing the task. The emperor told the player to take this orb and find Alfred in the Artia Desert. The essence of the quest was to go to the Artia Desert, find Alfred there, and as a result, receive a skill from him. However, there were rebels in the desert. Their presence greatly infuriated the emperor. He wanted the player to find out everything about those involved. For completing this investigation, the player would once again receive a gift from the emperor. Henwu promised that he would gladly carry out his emperor's quest. At the same time, the young man was barely holding on, struggling not to lose consciousness from the influence that the monster in the crown was exerting over him. The player reached the Artia Desert. This location was necessary to complete the first main quest. When Han last played as Milligat, this was the first place the player had come to as part of the main storyline. Now he encountered a huge, monstrous scorpion in the desert. Tenny was tasked with using his lightning bolts to neutralize this monstrous insect. Taking advantage of the fact that the scorpion was pinned in one spot, Henwu landed several blows and tore the monster to pieces. Soon the desert was completely cleared of scorpions. The player gained experience points, and this couldn't help but please Henwu and his pet. Unfortunately, the player didn't know where Rifa Castle was located, so he had to cross the vast desert on foot. The player walked for a long time across the scorching sands when he finally saw the castle on the horizon ahead. Most likely, that was exactly where he needed to go. Henwu surveyed the unfamiliar place. He wasn't sure he had reached the right location. The young man was already tired of wandering in the heat and fighting desert monsters. Still, the player decided not to get discouraged just yet. He had great faith in his luck, which had always been on his side. Henwu soon noticed an unfamiliar warrior in a cloak and wielding a huge sword moving across the sand toward them. It was none other than Alfred, to whom the emperor had sent Henwu on a mission. After all, the young man hadn't been wandering in the heat for nothing. The young man handed Alfred a blue ball, which the warrior accepted with trepidation. He understood what the object was. Holding the blue orb in his hands, Alfred was certain that the player standing before him had indeed come from the emperor. Alfred said it was very good that they had met. Since he had been patrolling the area, Alfred would reward the player for it. He took out a book containing the faceted crescent skill. This skill allowed the blade to be lengthened and made lighter. With its help, the sword could be improved. Henwu was very pleased. Now new possibilities were open to him. Of course, the player had good skills, but with the faceted crescent skill, he would be able to level up twice as fast. Henwu felt he didn't need to be so sincere and joyfully express his emotions, so he pretended to cough. Henwu turned to his companion and asked what exactly Alfred knew about the uprising. He explained that he had come to the city to deliver the orb, but the emperor had also ordered him to gather all possible information about the uprising in the desert. Alfred realized that this young man had the emperor's trust and handed him a map that would help Henwu in his further investigation. It was a map of the desert. Alfred had marked suspicious locations on it, as well as Rifa Castle. Alfred believed that someone from Rifa Castle was aiding the rebels because they had too many classified documents known only to people from the castle. Alfred hoped that the player would be able to sort out this complicated case. Henwu promised that he would do everything possible and within his power. The map Alfred gave him marked 3 locations: Rifa Castle, the Tribe of Darkness, and Lake Bryan. The Tribe of Darkness was the most suspicious. It was a level 90 hunting ground, inhabited by desert scorpions and desert goblins. Henwu knew he was the only one who knew the secret about the Tribe of Darkness. He had discovered this secret back in Milligat's time, and thanks to this secret, he would achieve victory. Ten lay in ambush at the edge of the cliff and looked down intently. He wanted to understand why he and the master were here, looking at a giant cactus larger than the mountains. Instead of answering, Henwu grabbed the cub by the hood and asked him to trust him. The next moment, Henwu and his pet jumped off the cliff to the small bear's wild cries. Henwu knew that if he completed this quest, he would advance much further than any other player in the history of the arena. Of course, it was interesting to see what reward the guy would get next. And just at that moment, he landed on a huge, prickly cactus. Over the past couple of years, many players had visited the Artia Desert, but none of them had been able to find the secret dungeon, except for the player Kang Henwu during the Milligat era. All of this happened for one simple reason. The players couldn't find the code to this dungeon, but Henwu was now standing in front of a giant cactus, and everything was perfectly clear to him. Tenny was already worried about his master, who had apparently overheated in the sun and was now about to become a sacrifice to some cactus. Tenny didn't understand why his master was going to die by running straight into the cactus, but Henwu was certain there was a dungeon inside the cactus. They just needed to find which side the entrance was on. Tenny had already lost hope. He realized that his master had truly gone mad. Of course, the bear cub had known this for a long time, but he hadn't wanted to believe it until the very last moment. Henwu grabbed the bear by the hood again and flung him onto the cactus amid his pet's wild screams. But it turned out that the player was right after all, and the entrance to the secret dungeon had been found. Now the bear could no longer scream and curse at his master. Henwu also entered the passageway located in the center of the cactus, and was surprised as he looked around. He had already forgotten how everything was arranged inside, because he hadn't been to this place in a long time. The hidden desert was hidden within the desert. The player and his pet looked in wonder at the landscape that unfolded before their eyes. Tenny just couldn't calm down. The little bear was crying because his master had picked him up and thrown him right into the cactus. And that's no way to treat your best friend. Finally, the bear cub said he was upset with his master and didn't want to talk to him at all. However, the situation was such that Henwu had no time for conversation now. It was unclear where the desert lizards had come from, emerging from beneath the sand. Apparently, they were native to this hidden desert. In the arena game community, no one knew anything about desert monitor lizards at all. Henwu remembered only one lizard, but it was an ordinary lizard, not a monitor lizard. This oversized lizard standing before the player was about 20 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long. So it didn't seem all that big. In any case, these lizards aren't all that different from one another. It was time to engage in battle and deal with the vile desert lizard. The monitor lizard launched an attack. The player managed to parry it with his sword. However, the young man immediately realized that his opponent was very strong and sturdy. Given its strength, speed, and appearance, one could assume that this monster's level exceeded 100. Henwu knew that if he didn't use his entire arsenal, he wouldn't be able to win. However, his pet continued to sulk and refused to help its master. Henwu promised to carry the bear cub on his shoulders for 4 hours. In return, he immediately received all the active buffs his pet had to offer. Henwu also enhanced his sword, realizing that he wouldn't be able to handle this monitor lizard with a regular sword. The player jumped onto the head of the vile desert lizard and plunged his sword into its neck. The monster let out a loud roar. Henwu knew he had to keep attacking until the monitor lizard was defeated. But the desert lizard tried to throw the player off and galloped around, while Henwu held on to his sword, which was firmly embedded in the monitor lizard's body. Henwu swayed from side to side like a bullfighter during a rodeo with a bull. Suddenly, he noticed a spot on the monitor lizard's body. The player drew another sword and now moved along the lizard's body, alternately thrusting the swords and pulling himself closer to its head. He managed to thrust the sword and sever the nerve endings, after which the monitor lizard went into shock and could not move at all. Henwu took advantage of this situation to finish his attacks and began slicing open the desert monitor lizard's head. The monster leaped high into the air and then fell with all its might onto the sand. The player landed very hard, though thankfully the sand wasn't stone. Henwu was completely exhausted by the fight. However, he immediately leveled up. His mana and strength were restored. Plus, he gained a lot of experience, so he could take a short break. Henwu looked at the dead monitor lizard and thought he could probably use it somehow for his next stream. He decided to reach out to the video editor and ask Ellis to make high-quality videos. Alice was a true fan of the player, and on the day he was making the video, Henwu and the Emperor swore that Alice would make videos for Henwu for free for the rest of his life. Soon the cameraman realized that his vow was not in vain. Despite the difference in levels, the player managed to fight the monster and found its weak spot. Alice was glad he'd chosen a max-level noob for his edits, because this player was the best. Alice decided to watch the video again and create a major story. The day of the new stream had finally arrived. The video, Henwu's battle with the overgrown lizard, had been released that morning, so a large audience was expected. Henwu was feeling great. Things had been going well for him lately, and he was glad to be back in the arena. There were already tens of thousands of viewers from the very start, so it was time to start the stream. Henwu ran out onto the arena with his pet. He greeted everyone, saying he was happy to see his followers and hoped they would have a good time together. The max-level noob told the viewers that he had a solo raid today. He had already managed to locate the lizard boss. The player thanked the viewers for their donations as he made his way through the desert, preparing to find the boss and battle him. He also warned viewers that he would be busy fighting and wouldn't be able to respond to their comments or acknowledge donations, so they wouldn't think he was ignoring them. But now Henwu will no longer be able to chat or even view the chat because he has found the target of his raid. The max-level noob had to focus because a huge and terrifying lizard was waiting for him. This winged monster was perched on top of a cliff, and upon seeing the player, it spread its wings and plunged down toward the young man. Henwu quickly activated all the skills at his disposal. He reassured the viewers, telling them not to worry because this massive lizard would be lying dead on the ground in a few hours. He had done some preliminary research on his opponent and realized that this flying lizard's weak spot was also on its neck. Of course, this made the battle easier. The weak spots of the lizards were practically in the same place, but he still had to get to that spot. In addition, the player had to dodge the monster's attacks and land a strike on the weak spot. Henwu activated the faceted crescent strike and began the duel with it. After that, taking advantage of the fact that the monster wasn't expecting a powerful strike from the player, the young man leaped high into the air. Despite the terrifying and dangerous opponent, Henwu was very pleased and even seemed to be enjoying this challenging raid. Usually a boss raid involved an attack by the entire group, depending on the enemy's difficulty. Players fulfilling specific roles took part in the group attack. These were warriors, tanks, supports, and healers. They all had to clearly fulfill their roles to minimize the risk of the raid failing. That was the whole point of boss raids. Because of this strategy, there were practically no players who could defeat a boss in a solo raid. That was the case until this stream. But now a max-level noob was showing all the viewers how he was trying to defeat the boss single-handedly. Henwu didn't try to dodge the monster's face. He knew the lizard's claws would be even stronger, so he struck, aiming to damage its face. The player would push off the lizard's claws, jump up, and slash with his sword at anything within reach. Soon the lizard's eye and part of its jaw were injured, and this clearly angered the flying monster. At one point, it seemed as though the player was hurtling at tremendous speed into the gaping maw of this terrifying lizard. However, the young man avoided the fall. The viewers were absolutely thrilled just watching the stream. Some felt dizzy. They couldn't understand how the player could fight for so long. From the very start of the battle, Henwu was completely focused. Although he was seeing this monster for the first time, he had already sensed it while playing through the story as Milligan. Thanks to these memories, the young man felt a huge surge of strength, but it soon became clear that his mana was gone. He had used it all up on the attack. Victory in this raid depended entirely on the amount of mana, and he needed to restore it quickly. Of course, in this situation, he could do that with the help of his pet. Tenny was throwing a tantrum. He was already tired of fighting this lizard. After all, 3 whole hours had passed. The bear wanted to eat, but the battle was still in full swing. Henwu watched the lizard, and judging by its behavior, he realized that the boss was already on the brink and nearing its end. Suddenly, the huge lizard darted high into the air, leaving the player alone. The spectators assumed that the boss had fled to recover. Henwu watched the flying lizard and realized that the monster wasn't running away from the fight. On the contrary, the massive flying lizard was gaining speed and altitude to plummet like a stone onto its opponent. The final phase of the battle had begun. The lives of the opponents were at stake, and the huge lizard understood this perfectly well. It plummeted toward the player, and Henwu spent nearly all of his remaining mana to jump out of the way at the last moment and avoid being crushed by this monstrous lizard. A hail of rocks rained down on the player and his pet. They had to cover their faces to avoid being injured by the shrapnel. The boss stared at the player, its massive wings already spread wide as it stood on its huge, sinewy legs. Tenny even suggested that his master recall him back to the locker. The lizard darted from side to side, not letting them land a blow. It seemed as though it had gone mad and was acting purely on instinct. Tenny was very scared. He didn't understand why the lizard had suddenly become so fast, while his owner stood motionless. All the game's bosses had their own strategies, as well as specific attack patterns and weak spots. Good players try to figure out these strategies. They don't need to, and don't want to, rush headlong into a fight. It's better to analyze everything first. That's exactly what the max-level noob was doing right now. He was looking at the tracks left by the lizard and was focused, trying to understand the monster's movements. The lizard began to descend toward the player again, and it seemed as though it was about to swallow the player along with his cute pet. But Henwu was keeping track of every move his opponent made, as well as his own strength, speed, and mana level. The guy managed to jump back again, Now even the lizard couldn't figure out where the player had gone. Henwu and the bear leaped high into the air. He knew the lizard had a weak spot. It was located at the back of its neck. It was a perfect opportunity for the pet to activate its lightning skill and direct a bolt at the monster's neck. Thanks to this lightning strike, the desert dragon was in a state of shock and couldn't move. The player had to take advantage of this to deliver the final blow to the desert dragon. The young man had to pour all his available mana into this strike. Henwu gathered all his strength and concentrated on the strike, preparing to finally kill the desert dragon. The lizard's state of shock was just enough to strike its weak spot with maximum force and speed. And just like that, the monster's head was practically severed, and the desert dragon could no longer harm the man. Victory belonged to the max-level noob. He gained a new level and experience. His strength and mana were restored. The player was very tired but happy that he had managed to defeat the dragon. Now he could relax and rest. Tenny ran as fast as he could to his beloved master, whom he had to keep his eyes on for 3 hours straight while casting buffs. The bear cub gave his master a good shove, saying he wouldn't sign up for such an adventure again, and that he shouldn't be dragged into difficult battles. Henwu remembered that his stream was still going, and now he could finally check the chat and respond to comments and donations. The player lay down on the ground, apologizing to the viewers. He said he would respond while lying down. The viewers were absolutely thrilled. They congratulated him on the excellent result and began showering him with donations for the entertainment. Henwu was so exhausted that he couldn't even reply to the messages. In the end, the max-level solo raid ended in his victory. The player thanked the viewers for their support and donations. The guy was very tired because he had to track this monster for a long time before he could figure out its behavior pattern. As a result of defeating the desert monster, the player received a bracelet made from parts of a desert dragon. This bracelet boosted mana and physical strength and also allowed him to perform a magical fire attack. The young man was about to collect his rewards and log out. At that moment, several players approached him and said they had been looking for Nuba for a long time and had finally found him. The young man assumed they were his fans who had started bothering him even in the game and thanked them. But the strangers said they weren't fans. They were players from the Mono Guild and they had a proposal. The gist of the proposal was for the max-level noob to join their guild. Henwu looked at the group of players. It was the first time he'd heard of the Mono Guild. The guy said they belonged to one of the largest guilds. It was hard to understand how a max-level noob could not have known about them. Henwu was very tired. He didn't want to talk to them, believing that the largest guild shouldn't behave rudely and arrogantly. He said he didn't care about any guilds at all. They didn't interest him, so the players could just go back to their cave. The players said that if the noob refused to join them, then they had no other choice. Henwu realized these guys were going to kill him. Judging by their gear, they were just over level 100, so dealing with them wouldn't be difficult, but he was still too tired. Henwu was surrounded on all sides by members of the Mono Guild, but suddenly a voice rang out from above. Henwu heard someone ask, "Does our dear noob need some help?" It seemed he was in trouble now. The next moment, this player jumped off the cliff and landed among the players, pleased that he could finally be of use. The young man introduced himself. It turned out he was Yunjun-ho, a supervisor from the Nazar company. This was the first time Hyunwoo had heard of overseers, and he didn't quite understand what his job entailed yet. Yunjun-ho explained that he assists the company's top clients when they find themselves in trouble. Apparently, their most valuable client currently needed help dealing with a group of insolent players. Yunjun-ho addressed the guys, saying he wanted to make a deal first. He wouldn't touch the guys from the Mono Guild, and they wouldn't touch his client. In response, the players demanded that this office worker get lost and stay out of their way. In the end, the guys decided not to waste time talking and to kill both of them. Yunjun-ho looked upset. He said that unfortunately, he had to do something he didn't particularly like. But now he wanted to tell his dear client that he would handle this problem on his own, and the man began to draw his sword from its sheath. There were only 9 people here. The overseer said that he valued the client's time, so he would deal with everyone in the next 3 minutes. The attacks this man launched were characterized by tremendous speed. The guild members didn't even have time to see what was happening, but Junho was already in front of their leader. Just a few light strokes of the dagger, and blood spurted from the warrior's body. Seeing what was happening to their captain, some guild members decided they probably shouldn't get themselves into trouble. Yunjun-ho, flashing the blade of his dagger, said he'd heard a lot about the Mono Guild, but he was curious to see how long these guys would last without their leader. Hyunwoo stood to the side watching the fight. He hadn't even expected Nazar's company to assign such a great overseer to him. Yun Junho was truly incredible. His speed and precision were astonishing. Hyunwoo assessed the situation and realized that this man's skill level was far above his own, so he decided it was best not to antagonize him. Junho was finishing off the guild's last player. He was trying to get it over with as quickly as possible, so as not to keep his valuable client waiting. Hyunwoo praised the man's excellent skills, but Junho said he felt awkward hearing such words from a max-level noob. Hyunwoo asked his supervisor what his level was. It turned out to be 170. Hyunwoo had never met a player with such a high level before. He asked Junho bluntly why, with such a rank and level, he was doing such a strange job. Yun Junho answered honestly and frankly, saying that his level couldn't support him and his family. If the guy started playing games himself, it wouldn't lead to anything good. The man was certain he wouldn't even be able to earn enough for baby food, and he would definitely be kicked out of the house. Hyunwoo listened attentively to the man's honest answer. He understood that being a gamer was very difficult, and no skill level could guarantee a steady income. Yun Junho was happily married, but he had to choose to work for Nazar, where he received a guaranteed salary. Several days had passed since the stream and the slaying of the desert dragon, and now Hyunwoo had returned to the desert to continue his quest. There was no point in looking for the TMA tribe. Several days had already passed since the dragon raid, and there were only goblins around. And he hadn't managed to find the rebels yet either. The young man felt tired again. The player decided to head to Lake Bryan, hoping to find at least something there that would lead him to the rebels. His pet was also very tired. He didn't understand at all why his master had summoned him, since Hyunwoo wasn't fighting anyone. Hyunwoo honestly admitted that he was just bored walking alone, and that everything was always much more fun in company. Tenny didn't hold back and struck his master, who, as it turned out, was just strolling through the hot sands. The bear didn't understand why he was being summoned for no reason and wasting his energy, but the player said he wasn't part of any guild, so he was bored. Sitting on the sand in the middle of the desert, Hyunwoo spotted a set of footprints, most likely left by a stranger who had passed through here quite recently. Hyunwoo and the bear began to examine the tracks. There were not only human footprints here, but it also looked like some kind of vehicle had driven by. Meanwhile, it was evening in the city, and the houses were lit up with a warm glow. A Chinese arena streamer named Tian Ho learned over the phone that his sponsors would no longer be paying for his streams. The sponsors reported that they had received such an order from management and asked to remove the ads from Tian Ho's streams. The player tried to convince them that he didn't need the money. He just liked the Porsche ads. However, the company's management had chosen a different spokesperson, and now it would be a player named Max Level Noob. After receiving an apology from company representatives, Tian Ho flew into a rage and threw his phone, realizing that he was no longer suitable for them. Tian Ho was very angry at this newbie, whom they preferred over him, even though he was no worse than this noob. Another player witnessed this scene, understood the gist of the conversation, and just wanted to clarify who the sponsors had chosen over Tian Ho. The young man knew that the max-level noob was a famous streamer who had recently won 100 duels in a row. Tian Ho told his friend that because of this player, his contract with Porsche had been terminated. Lu Shi wanted to support his friend, who was the greatest streamer in all of China, and now this tasteless company, Porsche, had traded him for some noob. Lu Shi offered to help his friend resolve the issue. He was ready to have his guild stand up for Tian Ho. Lu Shi was the representative of the largest guild in the arena, called GRU. He said he would handle everything himself, since the Chinese streamer was like a brother to him, and Lu Shi would quickly resolve this problem. Hyunwoo followed the tracks in the sand until they abruptly ended, running into a rock. The young man was sure that this rock was just as much of a mirage as the cactus had been last time. He activated his scanner and found that he had indeed located the rebel camp. He had to decide whether he wanted to go there. Of course, the player had no intention of abandoning the quest halfway through, so he immediately confirmed his decision and, along with the bear, entered the rebel camp. The half-ruined slums disappointed the young man. Usually a rebel camp was some kind of captured castle or village. Here there were only ruins. However, the abundance of weapons gave the impression that the rebels were indeed preparing to wage war. Hyunwoo didn't understand why his quest wasn't over yet, since he had found the rebel camp. Was there really something else he needed to do? At that moment, a local resident spotted the player. He approached and asked what the stranger was doing near his cart. Hyunwoo realized he had come completely unarmed. The man didn't take his eyes off his pet. He turned to the bear and asked if its name was Adele, and if it was possible that he was Master Filian's apprentice. Henwu couldn't recall those names. The young man thought the man was referring to that dark mage and his enormous bear, whom he'd had to fight in the dungeon. Henwu decided to play along with the man and said that he was indeed Mr. Filian's apprentice, and that this bear was his creation, a chimera named Peppy. Tenny was outraged that they were being used like this. He tried to say something, but the player clamped his mouth shut tightly. The rebel remembered that Master Filian had indeed mentioned a bear named Pepe. Henwu decided to keep up the act and said they had come to see the mentor. The rebel replied that the mentor was currently inspecting the chimeras in the camp and would be very happy to meet his student. Henwu followed the rebel while the bear continued to bite, pinch, and hit him for the fact that his master didn't appreciate the pet at all and even gave him some other names. As they went deeper into the camp, it became clear that these weren't just some old buildings, but a serious complex designed for the warriors' living and training. On the watchtower stood a figure surveying everything that was happening from above. The man was consulting a magic orb, not yet sure whether the saints of the land were intervening or not. The mentor believed that in this case, it would be better to adjust their plans. To do this, they needed to gather all the black mages from the south. This was the Black Archmage Filian. The Lord of Rifa Castle supported the rebels. In a few days, they would send a signal, and the rebels would begin advancing toward the castle. While everyone was busy preparing, there was no need to worry about this, for the rebels had a multitude of undead and chimeras at their disposal. Archmage Filian wished the rebels good luck. Suddenly, the man felt someone's gaze upon him. He sent out his doppelganger scouts to detect any surveillance. These phantom undead scanned the surroundings in search of strangers. They found absolutely nothing. Although the Archmage clearly felt someone's gaze, perhaps it was just his imagination. Henyu raced away at breakneck speed, for he had nearly been caught. The young man had figured it out and now understood that Lord Rifa was a traitor. He needed to return to Rifa Castle immediately and report the situation, because in a few days the undead would launch an attack. However, Henwu couldn't escape, because a stranger had been chasing him for some time, and now he had stopped the fleeing player. It felt to Henwu as if he had crashed into a wall at tremendous speed. The young man fell to the ground, hitting his back hard. In addition, several more rebels ran out of the building at the noise. They wanted to find out what was going on. Henwu felt he had walked into a trap. The bearded man, along with the other rebels, had him in their sights. It seemed as though he had remembered something. At that moment, two guards approached the player and demanded that he show his face. Henwu realized he'd been trapped and would now have to fight, but suddenly a huge hand landed on his head, preventing him from getting up. The man apologized to the guards, saying that it was his foolish apprentice who had accidentally dropped his weapon. The bearded man promised to keep an eye on the apprentice and punish him for his bad behavior. The rebels recognized the dwarf from the armory. Besides, he had just apologized and explained everything. The guards told the workers to stop making noise and not distract them from their rest before the difficult battles ahead. Henyu lifted his head from the sand. He didn't understand what was happening, but it seemed like an NPC had just defended him. At that moment, a huge, bearded strong man turned to the young man and asked where he had gotten that sword. The men went into the armory, and Henwu handed his sword to his savior so he could examine and study it. The man was overjoyed. It turned out he had made the sword himself. Who would have thought he'd be reunited with his weapon? It turned out that the rebels had kidnapped this armorer earlier that day. They had brought him to their camp to forge weapons. Henwu realized he was about to get another quest. The player told the armorer that he had come here as a spy from the enemy side. Henwu offered to help the gunsmith escape, and the man said that would be great. His apprentice had a completely different opinion. The young man believed they should just wait since the rebels had promised to release them soon. But the gunsmith thought his apprentice was a complete fool if he believed the kidnappers. They would never let the gunsmiths go and would exploit them until their last breath. The armorer said he agreed to the escape, but wanted to take all his apprentices with him. There were other dwarves being held hostage at the rebel camp. They needed to be helped to escape, and as a reward, Henwu would receive a quest from the Red Anvil tribe. At the same time, a meeting was taking place in a shop in the Yusmaon Empire. The people meeting were far from insignificant. Representatives of the Phoenix Guild, Rachel and Griffin. Also present were the guys from the New World Guild, Chungu and Sokjun. Judging by their conversation, the New World Guild was offering Phoenix the chance to complete a quest with them. The details of the main storyline were kept secret even within the guilds themselves. and right now the Phoenix players were a step behind. So it wasn't clear why the New World Guild needed this. Seokjin replied that their gap with the other guilds was even wider, so it could be said that they were in the same boat as the Phoenix Guild. Besides, there was another reason for the alliance. Most likely, the Phoenix Guild wants to get their hands on a max-level noob. Seokjin immediately declared that the girls shouldn't even count on this player belonging to them. Seokjin looked very fierce. He said that the girls from Phoenix roughly understood what lay behind his words. They understood that Nub was most likely already affiliated with the New World Guild. But if he officially joined them, it would spell the end for the Phoenix Guild. Griffin gave a positive response to the joint quest run. Seokjin was very surprised. He had hoped that the Phoenix Guild would fight for Nub. After that, news of the guild's collaboration became a hot topic of discussion in the arena community. Viewers speculated that by joining forces, the two guilds had established a monopoly on completing the main storyline. However, the very next day, a single video shook the arena even more. Chungu, alarmed, rushed over to his friend. He immediately asked if Seokjin had watched the new video featuring the max-level Nuba. Seokjin tensed up, realizing there must be some kind of unpleasant catch. The max-level noob greeted all the viewers. He told his fans that a main storyline quest was currently underway and wanted to share his concern about the increasing number of players who weren't strong enough for it. But even for such players, the max-level noob had something interesting to offer. It was information about the quest straight from him, the person right in the thick of things. If anyone is interested in the main storyline, players will be able to visit Rifa Castle in a few days. Seokjin couldn't figure out what the catch was. The video was very strange. Why would Nub share information about the main storyline? Of course, you can't say it wasn't interesting. The Emperor watched in surprise as the player, who as it turned out, had managed to find the necessary information. Hengwu confirmed to the Emperor that he really did know where the rebels' camp was located. It turned out that the rebels were hiding near Lake Bryan. The entrance to their camp was sealed with magic. This time, Hengwu felt much more confident, and the Emperor's influence wore off quickly. Hengwu helped the dwarves escape from the camp and freed them from captivity. In addition, together with the armorers, he managed to deplete the rebels' weapon supplies. Hengwu discovered that the traitor was the lord of Rifa Castle. He had an agreement with the rebels, and they planned to gather at Rifa Castle in 3 days. The Emperor listened to all this information with genuine interest and thanked the player. The Emperor explained that he had asked many adventurers to scout out the rebels, but only Hengwu had succeeded in this mission. Hengwu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. At that moment, the Emperor announced that he had one final order for the player. The Emperor ordered Hengwu to help Alfred put down the rebellion in the west. This was the next task, to defend Rifa Castle from the rebels. As a reward, the player would receive the Emperor's support and a unique item. It was unthinkable to refuse such a quest. Hengwu briefly logged out of the game and read the news about the alliance between two powerful guilds. He learned that Seokjin was the leader of the New World Guild. Now it made sense why he was so strong. Both guilds received a quest in the south at Kasser Castle, while Hengwu had to complete his quest at Rifa Castle in the west. Hengwu felt like his brain was about to explode. How was he supposed to complete a quest designed for an entire guild? The young man thought long and hard about a strategy, and soon he came up with a plan, as well as an idea for completing the quest. Hengwu had already posted a video inviting anyone interested to join him on the main story quests. In theory, it should have worked. The news that Hengwu was sharing information about the main storyline quickly spread throughout the arena community. Along with this, the popularity of the max-level noob skyrocketed. The appointed time arrived, and Hengwu was able to see for himself just how popular he had become. There were twice as many viewers as usual. The young man greeted everyone and said that today, of all days, he wanted to talk about the main storyline quest. It was true, today, a siege would take place at Rifa Castle, and the quest's objective was to defend the castle. Unfortunately, due to arena rules, Hengwu couldn't reveal the details of the quest to players and viewers. But he decided that such an interesting quest would be boring to complete alone. So the player invited anyone who wanted to join him on the quest. The audience loved it, and everything went exactly as he had planned. Some spectators thought the guy was asking for their help because he couldn't handle it on his own, but others didn't see a problem with it. The main thing was that everyone wanted to start the main storyline quest together. The slain rebels lay scattered across the fortress. They had clearly been ambushed. Alfred was outraged, for the lord of the castle had turned out to be a traitor, even though the emperor had entrusted the castle to him. The Lord said that Alfred knew nothing and understood nothing, and that everyone needed to open their eyes and stop trusting the Emperor. And now the castle's defenders had come out for the final battle with the rebels. The max-level noob was there too. He put on his glasses and munched on popcorn. It looked like the guy had gone to the movies. Hen Yu tried in various ways to make his streams interesting. Now he was simply watching the battle from the sidelines. At one point, he even felt genuine interest. It seemed as though he had really gone to the movies and was watching an epic drama. Alfred was magnificent in battle. If things continued this way, the battle would end in victory for the Imperial forces. Lord Ramon realized he was starting to lose, so he personally charged at Alfred. Now the Lord saw Alfred as the main obstacle, as he continued to serve the Emperor faithfully. The men crossed blades. Alfred claimed that if it weren't for him, there would be other defenders of the Emperor who would not allow the rebels and traitors to capture the castle. The Lord demanded that Alfred stay out of the way and stop pretending to fight for justice. Alfred was certain that the Lord would have done exactly the same in his place. Alfred didn't like being compared to a traitor. He gathered all his strength and attacked his opponent, landing a blow. Lord Ramon had been struck down and now lay wounded at Alfred's feet. Alfred demanded that the traitor not dare utter the Emperor's name with his filthy mouth. Hen Wu watched this strong and handsome warrior with admiration. Alfred had defeated the traitor. He greeted Hen Wu and asked why the young man was wearing such a strange mask. Hen Wu replied that he wore the mask out of personal conviction. Alfred had no time to ask for details because the castle's defenders had defeated the first wave, but numerous undead troops still lay ahead. Alfred truly needed Hen Wu's help. He reached out and asked the player to join him in defending Rifa Castle. At that moment, something incredible began to happen in the vicinity of Rifa Castle. The castle's defenders watched in horror, wondering where all these monsters had come from. And indeed, thousands of undead, skeletons, dragons, and ghouls were visible on the approaches to the castle. It was unimaginable, and the castle's defenders realized they would hardly be able to cope with such a gigantic army. Hen Yu also thought that the number of undead was simply unbelievable, and now they would have to do everything in their power to survive the battle against these enemies. The player began frantically thinking about how to deal with the villains if there were too many of them. Alfred was also worried, seeing the anxiety on the face of the max-level nub. Alfred believed that the castle's defenders had to buy time until Duke LeBron arrived with his knights. However, Hen Yu saw the problem not at all in the number of undead approaching the castle. The max-level noob was very worried that the arriving players would take all his loot. The fact was that players had gathered at the foot of the castle, whom Hen Wu had invited to join him in battle. The undead were approaching, confident that they would face only a few dozen defenders of the fortress. But in reality, there were thousands of defenders. They had filled every approach to Rifa Castle. Hen Wu continued his stream and named this quest the Siege of Rifa Castle. Soon the battle began. The opposing forces moved toward each other. The commander of the castle's defense called for magical assistance. All the mages on the battlefield activated their abilities, aiding Lord Alfred. A huge number of fireballs flew toward the undead, blowing them to pieces in all directions. Despite this, the undead kept coming. There were simply too many of them. The situation hadn't changed yet. The rebels hadn't even approached themselves. They had sent the undead ahead of them to fight the players. Alfred believed that LeBron would come to the rescue with his knights. Suddenly, everything around them was bathed in bright light. The most famous and powerful players had entered the battlefield. These fighters were absolutely thrilled by what was happening. They pushed old Alfred aside, declaring that it was their time to hunt. The players not only killed skeletons, but also quarreled among themselves over which enemy to target, arguing over who had spotted the monster first. Everyone wanted to earn experience points and level up through this hunt. Alfred stood aside, watching as these frenzied fighters destroyed the undead with fireballs and swords, seeing no obstacles in their way. At that moment, Alfred thought that he had probably outgrown the age when people just ran around with swords drawn, destroying everything in their path. However, soon a huge mammoth appeared among the undead, with a dark mage riding on its back. He looked at the battlefield in surprise, not understanding where all these players had come from. According to the plan they'd worked out earlier, the siege of the castle was supposed to go off without a hitch. After all, Lord Ramon had promised to help from the inside by destroying the castle's defenders. But where had all these players come from? The dark mage realized that things weren't going according to plan and quickly changed tactics. He ordered his minions to get rid of the players as quickly as possible. A large number of dark mages activated their abilities, trying to weaken the players' capabilities. The swordsmen handled the orcs, who weren't very high level, with ease. Previously, the players had thought that the main story quests were extremely difficult, but in reality, things turned out not to be quite so dire. However, magical circles suddenly began to appear on the ground. Players stepped into these circles and lost their abilities. Monsters began crawling out of the circles, grabbing the players. These monsters squeezed the players in their fists like rotten tomatoes, leaving them unable to resist. The battlefield was a scene of unimaginable chaos. Never before had the players seen such a concentration and variety of monsters. The monsters varied in strength and abilities, and Alfred finally found an opponent equal to him in power. He charged at the enormous wobbler, declaring that he would hold it off while leaving the rest of the monsters to his subordinates. The monsters were ruthless, making no distinction between friend and foe. They destroyed everything that moved. Soon, the battle turned into a monstrous meat grinder, with players and weaker monsters caught in the fray. Alfred tried to draw the huge monster's attention and demanded that it fight him specifically. Soon his attack succeeded. The player managed to inflict numerous wounds on the enemy, striking it with his sword. The situation was getting serious. Alfred realized that the duel had only just begun, but he felt exhausted. He knew that if he lost, the entire Rifa castle would fall. He had to do everything possible and impossible. At any cost, he had to stop the invasion of these monsters and prevent them from reaching the castle. Finally, the battle yielded a result. The enormous demonic mammoth was destroyed. Almost simultaneously, one of the demonic creatures in the boss's grasp began to fade and perished. Alfred could barely stand. Only half of his sword remained, but this great warrior had no intention of giving up. He was ready to give his life, but as long as he was there, the monster wouldn't be able to touch his castle. However, the moment came when it became clear that Alfred would not survive. Unlike regular arena players, NPCs cannot be revived. For every NPC, death is the end. Now Alfred asked the Emperor for forgiveness for his untimely departure. But just as the monster's claws were about to grab Alfred, someone's sword struck a single blow, and that was enough. Alfred, stunned that he was still alive, turned around in surprise to see the boss's severed hand flying away. Hen Wu, along with his pet, asked Alfred to step aside, because now he was entering the battle with the boss. The player said he had come to take Alfred's place and would handle this giant monster. Hen Wu was strong enough to sever the enemy's limbs. After a few blows, it became clear that the outcome of the fight was a foregone conclusion. The huge boss screamed loudly, having lost its arms and legs. Alfred hadn't expected this turn of events. After all, his death was supposed to happen at this stage of the quest. Hen Wu stood over the slain monster's body, marveling at its strength and resilience. The beast had held out for an incredibly long time. Alfred silently watched the player who had saved his life. Now the arena would create a new scenario for this NPC. It was amazing to see a warrior with incredible skills appear in the game, capable of saving an NPC's life. It was impossible not to respect him for his strength and courage. The player gained a new level for his achievements and rejoiced at successfully completing the difficult quest. In fact, a new hero was being born right now. Alfred felt frail and could only watch the growth of the max-level noob from the vantage point of his experience. Suddenly, danger appeared in the sky. Alfred managed to shout at Hen Wu to be careful. Hen Wu darted to the side, barely managing to dodge the attack, feeling the hellfire pass through his body. Hen Wu and Alfred looked down at the ground, split in two, trying to figure out who was responsible for the horrific attack. The dark mage Filion towered over the players. He hadn't expected to have to personally participate in this battle. Filion had planned the attack and intended to enter the castle as the victor. No one knew the level of this awakened mage, but one thing was clear: he had no rivals. Those present understood that winning a battle against an awakened mage was practically impossible. A max-level noob knew it would be extremely difficult. He tried to figure out a way to at least stay alive, not dreaming of victory. The game reported that help in the form of knights would not arrive soon, so the defense of Rifa Castle still rested on the player's shoulders. According to the quest storyline, the players were supposed to defend Rifa Castle from attacks by undead and rebels, as per LeBron's plan. However, things didn't go according to plan. There were far more players than expected, and the arena system quickly adjusted the storyline. Measures were taken. The level of all villains was increased several times over. The game strengthened the rebels in real time, so Archmage Filion appeared in person to battle the players. Hen Wu, along with his pet, turned to Alfred and sent the NPC away, saying he would handle everything himself. Alfred understood that this made sense. In his weakened state, he would only get in the way. As he left, Alfred warned the player to find him after the battle was over. The young man immediately realized that there was a hidden reward in the quest. The dark mage Filion was stunned to see the Emperor's chief steward leaving the battlefield. He shouted that Alfred shouldn't even hope to escape and launched an attack on the NPC. However, the attack was interrupted by Hen Wu, who sliced it in two with his sword, while his pet generated a bolt of lightning. The mage looked in surprise at the player who had recently killed his chimera and now hoped to defeat him. Filion was certain this was impossible and channeled all his power into a magical strike against Hen Wu. Magic circles appeared beneath the player's feet, from which skeletal hands emerged and tried to grab his legs. Soon, several skeletons wrapped themselves around Hen Wu, trying to immobilize him. He tried to figure out what kind of skill this was and how to fight it. Tenny realized things were bad when the skeleton's hands nearly grabbed his paws. He jumped off his master and asked him to find him if Hen Wu survived this battle. Never before had a player felt the threat of defeat so close. The skeleton's bony fingers were creeping toward his head, and the mage Filion towered over him. The villain attacked the spot where the minions were holding the player, preventing him from moving and evading the blow. The dark mage was almost certain of victory. He waited for the dust to settle to confirm that the player was dead. But when the dust cleared, both the mage and Hen Wu were surprised. Hen Wu didn't understand who this brave and powerful knight before him was. The players near Rifa Castle soon recognized the main celebrity. They had seen a max-level noob fighting the boss. They rushed to greet and welcome their idol, grateful to him for the opportunity to participate in such an event, promising to reward him with gold coins. Tenny was very upset, not understanding where this crowd had come from. Hen Yu also looked at the players, not knowing how to react. Soon the young man found himself at the center of the action. Players stood around him, ready to fight side by side for the victory of good over evil. These players had come to defend their idol and were now ready to fight to the end. The max-level noob finally realized he could relax a little, knowing he had good support. He raised his sword, greeted all the players who had come, and called on them to join the battle together and complete the quest. This was the huge advantage of the main storyline. It allowed you to make changes and alter the course of events depending on the situation. Shortly after the battle with Filion began, it became clear that the mage was starting to lose ground. Hen Wu, like a traffic cop, watched Filion's attacks and directed the players, moving them to the right or left depending on the situation. Soon he sensed that the players had an opening and called on the attackers to prepare. At the perfect moment, the attack group on Nuba's command opened fire. All the archers and mages' power was directed at the villain. The dark mage Filion felt immense frustration. He couldn't understand why the players were acting so cohesively. He watched them and realized it was all thanks to Hen Wu, who was leading the team perfectly. Nub managed resources and monitored the players' mana levels. The young man was pleased. He enjoyed leading the battle, and he was convinced that playing as a team really was easier. Filion realized he had to deal with the masked leader of the players. He didn't want to go that far, but the players left him no choice. The players tried to overwhelm the mage with sheer numbers, so Filion had no choice but to respond in kind. Soon they all found themselves inside a single massive magic circle. The players hadn't even had time to figure out what was happening when suddenly huge bosses began emerging from the ground, surrounding them on all sides and leaving them no chance to escape. Filion had prepared an army of orcs and chimeras to overthrow the Emperor, but was forced to use it earlier out of necessity. He ordered the chimeras to destroy all players in sight, and a terrible battle began. Hen Wu didn't know which way to go. Facing so many bosses at once was unexpected. He heard a game notification and checked his profile, surprised by what he read. Everything around him seemed to be in motion, and Hen Wu didn't know which direction to expect danger from. Looking back, the player saw a lone warrior on the horizon, holding a horse by the reins. The warrior raised his sword and sliced through the air, and that was enough to instantly cut down all the monsters present. Even the mage Filion didn't escape the attack. His body was cut in two. Although it seemed impossible, the fact remained. All the chimeras, orcs, and skeletons had vanished. It was just in time. Otherwise, the players might have perished. Hen Wu recognized Knight LeBron, the strongest knight in the Empire, who stood before the players, demonstrating his true power. LeBron waved his hand, and soon his loyal knights appeared at his side. The knights were ordered to destroy all remaining monsters and carried out the task flawlessly. In the distance, the mage Filion, though defeated, was still trying to issue threats. The mage's head, clearing its throat, insisted that the Imperial players shouldn't even hope for victory. It wasn't over yet. He was no ordinary mage. The servant of death could still demonstrate his power. Henwu approached Filion and thrust his sword into him to silence the vile mage. The player was clever enough to hope that by finishing off the mage, he would receive a decent reward or item. After the appearance of LeBron's knights, events began to draw to a close. The knights quickly wiped out all the rebels. With their skill, the knights once again proved that they were the best in the Empire. Within minutes, Imperial flags were raised everywhere, and the main storyline quest ended with the Empire's victory. Henwu sat on the castle wall, examining his rewards. He had successfully completed the Defender quest and received the Emperor's support, as well as a unique item. The item turned out to be a weapon fragment. There was no information about it. It was in an unfinished state. Alfred told the player that he had found this item in his youth while traveling through the Imperial lands. Despite the damage, the gnomes considered it perfect. Alfred gave the item to Henwu, who had saved his life. The player felt it was too little, and Alfred seemed like a real miser. At that moment, LeBron appeared on the fortress wall. He said he had heard of Henwu's feat and was glad that his faith in the player had not been in vain. LeBron was sure the Emperor would be pleased as well, but Henwu replied that he had simply done what he was supposed to do. LeBron reported that a purge of dark mages had also taken place in the south of the Empire, led by a player nicknamed Monk. Henwu realized that this was another skilled player who was also completing the main story quest. Henwu asked LeBron directly why he had come to see him now. The Empire's strongest knight cleared his throat awkwardly and said he had a proposal for the player. Still feeling awkward, LeBron asked if Henwu would like to become his apprentice. The offer was so unique and tempting that the young man didn't know how to react. He was being offered the chance to become LeBron's apprentice and choose the field in which he wished to excel. Everyone knew that LeBron almost never took apprentices, so the offer was both surprising and astonishing. Henwu didn't know what field he would be offered, but given LeBron's power and influence, he would receive a unique title. He couldn't pass up such an opportunity, so Henwu agreed to become LeBron's apprentice and named him his mentor, a sensible and logical choice. As soon as the player agreed, all his stats increased. He received the title LeBron's apprentice, which automatically boosted his attack and defense and granted him new skills. Now Henwu has become even stronger and is ready for new challenges in the game, paving the way for even more epic main story quests. Henwu was a little disappointed. He had hoped to receive some kind of active item, like a magic ball, believing that a passive skill was good, but he would have liked something more dynamic. LeBron replied that Filion knights don't need such things. They always rely on magic in their actions. The mentor explained to his apprentice that he himself had obtained a power that no knight had ever even dreamed of, and could activate magic using just 2 fingers. He directed a burst of energy at the castle wall, and the thick brick wall split into several pieces. LeBron explained that with such power, one could cut through whole bricks with a single flick of the fingers. This required diligent training, and Henwu would be able to do it too if he didn't waste his time. Henwu was absolutely thrilled. Now he understood that he too would learn to do this. LeBron added that training would begin after the meeting with the Emperor. The Emperor greeted the player with a smile, but with his usual demonic gaze. He said he knew all the details of what had happened near Rifa Castle. He acknowledged that Henwu had performed excellently in defending the castle, showing selflessness and bravery. In addition, LeBron took Henwu as his apprentice. Training for knights is quite difficult, but the Emperor was confident that the player would manage. Henwu was in shock, staring at his hands, while LeBron was surprised that the Emperor would entrust such power to a player. In Henwu's hands lay an ancient ring, a treasure of the Knights of Filion. Little was known about it, but legends claimed that it increased movement speed. This ring had once been given to the Emperor by the former commander of the Knights, but the Emperor had said he no longer needed it. Moreover, the ring was not meant for just anyone, but for LeBron's top disciple. Henwu was amazed. This ring increased the amount of experience gained, and it was the first time he had seen such an amazing item in the arena. Up until that point, only consumables had increased the amount of experience and skills. Now, however, there was an item he had never even dared to dream of before. It was a gift of true imperial caliber, and tears of joy and gratitude streamed from the player's eyes. Henwu sincerely thanked the Emperor and promised to serve him faithfully. After that, he went to LeBron's house to begin training. First, the mentor asked his student what he knew about using mana. LeBron wanted to make sure that Henwu could channel mana into objects without any problems. Henwu held out his hand with the sword and directed mana toward the weapon. LeBron watched his movements and was pleased with the result. The correct use of mana lies in directing it along a specific trajectory. It's like a balancing act, the ability to control its movement. Henwu was pleased with the effect, but hoped that this wasn't all his mentor intended to teach him. LeBron was surprised. He hadn't expected to find such talent among the adventurers. Perhaps Henwu wasn't just a genius, but a true prodigy. The teacher said that since they had figured out mana, they could move on to the next lesson. LeBron led his student into the hall with the dummies and prepared to demonstrate a secret technique passed down only by the Imperial Knights. He demanded that the student watch every movement closely and swung his sword once. The attack was aimed at a specific scarecrow among the others. The scarecrow was sliced in half, much to LeBron's delight and Henwu's surprise. The essence of the technique was that LeBron sliced through the air around him, but the blow struck only the chosen dummy. The instructor asked the student to repeat this technique on another scarecrow. Henwu made several attempts, trying to aim the sword precisely at the target. In the end, he lost his temper and asked the mentor to teach him something new. LeBron was pleased. He could see that the student had excellent control over his mana, so he would master the technique quickly, but he lacked willpower. Will is born of desire, and desire is born of thoughts and aspirations. Henwu must visualize the flow of mana so that it emanates directly from the heart. Henwu gripped his sword tightly and repeated the motion. Perhaps this would increase the force of the blow. He closed his eyes and visualized the movement, tracing it in his mind. The young man felt the mana building up and guided it along the desired trajectory. In his mind, he visualized the target, and the mana moved precisely toward it. The movement passed through his body and the weapon, heading toward the target. Henwei imagined the sword slicing through the scarecrow, and with every passing moment, the image became clearer. Finally, he opened his eyes and saw the result. The strike had hit the target perfectly. He was both pleased and surprised. Henwo was pleased with himself, and LeBron was delighted to have such a talented student. The cave with the demons looked dark and eerie, and terrible sounds came from within. The players fought the minotaurs, landing blow after blow. One of the warriors, watching the commander, realized that he was clearly not in a good mood. His comrade confirmed it. The commander was angry, apparently because of problems with his brother, Liu Xie. The player took out his aggression on the monster, unable to believe that Liu Xie had dared to refuse him after everything that had happened. Liu Xie stated that he couldn't help. He didn't want to ruin his public image, since after the main storyline quest, the popularity of the max-level noob had skyrocketed. The warriors were already worried about their commander, realizing that danger threatened them as well. One of the players remarked that if the commander was worried about Nuba, they shouldn't get involved. The guy came up with the idea of publicly humiliating Nuba during the stream. To do this, they could enlist a substitute knight, a player who boosts someone else's rank instead of their own. The guy had an acquaintance named Cleo, the best dual fencer who held one of the highest spots in the rankings. If they paid Cleo, he would step into the ring against the max-level noob and defeat him. The idea of a substitute knight was perfect. As always, money was the deciding factor. The commander hesitated for a split second, then instructed the player to contact Cleo immediately. The man dreamed of crushing this noob who was ruining the lives of so many players. Hen Wu headed into the forest with his pet Tenny. Tenny was terrified and clung to his master's leg, trembling all over. Tenny couldn't understand how Hen Wu could remain so calm in a situation like this, with so many monsters all around. The pet thought his master had gone mad. The circle was closing in, and the forest monsters were approaching from all sides. Tenny honestly didn't understand why they had to fight the swamp monsters. But the answer was obvious. Hen Wu had to test the skills he'd acquired recently. The victory over the swamp monsters was so spectacular that Tenny marveled at his master's magical power, while the master's nose was in the air with pride. Hen Wu checked his level. He had already reached 84. Now the hunt was faster and more efficient. Hen Wu wanted to film his sword on video, but decided to put that off until a better time. The player's main problem was content. He needed to come up with interesting streams. The main storyline quest was complete, and there was a long break until the next one. Hen Wu decided that while he was waiting for the break, he could create interesting content unrelated to the storyline. At the Nazar headquarters, they were discussing the max-level noob. The director listened to yet another idea from his subordinates. General Manager Kyle was wearing a silly mask and said he wouldn't take it off until he heard the boss's opinion on his plan. The topic was Battle of the Two Masks, Kyle's new idea for the company's broadcasts. The manager believed the content would last a whole year, but director Jamie thought otherwise. In Jamie's opinion, the plan was perfect and would last not just a year, but 2. He praised Kyle for the excellent idea and wanted to pay him well for it. Kyle honestly admitted that the idea wasn't his. It had been conceived by a max-level noob. The player had used this concept in his streams, and Jamie was surprised. Their new client was not only strong, but also smart. Kyle also admitted that he was surprised when he heard about Battle of the Masks. It turned out to be clickbait and a show all in one. Battles between players, behind whom anyone could be hiding, even a celebrity. Kyle realized that their channel would soon have time available to broadcast this battle. They could also post edited videos from the live streams. They just needed to find a good editor. There are many videographers and editors in the world, but the best of them all is Alice Movie, who had already worked on Nuba's videos. After that, active work on new content began. At the same time, Henwoo was creating and recording his own streams. He continued working on the video, recording new angles and racking up victory after victory. Viewers noticed that the third player in a row was wearing a mask, and the number of masked players increased significantly. Henwoo saw this as proof that he was gaining fans who wanted to emulate their idol. He addressed the viewers, expressing his joy that they were improving each other's skills together. At that moment, some commented that these were substitute knights. Stand-in knights were the main cause of instability in the game's balance. They made a lot of money by gaining access to other people's accounts and boosting their ranks on behalf of clients. Henwoo had once warned that there were now many such players. They could be found at all levels, from the bottom to the top. Henwoo was disappointed. The fans wore masks, but in reality they were substitute knights. But he still defeated them all. And now the next opponent appeared before him. Henwoo looked at him. Another mask. Could this be yet another substitute knight? The unfamiliar player looked at Nuba in surprise, trying to figure out who was in front of him. A real opponent or a substitute knight? If he faced a stand-in again and lost, he could lose all his points and earn nothing. The players crossed swords. Henwoo was surprised and now looked at his opponent with interest. The player in the funny mask managed to parry the blow, which meant he was hiding his true level. The stranger admitted that he was just as much of a stand-in knight as a max-level noob. Henwoo was outraged. Such an insult had wounded his pride. The guy in the pink mask parried the blows, admiring his opponent's talent. He hadn't met such strong players before. At that moment, the player in the silly mask thought that he might indeed be facing that very max-level noob. Henwoo stopped right in the middle of his attack, saying that it was indeed him. "So what's the problem then?" he added. His opponent admitted that he was actually a true fan of the max-level noob. This guy has been watching his idol since the very first stream, and now he really wants to take a screenshot with him. Etney showed up just in time. His owner had called him over. The masked stranger continued to squeal with delight. Now he could die in peace, knowing that he had seen his idol and even met his pet. Tenny was unhappy as usual. He accused his owner of summoning him for every little thing, even when he was fighting in a regular duel. Soon the bear cub realized there was a real fan in the arena. Happy, he touched the fluffy head, met his admirer for the first time, and was very pleased. And just as this cuteness reached unprecedented levels, Henwoo demanded that Tenny give him buffs. The noob was sure that his fan was a substitute knight, and now he would face the full force of the maximum level. The fan clearly didn't expect this turn of events, but his idol insisted that if the fan was acting wrongly, the streamer had to correct his behavior. The max-level player believed he had to guide his fans onto the right path. Before he could even process what that meant, he was attacked with new skills and immediately realized the full extent of his idol's love. The guy in the silly mask tried to stop Noob because he really was his fan, but a powerful and precise punch put an end to all arguments. Henwoo activated Nuba's secret weapon to deal with his opponent. His rebirth strike was powerful and, for now, unbeatable. Henwoo clenched his fist, from which heat radiated. The guy hoped that in his next life, his fan would be reborn as a proper player. The stranger in the ridiculous mask began to cough, and to everyone's surprise, he was still alive. Henwoo approached the player, pointed his sword at his chest, and said he hoped the fan's new life would not be like his past one. The fan tried to say something. He spoke incomprehensibly and indistinctly, so Henwoo was forced to crouch down to hear him. Once he made out the words, Nub stood up and addressed the audience, saying that this guy could already be congratulated on his rebirth. Hengwu had never felt happier, but now he needed to stop leveling up, and soon he would move on to other, more important content. It would be none other than an interview with a former substitute knight. In the forest, in a clearing, two masked figures sat facing each other on two stumps. They began by greeting the viewers. The guy in the silly mask introduced himself. His name was Head, and he was a substitute knight. It turned out this player had a platinum medal and was very famous. Hen Wu confirmed that his interlocutor was indeed well known in his circles and renowned for his skills. But Hedo replied that there was nothing unique about him. He was just an ordinary substitute knight, like everyone else. The player explained that there are only about 30 such substitute knights with gold medals, which isn't exactly a small number. Hedo explained that he didn't want to sound like a braggart, but once a player receives a gold medal, new opportunities open up. Many players start their own streams or turn pro. Hen Wu, being an excellent interviewer, asked his guest how much he usually earns. Hedo said he charges quite a lot since he transfers his items to the client's account, so his services are expensive. For a bronze medal, the substitute knight charges 5 million, and it takes about 3 days. Hen Wu immediately wondered how much that would be per month. Hedo also explained that after reaching level 100, you need to upgrade. If you don't do this, he won't be able to help, and the upgrade will take too long. This information piqued the max level player's interest, and the interview was interrupted for a moment. Hedo believed that as a streamer, his idol could also earn more, but Hen Wu categorically stated that he had no intention of becoming a substitute knight to help someone promote their streams. Hedo asked to turn off the microphone because he had a personal question. Hen Wu apologized to the viewers and warned them that the microphone would be turned off now, as his guest had a personal question. Hedo didn't beat around the bush. He asked if the max-level noob had ever had any arguments with Chinese players. Hen Wu replied that nothing like that had ever happened. He didn't know anything about Chinese players at all. Hedo explained that an ad had appeared on a Chinese portal seeking a substitute knight to attack the max-level noob. And they'd even found a substitute knight named Cleo. They call him Kleiner. He's very famous and charges a fortune. This stand-in knight uses 2 swords at once, so Nuba needs to be careful. Hen Wu thanked the guy for the warning. Hen Wu tried to figure out how and when he might have gotten in the way of the Chinese players. He tried to remember exactly when he might have crossed their path. The guy went to the director and reported that Kleiner had already started dealing with the max-level nub. The director asked how trustworthy this substitute knight was. The subordinate replied that Cleo was one of the best in his field. Cleo reported that he wouldn't use his own account, but would take a level 140 account with rare gear. The director didn't care at all how or what was being done. The main thing was that the substitute knight got rid of the noob. The director glanced at the GameCube. After all, right now they could watch Nub's stream to enjoy his last moments of glory. The max-level noob looked at his opponent and waited for him to finally respond. The player had to decide whether he was ready to risk getting his account banned. The masked stranger confirmed once again that he intended to play for account deletion, since he hadn't come here just to practice. Nub noted that this player was acting very arrogantly and disrespectfully. In fact, it was strange that he had appeared on the stream and challenged the streamer to a battle with account deletion on the line. Hen Wu speculated that this might actually be the very same substitute knight named Cleo. Now, the max-level noob had to decide whether he wanted to fight the stranger in a duel to the death. In a battle to the death, the winner takes all. Hen Wu decided to estimate how much he would earn from this duel and began assessing his opponent's equipment and inventory. The player quickly counted 5,000 gold coins, a decent sum, so he confirmed his willingness to proceed. The guys listened to the rules once more. The winner takes everything and the loser deletes their account. His opponent drew 2 swords and crossed them in front of him, declaring that this was the end of the max-level noob. Hen Wu began to laugh loudly at the pose his opponent was now striking, as if the man were hiding behind his swords. The masked stranger grew angry. He was enraged by the fact that he had been underestimated. Hen Wu's behavior was most likely intended to provoke and throw his opponent off balance. He invited him to step forward and begin their dance of death. The opponent said he couldn't refuse an invitation to dance and launched his attack. The duel began. The men crossed blades and Hen Wu parried the 2 swords, realizing that his opponent was no pushover. The masked stranger wielded 2 spinning swords. His attacks were swift and sharp. The player's power was greater than what a max-level noob had expected. He was indeed facing a formidable opponent. The noob addressed the guy by name, hoping that Cleo would explain why the Chinese wanted to kill him. The substitute knight Cleo didn't beat around the bush. He admitted he wasn't involved in the matter, but was simply doing a job for money. This fact greatly upset Henwu. If the opponent didn't know the answer, then he could be eliminated right now. Henwu held his sword near Cleo's neck, since his client was surely watching the duel right now. But Henwu took pity on his opponent. Well, is this all the client could afford? Now I understand what level the Chinese client is at. Henwu drew his second sword and offered his opponent the chance to surrender, since he too could fight with 2 swords. Cleo was furious. He had almost lost to this arrogant guy, who was now waving 2 swords right in his face. The fight continued. The max level noob was actually pretty good with 2 swords, and he was enjoying this battle too. It was something new. Cleo stared at his opponent, unable to comprehend how this was possible. The noob's level was almost half that of Kleiner's account. He couldn't understand how they could fight on equal terms, since he was drawing on experience he'd honed over years of various battles. The max level noob was indeed a master with 2 swords, though no one had known of this ability before. Henwu turned to his subscriber and said he wanted to share the words of a famous boxer. The gist of those words was this: float like a butterfly, be light and unpredictable. But if you're going to sting someone, do it quickly, sharply, and mercilessly, sting like a bee. Henwu delivered the final blow, piercing his opponent's body with his sword. The max level noob suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. But the main thing was that he remembered it, which meant he could make amends. The max level player raised his head, flew up to the camera, and thanked the client, Cleo, for the 5,000 gold coins he would earn from the defeated opponent's account. The director of the Chinese company, enraged, ripped off his helmet, ready to tear it to pieces. He was so enraged that he literally radiated hatred and fury. The man immediately demanded that the scoundrel be brought to him. The max level noob continued to happily revel in his earnings and new account, mocking the losers. Managers and executives gathered in Nazar's company conference room. Kyle noted that the names of the participants in the Battle of the Two Masks had not yet been determined, but the manager wanted the episodes to air roughly weekly or at least once a month according to the schedule. About 8 people would be filmed at a time for the show. All the managers supported this number. The free time was from 4 to 5 p.m. Korean time, so the shoot had to be scheduled for the coming Monday or Friday. It didn't make much difference, since the main participant was Korean. The company director listened very carefully to the manager's reports, and then said that it all sounded too perfect, and he'd like to add some drama. Director Jamie added that we needed to come up with rules where the loser takes off their mask and reveals their face. Additionally, the 8 players should compete in matches just like in a league, and the winner will become the king and participate in the next shoot. The winner of the next episode must face off against the previous one. The new winner then becomes the king of 2 masks, and to keep things from getting boring, the player who wins 5 times will become the sole king of 2 masks. It was a great idea that the company's managers will have to bring to life. After that, rumors began to circulate about who exactly would be a contestant on the show. The topic was hotly debated among high-ranking players, and they began receiving invitations from the Nazar company. They said it was a show conceived by a max-level noob, so they were looking for players with well-known names. Seokjin didn't know why he needed this. He had never participated in a show and hadn't yet decided if he wanted to. Seokjin wanted to know what Kang Chungu thought about it and whether the New World Guild General planned to go on the show. If Chungu went, they would go together. After all, they were in the same guild for a reason, and then the New World Guild would claim the title of King of the Two Masks. Telecom had a training room for professional players. Players had already gathered there, though they didn't yet know exactly which tasks they would be working on today. They were busy watching videos from the arena. Previously, professional players considered such streams primitive and uninteresting, but recently a high-level player had appeared there. Lately, a standout player has appeared in the arena. His name is Max Level Noob, and his solo raids are truly thrilling. The manager watched part of the video. This guy was even better than the pros from America and Germany. He just needs to level up a bit more, and he'll become a true top-tier raid player. The manager informed the team members that an offer had come in to participate in a show related to this very noob. The show will be filmed soon. It's called One-on-One Battle in Masks. The players' identities will remain a secret until the very end of the duel. Most likely, the other participants on the show are professionals too. Or perhaps they are members of large guilds and well-known streamers. It is not yet clear whether the guys will take part in the show, but the manager wanted to know who was interested in participating. Upon hearing this question, one of the pros immediately raised his hand and expressed his interest. John Hanbok said he understood everything, but asked to be sent to the show as soon as the details were known. The manager wasn't too keen on Hanbok participating because the company was worried about his reputation and always tried to dissuade him from streaming and other forms of publicity. This guy came from a very wealthy family. He had no desire for money. However, if he really wanted to go on the show, the company would have no choice but to send him there. John Hanbok took his manager's silence as consent and said it was settled. He would appear on the show. Hyunwoo briefly stepped out into the real world. Today, the Nazar company had contacted him. The player now had his results, and he received a letter. Hyunwoo had been so out of touch with his own affairs that he had completely dropped out of the loop. The young man saw that Alice, the camera operator, had written to him a few days ago. Probably something had happened with the video. Alice congratulated the player on his television debut and announced that he would also be participating in Battle of the Two Masks as a producer, believing that it was all thanks to Hyunwoo. As a token of gratitude, Alice would no longer charge for video editing, since working with Hyunwoo had helped him realize his dream. The news from Alice was very welcome. In addition, a letter arrived from Kyle. The manager reported that everything is progressing very well and the project will be super popular. Unfortunately, however, many rankers are refusing to participate. At the moment, there are about 30 applicants. All the details are provided below. Hyunwoo began reviewing the program's terms. It seemed to him that there were too many participants. Additionally, Kyle mentioned that after the program's launch, he would arrive in Korea along with the boss. Hyunwoo was a little shocked by the scale of it all. He hadn't expected the project to be this massive. Hyunwoo was looking over the list of guests for upcoming episodes when he spotted a familiar ID. It belonged to Jong Han-byuk. That meant the music hadn't been playing for long, and it seemed like luck was finally on his side. The young man was so happy that he would finally face his worst enemy and show who was boss. Yeonchang came running from another room at his shout. Only then did Hyunwoo realize that he had been expressing his emotions very passionately and loudly, so he had to apologize. But Yeonchang didn't seem to mind at all. He said that something unprecedented was happening in the arena community. It turned out that one of the players had encountered Cocoon, and as we remember, he was Rakun's son, who had run away from his father because he didn't want to take on the role of ruler. Yeonchang also tried to remember exactly who this Cocoon was. A strange incident involving an orc had occurred in the ice canyon the day before. The players were hunting and saw something unusual, an orc in winter clothing wandering all alone. The players found this very interesting. The orc showed absolutely no aggression and looked like a typical tourist, so the players spoke to him. But the orc couldn't really say anything. He just asked them for food. The players thought he was an NPC who might give them a quest later. The players immediately gave the orc all their food, and not even the guild members themselves got any. But the most interesting part came later. The orc ate everything, thanked the players, and walked away. The players felt cheated. They'd spent a ton of gold coins on food and were left with nothing. So now they were warning everyone to be very careful. If you encounter an orc in the icy canyon, don't give him food. He'll just trick you and run away. Hyunwoo set off for the icy canyon with his pet. He really wanted to meet Cocoon to feed him and deliver a message from his father. No one could have predicted that the orc they so desperately needed was currently in the icy canyon. Hyunwoo, moreover, never thought that Yeonchang would watch his video so closely, pay attention to the details, and now help solve problems. Tenny threw another tantrum. He had put up with it for a long time, but finally snapped. He didn't understand why he had to drag himself to such a cold place too, since a bear's place was in the forest. Hyunwoo replied that they were going together to look for their mutual friend. Tenny insisted that all his friends were normal guys, and they were hanging out in the woods too, not walking on glaciers. But Hyunwoo asked his pet to help him look for Cocoon, and then they'd get it done faster. That would be the new topic for the video. The video will be from the Ice Canyon. It could be titled The Missing Orc Found. Noob Hyunwoo and his pet wandered through the icy desert, buffeted by the winds, and saw absolutely no one. A group of players was walking through the snowy desert, despite the cold and frost. They met another group of players and offered Kate 500 gold coins. But the girl replied that it wasn't even about the money, since everyone already understood the situation. None of the players wanted to spend another week in this icy desert if the GM was simply withholding food for the orc. Kate was the author of the article about the orc in the icy gorge, and he still hadn't left that place. Other guild members were with him as well. As Ma, Nix, and Jewel, they were all very wealthy people in the real world, but they'd lost interest in money because it no longer brought them joy. So now this group of players simply traveled to different corners of the arena and shared moments with viewers. Although they didn't become famous, their guild was soon named Pioneer. Pioneer had the largest number of subscribers. They were genuine and were considered the best guild, playing simply for the sake of the game and for fun. Suddenly, Kate saw a lone figure walking in the distance who, despite the cold, was moving as if he had a serious purpose. Soon the players recognized this guy. There was a bear sitting on his back, which meant he was a max-level noob. Kate knew this player was a star of the arena. He really wanted to meet the guy and talk to him in person. Henwu was very surprised when players from the Pioneer Guild appeared before him. The players were pleased and happy about this encounter. They said it was an honor for them to meet a noob here. Henwu didn't understand why the Pioneer Guild was wandering around these cold places. Tenny explained to the players that he had come with his master to hunt an orc, and that it was the max-level noob who had once posted an article about Cocoon. Henwu added that he was looking for the orc because it was part of his quest. The guild members decided this was their chance to spend time together. The players honestly admitted that they had already spent a whole week searching for the orc and asked to continue the search together. Henwu didn't quite understand why these guys needed to look for the orc again, but Kate replied that she just wanted to meet him one more time because the orc was a really fun guy. Of course, that was a strange explanation about a fun-loving orc, but rich guys think differently, and maybe that's a valid point for them. The players from the Pioneer Guild asked to be added as friends. Henwu didn't see anything wrong with that, since working together with such a famous guild would only give him bonuses. Henwu sent a friend request, and the members of the Pioneer Guild accepted it immediately. Thus, Kate, Ace, Jules, Maha, and Nix became Henwu's new friends, and now they could set out together in search of the orc Kaken. The players soon encountered the massive boss of the ice desert. He was monstrously huge, extremely vicious, and furious. The players from the Pioneer Guild asked the max-level noob to leave this boss to them. Henwu watched the battle from the sidelines. He liked what he saw. The guys were fighting great as a team. Every member of the group knew what they had to do and performed their duties flawlessly. The strongest among them were the warrior Kate and the mage Ass. Most likely, professional gamers would have to play at this level as well. And that meant that Yon Hanbok was most likely training constantly with such players, so he couldn't just let things take their course. Hyunwoo told his new friends that he would also go hunting and search. If he succeeded, he would inform the players from the Pioneer Guild. Playing as a team was certainly very interesting, but Henwu knew that to improve, it was better to play solo in order to get back at Hanbyok. He couldn't just stand on the sidelines, he had to try very hard and prepare. Hengwu was trudging through the snow so determinedly that his pet Tenny suspected his master urgently needed to use the restroom. The bear cub explained that with a face like that, only bathroom thoughts come to mind. That wouldn't help find the orc Cocoon at all. Tenny told his master to calm down and do everything as usual. Of course, it was strange to hear such words from a pet. Suddenly, the player saw a massive explosion somewhere in the distance, and tons of snow flew into the sky. Tenny was very frightened and clung even tighter to his master. He hadn't expected to hear an explosion in the snowy silence. Henwu was very pleased. This wasn't magic. Only monsters could make such a loud sound. And that meant their search hadn't been in vain. And now they were about to face a boss monster. The boss was simply enormous and fought the enemy with great ferocity. Loud explosions and blows rang out. The stranger was fighting with a club, and at one point he began to feel weak and crouched down to catch his breath. Henyu usually didn't waste time on monsters of that size. It was better to just walk away from them, because a player loses more than they gain after fighting them. But now the situation was entirely different. This monster could cause harm, so it had to be stopped immediately. The crescent blow came just in time, and finally Henwu was able to find Cocoon, and he did so at the most opportune moment. The orc was very surprised when he realized that a human was protecting him. The monster couldn't understand how he had ended up in such a situation. Henwu showed the orc a necklace. It was the necklace of Cocoon's tribe. Before the orc could figure out what was happening, a frightened but happy bear cub named Tenny threw himself around his neck, glad that they had finally found Cocoon. Cocoon couldn't understand what was happening or where these people and bears had come from. Henwu said he was very happy to meet him, but first they had to take out this guy, who was now a danger to everyone. Never before had a max-level noob had a partner like this. but there's always a first time for everything. And so, the orc and the player began their battle against the monster boss together. Henwu tried to aim for the legs to knock the monster off balance and bring it down to the ground. And it worked. The huge monster fell onto the snow, continuing to growl and fight back fiercely. Henwu and the orc struck the monster simultaneously. They slashed at it and finished it off with their weapons. Soon, the victory over the snow giant was declared. The player received experience points and a new level. His physical health and magic were fully restored. Kaken honestly admitted that he had survived only thanks to his strange companions. It was very surprising to hear that the player had traveled such a long way just to find him. Kaken had left home not only because of his demanding studies, he had left because he wanted to find something important. Hyun-woo was very surprised to hear those words. It turned out that his son had left not just because he was afraid of his father. On the other hand, it doesn't really matter. The main thing now is to finish this quest, said Henwu, addressing the orc. The player said that Rakun had asked him to tell his son, "Your home is the dark forest." Suddenly, Kate saw a lone figure walking in the distance who, despite the cold, moved as if he had a serious purpose. Soon the players recognized the guy. A bear was sitting on his back, which meant he was a max-level noob. Kate knew this player was a star of the arena. He really wanted to meet the guy and talk to him in person. Henwu was very surprised when players from the Pioneer Guild appeared before him. The players were pleased and happy about this encounter. They said it was an honor for them to meet a noob here. Henwu didn't understand why the Pioneer Guild was wandering around these cold places. Tenny explained to the players that he had come with his master to hunt an orc and that it was the max-level noob who had once posted an article about Cocoon. Henwu added that he was looking for the orc because it was part of his quest. The guild members decided this was their chance to spend time together. The players honestly admitted that they had already spent a whole week searching for the orc and asked to continue the search together. Henwu didn't quite understand why these guys needed to look for the orc again, but Kate replied that she just wanted to meet him one more time because the orc was a really fun guy. Of course, that was a strange explanation about a fun-loving orc, but rich guys think differently, and maybe that's a valid point for them. The players from the Pioneer Guild asked to be added as friends. Henwu didn't see anything wrong with that, since working together with such a famous guild would only give him bonuses. Henwu sent a friend request, and the members of the Pioneer Guild accepted it immediately. Thus Kate, Ace, Jules, Maha, and Nyx became Henwu's new friends, and now they could set out together in search of the orc Kaken. The players soon encountered the massive boss of the ice desert. He was monstrously huge, extremely vicious, and furious. The players from the Pioneer Guild asked the max-level noob to leave this boss to them. Henwu watched the battle from the sidelines. He liked what he saw. The guys were fighting great as a team. Every member of the group knew what they had to do and performed their duties flawlessly. The strongest among them were the warrior Kate and the mage S. Most likely, professional gamers would have to play at this level as well. And that meant that Yonhan Bok was most likely training constantly with such players, so he couldn't just let things take their course. Hyunwoo told his new friends that he would also go hunting and search. If he succeeded, he would inform the players from the Pioneer Guild. Playing as a team was certainly very interesting, but Henwu knew that to improve, it was better to play solo in order to get back at Hanbok. He couldn't just stand on the sidelines. He had to try very hard and prepare. Henwu was trudging through the snow so determinedly that his pet Tenny suspected his master urgently needed to use the restroom. The bear cub explained that with a face like that, only bathroom thoughts come to mind. That wouldn't help find the orc Kaken at all. Tenny told his master to calm down and do everything as usual. Of course, it was strange to hear such words from a pet. Suddenly, the player saw a massive explosion somewhere in the distance, and tons of snow flew into the sky. Tenny was very frightened and clung even tighter to his master. He hadn't expected to hear an explosion in the snowy silence. Henwu was very pleased. This wasn't magic. Only monsters could make such a loud sound. And that meant their search hadn't been in vain, and now they were about to face a boss monster. The boss was simply enormous and fought his opponent with great ferocity. Loud explosions and blows rang out. The stranger was fighting with a club, and at one point he already felt weak and crouched down to catch his breath. Henyu usually didn't waste time on monsters of this size. It was better to just walk away from them, because the player lost more than he gained after fighting them. But now the situation was entirely different. This monster could cause harm, so it had to be stopped immediately. The crescent blow came just in time. And finally, Henwu was able to find Cocoon. and he did so at the most opportune moment. The orc was very surprised when he realized that a human was protecting him. The monster couldn't understand how he had ended up in such a situation. Henwu showed the orc a necklace. It was the necklace of Cocoon's tribe. Before the orc could figure out what was happening, a frightened but happy bear cub named Tenny threw himself around his neck, glad that they had finally found Cocoon. Cocoon couldn't understand what was happening or where these people and bears had come from. Henwu said he was very happy to meet him, but first they had to take out this guy, who was now a danger to everyone. Never before had a max-level noob had a partner like this. But there's always a first time for everything. And so, the orc and the player together began their battle with the monster boss. Henwu aimed for the monster's legs in an effort to knock it off balance and bring it down to the ground. And it worked. The huge beast fell onto the snow, continuing to growl and fight back fiercely. Henwu and the orc struck the monster simultaneously. They slashed at it and finished it off with their weapons. Soon, the victory over the snow giant was declared. The player gained experience points and leveled up. His physical health and mana were fully restored. Cocoon honestly admitted that he had survived only thanks to his strange companions. It was very surprising to hear that the player had traveled such a long way just to find him. Cocoon had left home not only because of his demanding studies, he had left because he wanted to find something important. Hyunwoo was very surprised to hear those words. It turned out that his son had left not just because he was afraid of his father. On the other hand, it doesn't really matter. The main thing now is to finish this quest, said Henwu, addressing the orc. The player said that Rakun had asked him to tell his son, "Your home is the dark forest." Everyone knew that this player wasn't even at level 100, but right now he was displaying an unprecedented level of professionalism before them. It was completely baffling how the player could wield a sword that drained so much mana, but perhaps the guy possessed some secret technique. The Dark Mage Lich felt his mana running out because he was spending so much of it on resurrecting skeletons. The mage realized he had to destroy that unfamiliar masked player, or he would soon be in danger. Cocoon shouted that they needed to be careful because the mage was using curse magic, like the one he had cast on the orc. Henwu watched the attack and doubted that this magic was really that dangerous. Henwu easily broke through the line of skeletons, who couldn't stop him at all. The player raced at full speed toward the Dark Mage, while the Lich directed his entire attack at him. The max-level noob took the attack without moving. There was a powerful flash and an explosion. Tenny could barely hold back his tears. He could see the flesh of his beloved master being eaten away. Soon, nothing would remain of his master. Henwu confirmed that the mage's curses were indeed very powerful. The player kept a skeleton by his side wearing his mask. The poor little bear cub nearly had a heart attack from the shock. He didn't understand why his master was so cruel and showed no mercy to his loved ones. Henwu admitted that this was his first time trying this element, and he didn't know if it would work, but now the video would be great, and now he needed to figure things out and kill the mage. The Lich was furious because this player dared to play games with him and even tricked the Dark Mage. It was all too humiliating, so the Dark Mage decided to play with the players too, and the skeletons began to vanish. After that, the Dark Mage began summoning his most powerful creature, and multiple magic circles appeared on the ground. The players waited with surprise and fear for the new enemy to appear. They weren't sure they could defeat such a thing. No one had ever said that such a creature could appear in this dungeon. And all because, until that moment, no one had ever summoned the Dullahan. The players saw that his head lay in his hands, and a horse served as his legs. A few months ago, news spread through the arena community about the emergence of a new boss, Dullahan, the Headless Horseman. Upon hearing this news, many major guilds and professional players immediately set out on a raid, but all of them were defeated, with one exception. Soon, this boss was nicknamed Echo of Terror, and now the Dark Mage Lich has summoned the Headless Horseman and ordered him to destroy these people. The players knew that the New World Guild, with 20 monks, had spent over 3 hours defeating this Headless Horseman. This meant that the players present wouldn't be able to handle it on their own. On top of that, there were skeleton knights and about 7 orcs here. The Dark Mage Lich laughed at the players, who apparently didn't understand who they were about to fight or what they were hoping for as they took up attacking positions. At that moment, the Dullahan approached the players and struck with his massive sledgehammer. The players scattered in all directions. Cocoon felt a sharp pain in his chest. The blow had been powerful, and now the orc could do nothing. Henwu advised him to rest with the bear cub and leave the battle to the players. Kate couldn't understand how a headless rider could be so fast, given his enormous bulk. The players doubted they could defeat this boss at all. It seemed they didn't stand a chance. Dullahan announced that the foolish little humans had dared to attack his master, and now they must prepare for their doom. Around that moment, the max-level noob went on the offensive. He told his comrades that he would fight the Headless Horseman himself, while the players had to deal with the Dark Mage Lich. The players from the Pioneer Guild looked at the max-level noob and hoped he wouldn't give up and would survive the battle. And they in turn would use their remaining mana for buffs and wouldn't give up either. Hen Yu activated Divine Energy and received the Archangel's blessing. Dullahan continued to laugh at the players, believing that these leather-clad weaklings would never be able to defeat him. However, one player was too cocky and aggressive, and he had to be punished for his audacity. The Headless Horseman attacked Hen Wu. However, the guy withstood the attacks, dodging very quickly and with dignity. The noob managed to dodge and force the horseman to drop his head, which now lay alone on the floor. Hen Wu was very surprised when he saw that the horseman had lost his head so easily. This suggested that the Dullahan was very distracted. The rider pulled his head back by the hair, and it continued to look around and talk. It turned out that the rider had decided not to place his head on his shoulders, but to use it as a weapon to attack the player. However, the max-level noob was very focused. He landed blows and seemed to have hit the head. The player was very surprised when he realized that the armor of a monster of this class was unable to withstand his attacks. At that moment, the Headless Horseman literally went berserk. He began slashing left and right, trying to avenge his head. Hen Yu saw this disoriented opponent, and it seemed to him that this wasn't the same Dullahan that the New World and Phoenix Guilds had fought. This was some other Dullahan who was now not a raid boss but a mini-boss. A crack had reappeared on him. At that moment, players from the Pioneer Guild noticed that the battle was going very well for Nuba, and he was beginning to defeat his opponent. Hen Wu decided not to tell the guys that this Headless Horseman was very easy. He could use the guild's fame to promote himself. At that moment, the Headless Horseman demanded that his opponent stop running away and fight properly. Hen Wu couldn't understand what nonsense his opponent was spouting. It seemed as though his words didn't match his actions. Besides, this Headless Horseman couldn't use fear, because he wasn't a boss monster. The max-level noob had had enough of the game by this point and decided it was time to end the battle. Dullahan sensed a powerful aura emanating from the player and decided to dodge. It was very strange since the knight himself had just ordered him not to run away. Hen Yu decided to talk to his opponent and try out an idea of his. Maybe it would work. The player told the Headless Horseman that his master would hardly be able to withstand the mana attack. The Headless Horseman was outraged, for such words were unworthy of a knight. But Hen Wu replied that he had never actually been a knight and executed a crescent strike. The Dark Mage Lich couldn't understand what was happening, but for some reason, mana began to return to him. This, of course, was impossible, but it could only mean one thing. Had the Headless Horseman really fallen? A max-level noob was checking his profile at that very moment, pleased with his victory over the Dullahan. The Dark Mage Lich was furious. He needed to put an end to this insolent player, and now Lich would deal with him personally. The mage stretched out his bony, hideous hand and began to summon the god. The players were outraged by the Dark Mage's behavior, since he was simply getting in their way, interrupting them. And anyway, did he really want to hide his toy in the storeroom again? The Dark Mage soon realized that something strange was happening. The holy power on his bracelet seemed to have stopped working. Hen Yu was already racing at breakneck speed, intent on finishing off the Dark Mage. After all, everyone was tired and wanted to end this. The player leaped at the Lich and struck him. The Dark Mage didn't even have time to react. After that, the Dark Forces left the mage, and he began to disintegrate, continuing to scream and wail pitifully, demanding that the powers return to him. For defeating the Lich, Hen Wu earned experience points and leveled up. Besides, the guy was sure the video turned out great. All the players from the Pioneer Guild were absolutely thrilled. They rushed over to their idol. Something incredible had just happened right before their eyes. This player had single-handedly defeated Dullahan. The guild had initially planned to help, but in the end, everything worked out thanks to Nub. Tenny's pet was wailing loudly, dousing everything around him with snot and tears. These were tears of joy and happiness, because the body of his current best friend Kakun had been completely cleansed, and now the orc was healthy. Kakun would always remember how the owner of the little fluffy pet had helped him. Cocoon admitted that he hadn't understood before why his father respected certain people, but now it was clear to him. The players from the Pioneer Guild asked for permission. Could they share this story with their community? Henwu felt awkward, but he still allowed them to post the information anywhere and not hold back. When the players left the dungeon and took a break, Cocoon slung his backpack over his shoulder. Now he could see his father again and return to his tribe. Cocoon sincerely thanked Henwu for his help and rescue, inviting him to visit the tribe anytime. Tenny immediately said that's exactly what would happen. They'd be back soon after all. They were friends. Henwu could barely remember what his pet had done in that battle. Tenny continued to play the role of best friend. He asked the orc to be careful and promised they would visit him soon. Cocoon said goodbye and waved to his new friends as he set off on his return journey. All that remained was to put things in order. A quarrel broke out among the players of the Pioneer Guild over items. They couldn't agree on which item was best suited for whom. The guild leader was unpleasantly surprised that the guys were arguing over such a trifle. It was utter nonsense. One player claimed it was a very rare mana item for quick recharging. None of the guys wanted to give in to the others. Tempers were flaring and things were heading toward a conflict. One of the players called out his comrades. How dare they behave so poorly in front of a respected person? The tank broke up the fight. Kate punished them for their unworthy behavior. After that, the leader of the Pioneer Guild pulled out the bracelet and ring that had previously belonged to the Dark Mage. Henwu modestly asked why he was being given them, but Kate replied that it was Nub who had defeated the main villain. Moreover, they were an apology for the quarrel between the two troublemakers. Ace immediately asked if Nub would agree to sell him the ring for 20,000 gold coins. It was a huge sum. No one in their right mind would turn down such a deal. Henwu sold the ring right away, thinking that the Pioneer Guild would remain a financial ally. The mage's bracelet had many useful functions, but for some reason possessed only a rare class. When it hit a living creature, it reduced the target's health. With such a skill, one could easily defeat raid bosses. Previously, even attacks on desert dragons had taken several hours. Henwu was busy with his calculations when one of the players approached him. It was the guild leader, Keith, and he had a personal question. Kate apologized for the sudden conversation, but still wanted to invite Nubu to join their guild. After all, it would be much more fun for everyone to play together. Henwu listened to yet another invitation. This was far from the first time he'd been asked to join. The young man thanked him for the offer. Kate immediately said he understood if Nub declined, so he'd hold off on his offer for now. Of course, the player had his own reasons for turning it down. Even though all the players are skilled, if Nub ever decides to join, they'll always be ready and waiting for his yes. Henwu appreciated the interaction. The Pioneer Guild was very intelligent and respectful. All the players enjoyed the game without thinking about money, skills, or level. Now they were genuinely upset to learn that Nub was going his own way. For the first time in ages, Yenshin shared dinner with his friend and discussed the latest news. Henwu said he already had a bronze rank and was at level 93. Yenchang hadn't expected this to happen so quickly. Enchan knew that one could obtain bronze starting at level 120. How had his friend managed to achieve such a result at a relatively low level? This means that Kang Henwu can enter RMR before reaching level 100. RMR stands for Ranked Matches for Rankers. Only players at level 100 or higher can enter. It's a competition where you might get a great item or catch the eye of pros and sponsors. Hyunwoo thought about this. The ranked matches included several events related to mana tests and achievement evaluations. It would be interesting, but for now he needed to deal with the Battle of the Two Masks. Alliance Arena, the venue for the morning's competition, was filling up with spectators. Henwu took the stage and greeted everyone in attendance. The viewers immediately started sending donations and cheering for their idol. Hopefully, he'll keep them entertained with his presence for as long as possible. The noob thanked them for the donations and said that today's stream would focus on ranked matches. The player promised to reveal all the details of the Battle of the Two Masks at the end of this video, provided, of course, that viewers are interested in watching it through to the end. But today, the max-level noob was going to fight with a dagger and talk about ranked matches. The noob held a blunt, standard-class dagger in his hands, and now Henwu was about to show off his skills using this weapon. He hoped that viewers would change their minds during the stream, since they believed there was nothing that could be done with such clippings. A player with a sword appeared in front of Nub. The guy recognized his idol, admitted he was a fan of Nub, and asked for an autograph. The player didn't have time to speak because his head was severed from his shoulders, and no one needed an autograph anymore. The max-level noob slashed, spun, destroyed, struck, drove everyone crazy, surprised, and amazed. Soon, 10 consecutive victories had been secured. The audience was in complete awe. They now couldn't fathom what the other players in the arena were supposed to do when there was a max-level nub. Hen Wu thought that because the victories had been so easy, he'd gotten so carried away that he'd forgotten to add some humor to his stream. Oh well, maybe he should treat this video as a skills demonstration. After that, the player went to the mana test room. He stood in the center in front of a stranger. This man was the mana test examiner. He said that 10 consecutive victories didn't mean anything yet, because the mana test wasn't like regular fights. The test is divided into 2 parts. In the first part, you need to draw magical power from the outside, just like in the tutorial, but using skills is prohibited. The player might as well not even try. In short, a weak player like Hen Wu shouldn't get his hopes up too high. At that moment, the examiner opened his eyes and was simply stunned. He didn't understand what was happening. Where did such a low-level player get that kind of power? The second part of the mana test is much more difficult. Compared to it, the first part is child's play. The examiner handed the player orbs that react to mana by changing color. The task was to try to change their color, but in principle, this was practically a disaster for the player. Hen Wu made his orbs glow in different colors. He set a speed record in the mana test and was now in first place. After that, the player went to the Hall of Achievements, where a girl was supposed to evaluate his achievements. To do this, he had to place his hands on a stone slab. Hen Wu really hoped that, as a result, he would be given some kind of unique item. Of course, the viewers thought the guy was greedy, but no one is forbidden from dreaming. Hen Wu thought that if he received a unique item, his stream would be the best of all the videos recorded from this location. Gradually, the player's achievement evaluation was coming to an end. The glow was getting brighter and brighter, and the result was about to appear. The female examiner was in shock when she saw what item this player had received. She didn't know what to say. There are only 4 common items in the arena, which all players start with. Not far behind is an unusual item, the same one but with mother-of-pearl buttons. Next come the rare and unique items, respectively, each of which appears less and less frequently. However, rumors suggest that there is yet another tier of items, an unknown tier that has never before appeared in the arena. Kang Hyun Woo, despite having seen a lot, was so surprised that his mouth dropped open. The arena announced that the achievement evaluation result had yielded a legendary level, which appeared right then and there. Hyun Woo even broke out in a sweat from the tension and surprise. Of course, he had expected something unusual, but he hadn't even hoped to get a legendary level. All the stream viewers were commenting non-stop. They immediately sent donations and congratulated their idol. The female examiner said that the game would now announce his title. Warrior Tura, a recognized knight of the empire, the first to enter the imperial castle, the first to meet the emperor, the first to defeat the desert dragon, and many other firsts. Kang Hyun Woo was bursting with delight and pride. He thanked his viewers, barely holding back a smile. The young man insisted he didn't deserve these comments and wasn't doing anything special. Finally, it was time to check the player rankings, and players around the world turned their attention to the leaderboard. As expected, the legendary player Kang Hyun Woo now held first place with a perfect score. It was a resounding triumph. Nothing but congratulations and admiration could be heard in response to such a result. The video was coming to an end, and now, finally, the player could move on to the Battle of the Two Masks. The Battle of the Two Masks is a competition for masked arena players. Everyone probably knows why they wear masks, to hide their identity. Thanks to a nickname or appearance, players always know exactly who they're facing. And knowing that, they can always choose the right tactics and defeat their opponent by striking at their weak points. But in the Battle of the Two Masks, no one will know exactly who their opponent is. And that means victory will depend on the player's skills. Plus, it could be really interesting since a celebrity might be hiding behind the mask. The company plans to hold a show on Fridays of odd-numbered weeks. There will be 8 participants in total, and the winner of the first week advances to the playoffs. The company hasn't decided on the prize yet, but one thing is already clear. The prize will definitely be an autograph from a top-tier celebrity, along with a photo. It can't be said that the audience was thrilled with such a prize, but there was still hope that they would give something else of value. Tenny was absolutely overjoyed, which was extremely rare for him. The little bear had finally made it to the forest and was now unable to hide his delight. The pet was very tired of deserts and snowy mountains. And finally, his owner had listened to him. Henwu was completing a quest for the dwarfs he had once saved. He needed to find the Red Koval tribe in the Hojin Mountains and meet the Golden Hammer. Surely, as a reward, he would be able to choose a weapon crafted with the Golden Hammer. Henwu had planned to come to this area after reaching level 120, since it was very difficult here. But he wanted to finish the quest as quickly as possible and level up his stats. Having lived so many years, the player realized that people usually have a lot of preconceptions about strangers. It was exactly the same with the Chinese streamer Tian Ho, who was also currently walking around this area. His assistant, the mage Lin, claimed that it was most likely safe here. Other players had been here recently, but they had all gone hunting deep into the forest. Tian Ho said they needed to hunt too, since he needed to level up, and so he was counting on his mage's help. The player placed his hand on the girl's head and told her to just call him Tian, since they were in the game. Tian Ho told his assistant that he planned to spend 3 hours here, so the girl should call the others. "Are they going to set up camp here?" Lin asked. "Do we really need to call everyone?" It was clear that the girl was very nervous. She didn't want to disappoint her boss and had to carry out his orders. Just wonderful. Suddenly, she saw some strangers discussing among themselves how long and arduous the journey had been. At that moment, a max-level noob emerged from the thicket of the forest, and on his back sat a pet chewing on an apple. Henwu immediately warned the girl that he was just passing by and had no intention of getting into anything with her. She could hunt here as much as she wanted, but the look on this girl's face was very strange. For some reason, she was scared. In reality, Lin wasn't scared. She was surprised. The girl recognized this player. It was the max-level noob who had caused the boss so many problems and had been making him constantly nervous lately. Maybe this is fate giving me a gift, the girl thought. If she catches this player, Boss Tian Ho's mood will definitely improve. Henwu was tired of wandering through the forest, and even his pet couldn't move a single paw, despite being in its own forest. Henwu looked around. He couldn't understand why everyone here was so scary. It was hard to tell who was human and who was a monster. It felt as though it wasn't Henwu who had gone hunting, but some mysterious tribe was chasing him. As long as they kept wandering around like this, Henwu definitely wouldn't be able to level up. He had to kill at least someone. Tenny insisted that this was just a nice forest, but the player said that if he killed someone now, he'd even give the little bear a ride on his back afterward. Henwu finally couldn't take it anymore and turned to his pursuers asking, "What the hell are you following me for?" Lin realized she'd been caught. The girl stepped out and said, "It's nothing special. I'm just offering to play with the guy." Henwu didn't understand why she needed him when she already had 4 friends. Besides, he had already told her he wasn't going to interfere with her hunt. Lin replied that she wasn't going to fight a player over some monsters that players usually can't share. The problem was that standing right in front of her was that very max-level noob, and his very existence was causing her pain. Henwu said bluntly and frankly that he couldn't recall ever having any problems with her. The player wanted to know where she had come from in the first place. Lin replied that she had no intention of answering his questions. She simply demanded that the noob fight her right here and now. Henwu looked at this cute girl with a pure, open face, clear eyes, and a sprinkling of freckles. What battle was she talking about? The player took off running as fast as he could because he didn't want to waste his time on some weak players. The whole group rushed after him. Henwu was already starting to get tense and nervous, seeing his pursuers running right behind him. Henwu knew that players hunting in this mountain range were usually above level 150, which meant that a battle with 4 players of that level could be deadly even for a noob. The player didn't understand why things like this kept happening to him. He ran toward the bright light at the end of the forest tunnel. Before the guy started playing in the arena, he was a ranker in another game. One day, an idea came to him and invited him to join her so they could carry out various missions together. Well, the guy had always loved playing solo, so he refused. And after that refusal, a lot of bad things happened. These included the forced killings of players who could have helped Henwu in some way or were close to him. There was also regular interference with his hunting and even the spreading of negative rumors within the community. These players kept fighting the young man, and he fought back, and the situation basically reached a deadlock because the players were obsessed with revenge. The game, which had previously brought him joy, began to haunt him, and he could no longer feel any satisfaction, only constant stress. That's why he decided to quit playing. And now Henwu stood before the group of pursuers, realizing there was no point in running any further. The young man ran to the edge of the ravine and behind him was a high cliff and a raging river. There was no way out. Henwu looked at his pursuers. He was very angry with them because the players were forcing him into battle. This was a huge advantage for the guild. The players in the guild acted in concert, and now, because of this group of strangers, painful memories were resurfacing in Henwu's mind. But this time, in both life and in the game, everything was a little different for Henwu than before, because the arena had become a part of his life. Henwu could no longer just turn around and leave the game. Too much and too many people depended on his success in the game. And now the young man was ready to see which of them would survive. One of the players, very strong and powerful, asked Ms. Lin if he could take on the max-level noob himself. Everyone understood that this guy wasn't as skilled as people said he was, so he definitely wouldn't be able to handle 4 level 150 players since he hadn't even reached level 100 himself. Everyone was certain that just one of those present would be enough to take down the noob. At that moment, Henwu was trying to remember who Lin was and who her boss was. Lin agreed that this was exactly the case. Moreover, as one of the best players in her guild, she allowed him to attack, reminding him that he must not lose under any circumstances. Chen knew that the man's weapon was a heavy bastard sword, and he rushed into the attack. Henwu stood there still, not moving an inch. He felt like he'd seen this somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. The opponent closed in, preparing to deliver a critical strike. But at that moment, Henwu activated his additional skins and boosted his power. His strength, Hephaestus, adventurism, and the player's indestructibility were all utilized. On top of that, thanks to LeBron, Henwu had increased his sword mastery. Henwu used weapon destruction and landed a single devastating blow. The player was stunned when he saw that instead of a sword, there was just a stump in his hands. He couldn't understand how this could have happened. Henwu approached the warrior and asked, "Didn't you expect this, or what comes next?" With those words, the max-level noob grabbed his opponent by the armor and hurled him far away. Watching his opponent perish, Henwu recalled that when he fought the Black Skull Guild, there had been a fool there too who thought he could defeat him. Lin was very alarmed. The guild's strongest player had just died right before her eyes. Could it be that the noob had lured them here on purpose to kill them? And if he was able to destroy Chen's weapon with a single blow, then Nub must surely be hiding some other impressive skills. Lin immediately ordered the players to prepare for an attack. None of them were going to go in alone anymore. Before the opponents could take up their positions and assign roles, Henwu charged at them because this wasn't a raid. Henwu didn't want to let the enemies develop any tactics. He had to take advantage of their confusion. It would be difficult to defend against such strong opponents. Therefore, he had to prevent them from attacking. Henwu looked at the players, and it seemed as though they were twins because they worked together so seamlessly against him. Henwu remembered what LeBron had taught him and was able to direct a mana strike at a specific player. Soon, everything in front of him burst into flames. Lin was certain that a max-level noob wouldn't be able to withstand her magic, especially if she directed it precisely at a single player. A powerful mage was always a great support on the team. However, the difficulty of mastering magic lay in the fact that it was often unpredictable. For example, getting burned when using fire, or frostbite when using ice. Lin ordered the players to keep attacking, believing that time was on their side because her team's level was much higher and they shouldn't lose. Henwu was a little out of breath. He knew he had to take out the mage, but to fight him, he needed to prepare in advance. Henwu fended off the attacks and suddenly realized he didn't know what his pet was doing right now, since it could help its master in battle. Tenny was indeed very busy. He was trying to reach the apple and had expended a lot of energy on this action. Suddenly, Henwu felt pressure building on his body. It was very difficult for him to move his arms and legs. It felt as if they had turned to stone. It turned out that the enemies could use crowd control, a technique that hindered the enemy's movement. Thanks to this technique, Lin was certain that the end was now upon the max-level Nuba. The girl was able to land a precise strike on the immobilized target. A powerful bolt of lightning lit up everything around her and incinerated the sorceress Lin on the spot, just as she was about to attack Henwu. Tenny was almost too late, but these little people were driving him crazy. He finally reached the apple and could now calmly use his ability to strike with lightning. Player Lin was struck by lightning, resulting in internal damage. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. For powerful mages, there is always a risk of internal damage. If a mage's spell is interrupted, they receive a severe debuff, or rather, their own body is destroyed. While the players watched their mage in horror, A crescent-shaped strike was delivered. Hen Wu couldn't let the players return to the duel. In the end, the sorceress Lin died and began to vanish right before her comrades' eyes. Soon she was gone. And now the duel had a slightly different dynamic. It was 2 against 2. Hen Wu asked his opponents if they would play fair. In principle, he didn't even need to try to figure out what the players had answered. Sitting in his office, Tian Ho learned that 4 players from his guild, all level 150, had failed to defeat a single level 100 player. Tian Ho was furious again and couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. Lin began to apologize, saying it was her fault. She hadn't known that the noob was that strong, and that he even had a very powerful pet. Tian Ho knew that this guy had only recently started the tournament. If he wanted to get even stronger, it wouldn't take him long. Lin felt guilty toward her boss. She understood that his words now sounded fair and to the point. The girl placed a flash drive on the table in front of her boss, saying that she had recorded the fight on video because she wanted to show her boss how she had killed Nub. But now Tian Ho could watch the entire match himself and see exactly how it all went down. Sakjin heard the news that the max-level Nub had defeated the sorceress Lin. Sakjin believed that Hen Wu had simply come here to hunt. The young man said he was filming a video here, so it would be best to clear the area and not ruin his shot. Sakjin began to think about the sorceress Lin. He knew she was a very serious opponent. Now he was trying to remember who she worked for. Finally, the memories came flooding back. Sakjin remembered that the sorceress Lin worked as Tian Ho's secretary. Tian Ho was the captain of the Aces Guild. They streamed very often, but on top of that, he was the director of an item company. Item farms are places where specific items are produced to monopolize demand for them and sell them later. His job was to manage the farm to monopolize items in the area and artificially manipulate market prices. Because of profiteers like this Tian Ho, prices on the arena item market were very high. In short, he's a bad person. It was precisely because of this monopolistic behavior that all items became expensive, and not every player could afford to buy them. Hen Wu now had a new target, and he had even more reasons to kill Tian Ho and kick him out of the game. In short, this could be considered the start of a war. Sakjin watched Noob and thought to himself just how dangerous this guy really was. Sakjin led Hen Wu and his pet to the right spot for a long time. Everyone was very tired, but the player from the New World Guild felt that this was the place. Sakjin could barely stand the critical glances from his companions, but he could clearly see dwarves with huge muscles here. Huge dwarves. Hen Wu checked the quest once more. He needed to find the Red Anvil tribe. He really wanted to finish the quest as quickly as possible, but for now the player was just wasting time. Suddenly, a strange little man appeared right in front of him, seemingly out of nowhere. Hen Wu touched the man's shoulder and asked him to wait so they could talk. Hen Wu told the man that he had come to meet the Golden Hammer. Sakjin was happy that they had finally found the dwarves. The little man wanted to know which golden anvil they were talking about. Hen Wu explained that he had met a dwarf who had been captured by a dark mage and taken prisoner to create weapons for the rebels. The little man introduced himself. His name was Trash. He had already heard about Hen Wu from his brothers. Looking at Sakjin, Trasha decided that he was also a dwarf, but just an overgrown one. Sakjin was outraged that he was being considered a dwarf. Trasha led the entire group to where the tribe lived. They walked through long underground passages. Soon, a very unusual and unexpected sight appeared before the players. The fact was that the actual village was located inside a mountain. It was very strange to see buildings and streets in a cave. Etchen was working in his workshop when someone called his name. He turned around to look at the newcomers. The man saw one of his tribesmen named Trash, who had brought the strangers into his workshop. Etchen finally recognized the player he had dealt with before, the one who had once helped him escape captivity. The dwarf had hoped the player would show up sooner. It had been difficult to do so earlier because the dwarves were in hiding, but at this stage of the quest, the task was complete. The player had met the Red Anvil tribe and had now received his reward. The dwarf laid out a variety of weapons in front of the player and offered Hen Yu the chance to choose any item from those available. There were plenty of cool things there. For example, there was a unique staff called Breath of Nature. It was made from the branches of the World Tree and could quickly restore magical power. Or a sword called Namasam's Oath, which was forged from meteorite steel. Sakjin examined the items with delight. He couldn't understand why Hen Wu couldn't make up his mind. He was thinking too long. But Hen Wu was very busy. He picked up each item, examined it, and analyzed it. as if an old woman at the market were picking out the cheapest vegetables. Finally, a choice was made. The player showed the item, and the dwarf Edchin immediately asked if he was sure of his choice. Edchin added that he hadn't made the item himself. His father had passed it down to him as one of his artifacts. But Hen Wu wasn't really listening to the master, knowing he'd made the best choice possible. In the player's hands were the gloves of a mercenary assassin who lived in the age of myths. At first glance, they seemed thin, but in reality, they were stained with the blood of the rarest creatures. Sakchin couldn't believe his eyes, but the max-level noob had chosen the gloves out of all the items. Even though Hen Wu had chosen what seemed like a cool item, the look on his face was anything but happy. It was as if someone were taking a toy away from him. Hyun Woo was neither a monk nor a knight, so he couldn't fully utilize the attack power of these gloves. But the defense boosted his stats just as if he were wearing the Black Jaguar suit. Hen Wu really wanted to start leveling up. He was just a little bit away from becoming a ranker, and then he would be able to live up to the glove's name and get the most out of them. A powerful sword strike landed on the monster, which had opened its huge, toothy maw. The players didn't understand what was going on. They had been in that spot for 5 hours already, and they kept encountering the same monsters over and over again. The player replied that he was fed up with it all too, but there was nothing he could do because he didn't know when the director would arrive. The swordsman didn't understand what the problem was at all, since they were progressing very well. It turned out that a max-level noob had killed one of the best players on the team, so now all they had to do was level up. The max-level noob has recently become a hot topic not only among viewers, but also among players. Besides, players wearing masks are everywhere these days. They're probably just some of max-level noobs' imitators who want to be closer to their idol. Of course, this isn't surprising, because max-level noob was very popular right now. The players finished their conversation. They were already pretty fed up with hunting, so they decided it might be better to kill someone for a change. That's when they spotted an unfamiliar player who was dressed just like Nub, but he was wearing a completely ridiculous mask. The guys decided that killing a player was a great way to relieve stress, so they decided to pick on the stranger in the ridiculous mask. They turned to the masked player and told him that he apparently had no pride at all. The swordsman didn't understand why the player was copying others, especially since he was in the mountain range. The stranger in the mask didn't understand what was wrong with his outfit. Besides, he wasn't bothering anyone, and there were plenty of monsters for everyone. But the guys thought the stranger was acting like a cheap copycat. The swordsman said that lately he's been running into all kinds of idiots, and there are even more of these masked players than you can imagine. The stranger asked the swordsman what he planned to do about such a huge problem. Did he really want to challenge him to a duel? But the swordsman wasn't even thinking about a duel. The guy was probably so obsessed with his idol that he thought he was just like a max-level noob. And if that's the case, he's more than capable of handling a team match, which is exactly what they're about to have right now. And now the swordsman and his friend would show this fool that wearing a mask wouldn't bring him any closer to his beloved idol. The stranger agreed to a team duel, which brought laughter and smiles to the guys' faces. The player logged into his profile and activated some options. He set a rule whereby the winner of the duel would get everything, and the loser would delete their account. The swordsman immediately agreed to all the rules. He confirmed this, and the battle was about to begin. The guys were planning to get their hands on this fool's gear, and then they could take a couple of days off. Plus, they shouldn't forget about their personal lives and finally meet up with their girlfriends, who would soon forget all about their boyfriends. The countdown ended. The player jumped forward and announced, "Hello guys, this is a max-level noob." The guys were literally speechless. They couldn't believe their eyes. Was this really the max-level noob standing before them? Hen Wu addressed the viewers and said that, of course, they had been waiting for a new stream, and now the wait was over. He was starting the stream right now. Hen Wu began to take off his mask and asked his opponents if they knew about the farms that manipulate market prices and create artificial shortages, driving up the cost of items. The man behind all this is the leader of the Aziz Guild, named Tien Ho. And now the max-level noob announced the stream's theme, Max-level noob versus the Aziz Guild. Hen Wun took off his silly mask and announced that the show was about to begin. Secretary Lin rushed into her director's office to inform him of yet another major problem. The thing is, the noob is streaming right now, but it turned out the director already knew about it. Tianho realized that Nub was targeting him directly. He handed the girl a flash drive and asked her to check it. Undoubtedly, Nub was an excellent player. No one would have thought that in just a few months he could level up so much. a true monster of control and growth speed. Tianho said he recognized the player's merits and that he certainly had no equal in control. The secretary couldn't figure out where her boss was going with this. Tianho would never have said any of this if he were in his right mind. The director announced that he must defeat the max-level noob by any means necessary, specifically in his own way. Viewers were watching a stream in which a player from the Aces Guild was chasing the bear cub Tenny. The viewers knew little about this guild, but recently many items had indeed become more expensive. Could this really be the fault of some scoundrels? Meanwhile, Tenny began gathering lightning bolts to once again impress all the viewers with his attack. The lightning strike was very powerful. It knocked the player out immediately, and viewers discussed how Tianho runs a farm and also streams. Meanwhile, despite the lightning strike, the player continued to resist and tried to reach the bear cub. While the viewers decided they needed to gather more information about Tianho, one of his comrades swung a sword to kill the nasty yellow bear. But he failed to do so because just at that moment, Henwu landed a perfect strike and decapitated the player. The swordsman was furious. His friend had just died right before his eyes. The spectators believed that the noob was absolutely right, and everyone knew that the A's Guild controlled market prices. Henwu, along with the offended and frightened little bear, looked at the swordsman who was left all alone. It was unclear how he planned to defeat a max-level nub. The team match was over. Nub claimed victory. He received the reward and took all the items from the losing players. Henwu said that rising prices weren't the only reason he had targeted Tianho. Everyone, of course, remembers the stand-in knight who was hired specifically to kill Nuba. Back then, the client who hired Cleo for the assassination was none other than Tianho. On top of that, we mustn't forget the recent attack in the forest carried out by the sorceress Lin. All of this suggests that Tianho has a reason to hate Nuba, a max-level player. Henwu didn't know if that was really the reason for such hatred. He had never quarreled with Tianho, but that didn't matter now. Henwu wasn't going to turn a blind eye to this situation. He wanted a personal apology from Tianho, and until then, the max-level noob would kill every member of the Isis Guild. Some viewers started sending donations so that the noob would win the next duel without using skills. Of course, he didn't want to get distracted by an extra mission, since he already had plenty on his plate. While Henwu was weighing the pros and cons, a few more donations landed in his account, and the money as usual won out. Henwu announced that he would now hold a duel without skills. A huge number of players immediately sprang into action. They believed that Nub had just signed his own death warrant for account deletion. These scavengers were ready to pounce on the noob from all sides, because they were certain he wouldn't be able to defeat them all. A few minutes later, Henwu was sitting on a log, catching his breath, while the bodies of the slain players lay scattered around him. Henwu was very pleased. He was glad he had leveled up during the previous hunt, and now he announced to his viewers that he had achieved victory without any skills. Today was an incredible haul. Henwu received a large amount of gear from members of the Aces Guild. Right after that, the next mission came in, which was to refrain from attacking for 30 seconds. That was completed as well. Next was a mission where we had to fight using weapons from the enemy's inventory. The player even fought with one hand. Soon, the audience's imagination ran out. Henwu was out of breath, but he managed to complete all the missions. The viewers were happy. Henwu looked around. He couldn't understand what was happening. All accounts were being deleted according to the duel's terms, and rumors about these battles should have already spread. But for some reason, players from other guilds weren't showing up. Perhaps it was because the missions were getting harder, and it was time to stop completing them. At that moment, one of the spectators bet 30,000 gold coins that the player would play and win against the newbie. It was a huge sum. Seth was still up against the newbie, but with that gear, Henwu would take a lot of damage. Henwu knew that if he refused, he'd have to return the money. But now he could use his skills and the bear. He figured he had absolutely nothing to worry about. He definitely wouldn't lose. The guy stripped off all his gear, and a stranger appeared before him. The max-level noob saw the player who was about to fight him. It was Tianho, who had brought thugs with him, declaring that they had to deal with this player who was slandering him everywhere. And now everyone would finally see that the max-level noob's words were complete nonsense. Henwu thought Tianho had come to apologize to him. He couldn't believe this player was still being stubborn and pretending he was absolutely right. Tianho stated that members of his guild had been killed, so he didn't think he owed anyone an apology. Henwu tried to say that those players had provoked him last time and brought this outcome upon themselves. Tianho replied that his guys simply wanted to fight him in a fair battle, so it was unclear how they had provoked him. Hengwu realized he was now facing a rather slippery player. It wasn't clear why he was doing this. Could it be that he was jealous and had hired a substitute knight for that reason? Tianho replied that everything a max-level noob said was just empty talk. The guy had absolutely no proof whatsoever. Hengwu fell into thought, and it turned out that was exactly the case. He had nothing to back up his words except his word of honor. Tenny immediately grabbed some popcorn and got ready to watch an interesting movie in the form of a psychological thriller. Tianho said that his opponent was wasting his time by smearing him with mud. However, there was one way to prove he was right: to face him in a duel. Hengwu looked at the player with suspicion, trying to figure out what else he had in mind and what trap he had set. Tianho said that in medieval Europe, it was the duel that determined the winner. People believed that God would protect the righteous in any case, so they could find out who was right by fighting a duel. Things weren't too bad until Hengwu remembered he was wearing a beginner's set. He took off absolutely all his protective gear. Tianho looked at his opponent, who was a lower level and wearing a beginner's set. On top of that, Tian was a silver-ranked player, so the max-level noob had absolutely no chance of winning. If Hengwu refused the duel challenge, he would also have to refuse the mission. But the public loved him precisely for his determination, and then his image would be ruined. But if he agreed to the duel, he might lose his account and end his career as a streamer. Hengwu weighed all the pros and cons and replied to Tianho that he would duel him, as required by the Code of Honor. Tianho struggled to hold back a smile. He understood that the max-level noob would soon cease to exist in this game. He knew his opponent was very strong, and that his playstyle depended on the situation. Usually, he was consistent and always maintained a silver rank. On the other hand, this duel was a wonderful opportunity, as people would be talking about it for a very long time. Of course, that would only be the case if Hengwu emerged victorious. The winner takes everything, and the losing character is completely deleted. Tianho even promised to confess to all his misdeeds. The rules were approved. Tianho couldn't believe his eyes. The noob was actually going to fight him in the newbie server because of his mission. Tianho was certain that luck was against him in this situation, but then he could blame his loss on the difference in their gear. Hengwu didn't comment on these words at all, and as soon as the signal to start the duel was given, he immediately rushed into the attack. Hengwu attacked his opponent, but the latter barely reacted, as if the blow hadn't caused him any pain at all. Tianho explained this by saying that they had different HP. There was nothing to be done about it, and in order to deal damage, a max-level noob would have to land about 100 hits. But at the same time, Tianho would win this battle with just a single strike. Sakjun was busy on another mission, destroying a nasty toothy fish, when he was told the latest news. Nub and Tianho had arranged a duel to prove who was right, and they were currently streaming it. Sakjun watched a snippet of the video. He couldn't figure out what kind of invisible high-level gear the max-level Nub was wearing. Kang Chungwoo confirmed that it was indeed what it looked like. Max-level Nub was wearing a beginner's set and was about to fight Tianho with absolute seriousness. The friends watched the stream for a while. They couldn't quite believe their eyes, but by all appearances, the max-level noob was winning the match. Tianho activated his sonic blade and was now about to land his final critical strike. In theory, that should have been enough. Hengwu looked at his opponent and realized that he had rushed his skill. Hengwu knew that all he had to do was take a single step back, and then his opponent would miss. That step was taken, and Tianho completely lost his footing. He didn't understand what was happening. Throughout his time in the arena, Hengwu had fought countless guilds and monsters single-handedly. For a solo player without special items, a single blow could be fatal. That is precisely why solo players most often avoid direct attacks. They use combat techniques to parry every strike. During the Milligate era, Hengwu was the #1 solo player who utilized this method. Many users, upon hearing about the duel, immediately rushed to watch the stream and began to take a closer look at Hengwu's fighting style. His example showed that in different situations, a single strike can determine victory or defeat. At one point, Hengwu dodged his opponent's attack so skillfully that he pressed his sword against Tianho's neck. It was a brilliantly executed move, and now a single sword strike would put an end to the duel. Sakjun watched the video with delight and believed that their guild desperately needed a monster like this. All the players abandoned their missions and watched the duel, realizing they had to support the noob who was demonstrating the highest level of mastery. Donations poured into the stream for the top-tier club, but Tianho didn't give up right away. He kept thinking that all of this was absolutely impossible and couldn't understand how it could have happened. He was already asking himself how he could have lost, since his level was higher. Lin the sorceress couldn't believe her eyes. Her boss was dying, even though he had the best gear and weapons. Tianho still wouldn't calm down, insisting that his stats were far superior. Henwu didn't want to listen to this nonsense. He agreed that he was still far from Tianho's level and gear, but there was one area where he was clearly better. Henwu said he was a much better player than his opponent, and that was what mattered most. Tianho, with his last ounce of strength, continued to spew rage, wheeze, and insult his opponent. However, the music didn't play for long. The max-level noob won the duel against Tianho. It was a magnificent, well-deserved victory. All the spectators and fans were in absolute raptures, admiring their idol. But suddenly, the pleasant moments came to an end. Max-level noob realized that people had come to him with a complaint. The sorceress Lin was furious. She couldn't understand how the noob dared to do such a thing. The player didn't understand what the complaint was about at all, since the guild had lost and had to admit their mistakes. Had they really decided to show off in front of the viewers until the very end? Witch Lin was furious. She said the player didn't understand a thing and immediately summoned a fireball. There was a powerful explosion. However, the audience immediately saw that their idol was standing there safe and sound, with only a huge cloud of dust in front of him. When the dust settled, everyone saw Keith, the head of the Pioneers Guild, who had arrived just in time. With him were other guild members who immediately calmed down all the disgruntled spectators. Keith said they had come to help Nubu because he was having a lot of fun here. Besides, Keith was glad he'd turned down the contract with Tianho earlier, and now nothing stood in his way. Secretary Lin had no idea who this player was, but it was explained to her right away. Kate was no ordinary player. His full name was Kate Portia, and he was a relative of Ferdinand Orsha, the company's founder. Secretary Lin realized who she had just been trying to argue with. Kate glanced at the remnants of the ISIS Guild and said that perhaps it was time to wrap things up. There was no point in talking to them anymore. Now no one was definitely going to work with them in the future. After the Pioneers Guild arrived, the situation was quickly resolved, and everyone present, as well as the spectators, realized who was right. Kate continued to recount the sins of the ISIS Guild, manipulating item prices and interfering in other people's hunts. All the players of the ISIS Guild logged out of their accounts to avoid the wrath of the crowd. Of course, they planned to take revenge in the future, and quite brutally. These players are unlikely to appear in the arena anytime soon. We can only hope they lead an honest life next time. After that, Hen Wu exchanged a few words with the Pioneers Guild, thanked them for their help, and said goodbye. Kate said he hoped to see them soon and was looking forward to new adventures, though that was highly doubtful. Hen Wu was finally alone and had now reached the most important part. The player was eager to find out what items Tianho had and how much richer he had become after the duel. Tenny was also eager to find out as soon as possible and even asked permission to open the box of accessories. Hen Wu expected to find plenty of good sets. After all, rich people always have the best of everything, and it would be great to discover unique skills and weapons. It turned out that Tianho was a total dud, and Hen Wu couldn't find anything worthwhile. It was all junk, but Tenny liked a lot of it and wanted to take it all for himself. However, among the items, there was one little book with a skill. Hen Wu took it. It contained a super energy wave. This skill was invented by Master Bardak. It allowed one to gather a certain amount of mana into a specific stream and detonate it. Hen Wu tested this skill immediately. It really did seem pretty good. The tree was struck down with a single light flick of the wrist. It was a genuine energy wave, which greatly impressed Tenny. The bear wanted exactly the same skill for himself. As a result of the battle between a max-level noob and the ISIS Guild, the player received a large number of items, gear, and a lot of subscribers to his channel. Yenshin stumbled out of his bedroom, still half asleep, and looked in surprise at his friend, who had gotten up at the crack of dawn. Hen Wu was very excited. He said that Yenchang was sleeping in too late, like a real slacker. It turned out that today was the release date for the Battle of the Two Masks. Heng Wu took his friend along, who didn't understand why he was finding out about such important things at the last minute, but Heng Wu said he'd be back soon. He headed straight to the Korean branch of Nazar. Hyun Woo met with manager Kyle and company director Jamie. The player greeted the manager, but it was the first time he'd seen this bearded man. An important meeting was taking place. The director greeted the player, saying he was pleased to meet a max-level noob. His name was Jamie Muo. Hyunwoo was very embarrassed when he realized exactly who he was talking to. The director said he had been very worried, since the player might not be in top form due to daily arena matches, but now his doubts had proven unfounded. Jamie Muo noted that he was surprised to see the battle plan for the two masks devised by the player. Entropia also took an interest in the project. They even built a separate platform and launched an advertisement for the Battle of the Two Masks. In addition, Porsche also expressed interest in the project and offered a partnership. Hyunwoo realized it would be foolish to turn down such an opportunity. Hyunwoo checked the list of players for the broadcast, but there were too many famous people on it, and he doubted they'd all show up. Kyle replied that everyone was already on the set and could be met before the broadcast began, so Hyunwoo could do so right away. Hyunwoo walked through the hallways and was surprised that Entropy had built an entire building, which meant they weren't as simple as they seemed. On the floor in the middle of the hallway, he noticed a pentagram through which one could teleport to the desired location. Hyunwoo stood in the center of the pentagram and heard a voice behind him. It was Seokjun, a master of the New World Guild, who cheerfully greeted his old acquaintance. Hyunwoo said he hadn't known Seokjun was coming and wondered why he hadn't warned him. Seokjun replied that they would only appear on the first broadcast, assuming that Hyunwoo was already aware of it. Hyunwoo didn't understand what was going on, because according to the plan, he wasn't supposed to appear on the first broadcast. It was all very strange. Seokjun patted his friend on the shoulder and said that if he lost today, he wouldn't be able to make it onto the next broadcast. And that meant he absolutely had to win today in order to face him in the next match. Besides, Hyunwoo had to show up next time, or else a real war would break out between them. The player didn't understand why the monk was so determined to fight him. It was already becoming an obsession. Griffin, a master of the Phoenix Guild, greeted Hyunwoo and thanked him for the opportunity to participate in the show. Hyunwoo felt embarrassed and thanked the girl. But Griffin believed that filming had already begun, even though Hyunwoo was sure that he had simply come today to meet everyone. The girl said there were rumors about some huge update, followed by a major event. She was certain she would definitely win at this event. Hyunwoo felt a bit awkward. He understood that the Battle of the Two Masks was a great opportunity to gather information, but he would have preferred that the players focus on the main purpose of the broadcast. The guild master of Mono, named Marco, was very nervous and angry. He literally radiated hatred. Hyunwoo couldn't even remember when he had managed to provoke this guy so much. The Haku guild master, Daniel, said he didn't want to talk to anyone because he was completely focused on the battle. Hyunwoo didn't press the issue. A simple greeting would have been enough. After greeting almost everyone, the player noticed that only 2 professional gamers remained. It was unclear why they had come here if the professional league was open to such participants. At that moment, a female pro gamer from the American division ran out of the control room. Her name was Mascherano. Hyunwoo wanted to know why this player had decided to take part in the competition. She replied that it was her personal desire to do something not for the company. Besides, she had another, completely different reason. Hyunwoo listened intently, trying to understand what it was. She was immediately offered a spot on their team so she could make big money in the future. A professional gamer from Manchester said that his company wanted to have Hyunwoo on their team. All the recruiters promised the best conditions, huge earnings, and plenty of bonuses. Hyunwoo thanked them but said he was turning down the offer for now, as he wanted to focus on streaming. The Manchester representative wasn't discouraged and said that if the player changes his mind, his company would always be happy to welcome a top-tier noob. Hyunwoo stood in the center of the pentagram again. He hadn't expected to receive invitations from 2 well-known professional gamers in a single day. For him, as a former Milligat player, this was an interesting but not critical moment. However, the offers now looked truly tempting. Just then, an assistant director ran out of the control room shouting and announced that the broadcast was about to begin. Hyunwoo realized he needed to pull himself together and focus on the competition. As the player walked toward the stage, many viewers were already eagerly awaiting the start. The streaming platform Hyunwoo was using was in high demand. Usually, the number of viewers didn't exceed a few tens of thousands, but this time there were hundreds of times more. Many were genuinely interested in the Battle of the Two Masks. And there he was, standing in the center of the hall under a bright spotlight. The audience was in a frenzy. An amazing show was about to begin. Hyunwoo greeted everyone, introduced himself, and asked how long his fans had been waiting for him. But finally, the competition was about to begin. The company had selected only the most famous players for the PvP so the audience was sure to enjoy it. If everyone had already gone to the restroom and stocked up on snacks and drinks, it was time to begin. A max-level noob stood in the center of the hall, while the participants took their places around the perimeter, wearing masks and with their faces covered. Hen Wu announced that the Battle of the Two Masks was officially open. The masked participants who were set to battle each other today appeared before the audience. Viewers of today's stream were in for a treat. They would see ranked players who had not previously appeared on other shows. Hen Wu was ready to introduce the episode's participants, and the viewers needed to pay close attention and immediately pick their favorite. The first contestant was dressed in a bee costume, fluttering like a butterfly and stinging like a bee. The fighter's custom armor was sponsored by Entropia. Not only did the costume's appearance change, but so did the armor. The second player on the show was a real fighter. His fist feared nothing in the world. It was Darkholm himself, though no one knew who was hiding behind the mask. The third contestant, who was sure to catch every woman's eye, was a noble knight with a little rose on his head, gentle yet strong. There was also a restless spirit among the contestants, a returning fighter with a paper bag over his head. His name is Batard, and he deserves a welcome too. Among the participants was also the South American dancer Passos, full of passion, with excellent flexibility and long legs. The last, sixth fighter was an example of a technologically advanced civilization in the future of all humanity, a nanomachine named Jackson. The audience had the opportunity to welcome all the participants in the Battle of the Two Masks. While the contestants stood in a row, the audience discussed their costumes, trying to pick a favorite to root for. After that, the host began explaining the rules, which were quite simple. The player who achieved 5 wins became the king of the week, and the broadcast ended. If no one challenges an opponent within a minute, the fighter in the ring receives an automatic victory. A fighter who loses 3 battles removes their mask, reveals their identity, and leaves the game. The current king would fight for his title against the king of the following week. With that, the main rules were announced. They were simple, and it was time to choose a challenger for the first fight. King Shella will kick off the broadcast, and the audience will find out who will face him in the first match. Darkholm immediately volunteered to fight King Shella. No one objected. All the other participants and challengers returned to their seats, waiting for the next round. Meanwhile, the audience could enjoy the spectacle and try to guess who would become the king of the first week. Darkholm entered the ring against King Bees. The fight began. The players immediately began attacking each other as soon as the bell rang. They fought with incredible force. The confrontation was truly thrilling. Neither was about to back down. Darkholm was already starting to tire, realizing he couldn't spend so much time on a single opponent. He had to deal with King Shell immediately and become the king of two masks. Hen Wu noticed Darkholm's skill. He knew that Sakjin used this method. He needed to think through the show's strategy. By winning this match, the player would be able to face Noob. The duel continued, and soon a powerful explosion lit up the entire studio. Even the host felt its impact. Darkholm stood firm, ready to continue the fight. King Shul was surprised. His opponent had withstood such a blow. Only a monk could possess such power. This meant that hiding behind the wolf's mask was a master of the New World Guild, Kim Sok-jun. King Bial said that, having identified his opponent, he was ready to reveal his face. However, that didn't mean he was going to lose. His goal remained victory. Darkholm awaited his opponent's attack, while the spectators debated who the yellow sword belonged to. A powerful attack struck King Shul. The Great Cross had been landed. Darkholm finally recognized the technique and realized who he was fighting. The Great Cross turned out to be not so dangerous, and the monk unleashed his next attack on his opponent, the Storm Strike. A powerful explosion occurred. The smoke cleared, and King Pichal remained almost unscathed. He peered through the smoke, realizing that killing his opponent wasn't so easy, which meant Sakjun was hiding somewhere. At that moment, a powerful blow to the face knocked King Chol out, followed by a series of strikes. Hengwu watched the duel, spellbound by what was happening, and all the spectators felt the same way. King Shell was defeated. The victor towered over him. Darkholm claimed his first victory and became the first contender for the title of King of the Week. The spectators were absolutely thrilled. A battle between top-ranked fighters is an event on a whole other level. A match like this leaves no one indifferent. After his defeat, King B returned to the waiting area, while the other contenders waited their turn. King Shell looked at the monk, realizing that he had become significantly stronger and could end the series with a victory. Is there really no way to beat him? He thought. So, The first victory went to Seokjun. There were 4 battles left before his match with Nub. The player really wanted to face Nub, but things didn't go according to plan. Darkholm won several matches in a row, but suffered a defeat in the 4th round, much to the disappointment of many spectators. That time, the victory went to the nanomachine Jackson. It was Jackson's first win in the end of Darkholm. When no one could guess who was hiding behind Jackson's mask, the host congratulated him on his first victory. No one expected just how much of a problem Jackson would pose for the King of Two Masks and how he would make everyone fear him. Jackson's second consecutive victory cemented his reputation as a dangerous contestant. He was marching toward victory like a ruthless machine. Is there really no one who can stop him? The viewers wondered. A player named Jackson whispered something in the host's ear. Henwoo looked extremely surprised. He announced to the viewers that the show was taking a 10-minute break. Yenshin was watching the show at home. Even though everyone was wearing masks, it was easy to tell who was playing as whom. In the future, the contestants need to be warned to be more discreet. Yenshin was very worried about his friend's call. After all, Henwoo was on air right now. Why was he calling? Henwoo reported that he was having problems and the show might be canceled after just the first episode. He asked his friend for help. The break ended and the program continued. The host asked who would be next to face off. Standing in the arena was the nanomachine Jackson, which already had 2 victories under its belt. Which of the contenders would try to defeat it? The remaining contestants showed no interest, so the host warned. If no one accepted the challenge soon, each contestant would receive 1 loss. Soon, Betard stepped into the ring, accepting the challenge, believing that this stupid tin can had to be stopped. Betard even declared that he was ready to bet everything on his victory. He agreed to reveal his identity. Henwoo didn't understand why the contestants were acting so frivolously. The whole point of the show was the mystery. However, the host didn't waste time arguing and announced the start of the fight between Jackson and Betard. Betard, like an old-school boxer in shorts and a t-shirt, rushed into the attack, throwing punches. Whether there was any point to this is unclear. Smoke billowed from Jackson. He managed to dodge the direct hit, but still took a little damage. Betard said that based on his opponent's fighting style, he immediately realized who was hiding inside the nanomachine. Jackson was furious. He clearly had no intention of revealing his name and quickly landed several blows, knocking his opponent back. Betard was certain Daniel was standing before him, for only he could use such techniques. The man was now shirtless and ready to continue the fight. Daniel was a master of the Haku Guild, ranked 2nd in today's broadcast, a master of the sword. Among all the players, no one could match him in agility and technique. One could say that he could easily have taken a 1st place in the rankings or even gone beyond them. However, Betard was certain he knew his weak spot. Betard wondered what condition Jackson's face was in after all those blows. Perhaps he would need plastic surgery. Daniel's weak spot was trash talk. His unstable temperament and provocations easily riled him up. The player clearly began to get nervous, blocking the blows and insisting that he wasn't Daniel, but a nanomachine named Jackson. Betard started to get tired, not understanding why his opponent wasn't falling for the provocation. Had he really overcome his weakness? It seemed as though Jackson had slightly reduced his strength, but his technique had improved. Had he chosen the right items and was he in complete control of the situation? The nanomachine Jackson raised his sword-wielding hand to strike. It wasn't a simple strike, but a crescent-shaped one. Betard managed to dodge the crescent-shaped strike, and now it was his turn to attack. Jackson looked at his opponent and assumed he was facing the player Mascherano. He turned out to be different than expected. Betard unleashed blow after blow, but it was almost useless. At one point, a sharp sword was pointed at his fist. It was completely baffling and inexplicable how Daniel had managed to become so strong in such a short time. Betard knew that only one player was capable of this. That player used to be Milligat, but he was gone for good. Betard surmised that his opponent had managed to level up to Milligak's level. He had no other thoughts left. His head was severed by a sharp sword. Even the host initially lacked the emotion to express his feelings about the match. The winner was once again the nanomachine Jackson. It was his 3rd consecutive victory. Betard sat on the bench. The player was very upset. The show's participants were also alarmed and pensive. They didn't understand how Daniel had managed to level up so quickly and defeat Mascherano so easily. Now the question was serious. Could anyone stop Jackson? The host announced a 10-minute break and headed to the break room. A max-level noob was waiting for him on the couch. He waved and asked why the player was sighing so much. Had he gotten too nervous? In response, he heard that the situation was serious, and it wasn't clear what to do. The two max-level noobs looked each other in the eye. The noob said that this would only fuel the audience's interest. Besides, Henwu would be participating in the broadcast next time anyway. Yenshin took off the max-level noob's mask and said that everything depended solely on Henwu. Yenshin looked at his friend and admitted that he didn't understand at all what exactly he was trying to achieve. Henwu smiled and said that in principle it didn't matter what actually happened. The break ended and the broadcast continued. The host addressed the players again. Who wants to battle Jackson? However, he saw no enthusiasm. Everyone was afraid of losing. Before anyone volunteered, Jackson raised his hand and said he couldn't do it anymore. It was unthinkable. Everyone froze in surprise and horror, not understanding what can't meant. Jackson cited special circumstances and asked for a 30-minute break, promising to return as soon as possible. The audience took this as cowardice. Of course, the battle of the two masks was no place for understanding or forgiveness. The game had to go on no matter what. But there was no longer any reason for the nanomachine to participate. The game ended after Seokjun won 2 consecutive victories and became the winner of the first battle of the two masks. The host congratulated Darkholm and asked if the first king of the two masks would like to give a speech. The winner declared that this time it had been easy. Of course, that was a joke. However, in the first broadcast, everyone had held back, and the king wanted to know who would be coming next week. Then came the most eagerly awaited moment. It was time to reveal their identities. The losers had to step into the arena and remove their masks. The audience had been eagerly awaiting this moment, making guesses, and now they were about to see if they were right. The host asked them to come out one by one and remove their masks. First up was the King of Bees. Under the mask was Cavani, a professional player from Manchester. Henwu greeted the English professional and wished him luck. Cavani replied that if he ever returned here, he would definitely change his fighting style and become better. The other players were easy to identify, with the exception of the last participant, Jackson's nanomachine. The audience thought Daniel was hiding there, but they might have been wrong. Jackson was finally asked to take off his mask. Most viewers guessed correctly. It really was Daniel. He greeted all the viewers and show participants, easily recognizable by his unique fighting skills. The man said that circumstances had prevented him from continuing the game, and he now apologizes to all the viewers who were rooting for him. However, if viewers watch the recording of the broadcast, they'll discover something interesting, and Daniel glanced sideways at the host. It was time to wrap up the broadcast and say goodbye. The host asked the viewers, did they enjoy the show, which of the masked contestants they liked the most, and who they'd like to see next time. Hanwoo added that the first attempt is always a bit rough, but next time the show will be improved. Both the fights and the identity-hiding segments will be refined. The creators of Battle of the Two Masks are eagerly awaiting viewers for the next episode of the show. As soon as the broadcast ended, reviews from viewers began appearing on the Arena community forum. Daniel's escape was the most discussed topic. For the first time, a contestant personally decided to leave during the broadcast. So many people came up with theories about what had happened. 2 days later, a recording of the show appeared online. Viewers were abuzz with the events of the broadcast. During a break, Daniel turned to the host and said he needed to step away for an hour. The max-level noob was surprised. Couldn't the player have warned them in advance so they could reschedule the game? The host tried to persuade Daniel to finish his business as quickly as possible and return, since there were still 5 battles ahead and the recording of the program had to continue. Many viewers actively discussed the video from the show's filming after the broadcast was released. The max-level noob was worried that the show would go as smoothly as possible and that the viewers would enjoy it. The cameras clearly showed how worried the man was as he abruptly left the break room. A short time later, the nanomachine Jackson entered the room. The recording clearly shows Jackson standing in the break room with a sword in his hands, but there were many questions. Jackson had 2 wins and left. It's unclear why. Perhaps this was done on purpose to create a stir. However, the evidence was simple. It is extremely difficult to defeat a professional player like Mascherano, no matter how skilled the other players are. An alternative opinion emerged in the chat rooms. One viewer suggested that it was simply a max-level noob. However, the topic quickly fizzled out. Many wrote that a max-level noob is certainly good, but not that good. Besides, everyone present was at a very high level. They couldn't even be compared to a noob. Henwa read the chat and was pleased. The debates were heated and the theories varied. He was glad they'd managed to stir up a scandal. The ratings in America and around the world had exceeded all expectations. Even the most optimistic forecast had now doubled. It was cool and promising. Hengwoo noticed that Yanshin was reacting coldly and seemed dissatisfied. Yanshin said he had just learned something terrible. After the release of Battle of the Two Masks, Hengwoo's channel had reached 5 million subscribers. Hengwoo couldn't even imagine such a number. He never thought he'd reach 1 million subscribers. Why his friend considered this bad news was unclear. Hengwoo was pleased. All his creativity and hard work had paid off. Now he could settle all his debts and make a lot of money. But Yangchan wasn't so happy and asked, had his friend really forgotten about the contract with Nazar? Hengwoo didn't understand what Yunchang was getting at. He remembered meeting with the manager, reading the contract, and was supposed to review and sign it. The contract was for 2 years. It provided for additional bonuses if the number of subscribers grew, as well as the opportunity to choose a rare skill book or item every month. Hengwoo recalled the clause about additional payments for subscriber growth, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Apparently, he would now be receiving tens of thousands of dollars, and it was time to figure out exactly how much he would end up getting from Nazar. Hengwoo crunched these crazy numbers and felt a sharp pang of pain, as if he'd suddenly turned into Scrooge, forced to scrimp and save. He asked his friend if he wanted to grab a bite to eat, or maybe go to a restaurant. But Yunchan understood that Hengwoo didn't know how to manage such large sums and was frightened by the situation. To spend the money wisely, he needed first to take a small portion and make sure the rest wouldn't go to waste. This money meant a great deal to Hengwoo. The young man put on his best suit and headed to the Millville building. The excitement had died down a bit, and Hengwoo could honestly admit this money had truly stunned him. Now he had calmed down, arrived, and was ready to make some cash. The player arrived at Moon's Capital, a company that dealt with investments and the preservation of large capital. He met with a manager who greeted him and said that if he had come to them, he most likely needed money urgently. But to everyone's surprise, Hengwoo said he had come to pay off a debt and had no intention of borrowing anything. The manager was very surprised, because it's rare for young people to come in to pay off debts. Usually it's just a very small amount. Company representatives asked whose name the loan was in, and it turned out to be Kang Sok-jun, the young man's father. The manager retrieved the loan file and studied the figures closely. He said almost nothing, just grunted and looked surprised. A huge debt, 15 million won, was registered under Kang Sok-jun's name. The young man clarified that it was his father. The manager didn't get rude and asked how much the young man intended to pay back. It was unlikely that someone his age would be able to return even a fraction of his hard-earned money. Hengwoo said he was willing to invest 5 million won in the company to start with. The manager was outraged. He worked at a reputable firm, and this youngster seemed to be making fun of him. He was already about to call security and throw the insolent young man out. But Hengwoo calmly transferred the stated amount, confirming that he wasn't joking, and showed the transfer details. The man was stunned. The amount was comparable to the annual salary of all the company's employees. What on earth could this guy be doing to earn that kind of money? And what a good son he must be coming to pay off his father's debt. Hyunwoo left the company, feeling a lightness in every movement. He still had part of the debt left to pay, but if he kept this up, he'd be able to pay it all off this year. He also decided to buy his mom a house with the remaining money and move his dad to a top-notch ward with personalized care and monitoring. Hengwoo called his mother to share the latest news. He was doing well, and there would be surprises for her soon. But it was time to get back to the game. The young man headed straight for the forest near Yuzma. Hengwoo began studying his profile. Thanks to the armor stats, his stats had slowly improved. He was pleased, and his pet was happy for his master. Tenny thought his master now looked really cool, and he wasn't ashamed to be seen in public with someone like that. Thanks to his contract with the Nazar firm, the player easily obtained a unique material, the Heart of Avora, and could now calmly create everything he had dreamed of since the days of Milligat. He had to spend gold coins on the remaining ingredients, but as a result, Hengwoo created a set of armor called the Majesty of Apollo. It increased movement speed, allowed the use of lightning, and boosted all stats. There was still plenty of time before the next filming of Battle of the Two Masks, so he could find and complete some interesting quests. Hengwoo headed to the home of the Empire's strongest knight, where, as always, a group of players was gathered. LeBron, as usual, was in the training hall meditating, and asked why his student had come to see him. Henwoo replied that he had come to visit his teacher, who should be happy about that. Besides, the young man wanted to become stronger. LeBron glanced at the young man and said he could see it already. Henwoo had grown stronger. The teacher wanted to know if the student had completed his assignment. Henwoo raised his sword high, concentrating magical power and mana around it. By demonstrating his skill, he hoped LeBron would be satisfied. LeBron didn't deny it. The student's skills had indeed improved. However, the boy was still too weak. LeBron lashed out at the student, saying he had become a typical rich kid. They're all just like him. Usually, adventurers look good on the outside, but they're empty on the inside. With Henwoo, it's the opposite. He's got substance on the inside, but not on the outside. Henwoo was a little confused. His teacher must have been referring to his low level. LeBron didn't explain further and sent the student south to Bricks. In the fortress of Lattice, beyond the mountains, he had to find General Gerard. Henwoo was pleased. His new mission was to find the general who defends the mountains from monsters. The reward would be experience. LeBron added that after he returned, they would go somewhere together, so Henwoo had to come back as soon as he was ready. Henwoo quickly said goodbye to his teacher because he saw that his manager, Kyle, was trying to call him. LeBron was a little upset that his student was leaving so quickly, but they would still spend time together when Henwoo returned. The Entropy Company cafeteria was crowded at lunchtime. The head of the planning department believed that a new patch would be released soon, so there was very little time left and it was already time to get to work. His colleague knew that this was already the third patch related to the fortress siege. This wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for the siege. Some players buy castles, titles, and stage sieges just for the sake of the game. It's unclear whose idea it was, but it's brilliant. People let you profit from their persistence. The colleagues began discussing the Battle of the Two Masks, which they had watched a few days earlier. One of them said he was stunned when he watched the unedited version. It turned out that the machine was a noob, and he was fighting Mascherano. Daniel simply used him as a substitute knight and went about his business, while the max-level noob fought in his gear. This is astonishing, especially since there was a level difference of about 80 points between the noob and Mascherano. It's impossible to imagine how this duel could have taken place. One couldn't help but acknowledge that a lot of talented newcomers had appeared recently, among whom one could find something interesting. The manager sadly recalled a player named Milligat, who had suddenly disappeared. He was the first of his kind back in the day. Everyone who was into gaming knew Milligat, but now that's history. He's probably living his best life and isn't involved with gaming anymore. Henwoo left LeBron and immediately contacted manager Kyle. Kyle reported that the company had already finalized the lineup for the next episode of Battle of the Two Masks and had also decided to hold an additional training session. He wanted to know if Henwoo would like to participate in the training. Henwoo replied that he would compete in this round of Battle of the Two Masks. In addition, he wanted to invite 2 guests for the second episode. Kyle was surprised. Henwoo was planning to appear in the second episode, even though logically he would need to raise his level further and not appear until the 5th or 6th episode. However, the young man, as always, was confident. Henwoo asked the manager to give the second spot to a player from Telecom named Roku. When the manager asked why, he explained that he owed this guy a favor, and Kyle immediately felt sympathy for the player who, in some way, had crossed paths with Henwoo. Kyle promised he would arrange everything as agreed, and the phone call ended. It had been a long time since he had met Yon Hanbok after returning from the military. Back then, that insolent man had claimed to know about his father's illness and the family's ruin, and had even boasted that it was the Jeon family that had brought about this collapse. Henwoo decided that he would relieve his stress during the filming of the next episode of Battle of the Two Masks. You could call it revenge, but in reality, it's a drop in the bucket. Henwoo just wants to test his skills as a professional player. Lattice Fortress was located high in the mountains, in a beautiful area. It made a stunning impression on everyone who saw it. Tall, sturdy, and inhabited by people just as strong. Henwoo had to tilt his head back to get a good look at the captain of Lattice Fortress, named Harold. The man greeted LeBron's apprentice, after which Henwoo received experience points for completing his teacher's task. Harold said that at LeBron's request, he could do whatever he wanted with Henwoo, but if the player was LeBron's apprentice, he could just go rest. Henwoo really hoped to get a quest, so he said he was ready to help in any way he could for the sake of the fortress's well-being. Harold didn't refuse the help. He pointed to the fortress's tall, thick walls and asked the guest why they were like that. Henwoo speculated that the fortress was so powerful because of the monsters living nearby. It turned out he was almost right. But it wasn't even about individual monsters. Every year, for some unknown reason, the monsters of the mountain range attacked the fortress very aggressively for a certain period of time. The next wave was approaching, and it would be helpful to reduce the number of monsters and find out why they were attacking the fortress. Thus, Hen Yu received a new quest, clearing the mountain range. Upon completing this quest, the player will receive experience and the lattice treasure. He also needed to figure out the reason for the monster wave. If he completes this task, the player will receive a gift from the king, experience, and an imperial contribution. 2 quests in one place, it was perfect. Hen Wu confirmed acceptance of the quest, and then rubbed his eyes and realized he had signed up for something very serious. The player was about to have to kill nearly 1,000 monsters in the mountain range. The number was simply astronomical. The herald looked at the player and said, "You did claim you'd do anything, didn't you?" After that, the man wished him a successful expedition and returned to the fortress. Hen Yu wasn't going anywhere now, because he had plenty to keep him busy for the foreseeable future. He killed demons and goblins, gained experience, leveled up, and did so many times in a row. Tenny walked alongside his master. He had lost count and wanted to know how many more monsters needed to be destroyed. At the moment, there were only 967 monsters left. Denny was in shock, fury, and rage. The poor little bear cub fell to his knees and began to sob, for his master had gone mad. Poor Tenny realized he would never return to the island. Henwa barely paid any attention to his pet. He looked at his sword and realized he hadn't changed his weapon yet. There were 36 hours left until the broadcast of Battle of the Two Masks began, and perhaps something new would drop from the monsters he defeated. That's why he needed to complete the quest cheerfully and with a spring in his step. Henwa was slaying goblins, orcs, wild wolves, bloodthirsty predators, and even huge snakes. Tenny, completely exhausted, sat under a tree, convinced he was leaving this world, and begged his master not to forget that he had once had a good pet. Hen Wu fought a monstrous snake and kept track. Usually a group gets 3 or 4 new items per hunt, but in his case, several hundred monsters of the mountain range had already been destroyed. However, after half a day of such hellish work, not a single item had dropped. Hen Wu wondered how the game developers could treat players this way. It turned out they weren't ashamed at all, and Hen Wu decided to continue the quest. Thinking only positively, if half a day had passed and nothing had dropped, then it would drop soon. Hen Wu chopped down another monster, hoping the item would appear right then. He killed a few more monsters, and the item was due to appear at any moment. Hen Wu could barely stand on his feet. He was on the home stretch, but this was the most ridiculous quest. Not a single item had dropped. The player had already leveled up 7 times. It seemed like madness. How could they treat players like this? Tenny asked to be let go home. Hen Wu figured there wasn't much time left, so he needed to turn around and head toward the fortress, taking out the remaining monsters along the way. But before he could turn back, a new monster appeared before him. It was too early to go back. Hen Wu looked at the monstrous opponent, realizing he had to see this through to the end. After all, the player hadn't come this far for nothing, and the quest reward would definitely be his. The young man jumped to his feet and headed toward the monster. Hen Wu was lying on the couch, unable to move a hand or a foot. He had spent all his free time hunting. The broadcast was about to start, and he was practically out of shape. Nothing had dropped from the huge number of monsters. It was a real source of stress for the player. But right now, he wasn't too worried about the show, because Yunchan had promised to help. Heng Wu tried to rest a little and told his friend that his worst enemy, Zhong Hanbok, would appear on the stream. As soon as Hen Wu uttered his name, his strength returned from who knows where. One of the most important and long-awaited moments of his life was about to happen. Heng Wu, anticipating his revenge, felt even better than usual, and his strength returned to him once more. Yunchan was a great friend. He was always ready to help Hyun Wu, and now looked at his friend, amazed by his fortitude. The broadcast of the second episode of the show, King of Two Masks, began. The program returned with a new format. The host promised viewers amazing contestants and interesting guests. First up was Tenny, the great master of King of Two Masks. The bear cub said that his owner had promised him a day off for participating in the filming. Many viewers wanted to see their favorite on the show, and now it's time to meet the contestants. This time, a countess who renounced her title will participate in Battle of the Two Masks. She took up a sword to avenge her family. This beautiful flower, tainted by vengeance, the great marquise, will leave many contestants in the dust today. Viewers really liked the heroine's costume. The second contestant on the show arrived from outer space. It was a player named Alien. Among the contestants was one whose body was like stone or a rock, Mr. Moai, who inspired fear even from a distance. The next contestant is a man who wields a sword in the name of romance and love, the intelligent and refined ladies' man. Also among the contenders for the title of king were a superhero named Earth's Defender, the Flying Superboy, and the hope of all mankind. A killer who slashes with a smile on his face, Smile Ficenta with a long knife in his hands, has decided to take part in the tournament. With that, the introduction of the show's participants was complete, and the audience began to figure out who they would root for. Will anyone be able to dethrone the first-round winner and become the new king? We'll find out soon. It will also become clear whether the king can retain his throne or will lose to a new contender. All the contestants lined up in front of the audience, and the second round of King of Two Masks was declared open. Hyun-woo looked at the show's participants with interest. He knew that Yeon Han-bak was hiding under one of the masks. Yun-chan, who was actually wearing the maximum level Nuba mask today, looked at the ladies' man. If he lost to Jung Han-byuk, he would have to kick Hyun-woo out of the house. His friend looked at the lady killer and wished Hyun-woo the best of luck in today's show. Everyone knew the rules. The first player named by the host starts the game. This time, it was the Countess. The host asked the contestants if anyone was ready for battle and wanted to step forward to try their luck. All the players raised their hands. It seemed the men were confident they could easily handle the Countess. But Superboy was the fastest, so he got the chance to participate in the first round. The max-level noob took his place next to Tenny, and the battle was declared to begin. As soon as the signal was given, the Marquise readied her sword. However, the spot where Superboy was supposed to be was empty. Even the host was surprised. Superboy decided to go into stealth mode right at the start of the match. Everyone knew that this invisibility skill belonged to the assassin class. Such high speed and stealth spoke to the player's incredible skill. The sword was raised and the Countess looked ahead, while Superboy had already slipped behind her, drawing his dagger. However, the girl managed to spot her opponent and raised her sword just as she needed to defend against the attack. Moreover, the beauty immediately struck back. Superboy was unpleasantly surprised. His opponent not only knew how to defend herself, but also how to attack. At first glance, the Countess's defense seemed weak. She had a wound on her shoulder, and she was trying to figure out who was hiding behind the mask. The girl landed multiple strikes because her opponent was preoccupied with maintaining his disguise and didn't want to reveal his skills. It was a stalemate. Revealing unique skills would immediately expose the identity behind the mask, but without them, she risked losing the round. The Countess used an ice ability, and the opponent immediately realized that he was facing the Ice Princess Reina, a professional player from the New York team. Reina was the first girl to make it into the arena's top 10. The audience was absolutely thrilled. They had guessed that it was Reina. This meant a top-tier battle. Superboy was partially covered in ice. He was having a hard time. It turned out that dealing with Reina was no easy feat. The player realized he had to stop Reina before she used Ice Flower, so he performed Shadow Slash. Shadow Slash was a unique skill of Ichino, a famous Japanese streamer and ninja. It soon became clear that everyone was watching the duel between Reina and Ichino. Superboy used Vanish again, and Marquise hid behind huge ice blocks. The girl turned to her opponent, saying that his skills were useless if she used hers, and Reina activated Ice Field. Everything around them was covered in deadly ice. Even the commentators looked frozen, and the arena was covered in snow. Superboy's invisibility skill proved useless. Snow clung to his body, making it impossible to hide. Superboy thought using the ice field was unfair, but he was ready for battle. He activated his fiery flame, setting off a scorching blaze. And so these two opposing elements, ice and fire, clashed in one place. No one could predict which element would prevail or how it would affect the opponent's mobility. In the end, the Countess sliced her opponent into tiny pieces with a swing of her sword. The victory went to the Duchess. The Superboy lost the duel and was forced to return to the bench in the rest area. One could feel sorry for the challenger. His efforts were in vain. He should have concealed his identity better. Perhaps that would have helped him hold out and win. The host congratulated the Duchess on her first victory and noted that all the contestants possess unique abilities. Nub turned to the girl and asked if she wanted to say anything after her first victory on the show, King of Two Masks. The Duchess took the floor and announced that she was waiting for the remaining 4 contestants to do the same to them. This was a direct threat to the remaining contestants, and now it is unclear whether anyone will voluntarily accept the Countess's challenge in the next duel. Apparently, the contestants have lost their fighting spirit. Perhaps they were frightened by the Duchess's strength and sword. If none of the players accepts the challenge in the near future, she will choose her own opponent. A ladies' man challenged the Duchess and offered himself as her next opponent. The spectators tried to figure out who was hiding under that dandy hat. The opponents stood facing each other, and the host announced that everyone was hoping for an excellent fight. The players prepared for the duel. The ladies' man drew his sword from its sheath, and the audience was surprised. It turned out that it wasn't a sword at all, but some kind of broken stump. The host suggested they switch weapons. Reina looked at her opponent and thought that this fool had no idea who he was about to fight. The girl decided not to drag out the duel and to finish off the ladies' man in one fell swoop. The lady killer saw that the Duchess was attacking openly. She was very fast despite the distance between them. There were no visible effects from a skill near the girl, which meant she was unlikely to use the crescent strike. The Duchess had time to think that her opponent had wasted time trying to dodge the attack, but at that moment, he swung his arm. That proved to be enough. The Duchess received a fatal blow. Due to the speed and force of the strike, the girl instantly fell into a state of instant death. All the participants in the round, sitting in the rest area, gasped in surprise. The hosts and spectators were also stunned. But the fact remained. The Duchess was dead and had lost the match. It all happened so quickly and unexpectedly that Reina couldn't bring herself to realize she had lost for a long time. The host announced the winner of the round. It was the lady killer. The audience didn't understand what had happened. They hoped that in a few days the company would post a recording and they would be able to review the match in slow motion. Yen Shan, who was hiding behind the mask of a max-level noob, was just as surprised as everyone else. He didn't know his friend had such skills. When the lady's favorite drew his sword, there was nothing there but the hilt. But during the attack and the swings in the air, something suddenly flashed. If the Duchess's death was instantaneous, then the lady's favorite had drawn his sword and cut her down immediately. The participants in the round were stunned. They didn't understand where such skill came from. It required a certain level of concentration, or perhaps it was some kind of secret, unique skill. Everyone wanted to know what it was. The ladies' man greeted everyone without answering a single question. After that, a break was announced. The host rushed over to the ladies' man to find out how the player had made that shot. The ladies' man answered the question with a question. Where was the host from, and did he know him? They were meeting for the first time. Yenshin asked him not to joke or mock him, and then Hen Wu explained that LeBron had taught him this technique. Yenshin was outraged. His friend hadn't told him anything, and using such a skill was practically cheating. Yenshin believed his friend was hiding a lot from him, and that it would have been better to tell him everything right away. He felt hurt. Hen Wu said there was nothing else. The main thing was that Jong Han Beok had shown up on the show. Heng Wu was preparing for the broadcast and watched videos featuring his opponent in advance. He noticed that Han Beok had a habit of folding his hands into a specific gesture before every match. And today, among the challengers, he saw the same gesture used by a player named Smileface. So this must be Jong Han Beok. Of course, Hen Wu could have checked the list of challengers and participants, but he didn't want the victory to be too easy. He wanted everything to be as realistic as possible, so he asked the host to pit Smileface against him for a sparring match. Yunshan promised to do everything he could on his end, but if Hyun Woo couldn't handle that brat, he'd better not come home. Hen Woo knew he had the best friend in the world. He promised he would take care of his enemy and everything would be fine. The break was over and the audience and contestants were ready for the third match. The host invited a player willing to face off against the lady killer to come on stage. Hen Wu was literally glaring at his worst enemy. I hope he volunteers. And sure enough, at that moment, a challenger named Smileface stood up and declared that he accepted the challenge. The challenge was accepted and approved. So far, everything was going according to the friend's plan. The opponents stood face to face, each hoping to win the match. The tension in the air was palpable. The host announced that the players were ready to attack. Finally, he gave the signal, and the battle between the lady killer and Smileface began. The lady's favorite pulled out his sword stump again to test the professional player's skills. After the battle for Rifa Hen Castle ended, he received a gift from Alfred, some sort of sword stump. At first, the guy was disappointed, but then he brought the sword to the dwarf gnomes and was able to realize its true value. The sword was of unknown origin, It was a locked unique item. It increased strength and stamina and reduced mana consumption. The battle began. Despite its direct mana consumption, its mana cost was minimal and its defense was increased, so this weapon was perfect for Henwu today. The players began trading blows, and now the audience was divided, cheering for their favorites. Smileface managed to parry the Lady Killer's attack. He handled it very quickly and with dignity. Hanbek immediately realized that his opponent wasn't as strong as he was trying to appear. It turned out that Reina had lost simply by mistake. Henwu knew exactly what Hanbek was thinking about him right now. That too might have been part of the plan. The players couldn't reveal their full potential because, according to the rules of King of Two Masks, they had to hide their identities. However, after a defeat, every player felt a sense of frustration. After all, if he had used all his unique moves, he wouldn't have lost. But thanks to incomplete attacks, you can temporarily pull the wool over your opponent's eyes, and then victory will be even sweeter. Smileface attacked the lady's favorite one easily. Too easily, even excessively so. Henwu could no longer stand that vile smile. Henwu couldn't take the tension anymore and struck with full force. Blood spurted from his opponent's smug grin. Henwu felt his heart pounding in his chest. He wanted to catch his breath and calm down as quickly as possible. Even the host looked at the loser with sympathy. It must have hurt him. Just one blow and the player was defeated. Victory was once again awarded to the ladies' man. Smileface appeared in the rest area near the other contenders. The players looked at him with sympathy. Sean Hanbek was very upset. He had lost because of the lady's favorite sword, since he hadn't been able to use his skills properly. Hanbek didn't know who was hiding behind the lady's minstrel's mask, but he was certain. If they met again, the encounter would end differently. The player known as the court jester raised his hand and told the host that he needed a break. The max-level noob was surprised. The player had only fought one easy battle and was already asking for a break. But the lady killer said he was very tired and needed at least half an hour to recover. The host announced that if the player took a break now, he would be automatically declared the loser. And to everyone's surprise, the lady killer accepted the loss and went to rest. No one understood why he was acting this way, but the player was still recorded as having lost. Henwu returned to his seat, thinking that his friend was very good as a host. Maybe he should make him the show's permanent host. The lady killer sat down in his spot in the rest area and said he was very tired because all the players were strong and he had a hard time. Smileface, without turning around, replied that he had lost only because he didn't want to reveal his identity, not because he was weaker than his opponent. Henwu had to exert a lot of effort to react calmly to his opponent's comment. He took a breath, paused, and then asked, "Does Smileface really believe he isn't weaker?" Henwu had known Hanbok for a long time. This young man was always ready to fight to the bitter end, just to avoid admitting his weakness. Hyunwoo suggested that the players challenge each other to a duel to demonstrate their skills. Jung Hanbok turned to the lady's favorite in surprise, but did not respond to the provocation. After that, the show continued, and the next opponent stepped out for a duel. The spectators were thrilled because the battles were real. The two players began the match with no intention of defending themselves. They wanted to knock each other out and determine the outcome of the fight. In the end, Mr. Moai emerged victorious. His muscles were as hard as stone. The winner of the first round, Seokjun, watched the broadcast, waiting for his opponent with boredom and sadness. Today's players were amazing. Although many commentators had come to see the max-level noob, the others were also worth watching. Seokjun suddenly realized that his potential opponent, the one he most wanted to see in a match, was sitting among the players. Hyunwoo is scheduled to appear on the show this week, which means he's hiding in one of the costumes displayed in the arena. Seokjun took another careful look at all the participants and immediately guessed where Hyunwoo was hiding. Based on his demeanor, speed of strikes, cunning, and skills, the choice fell on the ladies' man. Superboy was up next. He had 2 daggers ready and was very focused. However, Smileface quickly knocked him out, not even giving him a chance to warm up properly. Thus, Smileface already had 2 wins under his belt. He was gradually approaching the final. Yenshan couldn't understand what was going on in his friend's head. The ladies' man sat calmly in the rest area, as if he had no intention of entering the fight and planned to hand the victory to Hanbek. Hen Wu was cunning and focused. He believed it was too early for him to step in. He needed to wait until his enemy had suffered 2 defeats. Hen Wu continued to wait. At that moment, the Countess stepped forward to face Smileface. She declared that she was ready to fight him. Hanbek was pleased. Captain Reina, the leader of the New York team, had stepped up to face him. Hanbek knew that if he defeated Reina, he would become famous not only in Korea, but also among American players. Smileface launched an attack, but the girl had already learned from her past mistakes and immediately used her ice. It became clear to everyone right away. The beautiful Countess would win this match. The girl was able to end the battle in a couple of seconds thanks to her skills. Of course, she would carefully choose her next opponent. Reina was eager for revenge, so she immediately aimed her sword at the offender, who hadn't even given her a chance to react last time. The ladies' man was very surprised. Was the Countess really challenging him to a duel? After all, he was usually the one who chose. Reina explained it this way. Last time, she lost by accident, but this time, victory wouldn't come so easily to the ladies' man. The lady killer, of course, accepted her challenge, but said he wasn't sure the girl wouldn't lose again. That would only become clear in battle. Although if you've already lost once, the second loss comes much easier. Upon hearing these words, Reina boiled with rage. The girl couldn't wait for the match to begin. The host announced, the battle was about to begin between the Countess, who had 2 wins and 1 loss, and the ladies' favorite, with the same record. The battle began, and Henwoo knew he had to be careful and not rush. The girl used her mana very quickly and skillfully, so he had to watch her movements closely. Sure enough, Reina began using her ice skill, and more ice gradually formed around her. Henwoo knew he absolutely had to defeat Reina in order to face Hanbek again. The boy decided to use a diversionary tactic. He held out his fingers and snapped them. Hyunwoo mentally called out to his pet Tenny, who was sitting next to the host and watching the fight closely. The bear sensed the signal from his master, immediately sent out a bear pulse, and activated the forest defense, all of which enhanced Henwoo's abilities. Reina didn't hold back either. She boosted her stats and activated a combat skill that enhanced her attributes. The ladies' man activated Killer's Resolution and now looked like a real monster. And so the opponents clashed, using their magical powers. Henwoo felt that with the buff from his pet and the memories of the killer, he would definitely be able to defeat Reina. The girl continued to attack without stopping. Henwoo thought that fortunately she didn't know who he was, but he himself knew everything about Reina. It wasn't about the victory itself, but about how to win, arranging everything so that it looked as if the lady's favored one had simply gotten lucky. Reina struck, thinking her opponent was nothing special. How she could have lost last time was a mystery. She didn't know this guy at all. They had never faced each other in a match, but it seemed he didn't consider her a serious opponent. Reina was becoming more and more convinced that he was a pushover, but she wasn't going to give up and let him win. Henwoo finally pulled out his broken sword again. However, his opponent was unpleasantly surprised. The sword began to freeze over. Reina noticed that her opponent's sword had vanished. Perhaps he had exhausted all his mana or couldn't use his skills due to frostbite. Everyone understood. Powerful skills require serious training, and now the duel was coming to an end. Smileface was practically certain that Reina would win, and the lady killer, who really annoyed Hanbek, was supposed to lose and be eliminated. But at that moment, the unexpected happened. Henwoo told the girl she was dumber than he'd expected and pierced her with his sword. He had dragged out that moment of the duel a bit, and even he himself had thought the sword might not appear. However, everything turned out as it should. The weapon appeared at the most crucial moment. All the spectators watched the duel as if spellbound, sitting with their mouths agape and even forgetting to applaud. The ladies' man had won again. Reina had lost for the second time. The most disgusting thing about this situation was that Reina lost to the same player twice. It seemed as though she hadn't learned her lesson. The players once again failed to see the sword appear, which meant they would have to wait for the show's recording. But today, Henwoo certainly distracted Reina well and took advantage of the situation. Reina was mentally crushed. She knew she'd been careful during the fight, but she still didn't understand who she'd been fighting. Henwoo understood that this fight had been no walk in the park. He'd only survived because Reina had been distracted. From here on out, he'd have to be as careful as possible. The ladies' man pointed his cane at his next opponent, the one who had claimed last time that he'd lost by accident. Naturally, the choice fell on Smileface. The guy wasn't thrilled. The ladies' man addressed him. "I'm giving you a second chance so you can fight properly and show your strength." Now Smileface would truly be able to give it his all. Henwoo eagerly awaited his opponent's response to the challenge and his decision to accept the match. Everyone held their breath waiting for Smileface's response. The audience knew this was going to be a very interesting fight. The host knew he had to keep the tension high. He noted that the winner had made an unexpected choice. Now everyone held their breath in anticipation. Would Mr. Smileface accept the offer? Hanbeck didn't look confident or happy. However, he could no longer back out, so the player said he accepted the ladies' man's challenge and knew that this time, victory would be his. The host reminded him that a second loss would result in the player being eliminated from the game and having to remove his mask. The host asked again, did Smileface agree to these terms? Smileface was certain that the host was deliberately exaggerating to create a scandal and attract more viewers to the show. The host saw that Smileface was exuding confidence in victory. It would be interesting to see how the people's favorite would react to this. Henwoo said he had no intention of responding. The conversation would continue after the fight. The two players were literally destroying each other mentally. Now it was time to let them clash physically. The duel between the rivals began. Henwoo activated all his additional skills and literally lit up like a New Year's garland. The opponents clashed in an attack, and everything around them was bathed in bright light. The guys were landing blows on each other. However, they still had enough strength and skill to put up a defense. But soon the spectators realized that Smileface was starting to lose, and the player himself didn't understand why his opponent had become stronger. The ladies' man was acting cocky. He was actively participating in the fight and even managed to talk. Hanbeck realized that he could win if he used his secret skill. However, in that case, it would no longer be possible in the next battle. The womanizer had grown so brazen that he even had time to scratch himself while his opponent was preparing to attack again. In the end, Jung Hanbok could no longer hold back and tolerate this disrespect. He decided to activate his secret skill to deal with his opponent. He would think about the rest later. The player had the fairy's blessing. This unique skill increased agility and speed. Now, with his newfound strength and speed, Smileface began attacking the ladies' man. However, before he could get close to his opponent, the latter activated a defensive block and stopped his rival in midair. Henwoo looked very confident, as if he had been waiting the whole time for Hanbeck to unleash his secret skill. Hanbeck watched the proceedings with great interest. Until now, absolutely no one had ever been able to withstand his secret skill. But now it seemed that he couldn't get anywhere near the ladies' man, as if a little dog were trying to scare a lion. It was time to attack the ladies' man. Smileface's sword was already covered in cracks and crumbling in his hands. It was unbelievable. The ladies' man barely budged, as if his opponent's attack meant nothing to him. You can't become a professional player without talent. John Hanbok had won a huge number of one-on-one duels, which is why he'd managed to reach such heights. However, his opponent was now many times stronger, and there was absolutely no way to explain it. Hyunwoo looked at his opponent and was absolutely certain that everything John Hanbok was doing was now useless. As soon as the brain sends a signal, every cell in the body is already rushing into battle and ready to fight. Hyunwoo thought of nothing but how to destroy this player. John Hanbok's family had destroyed the life of Henwoo's family, and he was even proud of that fact, mocking the Kwan family. This memory made Hyunwoo hate him more and more. He couldn't forget or forgive. Hyunwoo thought only of how he must destroy his opponent, and he intended to do so very soon. Hyunwoo would choose the most opportune moment for revenge, and it was bound to happen any minute now. Hyunwoo hadn't fought so fiercely and emotionally in a long time. It was clear that this battle was very personal to him. The ladies' man had won and was now walking away from the defeated and humiliated Smileface. Everyone present was stunned by the fight. No matter how hard Reina looked, she couldn't figure out who was hiding behind the womanizer's mask. She should have recognized such an experienced player. But now the moment of revelation had come. Smileface had lost 3 times and had to remove his mask to show everyone his face. Every participant in this show accepts the rules of the game, and now Smileface didn't make a scene or curse. He simply began to remove his mask. Hiding behind that mask was a professional gamer from Telecom. He greeted everyone present and introduced himself by name. The host said that Jung Hanbok was the first to lose and was now given the floor to address his viewers and fans. The young man admitted that, of course, he was very sorry he couldn't win, but he would try to do better in the league. After that, the player turned to the ladies' man and said they would have another chance to face off. The ladies' man replied that matches between them would definitely take place in the future. After that, everyone present applauded the player, who was the first to leave the show. They thanked him for his efforts and wished him luck. Seokjun, sitting on the imperial throne, watched the game. His favorite had already won 4 matches, which meant there was very little left. Seokjun couldn't wait for the battle with Henwoo to begin. At that moment, the ladies' man raised his hand again and told the host that he would refrain from continuing and wanted to take some time to rest. Seokjun flew into a rage. He didn't believe a word of it, seeing it as an excuse for feeling unwell and tired. Seokjun eventually got so upset that he didn't even realize how his duel with the Countess for the 2-week championship had begun. The beautiful Countess emerged as the winner of the round. She defeated Darkholm, who was literally crushed both mentally and physically. Hyunwoo even felt a little sorry for his friend, realizing why Seokjun, in particular, couldn't put up a fight and have a normal match. But that was the end of the show. The host announced that all the battles for the day were over, and that meant the moment everyone present had been waiting for so long and with such anticipation had finally arrived. Many viewers had placed bets and tried to guess who was hiding behind the masks. The most exciting moment had arrived, the reveal of the losing players' identities. Everyone was most curious about who this ladies' man was, the one who had come within a hair's breadth of the imperial throne. Complete silence fell. All the players and spectators were practically holding their breath, waiting for the reveal to begin. First, the face of the first round winner was revealed. He was invited to step forward to the center of the arena. Then the player began to remove his mask. He did so very slowly, teasing the audience. Soon everyone saw that hiding under the mask was Kim Seokjun, captain of the New World Guild. He greeted the audience and thanked them for their support. The host asked the player if he had any regrets after spending just 1 week as king. Seokjun replied that in principle, everything was fine. He had wanted to battle a certain player, and he regretted that it hadn't worked out. The host asked a few more questions about losing the title and future plans, then moved on to the next player. The next player was supposed to remove Superboy's mask. It was time for his unmasking. The player introduced himself, saying he was a streamer named Lee Chino. Hidden behind the alien mask was streamer Yuhan. He was also a fairly well-known figure. The player stunned everyone present because Mr. Mai turned out to be a very sweet and pretty girl. She was able to completely transform her appearance and body using props. It was amazing. Soon there was only one unidentified player left, and it was time for him to take off his mask. Everyone present, the players, the round's winner, the hosts, and the audience, hoped they would now discover the identity of the ladies' man. The host addressed the player, asked him to take off his mask and reveal who he really was. And finally, the moment arrived. X, the ladies' man, took off his mask, and everyone saw that standing before them was a max-level noob. It was he who had been battling in the arena all this time. But then a new question immediately arose. Who was the host now standing before everyone present? It might have seemed like someone was seeing double, since there were now 2 max-level noobs in front of the audience. However, the host took off his mask and introduced himself. It was a streamer named Argan, Hyunwoo's best friend. The guy said that today on the show he was filling in for the winner and had been wearing the mask of the most unusual and beloved player of all, max-level noob. Viewers immediately started commenting that now it made sense why the host had been so boring on the show today. There was a lot of discussion and questions about this in the days that followed. But be that as it may, max-level noob was at level 100, while the rest of his opponents were nearly twice his level. No one could understand how this player managed to defeat all his opponents, especially Reina. She was the world's most famous player and had lost to the Lady Killer twice. Some speculated that perhaps even Reina had deliberately let the winner win, or that the ladies' man had accidentally defeated his opponents. People couldn't understand how he had won. Hyunwoo looked back at the players who had participated in the matches today. He clearly realized that all the world-class players surpassed him only in skill level. Now Hyunwoo understood that as soon as he leveled up and caught up to them, he would become absolutely unbeatable to everyone. The second episode of The King of Two Masks ended in a scandal. Yenshin came to discuss it with his friend. Hyunwoo didn't want to discuss anything at all. It turned out the conversation was about his departure. The guy wanted to sleep and was very tired and exhausted. Yenshin understood that his friend had barely slept in the last 24 hours because of the hunt and the show's filming. It was unclear how, in that state, he managed to beat Reina and Hanbek. But there was no one left to talk to, because Hyunwoo was sleeping like a baby, his mouth open and drooling, oblivious to the light and noise. The next day, the young man was alert and happy with life. The phone rang first thing in the morning. It was Kyle, the company's manager. The man said the player had been simply magnificent in the show held the day before. The manager was certain that the player had no idea how all of this was affecting the game arena. For example, the gamer Reina earns over 100 million won, Gifts, advertising, and sponsorships are all part of the brand called Reina. Hyunwoo was very surprised to hear such a figure. In the future, he too would become popular, and after his streams ended, he would be offered advertising deals. It's better to decide right away which brands Hyunwoo likes and which he doesn't, so he can make the right decision later, whether to accept or decline the advertising. Hyunwoo was a little discouraged by this conversation. He thought Kyle was exaggerating a bit since it was still too early to think about advertising. That would become clear in time, but for now, Hyunwoo had to do what he did best, log into the game. The young man cleared the mountain range and reduced the number of monsters. For this, he was supposed to receive experience and treasure from the captain. Harold was very surprised when he saw the player who had completed the task so quickly standing before him again. Hyunwoo thought the captain was being stingy. However, Harold said that not every player was worthy of Lattice's treasure, so he had to play it safe and choose someone worthy. Hyunwoo eagerly awaited receiving the treasure. The quest had indeed been difficult. He had killed a huge number of monsters, from which, moreover, almost nothing had dropped. Harold handed the treasure to the player, and the young man was very disappointed because it was just a simple scroll. Hyunwoo was about to start making a scene, but the captain warned him that it wasn't a scroll, but a treasure map. The young man unrolled the scroll, but it was empty, and there was no map to be found. Disappointment crept back into Hyunwoo's heart. The captain explained that they needed to reach the mountain range, and when the map appeared, it would show the dungeons with the treasures. Hyunwoo was practically furious. Several monsters lay dead again, but the map still hadn't appeared, all because the captain turned out to be a real dimwit. Hyunwoo once again spent a long time hunting monsters. He kept checking the scroll, but nothing still appeared on the map. Soon the young man noticed that hills had appeared on the map. Probably to get the full map, he needed to kill about 5,000 more monsters. They would have just told him to completely clear the mountain range. The only joy was that the player was gradually leveling up. He checked his profile and was satisfied. True, when the young man reached the dungeon, he would need to be more agile. At that moment, his pet tried to get his master's attention. The thing was, a huge monster had jumped out at him from the forest, and the owner needed to fight it, not study his profile. Tenny still couldn't get his attention. He had to fend for himself and use lightning to protect Hyunwoo. The player joined the fight, thanking the bear cub for his help. While the monster was paralyzed by the lightning, Hyunwoo quickly struck with his sword and defeated the enemy. Hyunwoo looked at the monster and realized he had already killed it once. This meant the monster was playing dead. It became clear that monsters in the game were also becoming more intelligent. Hyunwoo smiled at his pet, who was also gradually changing as the game's difficulty increased. The bear cub's body was glowing, and the poor little fluff ball was scared, not knowing where to run. Perhaps he had caught some kind of fever, and now a long and agonizing struggle for survival awaited him. But it turned out that Tenny's pet had reached level 100, and its body had begun to change. It was really cool and unexpected. It was simply amazing that the pet had reached such a high level so quickly and was now getting stronger without doing anything. It turned out that the pet was undergoing the first stage of transformation. For the time being, it was unclear what that meant or where it would lead. But Tenny now stood in the clearing like a sturdy little bear and told his owner that he was now very, very strong. Hyunwoo was, of course, happy about this. But looking at the pet's small size, he doubted that any significant changes had occurred. However, thanks to the pet's level change, the player could now use ancient speech. This skill allowed him to control the puppet's body during combat. The player also gained the ability for the pet to attack using the puppet's body while using ancient speech. Both of these skills were very cool and useful. With their help, Tenny could become an indispensable assistant to his master. With a new skill, the little bear cub Tenny could transform into a huge bear for 10 minutes. Finally, this little guy could be useful in battle. This was also an excellent skill. It was a shame that it could only be used in the ancient language. But in time, Hyunwoo would learn how to activate these abilities properly. Tenny was very pleased. He could feel himself getting stronger. He was glad he had chosen such a master. Hyunwoo decided not to delay and asked his pet to show what he was now capable of. Tenny stood in the middle of the portal to demonstrate his new powers. When the cub finished transforming, a huge bear stood before them, blocking out the entire sky. The player and his pet were absolutely thrilled. Tenny enjoyed looking down on his master. Hyunwoo played like a little child. He asked the pet to break a tree and unleash a lightning bolt. Tenny, being young, began to fulfill his master's request with great enthusiasm. A single swipe of his paw was enough to split the huge tree into small pieces. Both participants looked in amazement at the bear's handiwork. Henwu admired his pet, saying that Tenny was a real treasure and a very strong bear. Well, since everything turned out so well, now Tenny will go hunting to test his strength in action. It can't be said that the pet was particularly fond of this idea. However, only 2 hours had passed since his transformation, and significant changes had already taken place. By this point, the map was completely finished, and the player had a plan in hand for how to reach the treasure caves. All of this was made possible thanks to Tenny's upgrade. The map now looked more like a blueprint, so Henwu would quickly find the right dungeon and be able to leave the area. Henwu kept turning the map over in his hands, trying to figure out which way to go to reach the treasure. Tenny wasn't very pleased. He hadn't expected his master to decide to go after the treasure right away. Henwu believed that now was the perfect time. They had completed all the tasks so quickly and could now easily reach the treasure. And so without putting it off any longer, the player and his pet set off in search of the treasure. A few moments later, they were already in the dungeon. Tenny realized that with his master, everything would be easier, and then they could relax. The treasure cave was located near the lair of an underground spider. Crystals were conveniently placed along the walls, ensuring the dungeon wasn't dark. Henwu didn't know where the game would take them if they died in the cave, and if they stayed here forever. Since this was a map, there was probably only one chance to complete the quest. Henwu told his pet to look around and find out where the spider was hiding. However, a terrifying and repulsive sound rang out. The player immediately realized the master of this dungeon was approaching, so it was best to hide. The companions hid behind a huge rock, and when they had caught their breath a little, they peeked out quietly to get a look at their future opponent. But they didn't like what they saw at all. It was a terrifying, enormous monster spider. The monster embodied every horror imaginable: immense size, a toothy maw, sturdy armor, and long claws. Henwu was genuinely terrified. He was afraid that his breathing would attract the cave's owner. The spider looked much stronger than a desert dragon. Henwu couldn't imagine how to defeat the spider, nor could he understand whether all the spiders in this place were really that huge. The monstrous spider, opening its hideous maw, let out a terrifying sound. It would have made even a bald man's hair stand on end. Henwu realized he couldn't avoid fighting the monster. Instead of listening to the screams, he had to start the battle. Henwu spent some time in the cave and realized that the first spider he had seen was the boss. The ordinary spiders were about a third as strong as it. Of course, that didn't mean they would be easy to deal with, and it certainly didn't mean victory would come easily. Henwu fought the monstrous spider and managed to figure out where its weakness lay. Despite the monster's sturdy body, he realized that although the spider was huge and strong, it had small, unprotected legs. Henwu tormented the monster a bit, and then Tenny's assistant volunteered to join the fight. The pet grew in size and used its ability to control lightning. Now the attacks of this massive predator were highly effective and powerful. Tenny easily defeated the topaz spider. The companions high-fived each other, standing over the dead spider's body. Tenny was very pleased that he had become so strong and didn't hold back his joy. Henwu looked at the dead spider's body and wondered what items he would receive for the victory. Henwu didn't hear a single sound, but at that moment a huge spider on a web was descending from the ceiling. The giant monster extended a leg from which a thin, sticky web was descending. Eventually, the web reached the player along with the spider, which pierced the young man right through, holding him on its claw. Tenny stared in horror at the master, who had been pierced and now lay lifeless, pinned by the web of the hellish monster. It was hard to believe that his invincible and invulnerable master could die. Memories of their first meeting flooded the pet's mind, when the player had just gotten the bear cub and given him the wonderful name, Tenny. After that, they spent a lot of time together, eating delicious food and using the owner as a pony. Tenny couldn't imagine life without his master, and tears of rage and despair streamed from his eyes. Never before had he fought so fiercely, dreaming of destroying his opponent and unleashing all his rage and anger. The bear struck the spider with his huge clawed paws. Not caring where he hit, he just pounded away like a punching bag. Soon the spider wasn't moving anymore, and the pet had shrunk back to its usual size. However, he still hadn't calmed down and was about to continue the destruction. Tenny, despite being back to his normal size, activated lightning in his paw to fry the spider, but suddenly heard someone's voice. Henwu asked the pet to stop, because he had already earned the experience points. Tenny threw himself with all his little bear paws around his beloved master's neck. Tears of joy and happiness streamed from his eyes. The bear cub was happy that his owner was alive and unharmed. Henwu replied that he had managed to turn around, but the pet didn't see that. The bear didn't understand why his owner hadn't come back right away, since he'd been so worried. Henwu was very happy that his pet loved him so much, but the young man said he wasn't weak enough to die so easily. The scene was very touching, and at that moment, any female viewer could have reached for a handkerchief to wipe away a tear of emotion. Henwu decided he would treat his pet even better, while Tenny thought that now his owner was definitely hooked on him. While Henwu and Tenny were in the spider's lair, the second part of the show, King of Two Masks, was airing on TV. Many viewers were eager to discover the identity of the lady killer. When the contestants were announced, the name of the top-level Nuba was not revealed. Many believed this was done to maintain the suspense or because the player was completely unknown to anyone. But when they revealed who was hiding behind the lady killer's mask, the audience's reaction exceeded all expectations. People began saying that the show was simply a platform for the noob to develop. A wave of rumors and discussions swept through the arena community. It was believed that Nub had never lost a battle. He could participate in duels and team battles, fighting dozens of matches in a row. He repeatedly played in elimination matches and completely took over other players' profiles and gear. If Nub had lost even once, he would have lost his character. And so, at that moment, the name Nub began to take on a new meaning. The director of the Asian branch of Adidas demanded that the winner be brought to him immediately. The deputy director couldn't believe he had heard such an order from Mr. Chong. He thought it was impossible because Henwu worked for Nazar and wouldn't agree to go to the competition. Besides, the main sponsor would most likely not appreciate such a blatant attempt to poach a client. However, none of these arguments stopped him from trying to do something in this direction. In short, a real war had begun among the largest companies for the top-tier noob. Tenny continued to practice using lightning as before. He wanted to hone his skills so he could exert less effort and strike his opponent from a distance. At that moment, the bear cub was fighting spiders, honing his skills. Using lightning, he had created a real barrier that prevented the spider from moving. Hen Wan took advantage of the moment when the spider was pinned in one spot, crept up from behind and landed a critical strike. The ruby spider was killed, and the player gained experience and a new level. Henwu's strength and mana were fully restored. By this point, Henwu and his pet had destroyed a large number of spiders. Each spider had its own stones, which determined their skills. Thanks to the spider's lair, the player now knew something new. There were 5 different types of spiders in total: sapphire, ruby, diamond, emerald, and topaz. They corresponded to the elements: iron, fire, earth, water, and plant. Each had its own characteristics. Some techniques worked on certain spiders, but were useless against others. But almost all were vulnerable to the lightning attribute of Tenny's pet and the player's attribute. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed through the dungeon, which the young man didn't like. Tenny immediately declared that he really didn't like any of this, and had been suggesting they leave for a while. Henwu listened to the sounds and decided it was time to leave. He had already earned enough from these spiders. The companions peered into the dungeon. They saw nothing, so Tenny suggested they leave. Henwu replied that they would indeed leave once they had captured the boss. Tenny couldn't find the words to express his dissatisfaction, while the host gazed at the giant spider with delight. And indeed, the boss monster appeared in the dungeon. It was just as huge and terrifying as ever, far worse than all the other spiders. It was a 5-element spider. That was exactly how many stones adorned its head. Henwu had never encountered such a monster before. Many players die at the hands of bosses, despite being well prepared. When a new boss appears, even large guilds are reluctant to fight until they have gathered enough information. They believe there's no point in taking a risk and ending up with nothing. But there was only one herald card, and it was unlikely he'd give the player another card to replay the level. Henwu sat down and assessed his options. How many more times he could use the Crescent Strike, as well as his other skills, plus buffs and help from his pet. All that remained was to activate the cursed bracelet, and the player would be ready for battle. This bracelet, imbued with the magic of a powerful sorcerer, created a spear filled with black magic. It drained the target's health upon impact and could only be used against living creatures. The monster boss wandered through the dungeon, feeling the bodies of the slain spiders. He didn't understand who had done this to his offspring. Henwu decided not to waste time on unnecessary conversation and activated the cursed bracelet. The spider boss spoke. He said that the player had destroyed a huge number of his children, and that such a tiny little human had done it. You killed so many beautiful creatures, and for what? Just to get deep into the cave for treasure? The monster reasoned. The spider boss was very upset and added that he would never spare the player for anything in the world. At that moment, a spear created with dark magic and a cursed bracelet pierced his body. The spider realized that the man was trying to defeat him with magic, but only a villain and a criminal would do such a thing. Henwu didn't waste time talking either, and immediately went on the offensive while his magic was still active. The spider boss believed that all humans were the same, and this man must die as well. Henwu grabbed the bear cub onto his shoulders and ran as fast as he could out of the dungeon. The spider boss was hot on his heels, smashing through the dungeon and scattering chunks of rock everywhere. Henwu couldn't understand where all that malice was coming from. The player found himself in a huge circular hall with glowing stones lining the perimeter. It seemed this was the boss's room, and he had deliberately lured the player there. At that moment, the magical stones on the spider's back changed color. They turned bright red and looked extremely dangerous. Soon, fireballs flew at the player from these stones. Henwu barely managed to dodge them, running through the hall at breakneck speed. After that, the spider began attacking the player with lightning bolts, forcing him to act as quickly as possible to avoid being hit. Henwu realized that the spider was changing its fighting style depending on the gems on its back. It was unclear how much longer he would have to keep running. Tenny would also like an answer to that question. The little bear was barely clinging to his master's neck. But at that moment, Henwu grabbed the cub with both hands and flung it high into the air. The poor little bear cub flew through the air, tumbling at tremendous speed. After all, his master had promised to always take care of him and never leave him to fend for himself. Tenny would definitely deal with the evil spider in the future, but for now he activated the ancient roar, and a bolt of lightning struck the huge boss right in the body. At that moment, Tenny grew to enormous size. He no longer planned to run away from the spider. The thing was, the spider was a real chatterbox, and the bear hated chatterboxes. Now the bear wanted to show the true power of his body and deal with this little bastard. The gemstones on the boss's back turned green. Tenny was smashing them, but suddenly felt sick. It turned out that the bear had been paralyzed by poisonous fumes. While the unfortunate bear was paralyzed, the nasty spider inflicted irreparable damage on him. Tenny flew across the entire hall and fell, smashing through part of the rock with his back. A huge number of stones rained down all around. Tenny came to. He was back to his normal size, but birds were fluttering and spaceships were flying around in the bear's head. After such a blow, he had clearly suffered a concussion. The boss took advantage of the lull, and the precious stones on his back glowed a fiery yellow. He addressed the man, saying that no matter how hard he tried to defeat him, it would end the same way as it had for the others. Henwu began to build a protective barrier around himself. Soon he found himself as if in a cocoon, more like a turban or a nest. The spider couldn't break through this defense and didn't understand why the man wouldn't leave him alone. The spider boss changed the gem back to a diamond. Its armor and damage increased, but Henwu was determined to defeat it. The player put all his strength into a strike that managed to break through the defense, and a massive explosion rang out. The spider boss was still alive. His body was damaged, and his mana had decreased. He stared at the man, trying to understand just one thing. Does this man really not understand who is in control of the situation? But Henwu had no intention of giving up. The spider boss was severely wounded, with green spider blood oozing from various parts of his body. Henwu noticed that the spider had previously used only one crystal, but now it had activated two, meaning it was transitioning to the second stage when its health drops to half. If that was the case, the key was to strike precisely in the right spot, and then it would all be over. Henwu activated the desert dragon bracelet, made from the remains of that creature. It granted a fire damage attack. A powerful explosion rang out as the forces collided, and it was unclear whose side would emerge victorious. The spider's magic was stronger, and it had already begun to extinguish the fire directed at it. The spider wanted to avenge its children, but at that moment, the player activated the cursed bracelet to deliver a single, precise strike. The magical spear flew toward the spider, slicing through everything in its path. The strike hit its target, striking the boss squarely in the center of the head, right next to the stones on his head. The spider boss felt an all-consuming energy that began to drain his strength. Henwu was glad that his cursed bracelet had recharged and was now active for a little while longer, draining the spider's health. The boss couldn't believe what was happening. How dare this man act so brazenly and hope to kill him? But even if that ever happened, the spider boss would cast an eternal curse on the player. But to fear an eternal curse, one must expect to live forever. And that's a rather utopian view, so the player had no intention of fearing it. Finally, the spider's health began to plummet, and it could no longer stand, collapsing right in the middle of the hall. The player defeated the 5-crystal spider and gained experience, as well as the title Cave Spider Tamer. As Henwoo's strength and health recovered, he realized that going on boss raids with the cursed bracelet had become much easier. It had been an interesting experience, but now the player wanted to know exactly what item he would get. Henwoo approached the body of the defeated spider and looked at the loot in surprise. It was a 5-crystal spider mask called the Curse of the Goblet. It emitted a dark aura, and upon a successful attack on a target, one of 5 curses would be cast: burn, freeze, petrify, bind, or bleed. Henwoo was absolutely thrilled. The unique item had exceeded all expectations. He realized that it had all been worth it. The young man rejoiced. The mask provided numerous buffs, and the 5 curses appeared extremely rarely. Now he could think about replacing it with the Nuba mask. Henwoo now had a higher skill rank, which made this hunt exceptionally successful. In addition, he received numerous bonuses, as well as money and gold. Tenny, as usual, was unhappy when Henwoo asked him to collect the items scattered throughout the dungeon. Henwoo told his pet that he had fought almost the entire battle alone, so the bear had to work and collect the loot. Tenny thought his master had become too selfish, getting a new toy and seemingly forgetting about his loyal little bear. But then Tenny's eyes fell on 2 round balls, spheres. He immediately decided to investigate them. Inside the balls, tiny spiders were visible, and they gave off a very pleasant scent. The pet was supposed to give the spheres to his owner, but he was too busy with his new mask right now. Tenny realized that his owner wouldn't give him any more tasty spheres, so he decided to swallow both of them. Henwoo instantly read the notification. The pet had consumed 2 spider essences, Sapphire and Ruby. The bear glowed with a bright light, and it was clear that significant changes were about to occur. Henwoo didn't understand why the pet had been so greedy, but decided to watch the consequences. Tenny was afraid to move. Henwoo didn't know exactly what changes would occur or how the essences affected the beast. Soon the pet turned to its master. Something was clearly wrong with its body. Henwoo realized that the bear cub wasn't quite right in the full sense of the word. Its tail had turned blue and its cheeks were flushed with a bright blush. Henwoo breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't the worst-case scenario. The blue tail and red cheeks even looked stylish. It soon became clear that the pet's stats had increased across the board, and new skills had appeared. Now it could wield fire and ice magic. Henwoo and Tenny didn't know how to react yet. The bear had become stronger, but how to use that remained unclear. Tenny quickly figured it out. Now he was showing his owner how he could start fires and create ice. Compared to his pet, the player felt like a total loser. Henwoo realized that his pet was becoming more and more independent, and that was probably for the best. After logging out of the game, Henwoo felt exhausted and worn out, looking almost as disgusting as he felt. He was very tired, had no strength left, but was going to send Elise a video of the battle with the 5-crystal spider. Unexpectedly, Henwoo received a message from Kyle. The manager had listed potential sponsors. The contract was massive, 500 pages, and he needed to read it and respond immediately. Henwoo wanted to drop this uninteresting business, but he knew. He always saw things through to the end. He had reached page 200, almost ready to finish. To take a break and clear his head, Henwoo decided to watch a stream on the platform. Many famous streamers were live and he could watch them. Hyunwoo saw a stream from the telecom company for which Jong Hanbok was playing. He decided to watch with interest to see how his main rival answered the viewers' questions. The premise of the stream was simple. The players answered any questions from the audience. A viewer wrote that Hanbok had performed poorly on the show, 2 masks, was eliminated quickly, and it was unclear why he should be kept on the team. Representatives from Telecom replied that they could not comment on what was happening on 2 masks. However, they assured viewers that Yeon Hanbok is a professional player, and there is nothing to discuss. Viewers began to speculate that the show 2 Masks was rigged. The winner had a low skill level, and a professional couldn't possibly lose. Hanbok replied that it was just a show. He knew from the start that his opponent was a max-level noob, and the results were predetermined. He explained, the matches were staged, and in real life, he would have defeated the noob in a matter of seconds. Hyunwoo was too furious to listen to these excuses. However, after calming down a bit, the guy thought that Jung Han-bok was speaking too confidently, and in real life, they would definitely test whether he could keep his word. Hyunwoo continued watching the stream, but Telecom had effectively signed its own death warrant by accusing the show of being staged. After reviewing every page of the contract, Hyunwoo decided to accept sponsorship from Armani, Rolex, and Mermont. Meanwhile, an unpleasant conversation took place at the Telecom dorm. The team captain said he had helped Han-bok this time, but it wouldn't happen again. The entire image and reputation of the Telecom team suffers because of Han-bek's behavior. Han-bek thanked the captain for standing up for him, after which the guys said goodbye. In reality, Han-bek wasn't grateful. He believed he was carrying the entire team, which was nothing on its own. The captain returned to the room where the rest of the Telecom team was resting. They reported that they had found what they had been asked for. Now they were watching a recording of the match where John Han-bok, in the guise of Smile Face, had used the secret skill, Blessing. Everyone knew that using this skill with the artifact was forbidden. The manager had mentioned it, and the coach had banned it. Besides, using such a unique skill is very expensive. And now the team was under scrutiny from all sides. Han-bok actually contributes almost nothing. He has his own room and gets a lot of special treatment, so there was no need to send him to the show, King of Two Masks. The players understood that once the season started, there would be even more talk, and they needed to preserve the team's honor. There were very few moments when Hyunwoo could lie down peacefully on the soft grass, basking in the warm rays of the sun with his pet. Tenny enjoyed the peace and quiet and assumed they had the day off. Hyunwoo replied that he just needed some time to think. Hyunwoo had to decide how to handle the broadcast. Keep in Shan as the show's host or figure it out later, and it was still unclear when to stream the battle with the spider. They had almost run out of topics for the show. Hyunwoo was worried. There wasn't much regular content, there weren't enough duels, and team raids weren't suitable. As a result, it was unlikely they'd attract many viewers, and he wanted to beat everyone in terms of view count. The young man was trying to figure out how to surprise the audience, and his pet asked to be heard since his owner was free. Tenny emotionally explained that he wanted his master to teach him, and then perhaps he could organize quests for his own pets. He wanted to learn how to increase his strength just as powerfully as his owner. Hyunwoo didn't even want to move. This wasn't a quest for loot, but his pet was persistent. It whined, pleaded, and begged its master to teach it. Hyunwoo decided he needed to first study the control of fire and ice in detail. Suddenly, he jumped up, startling the bear cub, and an idea about training popped into his head. He thought he could attract celebrities from various fields and teach them to fight in the arena. This would draw in spectators, both those who wanted to learn and those who wanted to watch their idols. Hyunwoo turned to Tenny, and the pet was thrilled. His talent had finally been recognized. The bear cub brought up training again, but Hyunwoo said curtly, "Later." After that, the player disappeared without saying goodbye, and Tenny was once again convinced that he had a bad owner. Manager Kyle was working at his computer when he received an email from his best client, Mr. Khan. Hyunwoo asked him to bring in stars for the new show, Battles with Celebrities. It was a great idea. But there was more. Hyunwoo wanted to leave the show, King of Two Masks, and hand it over to streamer Argon. It was surprising that the guy decided to leave a show that had just taken off. But he had a great instinct, which meant he had sensed something bigger. Manager Kyle decided to trust his client's instincts and wait for his new show. Tenny was sitting at the table with a knife and fork in front of a delicious meal. Viewers of the stream noticed that the bear cub looked different. Hyunwoo greeted everyone. "Hello everyone, today we're kicking off a chat with a max-level noob and his pet." Tenny asked if he could eat while his owner was talking and received permission. Hyunwoo explained that he'd been streaming for over a month now, and today he just wanted to chat and answer viewers' questions. Questions poured in, so he asked people to type more slowly so he could keep up with the forum. It was great. There were tons of questions, and he saved the most interesting one for the end of the stream. He was asked how things were going in the arena. The player explained that he had been hunting in the mountain range, had recently found a dungeon, and would be posting a video soon. Viewers were curious about the dungeon's exact location, who he was running it with, and its difficulty level. Hyunwoo decided to show a short preview. Clips from a battle with the 5-crystal spider appeared on screen. Viewers saw such a massive boss, ready to destroy the player for the first time. The next question was about how to level up quickly. There was no specific answer. You just need to hunt more. It's better to train alone. That yields more growth. Tenny listened and was already ready to eat. Another question, how to learn to fight masterfully and whether it's possible to remove the mask. One viewer asked if it was difficult to engage in one-on-one duels. He had tried it once and nearly fainted. Henwoo replied, everyone is different and reacts to stress differently. That doesn't happen to him. He doesn't get nervous because he always comes out on top. Another viewer asked how to get a gold medal if he currently has a silver one. Hyunwoo said, you have to switch items or replace someone. It's not exactly fair, but sometimes you can be a substitute knight. When the questions started repeating, Henwoo said he had great viewers and had prepared a new concept for them. These will be professional lessons from a max-level noob. With their help, getting a gold medal will be easy, and players' problems will disappear. The player directed everyone interested to representatives of the Nazar company and will eagerly await their applications. Some viewers felt that the player was promoting himself even during streams, but others liked the idea, and people began donating large sums. Henwoo thanked everyone who made a donation, mentioned their names, and expressed sincere gratitude, realizing that this created the right impression. Viewers were once again convinced that a max-level noob was stronger than all top streamers and professional gamers, and his performances amazed the audience. To get noticed and recognized, people started sending him gold coins. Henwoo, of course, was grateful and was ready to call out their names on livestream endlessly. For the next few hours, he answered viewers' questions, and the process was quite exhausting. The player felt as if he were being interrogated, and gradually, the identity of the max-level noob was revealed to the public. After the stream, viewers were convinced. He was a dark mage. His magic was on another level. He was very poor and made a fortune. Everyone wanted to know who was hiding behind the mask. Henwoo could barely stand on his feet and announced that he was ready to answer one last question. At that moment, one of the viewers donated 10,000 gold coins. Henwoo thanked him and said he was ready to answer the question. He admitted honestly, he would like to compete against one of the professional gamers. The audience immediately wanted to know exactly who. Henwoo realized he had backed himself into a corner and had to see it through to the end. He explained that he had been watching streams the night before and had learned something interesting. One professional player claimed that everything on the show King of Two Masks was staged and that this player supposedly felt sorry for the top-tier noob. Since the topic had been brought up, Nub wanted to clear things up and accept this pro's challenge. Henwoo told viewers that he was ready to face off against professional gamer Jong Hanbuk. He understood that Hanbim wouldn't just be humiliated. The goal was to completely destroy him so that no one would dare call him a pro again. After the stream, heated discussions once again swept through the arena community, with the telecom team taking the brunt of the criticism. Many publicly condemned them, sometimes harshly. Henwoo smiled with satisfaction, showing all 32 of his teeth. He regretted not having done this sooner. Now everything was going perfectly. Hyunwoo was in a great mood and decided to practice. Just then, he received a message from Kim Sok-jun. Sok-jun suggested he join him in Demon's Gorge. Only up to 3 people could go there, and based on skill level, Henwoo was the best fit. Tenny wasn't opposed to it either. It would be a chance to try out new skills. The pet had liked Sok-jun ever since the show of Two Masks. At first, Hyunwoo said he didn't want to, since there would be a third participant. But Sok-jun convinced his friend. They shouldn't lose their spirit of adventure. It was a risky move, but Hyunwoo agreed. Sok-jun told Chung that Hyunwoo would be arriving soon, and they'd be able to shoot a cool video. The guy was very happy and eagerly awaited the raid with Hyunwoo. He asked the general of the New World Guild if he had any objections to Hyunwoo joining. Chungwoo replied that there were no problems and that he wanted to get to know Noob better. Now they could get started. Sok-jun eagerly awaited his comrade's arrival. Soon he and the general would see if Nub was worthy of a top-tier spot in the New World Guild. Hengwoo looked around. He didn't like that a dungeon had appeared here. Where it came from was a mystery. Finally, he heard someone call his name. Sok-jun waved happily, indicating where he was. Standing nearby was the proud and silent Kang Chung-gu. The men greeted each other. It turned out that Chung-gu and Hyunwoo had never met before. Sok-jun introduced them, and they exchanged pleasantries. Each had heard a lot about the other and had long wanted to meet in person. Hyunwoo understood. More and more people knew his real name, but these were allies, not enemies, so there was nothing to worry about. The guys agreed not to be too formal. Here they were friends and could call each other by their first names. Hengwoo asked how they had found the dungeon. It turned out that one of the guild members had stumbled upon it by accident. The dungeon was called Rotan, 3 people were needed to enter. That meant either 3 pairs of hands or that it was very complex. After the formalities, the guys went inside. The first thing they saw was a horde of zombies wandering the dungeon's corridors. They were orc slaves. Seokjun and Chunggu immediately charged at the orcs. Henwoo was in charge of buffs. The young man activated his pet to help in his place. Hengwoo asked Tenny to give buffs to the 2 players, but the bear cub was independent and said he knew what to do without further instructions. Chunggu felt a bearish surge. His physical form grew, and the blessing of the forest boosted his defense. The player fought the orcs and wondered just how high the pet's buff level was. Henwoo had probably leveled up Tenny well, and now the pet was replacing him on the battlefield. Tenny wanted to figure out where they had ended up. The orcs were very strong. He remembered that his father had fought these orcs before. They had little holy power and were vulnerable to fire. This information was very useful. Henwoo turned to his pet and asked it to use a fireball. Tenny happily obeyed the command, and the fireball instantly reached the orc. The monster was instantly burned to a crisp, and the pet gained experience. The 2 players looked at the little bear in surprise. They realized that appearances can be deceiving, and that this cute little bear had buffs and magic in its arsenal. Henwoo told his companions that these monsters' weaknesses were fire and holy power. The players from the New World Guild wanted to know how Henwoo knew this, since it was their first time in the dungeon. Henwoo admitted that he had been taught by his pet, who knows a lot about the bosses of this dungeon. It turned out that the ruler of this dungeon was a vampire. One might say a self-proclaimed baron. Seokjun was stunned to hear about the vampire, since there was almost no information about him. This particular vampire, named Rotten, was at the baron level, which meant he was very powerful. But there was nothing they could do to change that now, so the guys decided to figure things out when they met the dungeon's master. They made fairly good progress deeper into the dungeon, eliminating the slave orcs along the way. Soon they stopped in front of a large closed gate. Most likely the dungeon boss was there. The players spent 4 hours on the journey, but you could say they got there quickly. At that moment, Tenny started shouting, demanding that the owner come over because he had discovered something. The bear cub pointed to a crack in the floor between the stones. There was something interesting there. Henwoo crouched down and peered inside. He saw a group of trolls scurrying around on the lower level of the dungeon. It turned out that the guys were in a multi-level dungeon, and the trolls had gathered on the lower floor. The multi-level dungeon was divided into several floors. The difficulty increased with each floor, but so did the rewards. Henwoo estimated that it would take them about 10 hours to fully clear the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Tenny sighed heavily. The bags under his eyes grew larger and darker. In this company of bears, they were being worked to the bone. Henwoo was thrilled. He had been covering his comrade's rear, and now he was going to move forward. Seokjun replied that he'd be happy to take a short break, and Henwoo opened the gate behind which the main vampire was likely hiding. The hall turned out to be very large and empty. A figure loomed in the depths. It was Roten, the overseer of the first dungeon, of unknown level, a massive goblin wielding a gigantic club. Henwoo drew his stump sword and announced to the overseer that guests had come to see him, and he should greet them. The player activated a magic blast and used the crescent blade, delivering a crescent-shaped strike. The goblin woke up and, club in hand, lunged at Henwoo, preparing to strike. Henwoo's attack was successful. He dealt damage. However, the guard was still alive, and by this point, the player had cast a freeze spell on him. Henwoo was satisfied. The enemy's condition was changing thanks to the 5-stone mask, which he had modified into a max-level Nuba mask. He knew he had to kill the warden before the curse wore off. Seokjun felt as if he had stepped into a movie and was watching a superhero. He asked his comrade what he thought of Henwoo. Chunggu acknowledged Hyunwoo's strength. Indeed, a player like that would fit perfectly into their guild. Seokjun was pleased that his protege had made a good impression. And on top of that, Hyunwoo had an excellent pet. At that moment, Hyunwoo defeated the first dungeon's boss, leveled up, and restored his mana and stamina. Seokjun immediately asked if Hyunwoo wanted to join their guild. He believed the guy shouldn't stay alone. What's the point of being strong on your own if you have no one to share your successes with? Seokjun sincerely extended his hand, promising to create the best content and, together with Hyunwoo, become the top players in the arena. Chunggu also expressed a desire to work with Hyunwoo, while Hyunwoo kept smiling, mulling over the conversation. Hyunwoo said he needed time to think about the unexpected offer. Seokjun was upset, thinking that Hyunwoo didn't like the offer, and that perhaps he didn't want to be with him. Chunggu tried to comfort his friend, saying they should give Hyunwoo some time. Seeing Seokjun's disappointment, Hyunwoo promised that if he decided to join a guild, he would definitely join New World. He didn't have any such plans yet, but when he did, he would turn to Seokjun. These words cheered Seokjun up. Before joining a guild, you have to think everything through carefully. Only fools agree right away. Since Hyunwoo had promised, Seokjun decided not to get upset anymore and suggested they go check out the other floors. Hyunwoo was surprised by Seokjun's behavior and asked if he had written everything down. It turned out he had. Hyunwoo confirmed again. If he wanted to join a guild, he would definitely join New World. It was just a simple test from the guild. He would have to choose a guild in the arena anyway, and the time would come when Hyunwoo would make his decision. Seokjun was wiping out goblins on the lower level using the power of his mighty fists. Chunggu kept up with his comrade and fought actively alongside him. Together, the two representatives of the New World Guild dealt powerful blows to the goblins. Soon, another dungeon warden, Rotan, was defeated. The players stood near him, realizing they had opened a passage to the next level. Hyunwoo suggested going straight to the third floor, and the guys decided to bypass the trolls so as not to waste time on them. The players descended to the next floor of the dungeon and froze, looking around. The room turned out to be huge and completely empty. Most likely, this was the final battle zone. Hyunwoo hoped that behind the last door, the dungeon boss, a vampire, was waiting for them. But thousands of eyes were staring down at the players from the ceiling. The eyes began to move, and it turned out to be swarms of flying vampires ready to feast on the players' blood. The players fended off the bats with their fists, not letting them touch them. Once the bats were dealt with, an army of zombies stood before the players. They didn't move, simply waiting for a signal. These were minions, not quite vampires, but not human either. Their numbers were staggering, so the players had to be extremely careful. One of the minions spoke. "This place belongs to the Lord of the Night, the vampire Rutan, and entry is strictly forbidden to outsiders." Hyunwoo tried to identify the minions' weak spots and instructed Chung to drink the potion of strength to hold out for a while. Hyunwoo sent his pet to rest. The bear cub accepted this task with enthusiasm. The player activated the cursed bracelet, and the minions rushed at them with a wild scream, ready to kill. Hyunwoo began to summon magical power, the breath of fire. The minions were charging at the players, and now it seemed as though everything had descended into chaos. It was hard to tell where the players were and where the monsters were. When most of the minions had gathered nearby, a powerful explosion rang out, accompanied by a wild scream. Hyunwoo was ecstatic. He could handle even such a horde. It was hot all around, like in a sauna, and the guys realized they hadn't yet seen all of Hyunwoo's talents. All the minions were dealt with quickly. The players gained experience sooner than expected. Hyunwoo summoned his pet again, which had barely had time to rest. The players reached the final chamber, in the center of which stood a huge coffin on a pedestal. As befits a vampire, it was most likely he who was supposed to be lying in that coffin. Chunggu wanted to come up with a plan first, since this was their first time facing this boss. Seokjun, however, didn't want to waste time and decided to act immediately. The player quickly approached the coffin and raised his fist. A single powerful blow was enough to shatter the coffin into tiny pieces. Hyunwoo felt sorry for Chung, who constantly had to work with Seokjun. First swinging his fist, then thinking. The players stood there in bewilderment. Practically nothing was happening. Seokjun looked surprised too. The coffin was empty. It was probably just a hidden room. Suddenly, a sleepy vampire appeared before Seokjun and asked how the player dared to disturb his sleep. Seokjun didn't waste time talking and delivered a two-handed blow, hoping the vampire would die. The vampire caught both of the player's fists with one hand, thinking that a few flies had gotten into his kingdom while he slept. All his minions were already dead. Seokjun was outraged. This vampire had called him a fly. He probably wanted to test the strength of his fist. The vampire finally looked up from surveying his surroundings and studied the player's fist he was holding in his hands. After that, he used holy power and activated a blood shield. He easily knocked Seokjun aside, but Seokjun was tough. He simply flew away, unharmed and uninjured. The vampire baron looked at his hand, from which the steam was rising. The situation was unpleasant, and he had to act. He realized he would have to deal with the unexpected guest. A blood vortex began to swirl. The monster lowered his arms and activated the blood field. The entire room was literally flooded with blood. The blood field caused a sharp drop in the player's stats and mana. Hyunwoo asked his comrade if he wanted to finish off the vampire quickly or have some fun for a while longer. Seokjin chose the quick and efficient option, so they all had to attack together. Tenny was tasked with urgently providing buffs. The enemy was extremely dangerous. The entire group of players began attacking the vampire baron. The vampire immediately used his blood shield, forming a powerful field around him. Seokjin managed to break through the field with his fist. This was surprising for a vampire. He decided to strike differently now, since he still had holy power left. The vampire was confident that the blood shield would handle this holy power. He shouldn't have been so overconfident. Henwu seized the moment and crept up behind the monster. Of course, the vampire sensed his presence. He looked at the broken sword in the player's hands and couldn't understand how Henwu intended to attack him with such a weapon. Henwu prepared to attack. At that moment, the vampire recognized the familiar lunge and realized that the Knight of Kion stood before him. The vampire grew angry. Now there were monks in Kion near him, but to him they still seemed like mere gnats. The monster used a blood sphere. He raised his hand, and a sphere began to form above it, with spikes pointing in all directions. Tenny watched the vampire with interest, wanting to understand why this monster was so bloodthirsty. The vampire looked at the bear cub in surprise, and Tenny, placing his paws on his hips, said that the vampire must remember him since he had lived for quite a long time. Tenny claimed that he used to be the bane of such bloodsuckers. The vampire paid no attention to the little animal, which greatly upset the bear cub. He couldn't just ignore the fact that he was being called a little bear cub. In reality, Tenny was a huge bear and was about to show the vampire all his strength. Once he had reached the right size, Tenny turned to the vampire again. "Don't you recognize me?" The vampire lay face down on the ground, coughing. It seemed he was losing. But the next moment he got up and said that these people were serious, and he would have to teach them a lesson. Blood was flowing from the vampire's nose, but that didn't mean he would die from a simple blow to the ground. The guys laughed at the bleeding vampire, who was trying to look strong despite it all. The vampire ran his finger under his nose and declared, "That's not blood at all. It's just a bloody booger. But soon everything here will be covered in your blood, and you'll remember this moment for the rest of your life." The opponents looked at each other intently, choosing the best strategy. Seokjin suggested acting in the style of the New World Guild, fast and powerful, which sounded funny since their style was to strike harder and immediately. The vampire wiped the blood away, pretending he didn't care, but he already realized these people were dangerous. He realized he couldn't let his guard down and needed to focus to counter the player's complex techniques. The vampire summoned a torrent of blood around him to unleash it upon his opponents. He said it was the blood of all those who had died in the dungeon, and the players would now have to fight for their lives. When the blood surge was ready, Tenny suddenly intervened, approaching the vampire and activating a roar that reduced the enemy's attack and boosted the player's defense. The effect backfired. The blood surge crashed into the vampire himself, dealing damage to him. Henwu thanked his pet and immediately rushed into the attack with his sword in hand. Seokjin cast the Blessing of the Sun, boosting his stats and strength, and was also ready to attack. Now the player struck even harder, deriving immense pleasure from every blow. Chunggu gathered his strength to activate a lightning bolt and focus the strike on the vampire's lead leg. Despite this, for a while he couldn't get close to the vampire, who was taking blows to the liver, magical explosions, and sword cuts. The monk's best skills were used against the vampire, and he could no longer put up a fight. His face had become like a rotten plum. Blood was flowing from everywhere. His facial bones were shattered, and he begged the players to stop the beating. Seokjin prepared a royal strike, and using it as a holy meteor, literally flattened the vampire. The wretched monster sat down, leaning against the wall, unable to stand up to the players. The players were amazed by the vampire's defense. Henwu hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, or that they possessed such powerful holy power. Henwu gained a new level and the title Vampire Slayer, which was given to an adventurer capable of killing a vampire under the cover of night. Seokjin tried to pretend he wasn't interested, but in reality, he had risen to level 198. Relaxing, he noted that advancing to previous levels had taken a long time, but here he had risen an entire level in a single day. Seokjin was happy. The gap between him and the leader of the rankings wasn't that big anymore. Henwu realized that his comrade loved competition and kept track of the rankings. At that moment, Tenny announced that some gear had dropped. They were Roten's gloves worn by a vampire, which restored health. Roten's ceremonial cloak also dropped, which increased magical power and stamina and allowed the wearer to become temporarily invisible. In addition, a vampire's heart dropped. Using it turned the player into a vampire. And finally, a beginner-level black magic skill book that allowed one to become a sorcerer. Heng-woo realized the items were fantastic, but his companions didn't seem particularly interested. Suction said they wouldn't be able to use these items and suggested that Heng-woo take them all for himself. Kang Chung-gu agreed wholeheartedly. This would be a well-deserved reward for Heng-woo for helping them complete the quest. Heng-woo grabbed everything and put the items on himself so the guys wouldn't change their minds, while noting that they were spoiling him and he didn't deserve such generosity. He was genuinely happy, and his genuine delight left no one indifferent. Seokjin reminded his friend not to forget their generosity when the time came to choose a guild. Heng-woo was, after all, too sincere and naive. His genuine delight could not leave anyone indifferent. Seokjin had already reminded his friend not to forget their generosity when the time came to choose a guild. Hyunwoo immediately thought he wasn't for sale, put away his gloves and the book of magic, and decided to leave the rest to the guys. Seokjin tried to explain that he was joking and that Heng-woo had simply misunderstood him. But Heng-woo immediately left the game, saying it was time for him to go. Seokjin was very upset. He had let his friend and comrade down. But Chung-woo thought everything was fine because Hyunwoo had taken the best items anyway. That evening, the young man called his manager Kyle and asked if they had already decided on the cast for his new show. Kyle replied that there were 8 candidates, all of them public figures, but Nazar's firm had decided to keep only 3. One of the contenders was a Hollywood star named Evanson, and there was also the British diva Christina, and the Hollywood star of Korean descent, Yi Liu. Heng-woo was even a little flustered because all these people were real superstars. The guy thought he would be coaching famous streamers, not superstars like this. Kyle himself would have recommended starting with Evanson. He's the most famous and fairly easygoing person. Evanson is known to everyone for his roles in action movies, but he couldn't even get a bronze rank in real combat. Most likely in real life, this guy isn't as good as he's portrayed in the movies. Heng-woo didn't really care who he trained, so he agreed to settle on Evanson and confirmed this to Kyle's manager. They decided to meet the next day in the gym. After that, the guys said goodbye, wishing each other a good night. Heng-woo decided to Google some information and look into this Evanson, the Hollywood star. The news feeds revealed that Evanson admired the top-tier noob, was a fan of his, and dreamed of meeting the player. Han-woo was very surprised when it turned out that the famous Hollywood star wanted to meet him, and in all of his recent interviews, Evanson talked only about the Korean player. It sounded very strange and suspicious, but he didn't have to wait long. They would meet in the hall the very next day. A room called Winner was chosen for the first lesson. Heng-woo went there and waited for his student. The player opened the profile window, came up with a password and a name for the session. The guy was a little nervous because this was his first time doing this. Heng-woo double-checked to make sure he'd sent all the details to the manager, and the student should be here soon. The longer the young man waited for this meeting, the more nervous he became. His hands were shaking with excitement, because meeting a fan of this caliber was bound to be thrilling. The player entered the room and Heng-woo realized that the meeting was about to take place. In the middle of the arena, wearing a very handsome suit and sporting a perfect hairstyle, stood manager Kyle, who greeted the player, saying that this was their first time meeting in person at the arena. But Kyle hadn't come alone. He was accompanied by a man who, in principle, needed no introduction. Heng-woo looked at the man who greeted him, saying he was very happy to see a max-level noob, about whom he had read and known so much for so long. The man extended his hand for a handshake and introduced himself. It was the handsome Evanson. Of course, it was hard to imagine him, and at the same time, it was hard to believe that it was really him, alive and in the flesh. The man looked dashing. He wasn't an arrogant Hollywood star, but looked sincere and open. Some people, once they become famous, turn into snobs and monsters, but Evanson looked like a real guy next door. Just very rich, very famous, and very handsome, and now his hand was reaching out to Heng-woo to say hello. Finally, the formalities were coming to an end. Heng-woo realized he needed to relax, even if a world-class star was standing right in front of him. Evanson made an unexpected gesture. He covered Heng-woo's hand with his other hand and began shaking it. Evanson said that he would be delighted to become a student of the highest level Nuba. It was a great honor and joy for him. After that, Evanson asked his new teacher if he could take a photo with him, and he'd also like to take a photo with his pet. And all this was being asked not by just anyone, but by the biggest star in Hollywood. Moreover, he was completely serious about it. And now Kyle, the manager, began taking pictures of his client. Hanwoo was increasingly surprised as he studied the Hollywood star up close. He thought he would definitely talk about this on his stream. Hanwoo warned his student that they would be training for 3 hours a day for the next 2 days. Evanson said he was eager to learn, but his body hadn't had a proper workout in a long time. Before starting the lessons, Hanwoo wanted to ask his student something. Why, as an action movie star who uses so many techniques in films, did he not even rank in the top 100,000 players? Evanson himself couldn't quite figure out why this was the case, and PvP combat didn't come easily to him. This was very strange, because he often used close combat in movies. It seemed like his natural element. Hanwoo wanted to figure this out first and foremost so he could understand what training tactics to use with this particular student. Evanson explained that he used the Pak-2 style. It was characterized by striking with limbs, with 100% of the attack's power delivered unarmed. When a strike was delivered with something other than fists, the damage tripled. Hanwoo was very surprised. This was the first time he'd heard of the Pak style. It must be something rare and unique. Besides, the idea of tripling attack power sounded simply amazing. Hanwoo asked Evanson to demonstrate it in action. Evanson cracked his knuckles, walked over to the dummy, and prepared to strike. The man closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on the dummy. Then he finally relaxed and felt capable. A barrage of punches and kicks rained down on the dummy. It's hard to imagine what a person in the dummy's place would have felt. Kyle watched the attack with admiration. He realized that the superstar possessed immense strength. Hanwoo studied the movement and realized why. Despite having such a great style, Evanson couldn't raise his level. Hanwoo quickly pointed out exactly where the problem lay and what it was. Hanwoo started a stream, greeted all the viewers, and announced that today he was opening the Noob Academy. For all viewers, this is completely new content, but don't be surprised because Noob has brought along many interesting guests. Viewers began speculating which streamers would appear on the stream, but Hanwoo decided to introduce his first student right away. The identity of this man will definitely surprise absolutely all viewers, and the fact that the Academy's first student is such a figure speaks volumes. And then a Hollywood superstar appeared before the stream's viewers, Dwayne Evanson. The comments section literally exploded, as everyone realized this was on a whole different level. Hanwoo asked the viewers what they thought of the first student. Of course, they hadn't expected to see such a guest. Hanwoo asked his student for permission to show his rating to absolutely everyone watching. Otherwise, they would hardly believe that big changes were coming. Evanson wasn't going to pretend to be a superhero. He honestly revealed his rating, which was one of the lowest in the entire game. Even the viewers couldn't believe their eyes. Hanwoo addressed his followers, saying he was sure they were very curious as to why Dwayne's rating was so low. If they're really curious, then all viewers are about to witness the first lesson at the Academy. First, the student's current skills must be assessed. Dwayne's opponent will be a state-of-the-art humanoid robot. It is completely unprincipled and feels no reverence or admiration for its opponent. Dwayne was also calm and confident of his victory. He prepared for the match. Soon the starting signal was given, and the robot's eye lit up. The duel began. The opponents rushed at each other in an attack. Both were taking it as seriously as possible. Hanwoo explained to the audience that he had already seen the student's skills, and now attentive viewers would likely understand the reason for Dwayne's low ranking. The man specializes in the Pak style. He delivers multiple strikes with his limbs, using his nails, knees, and other parts of his body as weapons. It all sounded amazing. Plus, the superstar had a great physique, so it's unclear why his rating is so low. Hanwoo asked the viewers for their opinion. If the fighters had identical stats, who would win the match? It was practically impossible to answer this question because there wasn't much of a difference. But the problem here was that the Pak's fighters used only close-range tactics, which meant they couldn't defend and attack at full strength at the same time. Right now, Evanson was forced to expend most of his strength on defense, while his arm, raised to strike, was simply resting. Hanwoo addressed the player with an order to stop the fight and stand still. Hanwoo pointed to the student's shoulder and said that he could have died during his very first lesson. At that moment, the robot aimed its sword at the opponent's neck, and Hanwoo began to explain the major drawback of the Pak style, despite its great power. Evanson believed this was because the Pak style didn't retain magic at all, but it turned out that one could study magic control and develop in that direction. When magic leaves the hand, the player immediately becomes weaker. This was the main drawback that Evanson hadn't even suspected. The man thought he would have to change his style, but his teacher told him not to get discouraged. He should try to develop what he already had. If Evanson learns proper PvP combat and other tactics, he'll realize that his style is actually quite advantageous. Henwoo gave his first student an encouraging look and said he would personally show him everything right now. And so the robot machine began its attack on a max-level noob. Henwoo was about to show his student and the audience how to win using the pack style. First of all, you can simply do nothing. The player stood with his arms down, not moving a muscle, but suddenly everything around him was illuminated by a bright light, as if a flash of lightning had struck. And now the opponent lay defeated in a cloud of dust, while everyone watching the duel opened their eyes in surprise. The main question on everyone's mind was, how could this have happened, and what was it? The spectators were at a loss. They tried to understand what had just happened. One of the most observant noticed Henwoo's fist. It seemed to be emitting steam. Evanson was about to pass out, but Henwoo began to calm him down and said he would now explain what doing nothing meant. To some, this style of combat looks like nothing more than controlling the game, turn-based attack and defense. But if you look closely, you'll see that's not quite the case. The teacher asked what options users have when they say the arena is a turn-based game. Evanson replied that it's about attack and defense, but Henwoo argued otherwise. If it were all about attack and defense, then the arena would be just another ordinary game, like the rest, where the strongest would win. But in the arena, it's better to focus on different moves: attack, defense, skills, leveling up, mastery, resting, running, and others. And in turn-based games, there are choices that affect the outcome. In PvP battles, players decide for themselves what is needed to win, and the best choice in the pack style is to do nothing. Everyone saw exactly how the robot reacted to Henwoo's movement when it assumed the player might attack it. So Henwoo decided to retreat and made the only correct decision at that moment. He called this doing nothing and unclenched his fist, revealing his intentions to his opponent. That is precisely why the robot's attack, based on a guess, had no effect. In other words, the mannequin made the wrong move, and then the player had a few seconds to step back and clench his fist. This was the most crucial and best moment to launch an attack, one that would lead to positive changes. Therefore, the best conclusion to draw is, in PvP, it's important to buy time. Evanson watched with great interest. The next important thing to remember is the setup of the items each specific player possesses. Henwoo checked his student's gear. It was too aggressive. Balance is crucial in PvP. If you have the means to attack but nothing to defend yourself with, that's not balance. Evanson honestly admitted that he had simply planned to focus on power and win immediately, so he wouldn't need to defend himself. Henwoo asked his student, what about a mage who would be weak without his magic and without defense? Evanson felt that he hadn't really thought through many things at all. But then his teacher moved on to the third problem. Henwoo continued the lecture, offered advice on PvP battles, and pointed out the student's mistakes. Until then, no one had ever told Dwayne exactly how to do something. Criticism, help, feedback, none of that had been available to him. And now Dwayne was getting all of that in spades from his teacher. He was very interested in getting to the bottom of the problem. Evanson looked at his teacher with admiration, thinking he was really cool. The superstar hoped that the max-level noob would be able to help the other viewers as well. Henwoo realized he had already said too much. He suggested ending the session there and wished his student all the best. Henwoo told Evanson to reach out to him if any more questions came up. With that, the men said goodbye and shook hands. Henwoo immediately started reading the forum and comments. Many viewers thought this was really cool, something they wouldn't even teach in other guilds. Henwoo sensed that the atmosphere in the chat was heating up. Viewers were now freely voicing their opinions about various guilds that did nothing for their players. Henwoo asked them not to insult others and to behave as politely as possible. After that, the teacher told the student that next time they would practice in real life and see how well he had absorbed today's lessons. Henwoo felt very tired and hungry after the stream ended. After all, teaching is exhausting for anyone. Hyunwoo was trying to find something to eat in the fridge when Yeonchan walked into the kitchen. He wanted to know what Hyunwoo had gotten up to again. Hyunwoo had no idea what he was talking about. He had just finished streaming, but his friends showed him a very strange chat conversation. After watching the stream, viewers were discussing the great advice Henwoo had given, as well as talking about bad guilds and top-tier gameplay. Hyunwoo read the comments. He didn't see any problem with that. Sure, the stream had just ended, and there was already a debate going on, but nothing bad was being said about him personally. However, Yen Chan wasn't that naive or good-natured. He believed that such conversations created problems with other guilds. Henry was busy making a sandwich. He told his friend not to worry about it. Besides, Yen Chan knows what his friend is actually capable of doing to those guilds if they even try to complain or accuse him of anything. Henwu had no intention of getting upset about it and suggested his friend eat something instead, or maybe order some chicken for delivery. The mood at the Mono Guild office was anything but cheerful. A Mono Guild member named Patrick told the master that things were really bad, even worse than they had been. Just recently, a max-level noob had been streaming, and viewers had posted terrible comments about their guild. Patrick believed that the noob wasn't involved in these accusations. He hadn't done anything to provoke them on purpose. But Marco was furious. He'd never liked that stupid nub, especially after the Two Masks show. Patrick was sure that the commenters themselves had started all this. They began comparing Henwu's streaming style to that of the Mono Guild. Marco still wouldn't calm down. He thought they should have killed that noob back when they had the chance. Patrick believed they needed to create more useful content, like the noob does. Otherwise, the guild would soon have no viewers left at all. Patrick believed they needed to look for something new and not stay at the same level. However, Marco was clearly thinking about something else. He was no longer listening to what Patrick was saying or what specific innovations he was proposing to implement in their streams. Marco declared that the max-level nub was a total fraud. Most likely, he was able to defeat Reina thanks to help from his sponsors. Clearly, someone was behind it. Marco suggested putting the streams on hold for now and focusing on scripts. In his opinion, that would be better for the guild. Marco was confident that if they came up with something interesting, viewers would definitely come back to them. Patrick, of course, could have added that they shouldn't ignore PvP streams. Otherwise, any other main scenario would end in disaster. Soon, Hen Yu's tutorial video caused quite a stir in the arena community, and the result wasn't quite what the player had expected. It was like a bolt from the blue. Soon after, a notice was published regarding a special Arena game update dedicated to the 3rd anniversary. The update stated that Arena had its first player to reach level 200, and therefore the game was rolling out a global patch. Hen Wuo was very disappointed that he still wasn't in first place on the leaderboard, so he began studying the patch, which would add new content for top players, a major update for guilds, and several regular events. There really was a lot packed into this update. Yenshin suddenly realized the hidden meaning behind it. It was as if all of this had been done specifically for Henwu. It seemed that Arena was now tailoring all its changes to a specific player. Henwu was absolutely delighted. He liked the update celebrating the game's 3rd anniversary. It sounded interesting. The first Arena update provided new content created specifically for users and added 3rd specializations. Enchan believed that a minimum level of 200 would be required for the 3rd specialization. Of course, I'd love to know what the requirements are for rare specializations. It's hard to even imagine what kind of requests LeBron might have, for example. The second update concerned the siege system. From now on, users or guilds will also be able to acquire castles and lay siege to them, even without being esports players. To take over a castle, you need the title of Baron or higher, or the rank of Imperial Contributor. Hen Wu was pleased that he held all these titles. The 3rd update was the most unbelievable of all, and now Yan Chan had no doubt about his hunch. The 3rd update involved the revitalization of the pet system, which had previously been underdeveloped. This means that pet battles will be possible. As in any battle system, there would be seasonal winners and consequently, huge rewards. This feature was simply tailor-made for Tenny. There would also be a special event to celebrate the launch of pet battles. In short, the game was set to become even more appealing to absolutely every player. The developers promised to release a detailed explanation a little later. Hen Wu was very pleased, not only for himself, but also for Tenny. Hen Wu decided to train another pet. Although he had already fed the bear cubs several potions, Yinchang began thinking about getting a pet of his own. Hen Wu didn't put off his plans and set off with Tenny to complete a small quest, and at the same time, train the beast. The player had to figure out the reason behind the wave of monsters that attacked the Lotus Fortress every year. Hen Wu had already done a ton of stuff and even received a reward, but he still couldn't finish the quest. Hen Wu decided to consult with Sok-jun, who was much more experienced in such matters, though he immediately changed his mind, realizing they would start trying to persuade him to join the guild again. Tenny heard a noise and told his master that something strange was happening somewhere behind the trees. Hengwu looked around but couldn't figure out what was going on. However, there was no point in not trusting his pet. Hengwu leaped high up into a tree and dashed off in the right direction, jumping from branch to branch. There he saw a huge orc with a giant club in his hands, walking through the forest and bellowing loudly. It was a wild ogre. Hengwu hadn't thought such enormous monsters roamed this forest. On top of that, strange patterns were drawn on its body. The player surmised that this might be the key to completing the quest. Suddenly, as if enraged, the monster began to scream loudly and charge at the player, whom it had spotted among the trees. When its club struck the ground, several trees were destroyed, the earth cracked, and birds fled their nests in terror. The wild ogre hoped and was certain he had struck down the player, but Hengwu, of course, had managed to dodge the blow and now towered over the monster. Hengwu assessed his options. He realized that with such force, the first attack would only stun the ogre, while the second could finish him off. The player activated the cursed bracelet and used the cursed sword against the giant ogre. The monster sustained minor damage but was infected with black magic, and its damage output doubled. However, victory over the ogre was still a long way off because after the player's attack, the monster became even stronger. Hengwu quickly activated a lightning bolt and began striking the giant monster as he rapidly descended to the ground. As he moved downward, Hengwu struck the ferocious monster with his sword. Blood began to ooze from its wounds and the giant beast let out loud screams and roars. Hengwu noted that despite the power of its attacks, the wild ogre's armor was rather weak. The monster swung its club and tried to attack the man, but Hengwu was agile, nimble, and fast. Hengwu knew he could quickly catch the ogre, but then the game would be over, and the guy wanted to drag out the process. The player sent his pet to rest, saying that he would finish off the wild ogre himself. Tenny was glad to rest. Besides, he had a big bump on his head, but usually his master used him to the very end, and this time he sent him to rest. Tenny could be sure of only one thing. His master was simply impossible to understand. It wasn't even worth trying. Tenny sat down to rest under a tree, but he even managed to fall asleep because the fight had gone on for quite a while. The wild ogre didn't look too good. His gaze no longer radiated hatred, and his body was covered in numerous cuts. In the end, the huge giant couldn't take it anymore and collapsed in the middle of the clearing, defeated by the player. Hengwu was very pleased. He hadn't had this much fun in a long time. The player had leveled up, gained experience, and on top of that, he'd been given an additional quest. It turned out that the truly strange monster they had just encountered in the forest was the key to investigating the cause of the monster wave. Hengwu didn't receive any items, but at least now he could complete this quest. So he had to head to Herald. The Empire's strongest knight, as usual, was spending his days in the training hall. LeBron was meditating to balance his inner energy and clear his mind. He was surprised and wanted to know why this guest had come to see him. Harold stood before LeBron with his arms outstretched. He held this great warrior in high regard. Harold paid no attention to LeBron's sarcasm. He knew that this warrior's character would never change. LeBron also understood that his old comrade would always live up to the image he had created for himself. But now it was time to get down to business. Harold had come to ask LeBron to help them at the fortress. The situation had developed in such a way that they were in dire need of a strong knight. LeBron didn't understand why the fortress guard had come to him. Could it be that he could no longer handle things on his own? Harold replied that he needed LeBron's support because dark forces were gathering over their empire. LeBron was glad to hear that they hadn't come to ask him for money and asked what the Herald thought of his apprentice. Harold replied that he understood perfectly well why LeBron had taken the adventurer as a student, but he was still certain that the young man wasn't up to the task. At that moment, a voice behind him said that Harold's request was already crossing all boundaries, and yet he was still dissatisfied. Manhwa rebuked Harold, saying that he shouldn't have come to the capital without warning, let alone complain and be dissatisfied. Hengwu explained to the men that he had come to meet with the emperor, but he also had a few other small matters to attend to. Hengwu said he hadn't figured out the cause of the monster wave, but he had encountered an ogre with tattoos who had grown stronger through the use of black magic. Perhaps the wave of monsters was also somehow connected to black magic. The information about the tattoos seemed very interesting. LeBron pulled out his knife and with a few strokes drew some symbols in the sand. He asked if that was what the tattoo on the wild ogre's body looked like. Hengwu was very surprised. He didn't understand how LeBron knew about the design. The knight did not answer. He asked if it was possible that the uprising at Rifa Castle had been merely a cover-up. It seems the Dark Mage has begun to make his move. He wants the entire empire. Or to be more precise, they plan to attack the imperial family. LeBron began putting on his armor, saying that he needed to see His Majesty immediately because the fate of the empire was being decided right now. Henwu stayed behind to wait for the knights in the training hall. However, they demanded that he come with them. Of course, it was a tremendous honor, but the young man immediately suspected that these two old knights had suddenly become overly friendly for some reason. The emperor listened to the report and was very displeased to learn that the Black Mage had reappeared. He asked the knights why they had come and whether they needed support to destroy the Black Mage. Harold began to speak for everyone. He said that the Black Mage's main target was the emperor, and the knights needed help to prevent disaster. The emperor turned to Knight LeBron for clarification. Is it really that bad? LeBron replied that the situation was dire because the emperor was the son of all empires, and now the knight wanted to destroy the terrible people who were opposing the emperor. The emperor listened to all this and then began to shout, not understanding why his knights were such weaklings. Maybe they should take the throne, and he himself will defend the fortress? If he's served by such incompetent knights, why should they sit in the middle of the forest when they could be holed up in the capital, since they're incapable of defending the fortress anyway? The emperor reasoned. Harold was literally crushed. The emperor turned his attention to the next visitor, pointing at him. The emperor demanded that Henwu take responsibility for what was happening. The player was in shock. He had no idea where he had ended up. But the emperor wasn't joking. After all, he had given the player a reward and now demanded a return. At that moment, Henwu received a notification that he had completed the quest. The strange monster had received the imperial contribution as well as an imperial gift. The young man opened his fist and a red crystal lay inside his glove. He had to take this stone to the library, where he would receive his real reward. The young man was very pleased because he was supposed to receive a book with the skill he wanted. Of course, he hoped it would be some kind of unique skill. Henwu was once again convinced that the emperor gave the best rewards. LeBron smiled at his student, then told him to come for a private conversation. Henwu couldn't even imagine what direction this conversation would take. However, it was clear that he would benefit greatly as a result. Henwu arrived at the Imperial Library, where he was met by the librarian. The man didn't understand what the adventurer was doing there. The player introduced himself and said he had come by order of His Majesty, and now the librarian must give him the book with the skill. The librarian understood what was being asked and asked if the young man was a student of Mr. LeBron. It turned out that the librarian had one very good skill related to LeBron. They went into the restricted library, which held many books on the Empire's secret skills and those of the entire Eastern continent. Henwu was absolutely thrilled. He asked the librarian for permission to take a closer look at the books. The librarian had absolutely no objection, allowing him to do so as much as he wanted. Henwu read the titles of the books: Crescent Sword, Middle Slash, Dragon Sphere, Seven Stars, Magic Flash. Even from the titles, it was clear these were awesome skills. The young man tried to pick the one that interested him the most, but he couldn't find anything that really grabbed him. Among the large, beautiful tomes was one book that was completely unsuitable for the arena. Henwu pulled it off the shelf. It was the book 10 Dark Skies. Surely this was dark magic related to the dark martial arts. Henwu remembered reading about such books once, and now he had found one of them. It was a genuine primary source. The player informed the librarian that he had made his choice. He believed that with the help of this book, he would be able to delve deeper into dark magic. As soon as the book was added to his profile, it began to glow in the young man's hands. A notification stated that the player was now using the book 10 Dark Skies. This was known on the Eastern continent as a martial art. This skill allowed him to move faster using magic, provided numerous stat boosts, and was very unique. The librarian asked them to be quieter, since they were in the library. But Henwu could barely contain his excitement. He had received a magic boost, a new dark attribute skill, and had also further improved his skills. At that very moment, a notification about a new quest popped up. Under a book containing skills, the player had to find traces of the descendants of the 10 Dark Heavens. The young man didn't believe he'd be able to handle this task quickly, given his level. Besides, there was no additional information. The player decided he would return to this task later, when there was more information about the continent. In any case, this was very good. Once again, the player was convinced that quests from the Cedar Emperor were well rewarded, and the librarian once again demanded that he behave properly in the library. Henwoo finally finished his library duties and went to his teacher for a chat. The player couldn't hide his happy smile. He was in a great mood. Henwoo said he had just visited the library and not to think that he spent all day sitting at the computer. LeBron got straight to the point and asked if his student belonged to any guild. The Empire's strongest knight explained that he wouldn't be able to complete the quest alone, so he needed some other good players to help him. Henwoo told his teacher that he had met and befriended the New Light Guild. They seemed like decent guys. LeBron was genuinely surprised that his student had any friends at all. This really upset Henwoo because in reality he has many friends. Not only in the game but also in the real world. They were other players, representatives of trading companies, celebrities, and various people willing to collaborate with him. We shouldn't forget about Yen Chang's brother and sister, with whom he once completed a mission. Henwoo counted at least 8 people he could rely on, yet for some reason, LeBron thinks of him as some kind of sociopath. When the outburst was over, LeBron asked him to gather all his friends. They would need to head to the Haji Mountains together. This would be the new quest. Henwoo studied the information about the new quest. He must team up with other players and discover the true cause of the monster wave. This was a quest from the game's main storyline, and a very difficult one at that. If even LeBron himself couldn't handle it, fights might break out among the players over participation in such a quest. Henwoo realized he needed to leave immediately and prepare for the mission. He said goodbye to his teacher and was almost ready to go. But Henwoo glanced at LeBron one last time and decided to tell him something important. Next time, the player would come not as a Knight of Kion, but with a higher rank. The Empire's strongest knight didn't laugh at his student. He wished him luck, and the two parted ways. Kang Chung-woo was in the middle of another training session and was currently fighting a monster. This time he was up against goblins and orcs. The player was taking them down with his bare hands without using any weapons. When Chung-gu finished off yet another monster, he noticed that his companion was sitting there with a satisfied look on his face. Seokjin told him that Hyun-woo had messaged him about an interesting job related to the main storyline. Hyun-woo had already completed 5 quests from that storyline. Kate told his companions that a max-level noob had contacted him to team up on a main storyline quest. All the players Henwoo invited to join his party agreed to participate in the quest with great joy and enthusiasm. Henwoo was very pleased. He understood that all of this would contribute to his growing fame and also increase his income. Henwoo had already managed to settle all matters with the New World Guild and the Pioneers Guild, but one problem remained. Hyunwoo looked at his friend and didn't know how to tell him the truth or where to even begin. Kwon Yun-chan had always been there for his friend Henwoo, supporting him whenever the guy had problems and didn't know how to cope. But now Hyunwoo was certain that the main plot was completely beyond Yun-chan's grasp. However, he had to say something to him so as not to upset him. The guys were sitting at breakfast when Hyunwoo finally mustered the courage to say he needed to tell him something. But before Henwoo could open his mouth, Yun-chan himself said that his guild would have a hard time handling the main scenario. Henwoo didn't understand how his friend had figured it all out. He was genuinely afraid that Yen-chang's guild wouldn't be able to keep up with the other guilds and would fall behind in the process. Yen-chan immediately said that he wasn't going to grovel and beg his friend on his knees to take him in. Besides, Yen-chan was currently very busy filming the show King of Two Masks. He had absolutely no need to carry the main storyline of the game. Henwoo couldn't find the words to express his gratitude, but he knew for sure that it wouldn't be long before he would repay his friend for all his kindness. All the participants in the main quest were staying at a tent camp in the forest. First and foremost, they needed to establish communication among themselves, develop a strategy and tactics, and simply get to know one another. At first, the Pioneers Guild and the New World Guild eyed each other warily. They clearly hadn't expected to meet here. Henwoo became the unifying link for all these great players. He was friends with and got along well with strong players and honest people. The captain of the Imperial Rangers, named Karen, greeted the players. He knew that LeBron's apprentice was supposed to come to him. Henwoo greeted the ranger and said that adventurers had come with him to help deal with the wave of monsters. There were some real experts among them. Karen eyed the adventurers suspiciously. Sure, they looked strong enough, but could they really help with the mission? Finally, all the players gained access to the quest. They learned about the monsters on the mountain range. The bodies of these beasts were covered in tattoos. The first priority was to destroy the tattooed monsters. They had been created by a force threatening the Empire. The reward for destroying the tattooed monsters was experience and an imperial contribution. Hen Wu warned that the players would be hunting until the quest was over. He suggested they split up immediately and kill monsters for the common contribution. The players were pleasantly excited, realizing that they certainly wouldn't get bored with the main storyline. They would have plenty of work today, enough for everyone. It was suggested to hold a competition. Who would kill the most monsters? Hen Wu enthusiastically embraced this idea. He had always loved killing for the sake of victory and rankings. Thus, the players decided among themselves to award the title of Best Tattooed Monster Hunter. A short time later, the adventurers had already set off into the mountain forests and were indeed beginning to encounter strange monsters with tattoos on their bodies. Hen Wu fought alongside everyone else. He didn't face any particular problems or difficulties. His sword sliced off the monsters' heads with ease. Very little time had passed, and he already had 23 monsters to his credit. His spirits were rising, and life seemed wonderful. On top of that, it turned out that the player had leveled up, which was another reason to be happy. Hen Wu opened his profile window to read the information. He checked what level he was currently at, how many active and passive skills he had, and what his mastery level was. Today's training had yielded very good results. On top of that, Tenny had come running over with a small bag of gold. It turned out that killing the golem had dropped some gold. Hen Wu suggested to his pet that they call it a day with the hunting, but Tenny reminded him of the bet, which his master had most likely forgotten. Hen Wu tried to explain to his pet that he didn't really care either way. The main thing was that the other players did their best, so they could finish the quest quickly, and Hen Wu would take the best reward for himself. Tenny accused his master of lying and manipulation, but the max-level noob still had to post a video and conduct training at the academy, so Hen Wu suggested that his pet go hunting alone to level up. Hen Wu logged out of the game and got to work on some technical stuff. He'd already uploaded the video of his boss victory and now wanted to read the comments. Almost all the commenters were in awe. The battle seemed excellent to them. However, a commenter under the nickname African Chick wrote that the max-level noob barely managed to win this fight. African Chick wrote that if he had those stats, attributes, and skills, he would have done it much faster than the noob, who doesn't know how to play at all. Hyunwoo felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He was outraged because he knew how hard it was for him to acquire all his skills and gear. Hen Wu was certain that African Chick had no right to speak that way. Most likely this chick was one of Young Hanbok's fans, and the young man began searching for information. Hyunwoo wasn't going to let this slide, so he immediately blacklisted African Chick. The player received a notification that he had been blacklisted and would no longer be able to watch videos on Hyunwoo's channel. Hanbok was furious. He even smashed his keyboard with his fists, and his teammates rushed into the room trying to find out what had happened. Hanbok started smiling at the guys and said that the keyboard had just glitched, and he had to fix it a little. However, the young man was seething with rage. The African fledgling couldn't even express his opinion anymore. With each passing day, Hanbok understood more and more clearly and became convinced that he had to kill a max-level Nuba. Dark, magical energy spread among the dummies on the training ground. Hen Wu honed his skills, trying to make the best possible use of his new magic skills. More than an hour had passed, and soon the player felt nauseous because he had been straining mentally for too long. Hen Wu had been using the 10 Dark Skies skill the whole time and felt as if he were drunk. His whole body felt as if it were seasick. Hen Wu realized he needed to learn how to use the skill properly. Otherwise, he would get more tired than he would benefit from it. Hen Wu was supposed to meet his student Dwayne in a few minutes, so he put on the Nuba mask. Now nothing stood in his way of spending the rest of his time training again. Dwayne showed up right on time. He was getting ready for today's practical session and greeted his teacher. Han Wu noted that the student had arrived early today, but the superstar explained that he had a habit of arriving a few minutes early. Hyun Woo hoped Dwayne wasn't planning to catch a glimpse of his true face. Generally speaking, of course, it's strange when a star of that caliber isn't late. Celebrities aren't usually very responsible people, but this turned out to be a very pleasant person. Hen Wu asked if he had been training on his own at home. Dwayne immediately confirmed his readiness and said he was ready to demonstrate his progress on the training dummy. Dwayne wanted to show the teacher just how much better and stronger his first student had become after just one lesson. The duel between the student and the dummy began. The training machine attacked the player with a sword. Dwayne dodged the attack perfectly and immediately launched a counterattack, landing a powerful blow to his opponent's body. Hen Wu watched the duel and noted that the young man's movements had become lighter. It was clear that he had been training and hadn't been slacking off the whole time. In fact, Hen Wu had been worried that his student would slack off, and then the training would fall apart. But Dwayne turned out to be an excellent first student. At that moment, the man ended the match with a perfect strike, completely knocking out the dummy. The max-level noob gave a heartfelt round of applause, saying it was an amazing sight. Hen Wu said that no one would have believed Dwayne was the same player from last week if there weren't records to double-check. Hen Wu was confident that his student would receive an excellent medal for such skill. Now they needed to try to climb the rankings to solidify the result. Just then, it was time for the stream to begin. Max Level Noob greeted the viewers and said it was time for the second episode of Noob Academy. Today, they're meeting up with student Dwayne again. Dwayne will continue to climb the rankings, battle, and receive feedback from the stream's viewers. The viewers greeted the superstar, and Noob told them in confidence that they would surely be surprised when they saw the celebrity's new skills. The viewers didn't go easy on the player. They wrote that it's impossible to change in a week, so this is most likely complete nonsense, and Dwayne won't show them anything new. Hen Wu realized that his student was upset after seeing such comments, so he proposed a bet to the viewers. The gist of the bet was that if Dwayne won a bronze medal, there would be no streams for 2 weeks. However, if he lost even once, he would have to stream 4 times a day for the next 2 weeks. Hen Wu warned the viewers that this wasn't a recording, so they should remember the conversation and accept their loss with honor and dignity. Hen Wu finished talking with his followers and asked Dwayne if he was ready to begin the challenge. When Dwayne heard the terms of the bet, he started to get a little nervous. Now a huge responsibility rested on his shoulders. Hyun Woo was alarmed because just a few minutes ago, his student had radiated confidence after the fight with the robot. Dwayne said that it had been just a training session, and now he wasn't at all sure he could win a bronze medal in such a short time. Hen Wu realized that his student had suddenly lost his composure, but now he had to focus and couldn't afford to do many streams in the coming weeks. And that means they have to win today's match. Dwayne absolutely must win. Hen Wu asked how his student felt about Tenny. Of course, absolutely everyone loved this little bear, so Hen Wu decided to take advantage of the pet and offered Dwayne Tenny for his personal use for 1 hour. Dwayne imagined all the fun things he could do with this little bear. Viewers also started commenting that they envied the superstar. Meanwhile, Tenny was busy with serious matters. But after learning about the bet, he now didn't really want to fall into Dwayne's hands. So, it was time to start the match. Dwayne stood in the middle of the arena, waiting for his first opponent. The max-level noob announced that the first battle was beginning. The audience was told to watch closely, and Hen Wu switched to host mode in the arena. Soon, Dwayne's first opponent appeared in the arena. It was a knight-class player, wielding a powerful sword and fully clad in iron armor. Everyone was very curious to see exactly how Dwayne would fight him. The battle for the ranking began, and immediately the knight swung his sword and prepared to attack. Dwayne managed to dodge it perfectly. He took a half step back, and the sword flew past him without touching him for even a moment. After that, the knight made a few more attacks, but none of them damaged his opponent. The knight was already getting nervous. He could see that Dwayne was dodging all his attacks, whereas last week he had just stood there like a statue. Dwayne, meanwhile, was not only dodging but also analyzing his opponent. He noticed that the knight was using magic. Hen Wu had taught him, if an opponent uses a magic sword, you must dodge. When the opponent has spent all his mana on magical attacks, the chance for powerful strikes will come. Dwayne remembered this lesson very well and now attacked using his iron fist. Soon the knight was defeated. He took several powerful blows to the torso. The student also remembered that he needed to step back to a safe distance if the opponent used skills and wait for the best moment to strike. You should never rush. If it doesn't work the first time, it will work the second or third. Dwayne gradually backed away, trying to catch the right moment. And he succeeded. His opponent lay defeated in the middle of the arena. The player Dwayne had won. The stream viewers couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't understand how it happened, since he wasn't any better than the swordsman in terms of level. Dwayne was a global action star. He was much more than just a muscle mountain. The guy trained regularly and played sports. Perhaps his weakness in the arena had previously been due to his popularity. He simply didn't have enough time to get the hang of the game and practice in real battles. But now Dwayne understood how the game worked. If he could use all his knowledge and strength, he would win. The man himself didn't understand why it was so easy for him today. He was literally in the zone and handled his next opponent with ease. Soon, a few more challengers were sent into the arena. It seemed that nothing could stop Dwayne now. The max-level noob addressed the audience, asking if they really still didn't believe in his success. By this point, the man had already racked up 9 consecutive wins, and it was clear he had no intention of stopping. Wu congratulated his first student on his excellent result. The commentators were simply blown away. They all wanted to learn the same way and become noob students. Wu was very pleased. He reminded the TV viewers that you don't wave your fists after a fight. They agreed to the bet and didn't believe Dwayne would win. With every victory, Dwayne grew more confident in his abilities. He knew that with just a little more effort, he would level up, advance in rank, and earn the bronze rank. Nub was an excellent teacher. He encouraged his student and boosted his confidence. After all, Dwayne had already racked up a string of victories and was sure to earn the bronze rank. Another opponent was found, and now Dwayne set out for his 10th victory. However, the challenger's appearance made Dwayne wary. Standing before him was a player who had 13 consecutive wins. From the viewer's perspective, the match was sure to be very interesting. The opponent was worthy, and the battle was going to be a real one. Practically everyone, including Wu himself, was certain that Nubu would have to host free streams for the next couple of weeks. All the viewers looked at the player who had appeared and immediately thought that the match would be interesting and that Dwayne would most likely lose. Wu thought about how important it was to plan a strategy in the main scenario. And now a substitute knight had appeared in the arena. Wu understood that this was no coincidence. All substitute knights were at least silver tier. Wu thought his student was now at a loss. Dwayne figured his opponent had slightly more experience than he did. Of course, there's no denying it. The stranger had won 13 times in a row. No one would argue with that. But Dwayne needed to get better anyway. Earn a more prestigious medal, test himself, and believe in the words of the top-tier Nuba. So the man declared that today he would be a winning machine. Of course, everyone thought that the superstar simply didn't know who the substitute knights were. So the battle for the ranking began, and the opponents clashed in the duel. Dwayne noticed that his opponent had a sword and thought about how to stop him. The man managed to dodge and avoided the sword, even though it was moving at a very high speed. Dwayne noticed that the sword's trajectory had changed, and if he hadn't defended himself, something bad would have happened. The stranger kept attacking and was literally pushing Dwayne back. It was clear that he was truly strong and on a whole different level. Dwayne realized that all his previous opponents had been weaker, but that didn't mean he had to lose now. The man steeled himself and was completely focused. He knew he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Besides, he had worked very hard to reach this level. Waiting for the right moment, Dwayne launched an attack on his opponent just as the substitute knight moved his weapon-wielding arm aside. Wu was very focused and paid no attention to the spectators' comments, watching his student closely. During training, a conversation took place between them. Wu asked how one could defeat someone who could not be defeated. It seemed that there was no answer to this question, for the question itself contained the answer. There was no need to come up with anything else. But Wu looked into his surprised student's eyes and said that they would now prepare for just such a scenario. Wu thought about today's strange matchup. The stranger was eyeing his weak opponent, planning to toy with him for a while. The guy was sure he'd win so he could show off on the stream to gain more followers. But unexpectedly, this weak opponent landed a punch and managed to parry the attack, which greatly surprised the substitute player. The stranger had let his guard down so much that he nearly dropped his sword. He was unpleasantly surprised when he realized his opponent was trying to counterattack. At that moment, he was struck with a powerful shove in the back, and then Dwayne unleashed a barrage of fiery punches on his opponent. The blows rained down on various parts of his body, and the stranger could barely keep up with them. With each strike, the attacks grew stronger and closer. Just like in training, Wu was very worried about his student, supporting him with all his might so that the man would believe in his victory. Dwayne was very tired, and his focus was starting to waver, but he still realized that the perfect moment had arrived. Dwayne launched a stunning attack using his skills. He had the lion's breath skill at his disposal. As a result, his opponent fell into a state of stupor and couldn't move for a while. Dwayne immediately began landing strikes to finish the fight. A sharp blow to the head knocked the player out. This was followed by several more effective strikes with his fists, elbows, and knees. Dwayne now looked like a true killing machine. He was on such a roll that it was hard to stop him. As a result, the match was won by Dwayne. He defeated and overcame the substitute knight. Wu was probably the happiest of all. The guy didn't want to waste 2 weeks on pointless streams. He had too much to do in the main storyline. The teacher congratulated his talented and obedient student, who didn't seem to have realized yet that he had defeated the substitute knight. This knight was at least a silver-ranked fighter, which meant Dwayne was definitely no longer a bronze-ranked fighter. The player kept fighting and winning over and over again. He had become much stronger and shed the label of loser. Dwayne hadn't even hoped for such success when he started training at the Noob Academy. But meeting Nooba made the impossible possible. So anyone who struggles with duels should definitely enroll in this academy. Their experience in arena combat will change. It was excellent advice and completely unobtrusive advertising. The teacher and student were very pleased with each other and shook hands, a sign of gratitude. Hen Wu addressed the viewers, saying that the stream was ending because he and Dwayne had achieved their goals. Hen Wu said goodbye to the viewers until next Monday. Now he wouldn't have to show anything for a long time, and he could calmly focus on the main storyline. The Mono Guild was once again in turmoil due to the discontent and scandals of its members. Marco's mighty fist nearly smashed the table. It was simply impossible to hold back. The player couldn't understand how someone had managed to be the first to start the 5th main storyline and receive the quest. Marco believed that their guild should have been the first. After all, a huge amount of money had already been spent. Patrick tried to justify himself and immediately said that it was all his fault and asked for forgiveness. Marco wanted to know who had been the first to gain access to the scenario, the New World Guild or the professional players. But it turned out to be even worse than he had imagined. Patrick explained that a max-level noob was the first to unlock the 5th scenario and receive the quest. This information came from an NPC. On top of that, the noob had done it on LeBron's orders, who wanted that specific player to be the first to arrive and receive the quest. Marco believed that it wasn't a loss yet. They needed to quickly assemble a team and head there. Perhaps their guild would be the first to complete the quest. And when that happened, Nub would pay for everything he'd done to Mano's guild, no matter the cost. Dwayne, of course, wanted to remind his teacher about the promised time he would spend with his pet, but Nub had already dashed off to attend to his own business. As soon as Henwu was done with the stream, he immediately returned to the game to continue the main storyline. In the forest, he met a girl in a hood whose face was hidden, and she said she was his fan. The girl reported that the Black Wizard was using some new power, and as soon as the quest appeared, he decided to organize another uprising. Hen Wu listened to this suggestion with interest. He hadn't yet decided whether to trust the stranger. It all sounded too strange, because the day before, Hen Wu had received a tip to come here to meet this girl, who possessed unique information. The stranger decided to start with the basics. She explained that the rebel group was called Alco, and its leader's name was Edward. The girl hoped that now Hen Wu would accept her as a friend, as he had promised to do earlier. Finally, the girl took off her hood, though Hen Wu was certain they didn't know each other at all, and he didn't remember promising her anything. The stranger pulled back her hood and looked at the young man, saying that they could get to know each other right now. The girl was a true beauty with a clear, open, and sincere gaze. No man's heart could resist her. But Hen Wu turned away and said that if she had told him everything, he was ready to leave. The girl continued to follow the noob, convinced that he couldn't possibly not know her. Hen Wu realized her face looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. And only when she introduced herself did it turn out that she was reporter Sonia, one of the most famous streamers in the gaming world. This girl was one of the first to learn about the arena and changes within the game. That's why her streams were always so popular. They were called the evening news. Even though Hen Wu realized who she was, he kept pretending not to recognize her. Finally, Sonia told the truth. Her streams had been canceled and she couldn't host them because of the rebels. The girl had already spoken with the game's owners, but they replied that it was a bug. Hen Wu understood that if the owners had given Sonia that information, then that was the case. Hyun Woo decided to take advantage of the opportunity. He apologized to the girl for only recognizing her now and suggested, if she didn't mind, that they do a joint stream after the main storyline. Heng Woo realized that having such an insider as a friend would be very beneficial for his future promotion. Sonia also wanted to do a joint stream with a noob. That way, she'd double her viewership, make money, and attract attention. The players returned to the Rangers camp to discuss their next steps and plans in detail. It turned out that the players had destroyed 47 tattooed monsters. That was a huge number, and now the head ranger understood why LeBron had taken the adventurer as his apprentice. The ranger thanked the players for their help with the monsters, but said they didn't need anything else. Hen Wu wanted to complete the entire quest himself to earn good items and experience. He told the ranger captain that he had some private information. When the ranger captain heard about the rebel group and their leader Edward, he was furious and demanded to know where this information came from. The ranger was clearly nervous, but then said that LeBron's apprentice deserved to know the truth and that he would explain everything now. Everyone knows that the Black Mages are responsible for the rebellion, but in reality they are merely servants. The source of the problem is Edward, the current emperor's only younger brother. Henwa realized that the instigator of the rebellion was none other than the emperor's own brother. Now the player didn't know what to do about it. The captain of the Rangers suggested waiting for now, while they tried to figure it out on their own. In any case, it was Hen Wu who stopped the first wave of rebels. Everything was settled when the emperor gave him a special assignment, but if the young man didn't meet the standards, he would have to fight on equal terms with everyone else. Hen Wu wanted to know when the uprising would begin, because to participate in it, he needed to significantly raise his level. The uprising was expected in about a month, if nothing changed. This meant he had to gain 1 level every day to qualify for this quest. The ranger captain saw the player's confused expression and offered him a piece of advice. Hen Wu was very pleased. Perhaps this advice would help him gain experience and level up faster. The ranger captain gave the player a task. That was where Archmage Cephid was located. The player had to tell the Archmage everything he knew and get his help. In other words, all he had to do was act as a messenger. The task was too easy. Hen Wu could handle it in a single day. Hen Wu realized that time was running out, and he needed to head to his meeting with Cephid right away. He began to tear the scroll to teleport to the right place. But then the ranger captain said he had something that should help the player, but it would be too difficult. Hen Wu began screaming in horror. He didn't understand why the captain had only warned him about this now, and wished the player good luck in returning alive. Hen Wu faded into the dislocation. The player had no idea what exactly awaited him next, or if he would ever be able to continue the mission. The young man found himself in a completely empty, large and bright classroom. An unfamiliar voice welcomed the player to the Ruos Empire's Academy for Beginners. He was now in the Rack building, which consisted of 10 floors. He had to complete the requirements for each floor to move on to the next. On the first floor, basic knowledge of the Ruos Empire was tested. To start, he had to read the book on the table and pass an exam. The player was given 30 minutes for this task. The timer activated automatically and the clock started ticking. Hen Wu didn't understand why he had to study even in a game. The history of Ruos was simply enormous, spanning several hundred pages. Hen Wu sat down at a desk and began poring over the textbook. He never thought he'd have to study so quickly here too. Ruos is the only empire on the continent. It was founded by the first emperor, Akan. At that time, the land was overrun by beasts and monsters. Akan fought for the freedom of the people. But Archmage Ruth suggested that the reason Akan was able to unite the entire continent was that he was a giant, not a human. As proof, he claimed that the entire imperial family was strong and tall. The territory of the Ruos Empire covered roughly half the continent. The rest was territory of monsters and beasts, including elves, orcs, dwarves, and others. Among them were also races that had hostile relations with the empire. These were the elves and the lycanthropes. The story was quite interesting, as if I were reading some kind of fantasy novel. As soon as the time came, the test began immediately, and the guy had to answer the questions and score a certain number of points. Hen Wu received the answer sheet, and a huge stone pedestal appeared behind him. The player didn't understand why he couldn't use a regular pen and paper for the exam. Who even came up with the idea of taking an exam on a stone? The questions were carved into the stone, and Hen Wu immediately began answering them using his magic finger. He ran it across the stone, unsure if he might damage the object in the process. But no one could explain how to do it correctly. So the young man decided to answer as best he could. Although it turned out there was a pen attached to the stone. But who would doubt a player's mental abilities if all the answers turned out to be correct? Hen Wu gained experience and was able to move on to the second floor. It was only the first floor, but even that huge amount of experience gave him hope and made him happy. Hen Wu was very pleased. He thought this was a great place to gain experience. Of course, it was unclear what awaited him next, but he would most likely be satisfied. Hen Wu walked through the portal to go to the next floor. He found himself back in the classroom, and now he was curious to know exactly what subject he would be studying there. Looking around, the player realized he wasn't alone. A man was dozing at one of the desks with a textbook on his head. It wasn't clear yet who he was. The man took the book off his face. Hen Wu recognized LeBron, and once again, student and teacher met each other. LeBron didn't understand what exactly his student had forgotten in this classroom, since he was supposed to be on the mountain ridge right now, carrying out his mission. Henwoo explained that Mr. Garen had sent him here to find Archmage Seafed. Henwoo was supposed to meet with him and share all the information about the rebels. LeBron laughed, saying that the ranger apparently just didn't want to read the book himself and had sent a player here instead. On the first and second floors, you had to solve tests based on the books. If you failed, the book changed and you had to start all over again. LeBron suggested that the apprentice either go with him straight to Archmage Seafed or explore the entire dungeon on his own. LeBron mentioned that the reward for completing the quest was quite generous. You could gain skills, an imperial artifact, and most likely some potions. Henwoo was very pleased. He always wanted to get all the rewards, and Archmage Seafed wasn't going anywhere anyway. As a teacher, LeBron should have known that for Henwoo, the meaning of life was clearing dungeons. After that, LeBron said goodbye to his student and wished him luck. Henwoo was confident. The boy wasn't going to look for easy ways out. He had to earn and get absolutely everything out of this game. The young man studied the book again, answered all the questions correctly, received his reward, and could now proceed to the third floor. There was practically no difference between the first and second floors. All the questions were about culture and art. These tasks were fairly easy even for the beginner level. It was just unclear why the answers had to be given in this particular way. Although perhaps writing on stones was also part of the exam, in the next stage, the player found themselves in a laboratory where everything looked quite nice. All the items gathered in the lab were designed to assess the player's magic level. The player had to channel their magic into 3 orbs on the table, according to the instructions. The player was given an hour to complete the task. This was a competition task, and he had done it all before. Henwoo considered this a piece of cake. Last time he set a new record by coloring the spheres different colors, and now the young man would also excel at this task, making all the spheres multicolored. Archmage Seafed had been watching the player for some time. He was very surprised. It was hard to believe that such a strong player could be LeBron's student. It was unclear where he had found such a monster. LeBron was completely calm. He sat in the Archmage's chair, sipping his tea, and took his time answering his questions. Seafed knew for certain that LeBron's apprentice was an adventurer, but he couldn't understand how it was possible to reach such a level. LeBron confirmed that Henwoo was indeed an adventurer, but should one expect him to turn out to be a weakling? It wasn't about weakness at all. But where could an adventurer get so much strength? The Archmage didn't understand what was happening. Besides, don't forget that on the first and second floors, answers must be written with a pen on the stones. And this player turned out to be so strong that he did it with his fingers. LeBron replied that back in the day, he hadn't noticed the pen right away either and had written with his finger. The Archmage just needed to leave the pen in a normal place. By this point, the player had already cleared the third floor and had done so very quickly. LeBron thought about Mason. He wanted to know how he was doing because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Henwoo was absolutely thrilled. He had completed the test perfectly, received his reward, and was now moving on to the fourth floor. For completing the tasks on the third floor, the guy received a huge number of all kinds of skill and ability upgrades. All his magic-related skills had improved by 1 level. Henwoo was very glad to be here. Even if they hadn't let him in, he would have tried to get here. LeBron, watching how his student was doing, figured he'd be able to finish everything today. On the fourth floor, several opponents appeared before the player, whom he had to fight. Just like on the subsequent floors, each one tested a specific physical ability: speed, strength, agility, and endurance. Soon the test was over. Henwoo leveled up 4 levels at once. He gained a lot of experience in this stage and could now move on to the 8th floor. Henwoo was very eager to know what reward awaited him here. The young man looked around and realized he had entered an arena. On this floor, a battle against a potential threat to the Empire would take place. Now Henwoo would no longer claim that the exam had been easy. The essence of the task was to deal with the monsters that appeared and defeat them. A huge ogre with a tattooed body towered over the player. It looked very much like Dagana. It wasn't a real monster, but a summoned chimera monster created from the student's memories. It could be stronger or weaker than a real monster. Henwoo didn't understand why, out of all the monsters, he had been assigned Doghan and hoped that the chimera would be weaker than a real ogre. Henwoo knew it would be very difficult for him, so he immediately summoned his assistant. The duel was to begin as soon as the player said the word start. Kenny couldn't figure out where he was. It seemed like they weren't in the Black Forest right now. But then, was his master still fighting Doghan? Henwood explained to his pet that this wasn't a real monster, but a chimera created specifically for the test. Tenny realized he had practically nothing to fear because his master would quickly destroy the fake, and the bear cub would just lie there since his muscles were sore. Henwu replied that he hadn't planned on involving the bear in the battle anyway. The player was counting on getting buffs from his pet. Soon, the player received the blessing of the forest, and the bear's roar increased his physical strength and defense. As a precaution, Henwu smacked his pet on the head, saying that it was really getting on his nerves today. Next time, the player promised that the pet would go into battle first, and only then would the owner follow. Tenny wanted to feel the bump that had popped up on his head. He was crying because his owner was so cruel, and he still didn't have a girlfriend. And finally, Henwu stepped into the center of the arena and was ready to announce the start of the match. This was a very difficult challenge because the player had lost a match once before, and back then, it was Dakan who had won. Indeed, a rematch was long overdue. Henwu felt great and said he was going to practice on this chimera. Dakan showed absolutely no reaction. He was like a toy that had been turned off right up until the player uttered the word, "Start." At that very moment, the mad ogre opened its enormous maw, let out a war cry, and prepared to kill. He immediately leaped high into the air, then dove down toward the player and hacked him to pieces with his sword. At the same time as the attack, Henwu earned the title Master of Combat, and all his stats were boosted. Henwu knew it would be difficult. He immediately drew on his adventurous spirit and killer instinct to parry the first attack with dignity. After that, the player immediately attacked his opponent. However, the ogre managed to dodge, escaping unharmed. Henwu sensed that his opponent was very strong. It was clear from the very first attacks. Most likely, this monster was at a very high level, at least 180. However, new options and abilities had appeared in the player's arsenal, and he had become much stronger. Now everything in their duel would be different, and very soon the opponent would feel it firsthand. Dakan was very attentive, but at the same time he couldn't just relax because the player's strikes were coming at him from all sides. Henwei impressed with his incredible speed and skill. He managed to slip through at just the right moment and launch an attack when the ogre least expected it. The longer the fight went on, the calmer and more composed Henwu became. Now he could catch his breath a little and even smile. The enraged ogre, gathering his strength, launched another attack on the player. Dakan closed in on his opponent and began striking at tremendous speed. The chimera's gaze was demonic. Henwu couldn't understand what was happening or why his opponent had suddenly become faster and more powerful. The player was now in considerable distress, and it became clear that trouble was inevitable. Another sword strike was parried. Henwu barely managed to duck his head to avoid losing it in a single move. Despite his deteriorating physical condition, all of the chimera's stats were improving and increasing. The young man realized he had only a few minutes left to use the giant's power. He had to destroy Dakan in time. The opponents clashed swords again in close combat. Henwu was giving it his all, and it was clear that the fight was taking a tremendous toll on him. Henwu summoned all the magical power he possessed and used every hidden and overt skill for his final attack. Tenny was so worried and nervous that his bump even disappeared from the tension. Just at that moment, all the stats related to the giant's power wore off. Both opponents lay completely exhausted in the middle of the ruined arena. It had been a crazy battle. Dakan had already begun to fade away. It looked like the match would be ruled a win for him after all, and he died. Henwun understood that he had won this match, but only because the copy's power was imperfect and turned out to be weaker than the real Dakan. With that, the exam was successfully completed. The player received his reward and could proceed to the 9th floor. He was delighted by the huge amount of experience points and the boost to all his abilities. And now the player was standing before the next portal. He really liked the reward, and there weren't that many floors left ahead of him. The player and his pet found themselves back in the arena. The game greeted him. On the 9th floor, he would have to test just how strong the boy's heart was. Just as happens in anyone's life, the player had probably been betrayed as well. Now he could fight the traitor and earn a heart of steel. Tenny knew he was very important to his master, which meant that now his master would be fighting his beloved pet. Henwu was very focused and pensive. He hadn't expected to have to go through moral trials. If the player lost, he would have to retake all the exams. But at the same time, he had to fight a loved one and receive a reward for his victory. If his father or mother, who look after him, appear in the arena, Henwu will definitely not be able to kill them. The game began selecting a suitable opponent for Henwu, and the young man even closed his eyes, afraid to imagine who would appear before him. Soon the selection was complete, and a challenger was chosen. He could open his eyes. The game wished Hen Wu success in passing this trial and emerging victorious. During the test, the young man and his pet stared at the chosen one with horror on their faces. Standing before the player in full armor was his best friend, Kwon Yun-chan. The young man was, as always, calm. He showed no particular emotion and waited to see what would happen next in this arena. Hyun-woo was very upset. He didn't understand how his best friend had ended up here. Tenny was upset too. He loved Yun-chan and didn't want to kill him. Looking at the choice the game had made, Hyun-woo realized that the arena knew him very well. Yenshin really was his dear friend, who had pulled him out of trouble over the years and supported him always and everywhere. He was the man who believed in Hen-woo, gave him his blood, and even the gaming setup and the bed where the player slept belonged to Yenchang. Yenshin was not just a friend, but even closer than that. Sometimes people have family, but they feel like strangers. Hen-woo understood that he owed absolutely everything he had to Yunchan. He owed him absolutely everything, from money to time, attention, and love. But now the situation was completely different, and a powerful fist landed squarely on his best friend's face. And all this was happening because there was a battle between them right now. And besides, Yenshin was glad that it wasn't someone else hitting him, but his best friend. Tenny watched what was happening, and his mind began to race. How could anyone treat their best friend like that? On the other hand, he looked at Yenchang's battered face and was glad he wasn't in his best friend's shoes. The exam had been successfully passed, and now the player was to receive a reward. For defeating his best friend, Hen-woo received the resilience skill. He possessed an unshakable heart, knew how to discipline his mind and dominate his body. Archmage Sefed was simply in shock, for this was no player, but some kind of merciless monster who had instantly dealt with the person dear to him. LeBron said he hadn't had any trouble on the 9th floor either, and he'd cleared it pretty quickly. Most likely it's a case of like teacher, like student. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Hen-woo appeared next to his teacher and was now looking around in surprise. For some reason, it's unclear why the player appeared in this strange place instead of on the 10th floor. Or perhaps he's about to face a battle with LeBron. LeBron laughed, saying that in that case, Hen-woo definitely wouldn't be moving on to the next floor. And then he asked the Archmage where the 10th floor was anyway. As funny as it sounds, it turned out that it was broken. The Archmage admitted that he had been conducting research there, set something on fire, and now it would take several months to restore the floor. Hen-woo was immediately disappointed because he wanted to receive the reward for the 10th floor. So he asked if he could return there once the repairs were finished. Archmage Sefed suggested that the player take a few reply letters with him on the road. Hen-woo was very pleased to receive 5 reply letters. That was much better than just one, and he would be able to share them with Yenchang. The Archmage waited for the player to calm down, then cleared his throat and asked why he had come to meet with the Archmage. Hen-yu said he had a message from Ranger. New alchol forces had appeared. The Archmage couldn't believe his ears. Could this really be about the real alkyl? How on earth did the player even know that word? Hen-woo said that an adventurer he knew had told him about it. The Archmage was very worried that these spies would reveal their location to everyone, and then they could be attacked. He believed the war had gone on for far too many years, and it was time to end it. In the end, it was decided that the player would convey that LeBron would also be participating in the battle, and therefore the Ranger must prepare. Hen-yu understood perfectly well looking at these two, the Empire's strongest knight and the Empire's best mage. And that meant that if they joined forces, the battle would be on an entirely different scale. Hen-woo returned to the mountain range and met with the Rangers. He was ready to relay the Archmage's words to Garen. Garen looked at the player suspiciously. He had returned too quickly. Perhaps he hadn't gone anywhere at all. Hen-woo replied that he had been given to understand that the Ranger himself didn't want to read the book and had therefore sent him there. Garen realized the player had been on a training mission and was ready to hear the news that LeBron and Sefed would take part in the battle. Now it was time to prepare thoroughly for all of this. Hen-woo completed all the quest tasks and received gifts from Garen, including experience, a level, and other bonuses. Hen-woo didn't understand where exactly his gift was, but the Ranger replied that he had already given it to the player. Hen-woo was completely confused, but finally Garen replied that his gift was his rating. Hen-woo checked his experience, and it turned out that Ranger had slightly lowered the level requirement for participating in the final battle. It's hard to call this a good gift, but it's still better than nothing. After that, Garen advised the player to return when he met the necessary requirements. Hen Wu now had no choice at all, and his life turned into round-the-clock training. He wanted to finish all the quests before the streams began. The situation was such that the player slept only a couple of hours a day, spending the rest of the time training and hunting. As the 5th day of hellish training drew to a close, the pet said goodbye to his master and headed home to the islands. I hope his master won't be mad at him. The harder the journey, the sweeter the victory. And so, after a week of diligent training, Hen Wu reached level 170. When he appeared before Ranger Garen again, the ranger didn't even recognize him. The man said that the player now looked much stronger, so he was passing. All that remained was to figure out exactly where. Garen announced that Hen Wu was now a knight of a special unit, first among adventurers. It was a wonderful title. Garen didn't understand why this player was so happy and beaming, as if he'd received God's blessing. Hen Wu didn't want to rest. He was full of enthusiasm and wanted to know exactly where Alkil was hiding right now. It turned out that Alkil was most likely on the Kunta Plateau. The Kunta Plateau was the most difficult hunting ground in the Arena mountain range. This area was inhabited by monsters called kuntas. They resembled gorillas, standing about 4 meters tall, fast and strong, intelligent, and capable of anticipating an opponent's attacks. Hen Wu knew there were bigger problems than just the kuntas. The fact was that this plateau was now disputed territory. Players like Marco Mascherano and even Jean Hanbeok were fighting over it. Hen Wu was finally able to log out of the game, and with a sense of relief, lay down in bed to fall asleep quickly and recover. A new patch was due out the next day, and the player wanted to check the information in the live stream. He started a live stream on his phone and soon fell asleep, listening to the pleasant female voices. The host greeted the viewers. They were supposed to host this stream, which many Arena fans had been waiting for. Sonia announced that they were there to talk about the new features in the Arena. Joining her was an analytical genius named Sun, who would be assisting her during the stream. Sun immediately began talking about tomorrow's matches. Roughly speaking, they could be divided into 3 categories: class selection, castle sieges, and a pet contest. Class selection was intended for users who had reached level 200, but to do so, they would have to meet strict requirements. For users with mediocre skills, class selection would be very difficult. Sonia looked very worried. She was concerned for all the fans of the Arena game. Getting the Corpse Summoner class would bring more problems than benefits. We need to think through the balance and find a solution. The next update concerned castle sieges. It seemed as though the developers had put a lot of effort into creating content that would have been impossible without esports. The developers' intentions will most likely come to fruition, and many elements will be available for purchase. Large guilds will surely jump on this right away and start selling castles for large sums. The latest update focused on pet competitions. Players will need to select their best pet for the competition. And of course, all players already know who the game's favorite is. It's the bear cub Tenny. Everyone loves Tenny, so interest in this particular update is especially high. Many believe that this pet should receive a special award from the developers. After all, it is thanks to his charm that interest in pets has grown. The stream hosts hope that viewers would also pay attention to the other pets, and that perhaps they would actually hold competitions between the animals. A great many viewers wanted the bear cub Tenny to win tomorrow's competition. And then, completely out of the blue, the pet competition began. Players flocked to the arena with all sorts of pets. Among the pets, you could see not only birds, snakes, and domestic animals, but even some exotic creatures. The players wanted to know if Nub would be streaming today, but it seemed he still had a day off after winning a bet with the viewers. On the other hand, owners of powerful animals really wanted Nub to come to this tournament with his bear cub. The players believed that Nub had to show up at the competition. He wouldn't want to let anyone else take the victory. But then something caught their attention, and the guy and lion both gasped in surprise. In the middle of the town square, a max-level Nub was walking. The players watched him go and immediately started whispering to each other. They wanted to meet him and touch their idol. Manhwa was completely calm. Of course, he had come to collect his prize, and the next day he would stream and tell everyone how it all went here. Once among the other players, Hen Wu summoned his pet, who was also a celebrity and a crowd favorite. Once in the city center, Tenny was even a little scared. Nothing like this had happened to him in a long time. He was used to dealing with all kinds of monsters, but this was even worse. Tenny was genuinely scared of the people staring at him from all sides. The bear cub climbed onto his owner's shoulders, hoping for protection. The frightened little bear cub looked around in terror and fear. But just then, his owner said he'd come up with a name. Hen Wu started his stream, greeted his viewers, and said that he was back after a break and was happy to be with his beloved viewers again. The streamer hoped his followers would appreciate that he'd decided to start the stream a day early, just for them. But it soon turned out that no one was interested in Hen Wu himself today. Everyone wanted to get a closer look at the heroes of today's festival, which was sure to crown the first champion among the pets. Tenny got very cocky. He loved being admired and asked his owner if Hen Wu would give him an elixir if the bear cub won. Hen Wu had already pumped a huge amount of elixirs into this bear, so the cub shouldn't doubt it. He'd be better off thinking about how to win the championship. Tenny was already imagining how delicious and enjoyable today would be, and began dancing with joy, drawing even more attention from the players. But soon it was time for the festival to begin. Sonia greeted everyone gathered at the stadium and announced the start of the pet festival. 32 contestants would be participating in the first competition, titled World's Best Pet. That was quite a lot, so the competition would be fierce. People continued to stare at the little bear from all sides, and even the owners of other pets couldn't help but comment on its cute paws and tail. The competition began with a distribution of balls. Players had to direct mana at a ball to change its color. They would then face off against those with the same color. Henhua revealed the color of the ball he had drawn. It turned out to be purple. Soon he would find out who his pet would be competing against. Festival participants checked their colors and reacted to them in different ways. Some sighed with relief, while others had tears of disappointment streaming down their faces. Finally, another purple ball appeared among the participants. It was in the hands of a pretty girl. So, it was time to start the first battle, and the rivals took to the competition field. In the red corner was a max-level Nuba pet named Tenny. The bear cub raised its paws menacingly and growled. Sonia announced the start of the battle. Dabibi, the cute little creature, stepped out to face the bear cub. Tenny had no intention of dragging this out and immediately activated a lightning bolt, ready to send it at his opponent. Now there was a cat in front of the bear. He had to defeat it so that Tenny could receive the elixir from his owner. But before the strike could land, the cat's owner couldn't take it anymore. She ran over, grabbed her pet, held him close, and began showering him with kisses. The girl sobbed and begged, pleading not to kill her Dabibi. In the end, the girl announced that they were giving up, and the pet refused to fight. Tenny looked at the owner, hoping the player wasn't upset with him. Many commentators agreed that the match was very one-sided. No one would want to see their pet simply destroyed like that, even though everyone understood that it was a fair victory. The tournament quickly came to an end. Tenny became the world's best pet, received a trophy and gifts, and his owner was presented with a floral wreath. Hen Wu was a little upset. He hadn't expected them to win that way, but Tenny was happy because now he would get an elixir from his owner. After that, everyone moved on to the main event, and the guests were invited into the arena. The pet competitions began, and the audience waited with great excitement. The host explained the rules. The goal was to showcase their pet's best qualities. There were no restrictions, so everyone could feel completely at ease. The competition judges evaluated the pet's performances based on specific criteria. The goal was to win their hearts, and the top 5 pets would be selected. The host invited the first contestant and their pet onto the stage. It was a contestant named Frin and her pet Khan. They ran cheerfully onto the stage. The contestant and her pet showed off various skills, how they jump, run together, and have fun. Everyone really liked it. Khan was considered cute. However, suddenly one of the judges began to stare intently at the pet. It seemed as though some kind of hypnotic energy was emanating from this person. No one could understand what was happening. It was as if he were transmitting some kind of impulses to the poor animal. Eventually, Khan's performance ended, and the judge said that this was an absolutely ordinary pet. This judge was named Poker Face, and his defining trait was that he found nothing in life to be cute. Everything seemed boring, banal, uninteresting, and mediocre to him. One by one, the contestants carried away their tearful pets. Sonia, who was hosting the competition, no longer understood why they had chosen such a cold-hearted person to be a judge. However, the competition continued, and then the next contestant was invited onto the stage. A max-level noob and his bear cub, Tenny. The judges were absolutely thrilled. They never thought they'd meet Tenny in real life and found him adorable. Poker Face didn't flinch. Henwoo and his pet looked very elegant in their suits, and now Tenny wanted to know exactly what they would be doing. Tenny hadn't expected such a setup from his owner, but Henwoo replied that he hadn't come up with anything yet. The bear was literally furious because he needed to win this tournament to get the elixir, but Henwoo thought that wasn't his problem. The audience and hosts watched the pair's argument with fascination. They regularly argued on other broadcasts, and now it seemed cute and natural. Tenny finally had a falling out with his owner, saying he'd manage without him and do anything for the elixir. So the bear cub went out on stage alone and stood in the bright spotlight. The bear cub gave his most pleading look, stretched out his clean paws, and asked if they could give him a little elixir. The hearts of the entire nation were breaking into pieces. The eyes of the audience overflowed with the emotions of brave, courageous, and unbreakable people. Henwoo jumped up to the cub and punched him in the chest, saying that a bear shouldn't beg but should perform. Tenny was practically sobbing. He said he didn't know what else to do, while Judge Pokerface sat there looking bored as ever. The bear cub leaped up, somersaulting through the air, ready to do anything to secure a victory. He expected to land in his owner's arms, but the heartless Henwoo stepped aside, and the bear fell flat on the stage with all his might. Tenny got to his feet, barely holding back his tears, and stood unsteadily on the stage in front of a packed house. Judge Pokerface felt that at the sight of this bear, his heart was overflowing with some new and incomprehensible feeling. Most likely this feeling was connected to the cuteness of this particular bear cub, and now absolutely everyone's hearts belonged to Tenny. The pet competition was coming to an end, and the organizers announced the winner, congratulating Max Level Nuba on his pet's victory. Now everyone hoped they would see Tenny more often. Everyone was curious to watch the bear cub eat, drink, sleep, and do all sorts of funny things. Judge Pokerface picked up the bear cub and started squeezing him, but the winner threw a fit and demanded to be left alone. Henwoo had virtually no doubt from the very beginning that his pet would win the tournament. While Tenny was busy with the judge, the competition host, Sunny, approached the player to tell him something. The girl whispered that she had some new information. Henwoo hoped it was news about the main quest. While everyone was admiring the bear cub, Sonia whispered in his ear that very soon, an uprising in the mountains would shake the empire. Sonny couldn't say anything more and suggested they continue after the stream, because it was a long and serious conversation. When it was all over, Henwoo met up with Sonny somewhere in the woods so no one would interrupt them. Henwoo told the girl that there was absolutely no one around and she could tell him all the details. Henwoo was alarmed and worried. Had Aquila's uprising already begun? But the girl said it hadn't even started yet. However, she explained that local uprisings would begin in 2 months, and, as far as was known, Aquila's plans included the siege of 4 or 5 cities. It turned out that Aquila's base, located on the Kunta Plateau, was currently not as crowded as it had been before. Now they were regrouping closer to the cities they intended to besiege. At this point, Henwoo was already satisfied with the conversation because he had fulfilled the quest conditions and obtained valuable information about Al-Kil. The player turned to the girl and asked if she could go with him to a certain place. It could help all the players in the future. Henwoo took Sonya to the Imperial Rangers camp, and the girl told him everything she knew. The captain of the Rangers was very excited when he heard that Al-Kil's base was unprotected. Sonya confirmed that the information was accurate, and the captain said he would immediately inform the Emperor, and they would begin moving troops. The Ranger captain said that he would be able to reach Aquila's camp soon, along with Henwoo and the other adventurers. The Ranger captain thanked Sonya for the useful information, and the girl received an Imperial contribution to her account. After that, the players left the Ranger's location. Sonya thanked the max-level noob for helping her get the Imperial contribution, but in reality, it was Sonya who helped all the players. If not for her information, they wouldn't have been able to continue the quest, so this beauty deserves the thanks above all. Sonya studied the guy closely. She thought he was a quick-witted and interesting young man, and a good player to boot. As they parted, Sunny said she would contact him as soon as she found out anything new. Henwoo was pleased. He felt he had taken another step toward success. After that conversation, Henwoo spent some time mulling over all the information he'd received from Sonya. Finding and attacking Al-Kil's base would be much easier with a numerical advantage. Going there alone would be pointless, so Henwoo decided to find out more about Al-Kil's leaders. To get into the base, he would have to cooperate with the American company, as well as with the Mano Guild and Telecom. What annoyed Henwoo the most was thinking about Telecom and Jong Han Byuk, his arch enemy who played for that company. Hyunwoo contacted Mascherano personally and wrote to him that he wanted to participate in the raid on Kunta Plateau. Mascherano replied fairly quickly, saying he was surprised to receive such a message from a noob. Mascherano believed they still had plenty of time and could prepare calmly, but Hyunwoo said he needed an answer right away. So the guys decided to discuss the entire operation in person as soon as possible. Both players happened to be in the forest near the entrance to the new forest and agreed to meet with the max-level nub. Mascherano was with another player from his guild named John. John wasn't at all sure they needed to do this, but he came because his friend had called him. Mascherano was certain that winning this quest would require more strength than they had, so they needed to team up with someone. Mascherano had lost 2 matches to Nub on the show King of Two Masks. Besides, Nub had surely gotten stronger recently, so it was better to team up with him. John was worried that they were rushing into things and that something might go wrong if they agreed to participate too quickly, but Mascherano hoped everything would be fine. Just then, Nub emerged from behind the trees, apologized to the guys for being late, and said he'd come from far away. The guys greeted each other and got to know one another. Everyone was happy to see each other. Henyu got straight to the point. He said he wanted to participate in the raid on the Kunta Plateau as a mercenary for an American company. Representatives from the American gaming company wanted to know, first and foremost, the reason behind such an unusual request. Henwu said he didn't need skills, money, or items. He wanted the right to move freely across the plateau. John immediately suspected that the noob wanted to take out the leaders, while Mascherano accepted all the terms, completely satisfied, and said he was ready to join forces. Henwu replied to the players that he actually planned to do everything himself and wouldn't need the American players at all. Mascherano couldn't believe his ears. Was Nub really going to fight alone against the Mono and Telecom guilds? Henwu was absolutely thrilled by the idea. Besides, he was confident he could take care of everyone in less than a month. Did the Americans seriously think these guilds were his equals? Mascherano immediately thought that Nub must have a very bad relationship with someone in the guild. John was ready to believe all of this, but asked what Nuba's plan was to pull it all off. Henwu was simply going to carry on as usual. The player looked at the stranger and told him that hunting wasn't allowed here. Another guy said that even if you had a high level, you couldn't wander into other people's territories. A third man simply told the player to leave and not get himself into trouble. Henwu, and it was indeed him in the hood, unrecognized by anyone, thought that third-rate villains always followed the same script. Henwu said that the Americans had given him permission to be here, but the guy raised his fist and declared that this territory was controlled by the Mono Guild. Henwu asked the stranger, was he serious? The guy grabbed him by the collar, the hood slipped off the player's head, and it became clear to everyone that they needed to calm down. The guys met a max-level noob who now had great material for content. First, he had to tell the story of his victory over the Black Skull's weight. This would be followed by a story about the victory over the Isis Guild. And then, the story of the guild that would be the third to be destroyed. The guys in the forest shouldn't have been offended or upset, because we were talking about the Mono Guild. Henyu took off his cloak, shook his head, and decided it was time to create new content. The players from the Mono Guild looked at Noob, already imagining how the three of them would defeat him and get a bunch of goodies from their boss. Their leader Marco had blacklisted Nuba, and now the guys were lucky enough to run into him here. The players knew they'd become real stars if they caught Noob. Even if the account ban rule wasn't enforced, they'd still come out ahead. The guys from the Mono Guild wanted to film everything on video because they needed witnesses. These fools didn't know that Noob was filming and that there were not only witnesses, but also spectators. The guy with green hair pulled out a huge sword and charged in, hoping to kill Nub and become a star. His life was cut short almost immediately. He fell face first and Nub struck him on the head with the hilt of his sword. Henwu turned to the guys saying they talked too much and still hadn't learned how to fight. He didn't understand at all what was wrong with them. On top of that, Nub, at his peak level, felt himself starting to get annoyed. There's no point in re-watching what happened next. It took place in the morning, and there was nothing unexpected or unpredictable about it. In addition, Noob told his viewers that he had specially prepared a video for those who couldn't watch the stream. Henwu explained to viewers that he had agreed to work with an American company. They had given him permission to traverse Plato Kunta. But members of the Mono Guild suddenly appeared and behaved very aggressively toward the player, forbidding him from walking through the area. The viewers were completely on Nub's side, not understanding why he wasn't allowed to walk through the area. After all, it doesn't belong to anyone, so the guys were in the wrong from the start. A fight ensued, which was unequal from the start because Nub was fighting 3 players all by himself. But the Mono Guild members turned out to be quite weak, so the max level Nub easily defeated them. Viewers in the comments expressed their full support for Nub and said that the players from the Mono Guild were total trash. It is very sad to report this, but the members of the Mono Guild were completely wiped out, and the killer's dark aura still wouldn't let go of Nub. He didn't know what to do now, but the viewers supported their idol, saying he was absolutely right, and now Nub went for a walk on the Kunta Plateau. Patrick went to the boss's office, expecting a lot of yelling and negativity. Patrick thought about how their guild hadn't even made it into the main storyline, and now this disaster had happened. It was hard to imagine what to do next. Marco remained silent for quite a while, pondering what had happened, and then turned to Patrick. He demanded that Patrick immediately gather all the guild's players because they needed to destroy a max-level noob. Henwu was wandering across the plateau, wiping out a large group of giant insects. A noise caught his attention. He turned around and greeted the new arrivals. Standing before him in full force were representatives of the Mono Guild, along with their leader, Marco. Marco took off his helmet and said that since the broadcast of the King of Two Masks, the guild had suffered many humiliations, for which they would now take their revenge on the max-level Nuba, because the guild always pays its debts. Henwu asked, were they really all going to attack him? After all, they had planned to take part in the main scenario. Marco was confident that his guild wouldn't fall apart if a couple of members left its ranks. Henwu was satisfied with this answer and said he would listen to Marco after this battle was over. Henwu activated all the stats necessary for battle, increased his strength and power, and was ready to attack. Patrick thought about how he hadn't been able to talk the guild leader out of this madness. Was Marco seriously going to kill a max-level noob? Patrick turned to the support team and demanded that they back up the tanks. They bolstered them with buffs. The mages had to work immediately to slow down the enemy. Henwu was absolutely thrilled, as he had been eagerly awaiting and preparing for the arrival of these enemies. Tenny's pet stood on a branch high up in the trees, waiting for the right moment to join the battle. Soon, the bear cub leaped from the tree, and as he flew through the air, his size increased slightly to make it easier to destroy enemies. The bear roared, causing the magic spell to be dispelled and the defense to drop immediately. The mage from the Mono Guild fell because a wild bear was behind them. Its size surprised and stunned many. Tenny had drawn their attention, and now the tanks were focused on him. Henwu could calmly go about his business. The player activated lightning and charged into the attack, paying no attention to anyone. He was very fast and instantly reached the mages, who were still trying to do something. In the previous sentence, the keyword is tried, but they didn't succeed because they didn't have time and were killed. Patrick turned around with horror in his eyes. The battle had only just begun, and the mages were already dead. The max-level noob kept moving, showing absolutely no emotion about what was happening. The player's pet, Tenny, had managed to weaken the mages and was now targeting the tanks. Patrick realized he shouldn't have touched them. At that moment, the guild leader, Marco, appeared out of nowhere, saying it had been a decent attempt. He struck from behind the enemy but barely managed to jump back. Henwu didn't just dodge the attack, he even managed to land a counterattack, and the enemy's shield was now badly dented. Marco got to his feet, filled with hatred and rage. He said that if his opponent survived, he would find him, kill him again, and do it over and over. Marco swore to do everything in his power to ensure that Nub would never be able to play this game again, and for him, the arena was over. Henwu looked, one might say, very frightened as he listened to his opponent's terrifying speech. But if everything is as Marco says, then why did he bring an entire guild with him? You don't even need to answer that question. Everyone already knows the answer. Marco is afraid of losing to Nub in a duel. Everyone present stopped fighting and froze, trying to guess what would happen next. The stream viewers watched the broadcast with interest. At that moment, Marco shouted to all his holy knights and priests to get ready. Patrick tried to stop the frenzied guild leader, who didn't realize they could cause problems in the main scenario. But Marco didn't care at all. If they killed the max-level noob, who was considered invincible, he would gain more benefits from the main scenario. Henwu continued to provoke the enemy, saying that Marco was actually just afraid to play on his own account. Marco stood his ground, saying that his opponent could think whatever he wanted and that the priest should prepare for the attack. Marco was certain that his opponent would soon meet his end. Henwu, of course, had no intention of sitting idly by and simply waiting for these players to destroy him. Before he reached the guild leader, Marco activated the ice lens. Patrick hoped to postpone the confrontation with Noob for as long as possible, but if that was the leader's decision, he had to support it. Suddenly, the bear cub Tenny couldn't figure out what was happening because his paws had practically stopped responding. Patrick knew that their leader was a paladin, which meant that most of the players in the guild were holy knights and priests. There are skills in the game that are the worst possible option for them. Sword of Faith for holy knights and Prayer of Faith for priests. Using these skills consumes a lot of mana, but in just a couple of minutes, your stats increase several times over. You could say it's a terrifyingly unique skill. He has a secret. This skill duplicates all his other abilities, and it's the Mano Guild's best combat style. At that moment, all the players' stats had been boosted several times over, so they had to finish off their opponent within 2 minutes while the skill was active. Hen Wu turned to his opponent and asked, "Is Marco really that stupid?" After all, he told his enemy about the 2-minute limit himself. Marco didn't react to the provocation at all and told his players that they should start with the Raging Bear. In that very moment, the spot where the player had just been was empty. Hen Wu realized that his pet was in grave danger and ordered Tenny to shrink immediately. Marco attacked with the Holy Cross, and there wouldn't have been a trace left of the bear if it hadn't shrunk by then and happened to be in a different spot. Hen Wu was very pleased that his pet had managed to escape. He watched in awe as Marco delivered a powerful blow, scattering many huge trees in the process. Tenny started crying out of fear, his paws trembling, but his owner told him they needed to head back. Marco finally responded to his opponent's comments, saying that he had mentioned the time limit because he was confident he could finish off Nub within the allotted time. And then the max level Nub would pay for the fact that Marco had to go this far for this victory. Marco unleashed his attack on his opponent, hoping to catch him off guard. Hen Wu withstood the attack, but could barely parry it. It was very powerful and complex. Marco was even more inspired. He was already stronger than his opponent in every stat, and now with this skill, he was practically unbeatable. The stream viewers were really worried for their idol. They knew the guy had to hold out for a couple of minutes and hoped he had a plan. Hen Wu used the Art of LeBron, multiple attacks, and even the invincible Marco was forced to hide behind his shield. Powerful explosions rang out all around. Everything was shrouded in smoke and ash, and it was completely unclear who would win. The smoke cleared, and everyone saw Marco standing in the midst of this apocalypse. The spectators were in utter horror. Had their favorite really lost? But then they saw Nuba, whose health and level were extremely low. At that moment, Marco thought he was facing a very worthy opponent who could withstand even his attacks with a powerful skill. But now is not the time for sentimentality. Nub turned out to be a lousy player, since he usually only shows his best side in streams. However, today Nub would lose in front of all the viewers, and Mono's guild would emerge victorious. Absolutely none of the commentators believed in Nub's victory anymore. The player activated his magical abilities, because that was the only thing that could save him now. Marco calmly turned his head to the side, dodging the magical attack. Hen Wu said that this wasn't the end yet. Of course, it was ridiculous to hear such a statement from a player who had one foot in the grave. Marco raised his sword-wielding hand to deliver the final blow. All the commentators knew that they were about to witness the first defeat of a max-level noob. But at that moment, the player gained new experience and a level. His energy and mana were fully restored, so he easily parried Marco's blow. And now a happy smile appeared on Nuba's face. The audience couldn't find the right words to express their emotions. Those who had been following Nuba's career must have noticed that he had been hunting some cheap mobs that gave almost no experience, instead of hunting the Kunta tribe. The thing is, the player simply needed to gather 100% of the experience, and he managed to do so in a miraculous way. The player did this in advance by killing another insect so that during the battle he could finish off one more and gain a new level. Marco listened to these words, not understanding what nonsense his opponent was spouting. Of course, he still tried to say something about how there were more of them. But at that moment, dark energy had already manifested. Hen Wu was once again full of strength and activated the magic that was supposed to help him in this battle. The magic aimed at Marco pierced the player's body, and it immediately became clear that he was unlikely to survive this attack. Hen Wu looked at his opponent and said that without his buff, Marco was a complete non-entity. He addressed all the spectators and the players present, proving that the Mono Guild's best technique was nothing against him. All the players were frightened and alarmed. They huddled together and stared at the sword pointed at them. Henwoo wasn't a cruel person and had no idea what to do with all these players or how to deal with them. The players realized they were in the wrong, but they were still at a loss for words and didn't know how to react. They simply decided to accept their fate. Henwoo calmly looked at these players, realizing that he didn't even need to exert himself to destroy them all with a single blow. But then one of the guild representatives ran out of the crowd and asked the noob to listen to him carefully. Henwoo realized it was the deputy leader, Patrick. Did he really want to save his guild? Nub didn't know what else to say to them. Patrick stepped forward, shielding the players with his body, bowed deeply to Nub, apologized, and acknowledged his strength. Patrick also said that the guild would compensate for all the damage caused, but asked him to stop and not kill the players. Some of the guys took this as a sign of weakness and demanded that Patrick stop apologizing since they wanted to win. But Patrick snapped back at them, telling them to shut up and stop talking nonsense. After all, if their leader couldn't do anything, even using all his best skills, how were the players going to defeat the noob? It was clear that any attack wouldn't change anything. Half the guild's players had already been kicked out of the game, and they'd be gone for a long time. Patrick said all this without looking up. He asked Nuba to forgive them, and then the Mano Guild would take part in the scenario. Henwoo listened carefully to Patrick and understood why everything best in this guild depended on him. Patrick confirmed that they would step back from the conflict and focus on the main scenario. In addition, Patrick added that they would work for the Emperor. Nub continued to look at the players seriously, but after that he smiled and told the guys he was ready to accept their apology, since he didn't like fighting himself. However, the players from the Mono Guild would have to keep their promise. Otherwise, Nub promised to deal with each of them personally. Patrick confirmed that they would do everything as promised, and then placed something in Nub's hands, saying it was from him and the entire Mono Guild. Henyu examined the item with surprise. It was an earring, probably a rare one. The guild members began to gradually leave the stream, and before leaving, Patrick addressed Nub once more. He said he was genuinely surprised and impressed by Nuba's skills. In addition, Patrick noted that the player had a wonderful heart, noble and pure. Thanks again for letting them live. Left alone, Henwoo's first thought was to check exactly what item Patrick had given him, since both he and all the viewers were very curious. As expected, it was a unique item. It belonged to the elves, an earring made from the young leaves of the world tree. The item boosted all stats in the forest and added magical effects. It was a fantastic gift. The noob thought he should have started with it, and then they wouldn't have gotten into a fight. The player decided to thank Patrick for the gift next time. But at that moment, one of the viewers wrote that the complete destruction of the guild had been promised today. Hyunwoo even got upset. He had indeed promised his viewers that outcome, but surely they could forgive the guild for such a gorgeous earring. All the viewers agreed that the gift was great, and besides, the lesson had been delivered very seriously. The coach of the telecom team, Jong Beon-jin, was torn as he read the news and watched the stream. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad, since the Mano Guild had practically ceased to exist. Now the American group had the upper hand. Everyone knew they were strong, and it was unlikely that Telecom would be able to defeat Mascherano. The article mentioned the American players joining forces, and now the entire plateau effectively belonged to their guild. Suddenly, the door burst open, and one of the players told the coach that Reina and Mascherano had just attacked them on the Kunta Plateau. Henyu was relaxing, lying on the couch in his apartment, and watching as the American group posted a video featuring him. The Telecom Guild had surely watched that video too. On top of that, the Americans had teamed up with Reina, and she had always really wanted to face a max-level noob. Reina was furious when she found out that noob wouldn't be coming. She grabbed Mascherano by the collar and started shaking him. Reina reminded him that one of her conditions was cooperation with Nub, and it seems she had been deceived. Mascherano asked the girl to calm down and wait a little. Everything would go as agreed, but Nub was just busy today. Mascherano didn't understand why Reina was in such a hurry. It's worth remembering that Nub isn't planning on becoming a professional player just yet, so they have time. The girl couldn't understand how someone with Nub's skills could not become a pro. Mascherano explained that he had learned this during the filming of the show King of Two Masks, and that Nub had been asked to turn pro back then, but he had refused. Reina immediately began to worry. Apparently, she wouldn't be able to face off against this brilliant player again, but she really wanted to rematch. Reina demanded that a meeting with Nuba be arranged and gave them a maximum of 2 weeks to do so. Mascherano replied that, in principle, it couldn't be said that this was impossible. There was one way to definitely make the girl's dream come true. Tenny, though small in stature, looked like a raging bear. He demanded the elixir from his master. Henwu tried to pretend he didn't understand what was being asked, but the pet wouldn't back down, forcing him to keep his promise. Henwu said he had completely forgotten about winning the pet competition, apologized to the bear, and gave him 2 elixirs, for which he was immediately forgiven. Tenny was very happy, stepped aside, and began doing something incomprehensible. Henwu couldn't believe his eyes. The bear cub had stored both potions in a special space to save them for later. It was amazing. The player wanted to know when his pet had learned this skill. Tenny replied that he had learned it very recently and had tried to tell his owner, but the owner hadn't paid any attention. A while back, when they were hunting on the mountain range, Tenny had earned experience points and unlocked a new skill. It was a subspace that could be used for a pet's inventory. You could put anything in it. Tenny was very pleased with himself, feeling his powers continue to grow. Henwei was also pleased. Now he could use his pet as a storage space. Henwu checked his level. The gap between him and first place in the rankings was now only 30 points. Meanwhile, Tenny was rummaging through his storage to check on his potions. Henwu thought that once he reached first place, he would surely earn more money and be able to help his parents. These thoughts immediately led him to memories of his worst enemy, Zhong Hanbek. Hyunwoo knew that when the time came, he would become a professional athlete and would definitely get his revenge. A powerful blow from a soft bare paw snapped the young man out of his reverie. Tenny wasn't going to wait for something to happen to them. His master needed to stop daydreaming and look at what was happening ahead. Hyunwoo snapped back to reality and saw an unfamiliar figure approaching them from the forest. To his great surprise, it turned out to be Reina. The girl greeted the max-level Nuba. Henwu wanted to know why she had come here. However, the beauty insisted that it was a completely chance encounter. Reina couldn't very well say that she had actually been wandering through the forest for 5 hours in the hope of meeting him. Henwu immediately thought that the girl was very honest. Looking at the beauty, he asked what was wrong. It turned out that Reina had only one dream. She wanted a duel and asked the player to fight her. The beauty claimed that there were several restrictions on the show, King of Two Masks, and now she wanted to fight without them. Henwu understood that this duel was completely disadvantageous. Neither for him nor for Reina. There was no point in it. But at the same time, Reina was the captain of the New York team, and a battle against such a famous ranker would be very valuable experience. Henwu agreed to one match, but they would fight for experience. The winner would receive 30% of the loser's experience. In addition, Noob would post a recording of the match on his channel. Reina was happy and agreed to these terms. The opponents stood facing each other. Henwu had to set up the video. Reina promised to do her best during the match. Henwu didn't understand why she needed to try, since for Reina it was just a waste of energy, and the video would be posted on Nub's channel. Reina didn't refuse anything, but she immediately warned that she had no intention of losing. Henwu asked if the beauty was a third-class fighter, and it turned out she was. Then Henwu said they would fight twice, and Reina didn't have to reveal all her abilities right away. The girl couldn't believe her ears. Could it be that Nub was worried that everyone would find out about her powers? But Reina had no intention of holding back since the player's experience was at stake. Fighting at full strength gave her a better chance. Henwu didn't react to this at all. He didn't care one bit since he was going to win anyway. Of course, her opponent's cocky words stung, and she wasn't about to lose again. Soon, both players activated the necessary skills, confirmed their participation in the duel, and were ready to begin the match. Reina reviewed all the videos that Noob had ever posted. Now the girl was sure that he was much stronger than many others. Noob was good at provoking people through conversation. In short, he was quite the trickster. The rivals prepared for the start. Reina understood that she needed to stay calm and not react to provocations, but simply do her thing. She hoped to defeat her opponent by capitalizing on the difference in stats and launched an attack as soon as the match began. Henyu had fended off the first attack, pushing his opponent back, and was now ready to strike. Reina couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't understand how it happened, but she had been outmatched by Nubu in strength, judging by the distance the players had ended up at after the clash. The girl had underestimated Henwu's stats. He had leveled up significantly after leaving the show, King of Two Masks. That was exactly why Reina's stats were no match for Nuba's max-level stats. Henwu was very pleased with himself. He felt he had grown stronger, and now it was much easier for him to fight Reina. The guy felt incredibly light on his feet. And if there are no problems with the duel, he needs to make sure the video is as interesting as possible. Henwu leaned low over the girl. He decided to force her to use her second-class skills and expressed his disappointment in her abilities. Because if that's all she has to offer, then the New York team is in for a rough ride next season. Reina took the bait. She declared that she would never forgive this insolent man and activated her ice barrier. In addition, the beauty used an ice barrier, and her defense increased significantly. However, the ice barrier proved completely useless against Nuba's attacks. Hengwoo not only parried all her attacks, but also grimaced and taunted the girl, showing her in every way possible just how weak she was and how boring it was for him to fight her. Reina knew she simply had to win, so she soon activated her most powerful skills. Her opponent was extremely infuriating, so Reina could no longer hold back. She activated the ice boom. Soon everything around them was covered in ice, and the girl, making her way through it, landed her blows. But her ice kingdom could barely damage Nuba. He blocked every attack. At one point, Reina used the clone that appeared alongside the player, while she herself crept up behind him. It was quite unexpected, and the beauty even managed to attack Nuba. A pleased smile appeared on her face. However, it was all a mistake. The phantom vanished instantly, and magical energy enveloped her body. Hengwoo stood behind his opponent, his sword ready to slit her throat at any moment. It was checkmate. Reina had no way to resist. The girl was genuinely upset by the defeat. She remembered that Nub had used the same skill in his duel against Marco, and now she understood why he hadn't been able to react in time back then. It wasn't a matter of the player's weakness at all. This skill was simply too fast in Nub's hands. Reina was not only beautiful, but also smart. She conceded defeat. The victory in the duel went to Nub. As agreed, Nub's experience points immediately increased and his level went up. Reina checked her stats. She had pretty much imagined the current situation and realized that in the second match, she would have to fight at full strength. Hengwoo noticed the different armor the girl was now wearing. Could this armor belong to players who had been upgraded after reaching third class? Reina decided to try out one skill, and after that, she could start thinking. She hadn't yet tested all the new capabilities of the latest upgrade in practice. She swung her sword lightly and half the forest was destroyed. The impact on the surrounding area was simply insane. Now Reina announced that she was ready for the second duel. In her hands was a new upgraded sword, and it immediately became clear that this duel would take a completely different course. Tenny immediately told his master that he was scared. Hengwoo didn't look exactly confident either before the start of the second duel. The duel was unpredictable and protracted. The forest was destroyed, trees were snapped, and ice covered the entire area. Reina found herself on the ground again, and her opponent's sword was pointed at her face. She didn't even realize how it had happened. Hengwoo also thought that just a little more, and the outcome of the duel could have been different. By third class, all of Reina's skills had reached a very high level. Hengwoo also wanted to gain such abilities. He realized he needed to level up faster. The girl was mentally exhausted at that moment. Hengwoo reached out his hand to help her up and said it had been a wonderful duel, and he admitted he'd almost lost. Hengwoo asked Reina to add him as a friend. The girl looked at her opponent, realizing that he was a worthy and good person. During a friendly lunch, Shan asked what had happened with Reina. Hengwoo replied dryly that nothing special had happened. He'd just beaten her. However, in doing so, the guy not only got permission to record the duel, but also gained experience. Besides, one couldn't forget that they had also become friends. Everything had worked out perfectly. It was almost infuriating. Hengwoo asked what his friend's current level was. When it turned out he was already nearly level 200, Hengwoo advised his friend to reach level 30 by next week. Hyunwoo explained that the rebels' stronghold had finally been discovered, and the main story mission would begin in a few days. Hengwoo wanted his friend to be there, so he had to get ready quickly to match the level. Archmage Safed was surprised when he saw LeBron's apprentice standing before him. Hengwoo, smiling broadly, reported that the players had found the rebels. This was also part of the quest. He had to tell the Archmage and invite him to join. The Archmage replied that the renovation of the 10th floor had just been completed, and he could help in the fight against the rebels. Hengwoo was absolutely thrilled. That meant he could go to the renovated floor and continue the trials to complete his training and gain experience. The Archmage confirmed that there would be no problem with that. The floor had already been renovated, and he could head there. But before the player entered the 10th floor trial, the Archmage warned him that this floor would be too much even for him. Hengwoo replied that he actually liked it that way even more. The player found himself on the 10th floor, a huge, beautiful hall with columns and passageways. If he passed this floor, he would receive a certificate confirming his abilities. The game informed him that on this floor, Hen Wu must surpass himself. What exactly that meant was unclear. Hen Wu was very pleased. He had always enjoyed tests and further proof of his abilities. Soon he noticed an opponent approaching him. It could have been anyone, but it turned out he was about to face his doppelganger. Hen Wu looked at himself, the only difference being the color of his hair, and was certain the duel would be against his doppelganger. A doppelganger is a monster created based on the data of any player stored in the arena. The opponent usually has the same appearance, stats, and control skills as the player themselves. But unlike the player, the doppelganger is not swayed by feelings or emotions, making it one of the most difficult monsters to defeat. Hen Wu wanted to use items whose data had not been copied into the system. If a player uses items not found in the game system, victory will be easy since the doppelganger cannot use them. Hen Wu immediately summoned his pet before the duel began. Tenny greeted his master and asked what they would need to do. The thing is, Tenny was an NPC unlike other animals. Hen Wu immediately asked the cub if he wanted his beloved owner to suffer. Tenny immediately thought that his owner was provoking him from the very beginning. He didn't understand why he would want his owner to suffer. Tenny was very distrustful, so he immediately hit his owner just in case to make sure he wasn't up to any mischief. Hen Wu said that now his beloved pet could recall all his grievances and take them out on the doppelganger standing before him. He didn't have to hold back at all. Tenny looked closely at the stranger. He really was exactly like his master. So with great joy, he was about to hit him with all his might. Hen Wu wished his pet good luck, and soon the fight began. The doppelganger looked at the bear cub with suspicion, but Tenny was serious. He immediately grew in size and invited the doppelganger to feel the power of his paws. Tenny launched a brilliant attack. However, the doppelganger managed to dodge it and was barely hurt. Tenny was very pleased. His opponent was indeed just like his master, dodging and attacking in the same way. Tenny was about to burn or freeze his doppelganger. He was now ready to recall all the wrongs his owner had done to him. Tenny was really letting loose. He was very active and was going to show what it was like to be an intimidated and miserable pet. The doppelganger used powerful skills and at one point even managed to block the bear's kick with his foot. Then the magic began. The doppelganger looked very scary. He had concentrated great power in his hands. Tenny couldn't dodge the blow, and the doppelganger's hand struck him squarely in the stomach, knocking the air out of the bear cub. The poor pet flew to the far end of the room, unable to stop. Tenny was ready to burst into tears because his owner had promised that he would beat up the doppelganger. But so far, it seemed like the doppelganger was the one hurting the pet. Anyway, Tenny decided this wasn't his fight. He wasn't going to fight anymore, and preferred to watch everything unfold from a distance. Hen Wu agreed to take on the fight, but asked the pet to prepare a buff for him. Thanks to the bear, the player now had the giant skill. Hen Wu activated it, and immediately his strength and other stats increased significantly. But it turned out that the doppelganger wasn't standing still either, and now it was once again a duel between two equals. Hen Wu looked into the doppelganger's eyes. He realized that the doppelganger knew him very well. Tenny realized that without his intervention, things were looking bad, so he began activating his buffs and passed on the bear's impulse and the blessing of the forest to his master. Hen Wu looked at his opponent and said that he actually really disliked playing by the rules. The doppelganger exists to destroy the real player. To achieve his goal, he is ready to use any means necessary and even give his life, because the only reason for the doppelganger's existence is to complete the mission, to kill the real player. But this particular double won't be able to fulfill its destiny because it's trying to kill not just a player, but a real person. Hen Wu dodged, evaded blows, attacked and shifted. He was unpredictable and mercurial, and he understood how sad it was to be just a doppelganger. He understood that his opponent was simply trying to stall for time so that the player would use up all his skills. But Hen Wu still had advantages over the doppelganger. After all, the doppelganger's base is the main personality, who, unlike the doppelganger, has the ability to develop and does so practically around the clock. Soon it was Hen Wu's turn to attack the clone and force it to lose, because the clone had fewer options. Still, as a computer-generated copy, he operated according to algorithms. Technically, he simply carried out attacks and defended himself. But soon the giant strength skill wore off, and his strength began to wane. The clone immediately sensed that he had grown weaker. Hen Wu immediately took advantage of the confusion that had arisen in his opponent. Unexpectedly, the doppelganger raised his hand and began gathering magical energy, concentrating it high above himself. After that, he created a magical explosion that was sure to cause significant damage. At least, that was what he was counting on. Hen Wu watched with great interest as the explosion spread over the player, thinking that the doppelganger was using his own information against the player. Dodging the blast, Hen Wu thought that perhaps in some other life they might even have become friends. But at that moment, a sword suddenly appeared in front of the player's face, aimed straight at his head. Hen Wu immediately thought that, after all, they couldn't be friends, because friends don't try to kill each other. In fact, Hen Wu hadn't been distracted or missed the attack. He had deliberately made a feint to trick his doppelganger. Of course, the doppelganger's every thought was focused on victory. This was surprising because all the information the doppelganger possessed belonged to Hen Wu. And so, after landing a large number of blows, the player activated a magical explosion and created a shockwave. The doppelganger sustained significant damage. The opponent stood in the middle of the nearly destroyed hall. More precisely, only one of them was standing, while the other was wiping the floor with his gear. Hen Wu had completed the 10th floor trial, and now he would receive his reward. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This duel proved that the game system cannot fully replicate a human. Tenny fully agreed with this conclusion, because only his master could be so shameless. For completing this trial, the player received Rex's ring as a reward. It was a unique item. The ring was a certificate issued to all graduates of the Imperial Academy, granting the right to enroll in the Intermediate Academy. On top of that, it boosted all stats. Hen Wu was very pleased. He understood that if he took the 3rd class, he would receive other rings as well. The young man decided to check what other bonuses he had received. In addition to the usual increases in stats, experience, and level, the young man received 2 titles and a new card. Holding the card in his hands, the player thought he'd have to put in some work again. But in any case, the loot was excellent. But suddenly the young man heard a sound and thought that he must have gotten too carried away and missed everything. Hen Wu immediately called the Archmage and asked for permission to use the Archmage's teleport. Who could refuse such a unique player, even if they didn't want to share their own? Practically all the meeting participants were present, and only one chair remained empty. Sokshin was probably the happiest of everyone present. He was always very pleased to collaborate with Nub. Kang Chung addressed everyone present and thanked them for answering the call and gathering here. Griffin from the Phoenix Guild wanted to know why they had been gathered here. The head of the New World Guild explained that the goal of all the alliances was to stop the rebels. Reina and Mascherano were tasked with locating their stronghold, and so the players at the meeting needed to decide how to proceed. But they didn't want to start the meeting just yet, because one very important player was running late, and it was worth waiting for him. At that moment, the door flew open, and a max-level noob burst in. "Sorry I'm late." Everyone present looked at Nub and recalled their own experiences with him, and the players' experiences varied greatly. Nub didn't want to explain where he'd been, but he apologized to the players once again, citing work commitments. However, the general positive mood and friendly atmosphere were suddenly interrupted by a sharp question. Why is he here? A player from the Telecom Guild named Jung Han Byuk knew that Nub wasn't a member of any guild, which meant he had no right to be there. Sokshin didn't understand why this fact bothered the player so much. In addition, another question was raised. It turned out that no one had thought there were professional players in the telecom. The leader of the Pioneers Guild, Kate, explained that the telecom player apparently didn't know exactly where he was right now. Since everyone present hadn't yet decided who would be in charge in this scenario, it was clear to everyone why the noob was there. Of course, one could also add that all the telecom players combined aren't worth a single max-level noob. But at that moment, Hen Wu jumped up and started calming the players down, telling them to stop picking on this guy from the telecom team, especially since he has such a cool nickname, Golden Eagle. After all, he's human too, and the telecom team is facing major problems right now, so it's understandable that Golden Eagle's emotions are running a bit high. Everyone present immediately calmed down upon hearing those words from the noob. Besides, he had arrived, and they needed to get back to the point of the conversation. But Hanbok felt absolutely awful. Just a moment ago, his enemy had seemingly defended him. In reality, Hen Wu was outraged that this insolent man had dared to say anything to him at all. But there was no point in wasting any more time, so Kang Chungu suggested they move on to discussing the topic for which they had all gathered today. According to information obtained by a specially trained individual, in the future, The reward would vary depending on the player's contribution to the main storyline. It was important not only to attack the rebels, but also to suppress the small uprising across the empire afterward. The New World Guild wants to tackle this scenario as soon as possible and receive a large reward. Next, Seokjun took the floor. He didn't like beating around the bush and was ready to get straight to the point. The player proposed that all the guilds present unite. He hoped everyone would like his idea. Besides, he was confident it would work. Many looked at the representative of the New World Guild in surprise. Even Hen Wu was surprised. He certainly didn't want to unite with anyone. Hen Wu finally understood what the New World Guild wanted. They simply needed a total alliance. It was all very strange, because the proposal came specifically from the New World Guild. After all, they were very strong and could clear the main storyline on their own. However, perhaps there was some hidden meaning behind it. Rachel from the Phoenix Guild said that, in her opinion, it was a good idea. However, she wanted to know how they would split the quest reward. Seokjun immediately replied that there was only one appropriate way, and it was called splitting it evenly. Seokjun began to joke about this, asking those present, didn't they know about this tried and true method? The head of the New World Guild added that each participant would keep the rewards they received during the quest for themselves. Chunggu didn't understand why his guild couldn't split the main reward among everyone, considering the opinions of the other teams. It was clear that in this case, the guild's reputation had to be preserved so that other players wouldn't suspect that the New World Guild was acting in its own interests. If everything went exactly as planned, the Pioneers, Phoenix, and Mono guilds confirmed their participation in this alliance. American representatives in the remaining guilds also joined this alliance. Of course, it was very difficult to turn this down. Seokjun, almost happy, looked around at everyone present and summed up by saying that everyone agreed to participate. And that meant that now the players would rely on one another. Heng Wu was genuinely surprised. He hadn't thought that all the players would agree to the proposal to unite against the rebels. The player was walking down the street when he heard someone call out to him from an alley. The person standing off to the side and inviting him to talk turned out to be a player from the Nine Dragons Guild, Liu She. Hen Wu recognized him immediately and remembered that this player was close with a Chinese streamer named Tian Ho. They had had a rather painful experience interacting in the past. Hen Wu had kicked the player out after winning a duel to ban his account. Hen Wu assumed that Liu She had come back to challenge him to a duel and try to restore Tian Ho's honor. But Liu She replied that he wasn't interested in that. On the contrary, he wanted to apologize because he had been in the wrong back then and regretted the bad blood between them. Hen Wu replied that he had long since forgotten about it, so there was no need to worry. The player turned around, wished him luck, and walked away. But Liu Shi didn't leave. He said that someone wanted to meet the top-level noob. The person in question was named Rud. Everyone, absolutely everyone in the world of gaming and streaming, knew who Rud was. He was the assistant to the CEO of Adidas Asia, and now he wanted to talk to Hen Wu. Hen Wu asked if they knew that he had recently signed a contract with Nike. Of course, everyone had heard about it. Liu She said that representatives from Adidas had asked to contact Kang Hen Wu and arrange a meeting. Heng Wu basically understood that he could meet with them because it was free, and besides, he wasn't anyone's slave. But it was very strange that Liu Shi was standing right in front of him now, asking as if he were some kind of big shot. But he had been sent as a messenger. Hyun Woo told the guy that they probably should have sent someone else, since the players weren't on friendly terms. So Hyun Woo wouldn't just agree to everything right away. So now the player wanted to know, was Liu Shi asking him for a meeting or ordering him? And then something simply astonishing happened. Liu Shi bowed his head low before the player and said he was asking him to come meet him. Hen Wu was a little stunned by what was happening and said that if Liu Shi was trying so hard, then he would definitely meet him. Hen Wu added that as soon as he finished this quest, he would definitely meet with Liu Shi. The player turned around and walked away. Liu Shi remembered how Rud had said that they needed to make a deal with Noob, and then he would help the Dragons Guild achieve their goal. But it had been a long time since Liu Shi had felt such humiliation, and now both Rud and Nub would pay for their contemptuous attitude. A cart drawn by two unusual horses was traveling through the forest. It was carrying some kind of goods. Instead of horses, the cart was drawn by two enormous birds, which had now passed through the portal. The max-level noob greeted his viewers and sent his regards to everyone. The player started a stream, which today will be called Attack on the Rebels. He won't be working alone, but with other guilds and professional players. This is because the players will need to enter a dungeon that has never been explored before. Therefore, viewers should pay close attention and share the stream with others, because today they will see the greatest mages of the Empire. The stream host said that this is a unique opportunity, and such an interesting topic won't come up again anytime soon, so all viewers should stay tuned. Suddenly, Sonia popped into the stream the player was hosting. She said she would send the player a plan of action and a map of the dungeon. Henwu replied that he understood everything, and as soon as he had the chance, he would try to step away from the group to chat with her privately. Henwu told his viewers not to leave because there would be a lot of interesting things to come, and he already needed to hurry to the dungeon. Henwu didn't want anyone to know about his communication with Sunny. Not only he, but the girl could also face problems if the information leaked. Just then, he received a message from Keith, the head of the Pioneers Guild, who said they would be there soon and could launch the attack together. Henwu immediately showed his viewers the chat and said that the head of the Pioneers Guild had contacted him and offered to go in together. However, Henwu replied to Keith that he wanted to hunt alone, so he refused to join the Pioneers in the dungeon. The players were immediately disappointed. They had hoped this wouldn't be their last battle. Henwu didn't wait any longer to see if anyone else would try to join him. He entered the dungeon and looked around in surprise. Inside ordinary dungeons, there was always a different kind of space, as if you were actually entering a cave or an underground passage. But here everything was different. It turned out he had simply entered another world with mountains and structures. The player saw the rebels' fortress. Suddenly, the sky above the player began to darken, as if a storm were approaching, and lightning flashed from all sides. And soon the young man saw a huge golem that literally blocked out the entire sky, towering over the mountains and forests. Archmage Sefed stood atop it, his hands tucked into the pockets of his cloak. He looked at the player and said that magic and explosions had always been used to announce the start of a war. That's why he now wanted to let his enemies know of his presence as soon as possible. Let them know that the guild players had come to kill them. Powerful explosions immediately headed toward the fortress, and it seemed that the rebels' fortress would be destroyed in an instant, and the main scenario would end very quickly. The explosion was indeed very powerful. Everything around was lit up by fire and flames. Henwu shielded his eyes to avoid injury while watching the bright explosions, but he still realized that things wouldn't be as easy as they might seem. Archmage Sefed, standing atop the giant golem's head, also watched the aftermath of his attack with interest. When the fire finally died down and the smoke cleared, everyone present saw the rebels' fortress, which was completely undamaged. It turned out that the entire massive fortress, or one might even say city, was enveloped by a single continuous and extremely powerful protective sphere. Well, now it began to crack right before the player's eyes. The Archmage was very pleased that he had managed to destroy the defense, just as he had planned earlier. The warrior approached his master to report the latest news. He reported to his leader that the Imperial mages had appeared in their space and destroyed the protective dome. And that meant that very soon, soldiers and adventurers would attack the rebels' castle. The rebel leader understood that only Archmage Sefed possessed the kind of magic capable of destroying the dome. And that meant Alexander had decided to end it all. The rebel leader ordered the undead to be released. These undead would not only have to defend the rebels' castle, but also turn all the slain soldiers and adventurers into undead. The rebel leader said that he himself would take on the task of finding Alexander, and hoped that Alexander would soon realize who was truly worthy of being emperor. Soon the massive gates of the rebel castle rose, and the hordes of undead that had flooded the courtyard were ready to march out of the castle. Players from all guilds had positioned themselves around the castle and were now preparing for battle. Thanks to Lord Sefed's magic, there was no protective dome, and the battle would begin immediately. All the players eagerly awaited the start of the battle. I hope this battle will be epic and very exciting. Players from all guilds prepared to attack the rebel forces from different sides. Everyone was as focused as possible and in position. Everyone, not everyone. Henwu, for example, had already slipped away by this time and was now standing deep in the forest in proud solitude. The stream viewers didn't understand why their favorite was acting this way, since he'd miss out on the prizes if he didn't fight. Henwu was glad to be alone, which meant he could calmly head to the meeting spot. The viewers also didn't understand where exactly the noob had gone. Suddenly, someone's hand landed on the player's shoulder, and this, of course, could have ended very tragically. And it almost did end tragically, though not for Nub, but for the person who had crept up on him. Han-woo greeted the girl and immediately sheathed his sword. The player called her by name, Jenny. The viewers didn't know who Jenny was. Hen-woo didn't want the viewers to know that Sunny was his informant, so he decided to call her by the codename Jenny. Hen-woo introduced the girl to the viewers, saying that she was an NPC and that she was the one who had helped locate the rebels' stronghold. Because of the hood covering her face, viewers couldn't make out her features and were left guessing who Jenny was. The girl led the player to a cave that served as a secret entrance to the fortress. After making their way through the secret labyrinth, Nub and Jenny emerged onto the city streets. They hid behind the walls and watched the knights patrolling the castle. The young people climbed onto the roof of one of the buildings and watched from above. They spotted one of the rebels named Held. Held was known as the Dark Knight of Al-Kil. Given that Nub liked to fight alone, Held might be the perfect opponent for a one-on-one battle. Hen-yu thought about a clash of dark attributes against dark attributes. That could indeed be interesting. He left the girl to wait for him, promising to return quickly. Hen-woo leaped from the castle wall under the enthusiastic gazes of the spectators and his escort. Of course, Held heard his opponent approaching and was immediately ready to fend off Nub's attack. Hen-woo didn't have high hopes of being able to kill him by surprise, so he was ready to test who was better in a fight. Held couldn't figure out who had appeared before him. The player introduced himself, saying he was LeBron's apprentice. This information did not please Held. He knew that after the Emperor, LeBron was the second most influential person in the Empire. It was a good thing that at least LeBron wasn't here. Held realized he absolutely had to report this to his master and began attacking even more aggressively. Hen-woo felt the attacks intensify. He was handling them and managing to defend himself. However, he had to do something in response. Hen-woo used a crescent strike, and soon blood spurted from his opponent's mouth. He had nearly lost. But Held pulled himself together. He knew he couldn't let himself get distracted. Even if LeBron's apprentice was that strong, black magic was put to work. Hen-woo stood, shrouded in magical power, while behind him an opponent had already appeared, ready to strike with a sword. But it turned out that Held was dealing with a copy. Meanwhile, the real player had jumped aside, ready to attack. Held realized that his opponent was using dark sky magic. Held was very surprised. He had taught himself this unique dark sky magic skill from the book The Movement of the Abyss, and no one in Alcala knew how to use it. Held never imagined he would have to test this new secret skill in a battle like this. Suddenly, he vanished, leaving behind only a magical cloud. But Hen-woo was prepared for this as well. Now Held couldn't hold back any longer and asked how the player knew about Movement of the Abyss. Hen-woo guessed that this was probably the name of the dark sky's magic. Perhaps this skill was somehow connected to the main quest. Besides, it would be really cool to watch the video later and see Dark Sky's magic being used against Dark Sky's magic. The audience was absolutely thrilled. A battle between Dark Knights was unfolding right before their eyes, and Held was starting to get tired. He launched another attack, but unfortunately, Noob couldn't replicate it. He looked sadly at the stump of his sword. Held told the player not to think he could copy everything he did. However, the player had no such intention. He simply used the dark sword just as his opponent did. The battle continued, and both opponents made excellent use of the dark forces, matching each other blow for blow. At one point, it seemed that Held was finally winning. He raised his massive sword above his opponent, and all the spectators decided that this was the end. The opponent's dark swords clashed, but for some reason, the sword in Nuba's hand suddenly became short. However, it was a feint, because in the very next moment, the sword returned to its normal length and sliced across his opponent's face. Held thought that this guy was just as skilled a swordsman as LeBron, but he couldn't afford to lose, so he began using his most powerful skills. Hen-yu was a worthy opponent and countered the attack as well, though it was clear the player was struggling. Surprise froze in Held's gaze the moment the player's sword pierced his throat. The rebel was defeated and collapsed before his opponent. Hen-woo gained experience and a new level and immediately restored his stats. Hen-woo thought that he would have liked to end the duel more elegantly. Perhaps he should have toyed with Held a little longer to learn something about the Dark Sky's quest. The player remembered the sword that Reina had. The girl had received it after her third-class update. Hen-woo thought about how he'd like to have items like that as soon as possible, too. Just then, Jenny climbed down from the wall. The girl was absolutely thrilled by the duel she had just watched, because the player had won right before her eyes. It's unclear what surprised her so much, but Jenny was thrilled because seeing a duel in person is much more emotional. It felt as if she had attended a real performance. Hen Yu immediately decided to check what item the rebel had, but it turned out there was something incredible there. At that moment, the game announced that Held, captain of the 3rd Rebel Squad, had been defeated. All the players received a notification. They didn't understand how this was possible. After all, they had only just reached the fortress. Who could have completed such a difficult task? But most players had no doubt who was the main culprit behind this news. Everyone understood that the answer was obvious. Sakjin was, as always, very happy for Nuba. He immediately decided to watch the video recording. Chungu didn't know what had happened because they had been fighting various undead all that time and hadn't managed to catch Hyunwoo's duel. Many players understood that Henwoo was a genius, so they simply rejoiced in his victories. But there were also those who were angry and jealous. But at the same time, no one doubted that it was Nub who had defeated Held. Henwoo kept the suspense going as long as possible and didn't show the viewers exactly which item he had received for the victory. The level of interest in the comments was rising. The most perceptive viewers began sending donations. Henwoo immediately thanked the viewers for the gold and said he would show them the item soon. And then he extended his hand, which firmly held a sword imbued with dark magic called the Dark Star. In terms of the power of the items players received in the arena, this sword's power surpassed anything found before. Additionally, this sword had an extremely high defense penetration rate. Many viewers even felt that it was illegal to use such a powerful weapon. Henwoo was very pleased. He had obtained Dark Star, the best find of the entire game. Jenny watched the player showing off the sword and didn't understand why he wasn't talking about the other item. At that moment, the player turned to the girl and asked if she would lead him to the next location. Of course, the beauty gave a positive answer. Soon, the captain of the 4th Rebel Squad, named Liquid, was defeated. Next, the mage of the 3rd Squad and the captain of the 5th Squad were defeated. This time, the player fought alongside his pet. Soon, the wall of the rebel castle was destroyed, and the players were able to approach it to infiltrate the castle grounds. The players realized that at this moment, while Nub was destroying the rebel captains, they had to move faster and infiltrate the castle grounds. All participants in this quest fought desperately, sparing no effort. Marco was there too, but he was fighting the undead and thinking about how hard it was for him, while Nub was having fun fighting the captains. Marco now approached his gaming future with a different mindset. If he couldn't become the best player, he would never be able to avenge the humiliation. At that moment, Patrick interrupted his thoughts and said they needed to hurry. Marco really hoped that Patrick had found something interesting and useful for their guild. And Patrick didn't disappoint again. He said he had found the rebel leader. The group of rebels had found the body of their slain captain and now didn't know what to do next. Henwoo stood on the castle wall, counting how many captains he had already destroyed. It seemed that the quest wasn't all that difficult after all. At that moment, one of the stream's commenters wrote that the Mano Guild had started a boss raid. Henwoo was very surprised. Henwoo, of course, realized it was cool that he'd killed so many captains, but defeating the boss was still much more interesting. The player tried to figure out what to do next. Just then, he received a notification from players in the New World Guild. It turned out that they had also found the boss and were now waiting for Henwoo. Everyone already knew that the Mano Guild had also found the boss and now wanted to decide the order of the battles. The whole thing looked a little ridiculous because the top players had gathered in a single hall to divide up their opponents. This wasn't a quest anymore, but some kind of backroom deal. The head of the New World Guild addressed everyone present and said that they would now determine the order of the raids. Everyone watched this with great skepticism, not understanding how the distribution would be carried out, by rock, paper, scissors, or by drawing lots. Of course, in such a serious matter, one cannot rely on luck. Reina suggested determining the order of battles through one-on-one duels. Henwoo was ready to participate in the duels, but after thinking it over, the players decided it would be too exhausting. So it was suggested that they simply agree among themselves, and in case of a dispute, draw straws. The first challenge was the raid on the Mano Guild. Since information was needed to defeat the boss, many players wanted to first see what kind of combat style the boss had. This had to be done so they could then set about destroying him. It was unclear whether the Mano Guild would be able to handle it, so everyone had to be prepared. Henwoo realized that it was unlikely anyone would volunteer to go second, so it was better to ask himself. The player raised his hand high and said that if no one else wanted to, he would go. The young man immediately added that he didn't need anyone in this fight. He would battle the boss alone. Machinato realized that Nuba probably already had a plan, because his self-confidence was simply astonishing. Everyone present stared silently at Nuba. They understood that if it was up to him, he would most likely be able to handle it on his own. Henwu turned to Seokjun and asked him to sign up as the second team after the Mono Guild in case they couldn't handle the boss. Hyunwoo turned to his viewers, holding out his hands as if to show that he needed their help. The player said he would be going on the raid second, so he didn't have time right now, and he asked his viewers to help find Mono Guild's stream. The commentators were sure that their favorite already had a plan. However, the young man insisted that there was no plan. He was just about to start coming up with one. Soon, a recording of Mano's guild's battle with the boss was found. The guild, for the most part, held its own quite well. Patrick commanded the battle, ordering the mages to cast Mana Blast at the right moment. Henwu watched the battle with surprise. The Mono Guild hadn't seemed that strong to him before, but now there were some really good mages among them. Marco looked simply epic. He was demanding additional bars, and his body was literally radiating energy. Apparently, this was some kind of special attack from the Mono Guild. Still, it was probably too early to play his last cards. Although no one could predict the outcome in advance, the opponent was a complete unknown. Marco was confident his strike would land. However, when he found himself face-to-face with the boss, Marco realized just how wrong he was upon seeing the smile on his opponent's face. Staring back at him was a huge and very powerful man who understood that this player had expected to be able to kill him. But in reality, this man was none other than a thug sent by Alexander. Now the rebel leader Edward appeared before Marco. To his horror, Marco felt that his sword wouldn't move any further, as if it were magnetized or glued in place. Before the players could figure out what to do in this situation, Edward struck down every member of the guild. After that blow, Marco fell unconscious. Edward lifted him up like a kitten, holding him with one outstretched arm. Then Edward flung the player toward his comrades and said that Marco wouldn't have succeeded anyway. The Mono Guild immediately switched to defense mode at Patrick's command. They needed to buy time until the guild leader recovered. However, Edward already had something in mind. He held a stone nail in his hands. None of the guild players even realized what had happened. Edward simply swung his arm. All the guild members present were injured and scattered in different directions. Henwu watched this battle with genuine concern. No one had ever seen such a dangerous and powerful opponent before. Edward looked into the camera and said that his sword would one day take Alexander's head. After that, he vanished. Henwu finished watching the stream. His commentators were certain. You can't go up against Edward alone, or else it'll be Noob's first loss. Henwu addressed the stream's viewers and said he needed 5 minutes to prepare. In the meantime, viewers could enjoy the commercials. After going off air, Henwu grabbed his hair in despair. The guy realized it was all over for him. He had no idea how he was supposed to beat Edward. Even with a ton of buffs and a bunch of mages, Marco lost very quickly to Edward, who had immense physical strength and plenty of mana. It was strange to realize that Edward was the Emperor's younger brother. Apparently, life hadn't been kind to him, since he looked the way he did, unlike his brother. Henwun understood that he was facing the most difficult opponent of all those he had ever fought. Therefore, he had to use every possible and impossible means. The player believed that his only chance was the book. The book was called The Follower of Dark Sky Magic. By studying its basics, he would be able to find the creator of sky magic and receive experience and a gift from him. Henwu quickly finished his studies, gained experience and mana, restored his strength, and soon a gift appeared before him. It was a ring called Master of the Dark Skies. It had been used by followers of the magic of the dark skies from generation to generation. The ring's effect increased as the user's magic proficiency level rose. This item had an epic rating. Henwu was practically overjoyed. This was his first epic item. The player hadn't expected this quest to be so awesome. The young man immediately slipped the ring onto his finger to see what changes it would bring. Thanks to the ring, his magic skill proficiency increased, and he also acquired a new skill, Wind of the Dark Skies. The player realized that now, with the help of dark magic, he would be able to create a storm of blades. Henwu tested this skill and was satisfied. The player continued to practice the skill, and gradually, Wind of the Dark Skies in his hands began to transform into a tornado. Of course, the player still lacked skill, so unfortunately his pet suffered, taking a blow to the forehead. Henwu also looked disheveled. He hadn't expected things to get this serious. But looking around, Henwu surveyed the devastated hall. He hadn't expected to master such a deadly ability. By evening, the entire rebel castle grounds looked like a real battlefield. Some areas were ablaze and part of the territory had already been cleared by the players. Hen Wu, with his pet perched on his back, entered the throne room and addressed Edward, the leader of Al-Kil. Edward looked with interest at the player who had dared to come to him voluntarily and even speak his name aloud. Hen Wu introduced himself and said that he was the Empire's finest knight, as well as Duke LeBron's apprentice. The player added that he had come to kill Edward. Of course, Tenny thought his master was talking complete nonsense. But Hen Wu decided to use such candor to extract some information from Edward. Edward was very surprised to hear that LeBron had a disciple. The man realized he was facing an adventurer of no noble lineage, but apparently a very skilled professional. Edward stood up to his full height and said that unfortunately, LeBron's apprentice was very foolish if he expected to defeat him alone. Tenny was after all an animal, so his instinct for self-preservation kicked in first. He sensed a powerful energy emanating from Edward. Hen Wu immediately sent his pet to hide, but not to forget to support his master with buffs and magic. Hen Wu realized he wouldn't be able to extract any information from Edward. Therefore, he had to start the fight. First and foremost, to buy time and understand his opponent's style. First and foremost, Hen Wu wanted to create some distance between them. Edward immediately noted that the player's movements really reminded him of LeBron. So now Edward wanted to know what kind of expression LeBron would have on his face when he received the head of his only disciple. Han Wu managed to dodge the sharp counterattack, but the player still thought he might have already died if he hadn't had the ring. Hen Wu hadn't fully grasped Edward's fighting style yet. So far, he had been parrying attacks and recovering perfectly. Hen Wu knew he had to try to strike as soon as Edward got distracted, and that required tremendous speed. He instantly closed in on his opponent and struck. Edward seemed very surprised. After that, the young man unleashed a burst of magic, and flashes and explosions rippled across Edward's entire body. A crescent-shaped strike followed, but, as had already become clear, none of these attacks could do Edward any real harm. However, the player said that wasn't all, smiled sweetly, and activated a recently acquired skill. This situation truly surprised Edward. The explosion of the dark skies did, after all, cause him at least some discomfort. Hen Wu looked proudly at his opponent and said that this was his new skill. It wasn't perfected yet, of course, but it looked pretty good. Now the player was curious to know exactly what Edward thought of his attack. Hen Wu stepped back slightly from his opponent and addressed his audience, saying that he had acquired this skill after defeating Held. No one doubted that it was a very powerful and effective skill, one that also had a strong backlash. The noob hoped he would be able to keep using it. Suddenly, Hen Wu realized that his stream had been turned off the whole time. He had forgotten to come back after the commercial break. After restarting the stream, Nub bowed to his viewers and apologized for forgetting to turn it back on. It all happened because of the boss fight. Hen Wu decided to briefly explain what had happened. He had mustered his courage and was now fighting Edward alone. Edward had dealt him heavy damage, but the player had returned the favor. Edward was simply stunned to see how relaxed this upstart was acting. He needed to show him who was in charge here. Han Wu noticed that the boss had already recovered. He was just as powerful and strong as ever. Hen Wu hoped that the plan he had managed to devise would work after all. The player summoned his pet and ordered it to unleash a lightning bolt. With the help of his pet's lightning, the first attempt was made to block the boss's recovery. Tenny unleashed his powerful lightning attack and brought it down on Edward. The attack failed. Edward watched with interest as the lightning flashed around him. However, while he was examining his hands, the player managed to jump up and ended up behind Edward. This was the second attempt. Hen Wu struck a weak spot, and Edward even felt the attack land. In a fit of rage, the boss leaped up, scattering everything around him. He called the player a fearless idiot. Hen Wu wasn't about to give up and launched another attack. This time, Hen Wu used a crescent strike and aimed it at destroying the suspicious object. But it soon became clear that the player hadn't left a single scratch, even though he thought he'd found his opponent's weak spot. Edward stood in full combat readiness and said that the player had shown rather reckless attacks, so it was time to finish him off. The rebel leader drew his sword, which was simply enormous, and announced that he was about to kill the player. All the spectators turned their attention to the giant sword. It was clear that no one could withstand a blow from such a weapon. Hen Wu realized that his opponent's strength was on a completely different level. If the player couldn't kill Edward, the main story quest would end there for him. The main difficulty was that the player didn't know how to defeat Edward, since he was originally created to defeat everyone else. Hen Wu suddenly froze. His own phrase, "created to win," echoed in his head. This triggered a realization, and the player understood how to deal with the opponent. First, Henwu summoned his pet and placed it in front of him. The bear cub was in shock. Edward also looked extremely surprised. He didn't understand who he was supposed to fight. Could it really be this yellow, furry little creature? Tenny was supposed to distract Edward and buy some time, while the boss held his sword over the bear cub, unable to bring himself to pierce the fluffy creature with his weapon. Henwu checked some information. He didn't understand why he hadn't figured it out right away and had completely forgotten such an important detail. Now the player realized there was only one way to kill Edward. Henwu made a phone call. He didn't think he'd forget about this person when he was so close. Kang Henwu called his best friend Yunshan and asked for help. To Hyunwoo, Kwon Yunshan was one of the closest and most irreplaceable people in his life. He was a true friend and family, always by his side. Besides, Yunshan always offered support and helped him find the right path. Yunshan was also the host of the apartment, ready at any moment to feed and give his friend a drink. And Yunshan was a hero who could always save the day, as well as a significant person in Hyunwoo's life. And now Henwu made the one call that could save his life and help defeat Edward. He didn't call LeBron or any of the guild leaders or professional players. That call connected him with a friend and brother, ready to rush into any danger to save him. By this time, Edward was already in the thick of battle with the pet. The stage where he gazed fondly at the bear cub was long past. Tenny was doing a pretty good job of distracting Edward. He had grown to enormous size and was proving to be a formidable opponent for the rebel leader. Tenny, of course, didn't particularly enjoy this role. He demanded that his master return as soon as possible and take his place. In the end, it was unclear which of them was the real player. Henwu had recovered and rejoined the battle against Edward. They needed to push the bear into the background so he could provide buffs. Edward was fighting two opponents, but it soon began to wear him down. The warrior didn't bother hiding his yawn, making his attitude toward the duel clear. He wanted to know how much longer the player would continue this pointless fight. Had he still not realized that his attacks had no effect on Edward? Henry also noticed that his attacks didn't seem to be working. Perhaps he was running low on mana, since Edward recovered very quickly after those attacks. Edward, however, also thought that despite all of Henwu's attacks, they were completely useless. He could never have imagined that another talent like LeBron would appear in the Empire. At that moment, the player's two legs were flying straight toward Edward's head. The situation was extremely tense. Henwu activated both Giant Strength and Giant Spirit at the same time. He really hoped that at least this attack would work. But instead, Edward grabbed his leg, saying that the poor little bug had finally been caught. Edward wouldn't let go of the player and began slamming him against whatever came to hand. After he felt he had beaten all the nonsense and dust out of the player, Edward flung Henwu far away from him. Henwu fell to the ground and looked at Edward, clutching tightly to the ceremonial cloak of Lotan that the vampire had once worn. This cloak boosted stamina and provided a massive boost to magic. In addition, the player had activated the ghost skill. Now he took no damage and was immune to any attacks. Edward was deeply upset. He considered the use of such items to be underhanded, and now Henwu was no longer just a bug to him, but a veritable cockroach. Edward cast his spell, immobilizing his opponent. The spectators realized that their favorite was about to lose. Everyone thought a miracle was impossible. The max-level noob would still be kicked out of the game. Henwu was upset as he read his viewers' comments. Did they really think their idol was going to die? Had everyone forgotten that the noob was a winner, and that he had also made an important call to his friend? Yenshin rushed to the scene but didn't understand why Henwu wasn't answering his call now. Yenshin assumed his friend was fighting the boss. One could only imagine how dangerous it was there if Henwu had asked him for help. For some reason, he started talking to himself, pointed to the throne room, and told the gentleman to go there. The battle was taking place there. Just at that moment, Edward raised his sword above the player, certain that his opponent was about to die. But suddenly, the door to the throne room burst open. Something flew through the air with a sharp whiz, and Edward's hand, which was holding the sword, was severed. It all happened at the perfect moment. Henwu had called his friend to ask for help. Meanwhile, Tenny was distracting Edward. Henwu told his friend that he was fighting the boss and desperately needed Yenchang. The only person capable of defeating Edward had to show up, and that person was practically right on time. LeBron showed up to help his student. He looked at Henwu and waited for his student to say thank you to his beloved teacher. Edward was forced to admit that he hadn't expected LeBron to show up in person. LeBron held Edward's hand, which was dangling by its tendons, and now Hen Wu hoped to quietly step aside and not get in the way. LeBron greeted Edward and said that perhaps now he could leave the student alone. Edward was satisfied. He was about to kill LeBron, and there was no one left to protect Alexander. He explained that he had become so strong thanks to dark magic, not ordinary magic. That was precisely why none of Hen Wu's attacks had been able to inflict significant damage on him. Now LeBron and the Emperor had absolutely nothing to oppose Edward with. After that, LeBron's sword pierced right through Edward. LeBron declared that in his opinion, his student had not lost. What Edward had in mind was a slightly different kind of battle. Hen Wu thought that Edward had to be defeated once and for all, and only LeBron could do it. LeBron admitted that he regretted indulging the Emperor's whim and not leaving Edward alive. If he had, they wouldn't be in this situation now. Hen Wu was alarmed and believed that the teacher shouldn't waste time on conversation. He had already studied Edward and knew that this villain recovered very quickly. Edward was certain that no attack from the players could kill him. LeBron had to teach his student how to deal with the black magic that sustained Edward's immortality. This could only be done by completely destroying Edward and leaving no trace. LeBron's sword pierced Edward once more, shattering the dark magic. A massive cluster of dark energy was concentrated behind the throne that belonged to Edward. A powerful explosion rang out. It was so strong that even the players outside felt the impact of the shockwave. Reina watched as her allies perished, caught in the blast. A bright light spread from the building where the noob was fighting the boss. The girl immediately thought the worst. Together with the other players, she tried to figure out what had actually happened. Everything around them lay in ruins. LeBron and his apprentice watched the villain, who was still alive. Edward said that LeBron, just like back then, had pinned him against the wall again. But LeBron still didn't realize that Alexander was stronger than Edward. Those were Prince Edward's last words before he died. Hen Wu didn't look very happy. He was even a little upset. LeBron had killed his opponent in just one round. But at that moment, the Empire's strongest knight announced that Hen Wu must go with him to the castle to report to the Emperor on the events that had taken place. Although viewers would certainly have liked to see a stream from the Imperial Palace, Hen Wu quickly ended the video broadcast and said goodbye to his subscribers. A short time later, LeBron and his apprentice were kneeling before the Emperor. The Emperor asked the warriors if they had destroyed that idiot, his younger brother. He confirmed that his brother had been capable of meanness since childhood. He was inferior in politics and fencing, and envy took root in his heart. Alexander was supposed to become emperor as the eldest son and the more worthy candidate, but Edward could not accept this and decided to depose the emperor. Alexander had heard that his brother was hiding in the southern lands and suspected that Edward was plotting something, but until the very end, he did not expect him to have the courage for such a daring act. When someone claims your throne, a boring life suddenly becomes more interesting. The emperor merely smiled his imperial smile, while the player felt his health bar draining away. He said he was tired of watching over his brother, so he left everything to the players. They had to work hard, but now they would receive their reward. The emperor turned to Hen Wu and announced that he was granting him the title of Viscount of the Empire. Hen Wu realized that this required a huge amount of imperial contribution. It turned out to be 300,000, and he only had 40. The emperor didn't see any great joy or excitement on the player's face and decided that he hadn't appreciated the gift. Hen Wu hurried to confirm that he liked everything. In addition to the title, he received an extra stat called Dignity, which reduced damage from enemies. Hen Wu hadn't expected such a bonus and sincerely thanked the emperor. Alexander, seemingly smiling, immediately ordered that he be left alone. Hen Wu and LeBron wondered, either Alexander was saddened by his brother's death, or he simply wanted to appear noble. Alexander did his best to show that he was exhausted and could barely stand. Hen Wu and his teacher bid farewell to the emperor and left the throne room. LeBron had always known that the emperor's actions were impossible to predict. Now he walked down the corridor, thoughtfully pondering the future of the empire. Hen Wu was pleased. He had just become a viscount, and it was truly cool. LeBron said that new trials would now fall upon the student, so he advised the newly minted viscount to get some rest. Hen Wu turned to his teacher and said that now he had to return something to him, holding out a ring to LeBron. LeBron realized that if the disciple returned the ancient ring, it meant he was ready to prove how worthy he had become. Hen Wu happily told his teacher that thanks to this scenario, he had reached level 200, which meant he could begin the third stage. LeBron had always noted that his student was nothing like other adventurers. Besides, he was well aware of Hen Wu's skills, so the young man didn't need an additional test. This meant that Keon's squad recognized Kang Henwoo as one of their knights, a tremendous honor for any player. Overjoyed, he became a true Knight of Keon. All his stats increased, and he received new skills for free, while the rest of the players are forced to earn them through blood, sweat, and tears. Hyunwoo couldn't contain himself and, overcome with emotion, grabbed LeBron's hand to express his gratitude. The young man held his teacher's hand and promised to keep working hard. LeBron listened calmly and said he had one request for his student. Henwoo was ready for anything. LeBron explained that he had been searching for Duke Blake, the former leader of the Knights of Keon, for a long time. Henwoo realized he had been given a new quest. He needed to meet Blake, acquire a secret skill, and gain experience. Today was truly Henwoo's moment of glory. LeBron realized it was time to leave before his apprentice started pestering him with kisses. As he left, LeBron added that he didn't know where Drake was now. He hadn't heard from him in over 10 years. Henwoo would have to figure it out on his own. Henwoo, of course, would have liked to get all the details about the search direction in advance, but decided that today was a great day and he could safely log out of the game. Kansen from the arena's administration department asked his boss, was it really okay to just leave Nuba like that? The boss couldn't understand what the problem was or what his subordinate was unhappy about. Kansen found it strange that in every event, pet battle scenario, and new rank award, Henwoo always came in first. It was too much for the other players. Even in the main scenario, he finished the task too quickly, but the boss said that LeBron had defeated the boss today, and Henwoo hadn't done anything supernatural. Kansen didn't think another genius would emerge after the player Milligat, but the boss didn't reveal that this was actually Milligat. Almost no one knows about it. If word got out that Milligat had returned and was now playing under the name Max Level Noob, there would be a huge scandal in the arena. Henwoo burst into the room where Yunchan was changing after the game. He told his friend not to make any plans because they were going out to dinner tonight. The player was forced to log back into the game to attend a very important meeting. Sonny came again to report that she has new information that might be useful for upcoming scenarios. They say that a certain dark mage became enraged over the destruction of the Citadel. Most likely, he and his minions will try to attack the Empire to avenge the dead. The dark mage has chosen the large city of bricks as his first target. There's a cave full of undead nearby, so it's a great place to launch an attack. There are other targets for the attack, but there are too many of them, so Sonya promised to send a list in a message. Henwoo listened carefully to the girl, then asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. How did Sonya know this information? Unexpectedly, Sonya took on her usual appearance, and it turned out that she was a sorceress and a student of this dark mage. If she had known in advance that he would act this way against the Empire, she wouldn't have become his student. On the other hand, now Sonya at least had the opportunity to pass on important information. Henwoo was very surprised, but this explained a lot. Sonya said she didn't have any other information yet, but now she was ready to move on to the main topic. Henwoo couldn't figure out what she was talking about and tried to remember. Soon, Sonya was furious because he had completely forgotten that he had promised to discuss their collaboration with her after the main scenario. After his duel with Edward, Henwoo went to see the Emperor and had indeed forgotten about it. He confirmed that they could arrange the stream right now, but Sonya was already offended. The player had forgotten about her and used her only as a source of information. Henwoo realized he was wrong, apologized several times, and asked if he could appear on Sonya's stream. Sonya clarified. Had she understood correctly that Noob wanted to be a guest on her show? Nub leaned toward the girl and said that she was a huge help to him, and he would try to repay her in at least this way. Sonya listened to the player, but was already calculating how many viewers she could attract if Nub became a guest on her show. Besides, Sonya caught herself thinking that his mask had always seemed beautiful to her, while Henwoo was thinking only about how the girl would continue to help him with information. A sleek red Porsche was parked in the lot. It was simply impossible not to notice it. Even a blind person would have walked over to touch the car. It turned out that Porsche had given it to her as a gift for signing the contract. It all happened so suddenly. Henwoo got behind the wheel of this awesome car, realizing that Kate from the Indian Pioneers was really cool. The young man thought that it had been a long time since he'd driven a cool car and decided to name it Hope. After that, Henwoo set off with Hope to take care of some important business. First, the player went back to the finance company and met with its manager. Henwoo said he had come to settle his father's debt and wanted to return the remaining 10 million. The manager couldn't believe his ears. Just recently, the young man had brought in a pile of money, and now he was planning to pay off the entire debt. Heng-woo asked the manager what was wrong. Did they really not want to take his money? The man simply hadn't expected that the young man could have such vast resources and still be a responsible client. Before saying goodbye, he said that his firm was ready to provide the necessary amount at any time. All he had to do was call. Hyun-woo walked out, slamming the door loudly, and said that would definitely not happen. Left alone, the manager immediately called the director and said that the fish is no longer on the hook. Chairman Kan's son had just paid off the entire debt. The director was furious. Who would have thought that this young man would pay off his father's entire debt in full and so quickly? Jun Cheol-ho, who always put money first and family and children second, was furious and threw the phone across the room. The manager was also dissatisfied and decided it was time to end his partnership with Director John. Hyun-woo got into the car and was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The young man felt like crying. He couldn't believe he had paid off his debt. Not long ago, he had been working as a salesman in a store and hadn't even dreamed of this. But since then, he hadn't had a single day off. Now all the money he earned would be his own, and he could use it for himself and his family. Hyun-woo cheered up and decided that now he needed to earn even more. Just then, the phone rang. Hyun-woo looked at the caller ID and realized he'd almost forgotten about an important meeting. The door flew open, and Kyle rushed into the office, eager to tell his boss about Nuba's max-level battle. Of course, the boss had heard about the match against Edward alongside LeBron. Now that the video footage has been released, everyone has noticed that the company's director, Nazar Jamie Moore, bears a striking resemblance to Edward. Jamie Moore said that his friend Seokjin used to tease him and call him an old man. But now the boss wanted to hear Kyle's opinion. Did he really look that old? It was a tough question, so the manager decided to change the subject and brought up the stats of the second highest level student at the Nuba Academy. The player wasn't chosen because he was Korean. The other reason, this guy wants to be good at more than just the game. The director agreed that such a story might work, since people often get disappointed in players who play just for the money. Director Jamie agreed to meet with the candidate. It will be interesting to see how he differs from Dwayne. Kyle agreed to contact the guy right away and noted that thanks to his participation, the company's stock price is constantly rising. It's good that they decided to partner with this player. However, Director Nazar thought it was a bad thing that this guy was developing so quickly. This meant that the investor might turn his attention to another company. The manager was almost certain that Mr. Kang wouldn't do that. At that moment, Kyle received a message from Hyun-woo, thanking him for the cooperation. However, a moment later, Kyle started swearing and broke out in a sweat from the tension. The director wanted to know what was going on. It turned out that Adidas had sent Hyun-woo a collaboration offer. Luce was very serious. It was thanks to his actions that this meeting had taken place. Now the Adidas director could calmly announce how much they were willing to pay for a partnership with Kang Hyun-woo. The amount was at least twice what Nazar had been paying the player. Luce, a player from the Dragons Guild, was surprised that Nub had come to the meeting. The player replied that he had no reason not to come, since Liu Shi had asked him so earnestly. The events of his recent humiliation flashed through Liu Shi's mind again. It was hard to forget something like that. He was grateful to Nub for his help and for saving his reputation, and Nub also hoped that one day Liu Shi would repay him. The guys walked through the company's hallways and finally reached the right place. Seated at a large set round table was a man who greeted Nub with the utmost respect. His name was Rud Fen, and he was the head of the Asian branch of Adidas. Hyun-woo looked around the table, which didn't look anything like a formal conference table, and thought the meeting's atmosphere was quite relaxed. Mr. Rudd was pleased to see the star of Arena at his company and was ready to offer the young man attractive terms. Hyun-woo immediately said that he knew the world of management had its own rules, so he would like to know right away what the conversation would be about. The branch director promised not to keep the player waiting. The meeting would be quick. He asked directly right away, would Kang Hyun-woo agree to sign a contract with the company? Mr. Rudd noted that he would offer terms far better than Nazar's company, since rumors had already spread in the gaming world that Nub loved money. Hyun-woo didn't agree right away and asked what exactly constituted a good offer. Mr. Rudd was confident that the contract was already in the bag. He promised to pay the player twice as much as in the previous contract. Manager Kyle consulted with the director on what to do in this situation. Director Jamie knew Adidas well. They knew how to handle money and were capable of ignoring ethical standards in an effort to poach a player. Kyle didn't want to believe it would turn out that way. He thought Kang Hyun-woo was a very decent young man. Kyle wanted to contact the player right away, but the director told him not to be pushy. Jamie was certain the partnership was in the best interests of both parties. If Hyunwoo is truly interested in Nazar, he won't sign a contract with Adidas, the director said calmly. However, when he soon received a message, his emotions got the better of him. Jamie wanted to know all the details. He ran over to his subordinate and, without a second thought for etiquette, began reading the message. It asked for the company representative's opinion on the profile of the second student they were going to train alongside Nub. The message didn't mention the Adidas meeting at all, and the men stared wide-eyed, trying to figure out what was going on. Hyunwoo soon finished the message. He wouldn't betray them, so he had turned down Adidas's offer. Rudd was upset, left alone after the departure of such a promising client. Just a few minutes ago, Kang Hyunwoo had been sitting across from him and said that the terms weren't bad, but he would probably decline. Explaining his choice, the player said that his current partners were his fans and his support system, so there was no point in betraying them. After that, he stood up, getting ready to leave, since he had other things to do. The Adidas director called after him, asking him to name his terms. They were ready to agree to anything, as long as the player worked with them and earned much more. Hyunwoo replied that money was important, but he knew how to prioritize correctly. He wanted to earn money, but he didn't want others to profit off him. Director Rudd was devastated. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way, and after such a failure, he certainly wouldn't be kept on. He blamed Liu Shi for letting such a client slip away. Liu Shi replied that he had done his part. He had brought in Nuba, and now Rudd had to fulfill his promise. If that didn't happen, Liu Shi would join Nazar's company himself, because it was better to be Nuba's ally than his enemy. Hyunwoo felt a surge of anxiety as he entered the room. He was afraid of seeing what he was bound to see. At that moment, someone in the room was watching a recording of Nuba's max-level match on a tablet. An unfamiliar girl was sitting in the room, watching the game recording with great interest. Hyunwoo walked over to the bed, said hello, and asked her name. The girl gave her name and said that her dad had gone to the store and would be back soon. Jisoo said she loved watching Arena. It made her happier to see how cool the players were fighting. But unfortunately, she had been told that because of her illness, she wouldn't be able to play Arena. Just then, the ward door swung open and a man walked in, immediately asking who the stranger was standing next to his daughter. The men went outside to talk, and the stranger immediately bowed deeply, apologizing. The man, unable to hide his despair, begged for forgiveness and explained that he had no money and his daughter was very ill, so he couldn't repay the debt. Hyunwoo introduced himself and said he had come on behalf of Nazar, since the man had applied to the Nuba Academy. He congratulated the man, explaining that Cho Yun had been chosen as the second apprentice to be trained by Nub at the highest level. The man was so alarmed that he didn't immediately understand what the stranger was trying to explain to him. Hyunwoo repeated that he had come from the Nazar company to help make Cho Yun's dream come true. Finally, the man realized what had happened. He fell to his knees and began to sob, promising to definitely attend the training to improve his daughter's health. These were tears of joy. The man had been chosen as a student, and his reaction was natural for such a situation. The man's wife had died immediately after their daughter was born, and now little Jisoo had been diagnosed with a dangerous illness. The man had taken out numerous loans to pay for his daughter's treatment. Hyunwoo understood his feelings well, having recently experienced poverty and despair himself. The man burst into tears and said that his daughter had dreamed of seeing her father on Nuba's stream, and now Mr. Cho had promised not to disappoint her. Hyunwoo wanted to support the man, saying that the girl's illness could be cured in America. Nazar's firm is willing to pay for Jisoo's treatment in exchange for training her father. The surgery will be performed in the US, and the man realized that there was hope for his daughter. After these words, a flood of tears poured from the man's eyes and nearly flooded everything around him. Hyunwoo was taken aback by his emotions and realized that this student required a completely different approach than superstar Dwayne. The sobbing continued, and Hyunwoo realized he would have to turn this tearful man into a worthy player. The tears wouldn't stop, and the max-level noob decided to at least get the man up to the bronze tier. Some time passed, and the noob met his second student in the arena. As planned, the dummy was successfully defeated. Choi Yoon looked exhausted, wiping sweat off his brow next to his defeated opponent, but life had a very different picture in store. Nub started a stream and greeted the viewers. It had been a while since there had been any new broadcasts. The viewers had been waiting and finally got to see a new episode from Nub's Academy. Today he brought a new student, and no one could guess who it was. Opinions were divided. Some thought it was a celebrity or an athlete, or perhaps a beautiful girl. Curiosity was immense, but no one guessed correctly. Nub invited a player named Cho Yun, known as the Weeping Knight, into the arena. The man, though shy, greeted everyone and introduced himself. The audience was stunned to see an ordinary person. Hyun-woo explained that his new student would be competing for the bronze medal. This man was an entirely ordinary player, but the Weeping Knight had a special reason to improve. Choi Yoon explained that he was doing this for his daughter. It was a simple yet touching desire, an ordinary father striving for the sake of his child. First, Nub checked the Weeping Knight's stats. They were modest, almost non-existent. He asked the apprentice how many rare items he had and what his sword skill was. It turned out he had only 2 rare items, and his sword skill was at the F+ level. He didn't have any special skills, but the Weeping Knight possessed an excellent counterattack skill. Henwu studied the stats and told the apprentice that, with such a level, dreaming of bronze was impossible. If he wasn't naive, he could make the noob's idea of reaching the maximum level a reality. Before taking action, Nub turned to the audience, asking for their opinion. Could he give his weapon to the student? The audience supported Nub's decision, and the Weeping Knight was so proud he was ready to shed a tear. Hengwoo announced that he would give the apprentice a dwarf sword, considering it suitable for his level. Now Choi Yun had hope, especially given his counterattack skill. Training could begin. Nub explained that the training would be built around the counterattack skill. The man promised to try his best. Even though his mastery of the skill was weak, it had to be used sparingly under a multitude of conditions. Nub said there was no need to worry. He would teach the student how to use the counterattack correctly, after which they immediately headed to the training hall. The next time Henwu was in the arena, it was for a different reason. A ranked match was about to begin. He was about to face a player who was clearly unlucky. Today was definitely not his day, but the game issued a notification. The noob is temporarily weakened and his strength is reduced during the fight. A debuff had been applied, all stats adjusted to match the opponent, and the duel could begin. The young man was nervous. He couldn't put up a decent fight against the noob, even though he was among the top 5% of players who had achieved a silver medal. Choi Yun was also present at the duel and was ready to record everything that happened. The counterattack skill has a special trigger mechanism. It is important to carefully observe all conditions during the opponent's attack. Timing was key. Hyunwoo managed to explain things to his student, comment to the audience, and parry the opponent's attack. It's better to wait for the opponent to attack than to attack yourself. That way, it's easier to use a counterattack when a gap appears in the attack. It is more important to act through psychology rather than brute force, and only then can you immediately counterattack, as the player will be able to use their skill. Nub explained that he had just demonstrated a standard fighting style using counterattacks. It all looked pretty straightforward, and now the noob was ready to demonstrate it again with the right timing. The viewers began to feel sorry for the poor player who was being used to teach the new student. Nub, of course, won the match, and the unfortunate player didn't even have time to say he was unfollowing a villain like Nub. Nub explained to his student once again that you just need to strike the opponent during their attack. That is the basis of a counterattack. Choi Yun covered his eyes, trying to memorize everything, but in reality, he realized he didn't understand a thing. It was time to move from theory to practice. Now the Weeping Knight had to try using his skill himself. The first attempt was unsuccessful. The player missed the strike. Then a barrage of blows rained down from the dummy, and it became clear to the spectators that this player was not yet capable of anything. Henwoon understood that if the student couldn't land medium-strength strikes, the counterattack wouldn't work. From the very beginning, he had known how to help the man, but now he was somewhat at a loss. However, he had no doubt that the Weeping Knight was trying his best for his daughter's sake. He had a goal, even if he didn't yet understand the game. People like that are willing to do anything to achieve their goals, and Henwoo carefully noted Cho Yun's current state. That concluded the lesson. The noob was about to give his student a few more assignments. Tears welled up in the man's eyes, but he had no intention of backing down. The first task was to reach level 100 and move on to the second goal. The second was to learn how to use the counterattack as a full-fledged weapon. This is the only way to participate in ranked battles. If Nub had thought this was impossible, he wouldn't have chosen this man as his apprentice. Now, all viewers will follow the Weeping Knight's journey toward a bronze medal. After finishing his business at the academy, Henwoo finally returned to the game and immediately headed to the City of Bricks. He had a great time relaxing in the arena, where there were no difficult fights. Sometimes you need to find time to rest. Kenny had also had a wonderful time, and would like his master to give him a day off every now and then. Just then, Henwoo received a letter from Sonia and immediately began reading it, hoping that she had found information about the quest. Tenny realized things were looking bad. The weekend was over, and they hadn't even had a chance to properly rest. Sonia already had precise information about the necromancer's invasion. In 2 days, the rebels would appear simultaneously in all 10 castles, starting with Brix and ending with Jiedi. Henwoo was pleased. He had nothing to do except level up the Weeping Knight, so he would relax for a while and then deal with the necromancers. The player planned to do everything himself and take the main reward, giving the rest to Seokjun. But the problem was that the reward depended on the castles remaining intact. It would be difficult to handle it alone, but even harder together, since the reward would then be meager. Henwoo thought it would be good to find a partner who didn't need the reward, and soon he had some candidates. He met with one of them, and the man was very surprised. If Hyunwoo had written, it meant something serious had happened. Henwoo honestly said that there was one quest he was proposing they tackle together. Standing before him were old acquaintances, the mage Mason, as well as the brother and sister of his best friend in Shan, Yuri and Engine. Henwoo greeted them and asked how they were doing and if they were ready to take part in the quest. He had already heard that Archmage Sefed had taken Mason as his apprentice, and that Mason had obtained a third profession, leveling up significantly. Engine and Yuri had also acquired a second profession and were quite strong and advanced. Yuri approached her old friend and asked why he was hiding from them that he was a max-level noob, and that he must now be ashamed to ask them for help. Mason wanted to understand why Henwoo had called them, since everyone knew he was playing through the main storyline, and the quest there had long since been completed. Henwoo explained that not everything was over. The players had destroyed the rebels in one location, but other groups were still active, so the rebellion was continuing, and tomorrow there would be an attack on the city of Brix. That's why Henwoo called his friends to help him complete the main storyline quest. All three enthusiastically supported the idea. Completing the quest together would be fun. They hadn't even dreamed of such an opportunity. Henwoo was pleased. Now he had solid support, and the rest of the adventurers would join in later. However, it was their team that had to get the best reward. They couldn't let even a single coin slip away. This made a huge impression on the players, and they were ready to start the battle right away. Henwoo announced that the emergency meeting was over, but Tenny didn't mind being held in their arms a little longer. It was a typical quiet day in the city of Brix. Residents were trading at the market, doing their shopping. Everything was business as usual. Suddenly, a loud bell rang. The city was under attack, and everyone capable of fighting must rush to the defensive walls immediately. The players in the city were thrilled. They were in for a quest involving an emergency. Everyone who could made their way to the city wall, beyond which lay a dense forest. Monsters of various kinds, including tattooed ogres, were moving out of the forest toward the city of Brix. Among the monsters were all sorts of skeletons and other undead. The players gathered at the walls were pleased. They were lucky to be part of the main scenario, and they were glad they had bypassed the city on their way to the dungeon. They were pleased that the participants included solo players and small but strong guilds. The players were also pleased that the max-level noob was streaming somewhere, so they could calmly finish the main scenario without him. At this stage, the main scenario effectively ended the lives of ordinary players. The tattooed ogres simply punched them. The players flew helplessly into the air like ragdolls, but Nub had already appeared to show his strength. He thanked the extras, saying they'd done a good job, but now it was his turn to take center stage. Henwoo activated his Crescent Strike and immediately launched several attacks at the monsters. The defense worked. Victory over the massive ghoul and lizard was achieved. The solo players were in shock when they realized that among them was a noob who could destroy all enemies with a single blow. The guys admitted they were no match for him, and even Henwoo paused for a moment. Am I really that strong? After obtaining his third class, he fought with such enjoyment for the first time. He wanted to test his limits as soon as possible and see what he was capable of in a full-power battle. Henwoo easily and quickly destroyed the monsters, still hoping that the bosses hadn't appeared yet, which is why the battle seemed so easy. Ordinary players joined the battle, fighting minor undead and ghouls. However, the city's archers noticed that no matter how many arrows they fired, the number of enemies didn't decrease. Suddenly, they looked up and saw a huge fireball flying toward the city. There was no way to avoid the explosion. The Mage Mason did his part, gathering magical energy to redirect the fireball. He successfully altered the fireball's trajectory, and the explosion rang out in the forest, destroying many enemies. The captain of the Brick City Guard was unaware of the presence of such an experienced mage among the adventurers. The man was staring at the explosion and didn't notice a skeleton with a long sword leaping at him. Captain Brown didn't have time to raise his defense and was on the verge of death, but several arrows pierced the skeleton. The archer who saved the captain turned out to be Engine. He understood that, at Henwoo's request, he needed to keep as many NPCs alive as possible to receive the best reward. Yuri actively used the blessing of the priestess of the Temple of the Moon, restoring the player's health. Strangers asked her for buffs, but she knew that in this battle, the adventurers were competing against each other and didn't need her help. Mason was already using a healing potion when a knight approached him, having recognized Lord Safed's apprentice. The knight reported that there was a mage among the enemies who was causing him great concern. The adventurer believed that this mage needed to be dealt with before it was too late. But while Mason and the knight were talking, someone was watching them closely from the woods. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rang out right where Mason was standing. It seemed impossible to survive. However, Mason survived and was able to protect the unknown warrior by instantly raising a protective barrier. The villain who had attacked the mage alongside the fire-breathing dragon was extremely displeased. The attack had failed. But according to the Supreme Black Mage Gordon, everything was going according to plan. While Gordon was in his research lab, his main hideout, he hoped to at least get revenge on his student. Yuri continued to cast healing spells while Mason lay unconscious among his friends. Henwu scanned the forest intently, waiting for the next wave of enemies, and soon spotted a flash in the mountains. It was the main monster they would have to face in the coming battle. Henwu decided to empower his undead so that their resistance and attacks would become more powerful. The effect was immediate. The undead became stronger and more aggressive. The players didn't understand what had happened when their enemies grew stronger right in the middle of the battle. The main monster granted them infinite stamina. The skeletons became practically invincible. They continued to survive after countless attacks. The boss monster watched the results of his actions with satisfaction. The battles near the City of Bricks were becoming fierce. Now it was a true battle of the undead, and the villain hoped that the attack would be a fitting revenge for his fallen comrades. He was certain that their dream of turning everyone into undead and conquering the world would soon come true. But at that moment, a max-level noob stood quietly nearby. He smiled wryly and said he hadn't heard such a foolish plan for world domination in a long time. The mage spun around abruptly, not understanding how the adventurer had ended up right there. Henwu drew his sword and declared that he had come to fight the one whose hands were wreaking havoc all around. He immediately summoned his dragon, which knocked the enemy off his feet. The mage was certain the adventurer was taking a needless risk. Adventurers shouldn't act alone, and now the player would understand why. Henwu looked confident, showing no fear, and told the mage that he would be happy to demonstrate his skills. The mage replied that he had no intention of dealing with the player, he had assistance. Huge demonic skeletons attacked Nuba, but he was fast enough to dodge them. The player activated a lightning bolt and soared high above the dragon. Fighting this undead creature was no easy task due to its constant regeneration, and if Edward was the main boss, then this mage was likely the hidden one. But one mustn't forget that since the last battle, Henwu hadn't been standing still either. He had grown stronger. The player activated the Crescent Strike and sliced the dragon's body into several pieces. The Archmage was unpleasantly surprised. This adventurer wields sword magic. Now more standard undead bosses were heading toward Henwu, strong and practically indestructible. But Henwu understood that the enemy was aware of his strength and was sending wave after wave of new undead. Even without buffs, the player was capable of handling them. He landed on the ground, and dozens of skeletons immediately rushed to attack. The undead kept arriving, turning into a solid mass. Hardly anyone believed the adventurer was still alive. The Archmage knew that knights were vulnerable to mass attacks and continued to summon more and more enemies. The mage disliked adventurers for their arrogance. He had a student who was now out of contact, perhaps suspecting that the mage intended to use him. Nostalgic thoughts of a glorious past flashed through the villain's mind. Back then, he had a friend willing to destroy an entire village for the sake of an experiment, and a student who obeyed his teacher without question. It had been fun and heartfelt with them. Now, however, the mage wanted to kill the one who had taken his friends' lives, turn him into an undead creature, and force him to bow before their graves for eternity. No matter how much he wished his fallen friends would reveal the killer's whereabouts, The killer had already swept away all his undead and stood calmly watching the Archmage. Dark Mac furiously activated his powers, ready to unleash everything on a single player. The dragon fired a powerful blast, destroying everything around him, but Hen Wu dodged and remained unharmed. At one point, he even felt sorry for the necrophilic dragon. It was completely useless. The two rivals stood facing each other, trying to come up with something unusual to end the senseless battle. Suddenly, Hen Wu dropped his sword to the ground and said he had just heard the name Adele. He looked surprised. Could the Dark Mage really be talking about the Adele who had raised the bear Pepe? The young man burst into tears when the mage confirmed that Adele had been his student. A terrible twist of fate. Now he was fighting Lord Adele's teacher. Hen Wu explained that he had once carried out a task for Adele. The mage was astonished that the adventurer knew Adele. Now it was clear where his sword magic came from. The player sobbed and apologized for being weak back then and failing to save Adele. The Dark Mage realized that Hen Wu had been with Adele until his death and would be able to tell what had actually happened. Hen Wu began a heart-wrenching tale. Master Adele had almost completed his investigation, but they were attacked by a group of adventurers. Adele and his summoned bear Pepe tried to fight back, but there were too many enemies. They lost. Hen Wu, in tears, said he would never forget that horror. The smiling face of the adventurer and Mr. Adele writhing in pain. The Archmage was furious. Had this really happened? He wanted to know who had killed his beloved apprentice. The mage demanded to know the adventurer's name and asked for help in finding him. He must be found and killed immediately. Hen Wu, still in tears, looked at the mage and said that the devil was right here. The mage began looking around, trying to figure out how that fit the situation. Hen Wu, in tears again, repeated, "Only an idiot wouldn't see the adventurer here." The mage began to get nervous, too agitated and upset. It seemed to him that he simply didn't understand the player's words. Hen Wu raised his tear-stained eyes to the Archmage and said one word. He took the bait. Dark magic crashed down on the Archmage, and Hen Wu thanked his opponent for coming so close. Then an explosion of dark skies was triggered, shaking the earth and the mountains. He couldn't expect the Archmage to die instantly, but he was enraged by the adventurer's audacity, laughing at him. Hen Wu understood that his opponent wouldn't be easy to kill, but he had already pushed him into the second phase of the battle. He explained that not everything he had said was a lie. He really had been there when Adele died. Unfortunately, Adele had not died by his hand. The archer was to blame. But it made no difference. The Archmage intended to kill them all, considering them pathetic cockroaches. And so the Archmage began a summons calling upon his best assistant. It was a huge and powerful knight named Pippi. Why do mages come up with such strange names? The Archmage ordered Pippi to cut off all the adventurer's limbs. Pippi rushed to carry out the order, while Hen Wu remained calm and composed. The Archmage stated that Pippi's power was on par with that of the leader, Edward, and that she possessed the full range of the Archmage's own dark magic. It seemed like an unbeatable combination, so there was no point in trying. Winning seemed impossible. Hen Wu was surprised by the phrase unbeatable combination and challenged his opponent to show what combinations he had. Hiller continued to restore her health, trying to do so as quickly and efficiently as possible. But suddenly Yuri felt her mana run out. It was unclear how that could have happened. Yuri had spent all her mana removing curses, but Mason still needed help to recover. Soft footsteps sounded behind her. Tenny announced that he understood. The girl was in trouble, and he was the hero who could help her. After all, this bear was capable of both attacking and healing. But suddenly, things didn't go according to plan. His master summoned him at the worst possible moment, and instead of a pleasant chat with the girl, Tenny found himself facing the villains. Engine ran to his sister carrying a healing potion, while Yuri was surprised that Tenny hadn't had time to finish talking to her. Tenny was outraged. His master had arrived at the worst possible time and prevented him from chatting with the beautiful girl. Hen Wu told his pet that a duel with the Dark Knight was coming up, so he needed to lend him some black magic. Tenny took offense and didn't want to share, so the master suggested that he fight the Dark Knight himself. The Archmage saw that the adventurer had summoned an assistant and ordered Pippi to deal with him immediately. Hen Wu received the power of a bear and the blessing of the forest, and the duel against Pippi began. The rivals fought on equal terms, dark magic pouring forth in a steady stream. The Archmage was furious. This foolish adventurer dared to toy with him, but his hour of death had come. Unexpectedly, the Archmage was distracted by a bear cub who was stalling for time and had come up with a brilliant plan. He suggested that the mage simply watch the duel. No one would get hurt, and the battle would be spectacular. The archmage was outraged. How dare a stuffed bear give him advice? He launched an attack at the pet. Tenny got angry. Now he would speak to the mage differently, since the negotiations had failed. He activated his ice skill, and a hail of ice shards rained down on the mage. Henwa realized that Tenny had leveled up significantly. The bear's strength was impressive. The player realized it was time to act, because he had a bracelet capable of defeating the monster. Kalu's Bracelet of Desire boosted all stats, granting agility and stamina, and the player activated the giant skill. Now the battle was on his terms. Henwu felt right at home. He knew the Dark Knight Pippi was completely at his mercy. Henwu sensed that today he wouldn't lose, as he once did when fighting Edward. Meanwhile, after the ice, Tenny activated his fire skill and covered everything with a thick layer of lightning. The archmage glared furiously at the stuffed toy, whose magic had proven stronger than he'd thought. The mage wanted to destroy the Empire and could not lose to a single adventurer in his pet. It seemed impossible. And yet circumstances had unfolded in such a way that the mage was forced to use his most powerful spell. He thrust his staff into the ground and began to recite the spell. But Tenny hadn't shown all his abilities yet. He grew in size and unleashed a thunderous roar. The archmage literally lost his mind from the powerful roar, and the spell was canceled. This triggered a chain of problems. Mac Gordon himself fell into a stupor, suffered internal injuries, and was temporarily unable to use magic. Of course, this was the perfect moment to strike, before Gordon came to his senses. But Tenny had no intention of leaving the mage alone. He raised his massive paw and landed a critical blow. Hen Wu didn't wait. He destroyed the Knight Pippi, and both villains were finished. The player gained experience, levels, and points. The main scenario spread throughout the Empire. Undead appeared everywhere, and the scale of the events was incredible. Many expected heavy losses for the Empire, but this time the scenario ended rather quickly. Even the strongest and most renowned knights fought. Sakjun, for example, took pleasure in killing the undead with his fists, feeling himself grow stronger. Chungu surmised that the monsters had grown weaker, and the reason was obvious. After the death of the chief dark mage Gordon, all the undead had weakened. Defeating them had become much easier. Having dealt with their enemies, Henwu and Tenny returned from the forest to the city. Their friends rushed over to them to find out how the battle had gone and what Henwu had been up to. Henwon received information from an adventurer in the rebel army, passed it on to the others, and used it for the good of the Empire. After that, he defeated the Archmage of Bricks and helped all the other participants weaken the undead's power. The Emperor was delighted. Henwu had once again succeeded in his mission. He tried to withstand the Emperor's presence and not lose consciousness. Besides, he had just become Baron Kang Henwu. The Emperor considered it impossible not to reward such a player and asked what Baron Kang Henwu wanted. Henwu didn't hold back. He asked for a pendant, a symbol of the plains known for its phenomenal abilities. This pendant granted its owner incredible skills and strength that many could only dream of.